Chapter 201. Wang Hao was a little panicked for a moment. He didn't know if there was an abyss below. He couldn't see anything around him. There was nothing but darkness around him. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. In a panic, he casually pulled out the black knife behind him, turned around quickly, swung the black knife, and chopped it hard on the slope. Squeak! There was a sharp friction sound, and a few sparks splashed. The black knife slid deeper and deeper on the slope, and Wang Hao's body slid down slower and slower. His legs kicked around blindly, and suddenly he stepped on a round object. Although he didn't know what he stepped on, he finally found a leverage point. He stepped hard on the round object with his right foot, and pulled out the Tiger Tooth saber from his waist with his left hand. With a force on his right leg, the Tiger Tooth saber in his left hand clanged, and inserted into a gap above his head. His body was finally safely fixed on the slope. Before Wang Hao could catch his breath, he suddenly felt something scratching his right foot, and the round thing under his feet began to shake. Wang Hao was startled. It was dark all around, and he couldn't see anything. He didn't know what he was stepping on. He didn't hesitate. He used the tiger-toothed saber in his left hand as a climbing point, and suddenly exerted force with his left arm. As if doing a one-handed pull-up, his whole body climbed up a little bit, until he could no longer feel the round thing under his feet. At this moment, a flashlight shone down from above. Brother Wang, Brother Wang. Wang Hao recognized this voice. He was the little Shanzi, who was a few years younger than him, and had acne all over his face, and followed behind him before. I'm here. Wang Hao responded quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the flashlight swept over. Brother Wang. Ah. Brother Wang, be careful with your feet. Xiao Shanzi's tone suddenly changed, and he shouted in horror. Wang Hao was stunned. He raised his head to respond when the flashlight swept down just now. Now, he heard Xiao Shanzi shout and looked down. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. 1 meter away from his feet was a huge stone pit. There were more than a dozen zombies in the stone pit, and the round thing he stepped on just now was the top of one of the heads. Brother Wang, hold on a little longer. I go find a rope. Xiao Shanzi's voice came from the top of the slope. After he finished speaking, he handed the flashlight to another person, turned around and walked out of the cave in the dark. He ran into Dr. Yin and others. Xiao Shanzi hurriedly told him that Wang Hao fell into the zombie pit. Dr. Yin was shocked. Uncle Li behind him said that he knew there was a rope there, so he quickly took Xiao Shanzi out of the cave. Chapter 202. Wang Hao glanced at the expressions on the faces of the people around him, took a step forward and looked at the trembling policeman and asked, "Are you the only one here?" The policeman just trembled as if he didn't hear Wang Hao's question at all. Fuck. What a grandson, didn't you hear Brother Wang asking you a question? Seeing this, Xiao Shanzi stepped forward and punched the policeman in the stomach. The policeman groaned in pain, shrank his body hard and stopped trembling, and looked at Wang Hao and others with horror. I don't know anything. Don't know? Xiao Shanzi said, and was about to take action again, but was stopped by Wang Hao. Don't ask him. Wang Hao said lightly, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the policeman's head without any hesitation. Bang! It was a shot. Everyone present was shocked. The policeman was so stiff that his legs suddenly softened, and he knelt down in front of Wang Hao. The bullet just flew past his temple, and the flames from the muzzle made his eyes blurry. The muzzle with heat was against his forehead. He looked at the index finger holding the trigger, slowly exerting force in horror. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I say. The policeman looked at Wang Hao with horror and screamed. Go ahead. Wang Hao slowly retracted the pistol, and looked down at him coldly. It turned out that the policeman named Chen Bin was a deputy captain of the criminal police team of Yao County Public Security Bureau. He was a high school classmate of Uncle Zhang's son-in-law. The day before the disaster, he received an invitation from Uncle Zhang's son-in-law to attend the opening ceremony of the hot spring villa. Who knew that the scene suddenly became chaotic when the ceremony was just halfway through? Since they had just finished the mission, and had not had time to return to the police station, he and his colleague had not yet returned their service guns. At that moment, he and his colleague became the core of everyone. After a melee, they retreated into the cave with the remaining dozen guests, who came to attend the ceremony, and began to set up obstacles at the entrance of the cave to block the zombies. However, the number of zombies was increasing, and they had limited bullets. It didn't take long before both of them ran out of bullets. Chapter 203. Xiao Shanzi and his companions quickly formed a siege and surrounded them in the middle. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Wang Hao stepped forward to comfort everyone while counting the number of people. There were 9 people in total, 6 men and 3 women. In addition to 1 man in police uniform and 1 man in gray security uniform, who were slightly younger, there was another woman who was also very young, who looked to be about 22 or 23 years old, wearing a dirty pink professional suit. The others were probably around 40 years old. After hearing what Wang Hao said, the 6 men and 3 women all focused their eyes on Qinbin's face. Qinbin felt uncomfortable being looked at by them, and his eyes kept avoiding everyone. Are all the people here? After counting the number of people, Wang Hao also looked at Qinbin. Qinbin blushed and lowered his head, hesitating for a long time, but he didn't say it clearly. Hurry up. Xiao Shanzi saw that Qinbin didn't want to say it, so he stepped forward and grabbed his collar, with a fierce look on his face. Wang Hao did not try to stop Xiao Shanzi this time, and his eyes were fixed on Qinbin's face. Qinbin glanced at Wang Hao, and then he had to look at them one by one under the piercing gazes of others. After he finished, he said in a very small voice, "There is still 1 less." Xiao Shanzi was about to speak when Wang Hao waved his hand at him, looked up at the crowd, frowned and pondered for a while, and said, "Forget about him, let's go, let him stay in this black cave alone." After that, he began to call Xiao Shanzi and others to take everyone away. Although Xiao Shanzi and others were a little puzzled, no one spoke, and immediately escorted everyone out. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin left last. Before leaving, Wang Hao glanced at the cave where the light was gradually getting darker. The 2 bonfires had burned out. As long as they left, the man would not be able to hold on for long and would run out by himself. There was no need to waste time here as time was limited. The group walked out of the cave. The survivors covered their eyes with their hands when they saw the bright light outside. As soon as they left the cave, Wang Hao quietly told Xiao Shanzi a few words. Xiao Shanzi nodded and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Xiao Shanzi shouting and the begging of a strange man came from behind. It turned out that just as Wang Hao had expected, as soon as they turned around and left, the man slipped out from his hiding place and had been following Wang Hao and others in secret. However, before he could figure out what was going on, he was pulled out by Xiao Shanzi hiding in the dark. Xiao Shanzi dragged the man to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took a look at the man. He was in his 30s, thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. The electrician's uniform on his body was already tattered. Seeing Wang Hao looking at him, the man was so scared that he trembled all over. "Are you an electrician?" Seeing the words of a certain electric industry on the man's chest, Wang Hao's heart moved. If he wanted to survive here for a long time, electricity would be indispensable. For Wang Hao now, as long as he was a talent, he would treat him differently. The man nodded, but he didn't dare to look at Wang Hao directly. "What's your name?" Wang Hao asked. Niu Chang," the man said timidly. Wang Hao nodded upon hearing this, and then turned his gaze to Qinbin and others who had just come out of the cave. "I have just told Officer Chen about the situation outside. I will give you 10 minutes. When the 10 minutes are up, you must make a decision whether to leave or stay." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he winked at Xiao Shanzi, intending for him to stay in front of the cave entrance and watch Qinbin and others. Xiao Shanzi nodded, and Wang Hao immediately turned around and left with Dr. Yin and Hu Xiaodong. At this moment, the injuries of Xiao Imo and Dongzi were always on his mind. As soon as they arrived at the parking lot, Zhong Yu and others ran over from a distance. He told Wang Hao that the entire hot spring villa had been searched thoroughly, and several lone zombies had been dealt with by them. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, and the group had already arrived at the gate while talking. How are brother Xiao Imo and Dongzi?" As soon as they came out of the telescopic door, Lu Yi came to meet them. Just now, Xiao Imo woke up, asked for a sip of water, and now he's asleep again, but his complexion has recovered a little, but Dongzi's complexion has not been very good, and blood would flow out of the corners of his mouth from time to time. Lu Yi said with a worried look on her face. While Wang Hao and Lu Yi were talking, they had already arrived at the minibus. They looked at Xiao Imo and Dongzi respectively, and frowned immediately. Xiao Mo's face and breathing were gradually recovering, and Dongzi was indeed as Lu Yi said. His face had begun to turn blue, and blood would flow out of the corners of his mouth from time to time. Besides waiting like this, is there any other way now?" Wang Hao frowned and looked at Lu Yi and asked. "In addition to special drug treatment, there is only surgery." Lu Yi shook her head, pondered for a while, and suddenly remembered something. "If you can find a masseur, it may be effective." "Massager?" Wang Hao and Dr. Yin and others around him were all stunned. "Where can you find a masseur in such an environment?" "Brother Wang." At this moment, Xiao Shanzi's voice came from inside the telescopic door. Chapter 204. Brother Wang, they are all willing to stay. As soon as Wang Hao and others got off the minibus, they saw Xiao Shanzi coming out of the telescopic door panting. Wang Hao nodded when he heard this. At this time, Chen Bin's group had been led by Xiao Shanzi's companions. When everyone approached, Wang Hao called Chen Bin to him. Officer Chen, I'm very happy that you can stay. It's not easy for everyone to meet in such an environment. I will leave your people to you to manage. Chen Bin seemed a little surprised when he heard this. He thought Wang Hao would treat them as prisoners, but he didn't expect that he would delegate power to him. This was indeed a little unbelievable for Chen Bin, who was always obsessed with power. Really? You didn't lie to me? Chen Bin was surprised and happy for a while. Seeing Chen Bin's expression, Wang Hao nodded and warned him. The end of the world is coming. We should unite with each other to survive. I hope you can recognize this. Definitely. Chen Bin was stunned and nodded quickly. Brother you and Xiao Shanzi and the others take the men from Officer Chen's side to clean out all the zombies in the villa and burn them together. Don't miss any of them. Wang Hao then looked at Zhong Yu and said. Zhong Yu nodded, and then he and Xiao Shanzi led everyone to leave and walked into the gate, leaving the three women on Chen Bin's side. Go find clean clothes for the three of them to change into. Wang Hao looked at Luo Yi beside him, and said. Luo Yi nodded and said to the three women with dirty faces, Come with me. The three women hesitated for a moment, and looked at each other. Then the young woman in pink business suit came over first, followed by the two middle-aged women in their 40s. Wang Hao immediately asked Dr. Yin, Lu Jiaming and others to push open the telescopic door, and drive all the vehicles to the parking lot. After all, it was not a good idea to stay at the gate like this. Besides, it was already afternoon. In a few hours, night would fall. The villa must be cleaned up before dark. Wang Hao planned to go to the county hospital after settling everyone down to see if he could find some surgical supplies there. Dongzi's injury was getting worse and worse. If he continued to delay like this, he might not be able to hold on until the next morning. Just as Wang Hao and others were about to drive the vehicles into the parking lot one by one, Luo Yi's voice came from the last minibus parked. Brother Hao. Come here quickly, Dongzi is saved. Luo Yi waved her arms excitedly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao heard this, and without thinking too much, he closed the car door and ran over quickly. Brother Hao, she knows how to massage. As soon as Wang Hao arrived, Luo Yi called the young woman in pink business suit out of the car. Can you massage? Wang Hao looked at the woman's face and said. The woman was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, with unkempt hair and dirty face, and her originally pink clothes were full of various stains. The only bright spot was her pair of black and white, but extremely smart eyes, which were very pure, like a piece of bright pure coal crystal. The woman nodded and briefly introduced herself. It turned out that the pink-dressed woman was named Jing, 24 years old this year, and graduated from the Provincial College of Traditional Chinese Medicine last year. After graduation, she couldn't find a suitable job for a while, so she temporarily helped in a Chinese medicine clinic opened by her father in her hometown. Because her father had a good skill in acupoint massage, she was invited by Uncle Zhang's son-in-law with a high salary before the disaster to help train a group of professional acupoint masseurs and masseurs. But the Chinese medicine clinic is always crowded with patients, most of whom are seeking medical treatment because of its reputation. Doctors are like parents, but they are also human beings. Father is unwilling to give up the business of the Chinese medicine clinic, and he can't bear to let the high salary slip away, so he asked Jing to replace him as a trainer at the hot spring villa for 1 month. A month passed quickly, and when Jing was about to complete the work of the trainer and take the 20,000 yuan salary home, the catastrophe suddenly happened. After that, she met Chen Bin and others who had been hiding in the cave until now. After listening to Jing's introduction, Wang Hao was confused. Although she came from a family of Chinese medicine and graduated from the famous Provincial College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the medical profession emphasizes clinical experience. What experience can a young girl who just graduated from school have? Just when Wang Hao thought about this, a violent cough came from the minibus. Chapter 205. With a tight heart, Wang Hao hurriedly ran to the minibus. As soon as he got on the bus, he saw Dongzi's face and chest were splattered with blood spurting out of his mouth. Dongzi! Dongzi! Wang Hao shook Dongzi's shoulders and shouted several times. At this time, Dongzi's face became darker and darker, and breathing became more and more difficult. His eyes were closed, and his dark purple lips trembled violently. From time to time, blood flowed out from between his clenched teeth. Turn him over quickly. Be careful not to be choked by blood clots in the throat. Seeing this, Jing hurriedly shouted, and at the same time, she had already rushed to Wang Hao's side. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly turned Dongzi, who was lying on the ground, face down. Spread out. Let the air around him circulate. Jing rushed to Wang Hao without saying anything, and took off Dongzi's shirt with both hands. Wang Hao, Luo Yi and others stood up and stepped aside. Jing kept changing her hands, and pressed Dongzi's back lightly and heavily. She asked Wang Hao to hold Dongzi's waist, and lift it up more than 10 centimeters. Her right hand reached Dongzi's chest, and her left hand turned into a fist, and gently tapped Dongzi's back. It was unknown what part of Dongzi's chest her right hand pressed. After just a dozen seconds, Dongzi vomited a mouthful of black blood. Then she tapped Dongzi's back lightly for a while, and then asked Wang Hao to turn Dongzi's body over. When Wang Hao turned Dongzi's body over, he was surprised to find that Dongzi's face had a slight color at this time, and his breathing gradually became smoother. Give him some warm water in a few minutes, and give him blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicine half an hour later. He should be able to wake up before dawn tomorrow. Jing said to Wang Hao after she stood up. Seeing Dongzi's face and breathing, Wang Hao's heart, which was hanging in his throat, was relieved. He nodded and asked Jing to check Xiao Mo. After the check, Jing frowned and looked incredible. What's wrong? Seeing Jing's face, Wang Hao's heart was pulled again. Both of them were injured in the chest, but his was more serious. Jing looked at Xiao Mo in confusion, but what is puzzling is that there is no sign of blood stasis in his body. He should wake up within 3 hours. Is it because Xiao Mo's physical fitness is better than Dongzi, so the blood-activating and blood-dissolving medicine he took before played the biggest role? Luo Yi looked at her and said, "It is also related to a certain extent, but it does not play a major role, and his pulse is very chaotic, and his lesion cannot be cut out at all." Jing said in confusion, "Thank you, Missin." Wang Hao said, "No need to thank me. If it weren't for you, we would still be hiding in the dark cave. We should be the ones to thank you." Jing shook her head. "It's getting late. Let's move in first," Wang Hao said, and then asked everyone to continue to move to the parking lot. Half an hour later, all the cars drove to the parking lot and parked. Wang Hao and the remaining Dr. Yin and others chose a quiet corner outside the villa to bury Li Ting's body. Looking at Li Ting's grave, Wang Hao felt mixed emotions. After a while of silence, he turned around and returned to the villa. Then everyone worked together to count all the supplies and ammunition. Including the weapons carried by Zhong Yu and his men, there are now 7 Type 95 fully automatic rifles with more than 400 rounds of bullets, 2 Type 81 fully automatic rifles with less than 100 rounds of bullets, 3 Type 76 submachine guns with less than 100 rounds of bullets, 2 Type 54 and Type 64 submachine guns with less than 100 rounds of bullets, and 3 grenades, 2 kilograms of explosives, and more than a dozen knives of various types. In terms of food, there are 2.5 bags of 50 kilograms of rice, 1 bag of 30 kilograms of flour, some canned luncheon meat and ham sausage, 2 bundles of dried kelp, 30 kilograms of vermicelli, 15 kilograms of dried bean curd, 5 boxes of jinmeilong barreled instant noodles, 40 kilograms of dried noodles, and 7 cartons of Hongtishan soft pack cigarettes. Member Wang Hao also made a roster according to the time he joined the team. Wang Hao, Xiao Mo, Hui Xiaodong, Luo Yi, Lu Jiaming, Shan Wan, Zhong Yu, Dr. Yin, Yang Shiyun, Yang's mother, Aunt Han, Hu Zi, Dong Zi, Wang Hao's parents, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Sun, Uncle Song, Chen Bin and Jing, including Hei Feng Wu Lang, were all included in the roster. Now there are 28 people, and 2 dogs in total. Looking at the list of people on the roster and the supplies next to it, Wang Hao suddenly felt the pressure. With so few supplies to feed so many people, even if everyone only eats 1 meal a day, they can only last for about a week at most. What should I do after a week? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the bigger his head became. Dr. Yin seemed to see Wang Hao's pressure. At this time, he suddenly thought of the flour mill located in the suburbs of the county town that Hui Xiaodong had mentioned before, so he immediately told Wang Hao what he was thinking. Chapter 206. Wang Hao frowned and was silent for a while after hearing this. Now we have no choice but to take a risk. After we settle everyone down, we will discuss the specific steps of the action. Have a good rest tonight, and take action early tomorrow morning. Dr. Yin nodded, looked up at the sky that was gradually getting dark, and said worriedly, "I don't know if Brother Xiao and the others can find the marks I left along the way." "Don't worry, Brother Xiao is also a careful person. He will definitely find it. What we have to do now is to build a base as soon as possible, and then train a group of people who can win the battle. This task will be handed over to you and Brother Yu. Wang Hao patted Dr. Yin on the shoulder. Of course there is no problem with this, but, Captain Wang, we don't have much ammunition anymore. If we want to train new people, it's no different from just talking about it on paper, just aiming at an empty gun. Dr. Yin said worriedly. Yes, what you said is exactly what I am most worried about now. Without ammunition, it is difficult to move forward, and even the most basic life safety cannot be guaranteed. Wang Hao's face was also full of worry. Captain Wang, we can go to the armed forces or the police station to look for it. Maybe there will be unexpected discoveries. Dr. Yin suddenly said in surprise. I also thought of this, but have you ever thought about it? The disaster has been over for so long. If there are only zombies, there is still a way to deal with them. If there are only zombies, those places have been looted by other survivors. I can't let everyone risk fighting an uncertain battle. Wang Hao looked at the other people who were carrying zombies from various places to the parking lot to prepare for burning. Dr. Yin followed his gaze and said after a pause, Captain Wang, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Oh, what is it? Go ahead. Wang Hao looked at Dr. Yin with some surprise. I think since we came here, you have suddenly changed, becoming a little hesitant and indecisive, not as fearless as before. Dr. Yin said after a pause. Oh. Wang Hao was silent after hearing this, and after a moment he said, You are right. I also found that I have indeed changed. Since Li Ting, Xiao Moj, Dongzi and others were injured, I always feel that everyone took risks because of me. Recently, I have been thinking, am I too selfish? Wang Hao finished speaking, with a guilty look on his face. No, Brother Hao. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Luoyi's voice came from behind. Wang Hao and the others looked back and saw Luoyi and Yang Shiryun walking over. Brother Hao, without you, we wouldn't be able to get together. Maybe some of us could survive until now, but maybe not. Luoyi looked a little sad as she spoke, as if she remembered something sad. Brother Hao, Sister Yi is right. You are the cohesive force of all of us. Without you, we would be a mess. Don't blame yourself now. You have never let anyone down, and you have never been selfish. It is because we have a goal in our hearts that we have the motivation to move forward and the hope to survive. If we don't have a goal, what is the difference between us and the walking dead outside? Yang Shiryun paused and continued, Brother Hao, let me say something I shouldn't say. Since we can all get here, you have to be responsible for all of us. You can't look ahead and behind. If we want to survive now, in addition to building a safe base, hope is indispensable in everyone's heart. Sister Yi and I believe in you. I believe you too. Dr. Yin nodded at Wang Hao with a resolute look in his eyes. Wang Hao looked at the three people's eyes, and the dark clouds in his heart gradually dissipated. He pondered for a moment and said, Okay, since everyone trusts me so much, I will definitely not let you down. He then looked at Luoyi and Yang Shiryun and said, Yi Shiryun, you two first find a place to make a fire and cook, Dr. Yin, and I will help everyone. Luoyi and Yang Shiryun both nodded excitedly when they heard this, and left with their arms around each other. Captain Wang, then look at the plan I just mentioned. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Dr. Yin turned his head and looked at Wang Hao. No matter what happens, we have to do it step by step. Let's clean up the bodies first and arrange accommodation for everyone. After dinner, call with Xiaodong and Brother Yu to discuss tomorrow's action plan together. Wang Hao changed his previous worried look and spoke with a resolute look. Dr. Yin nodded, and the two of them walked towards the busy crowd. With the joint efforts of everyone, in less than an hour, all the zombie bodies in the villa were cleared to the parking lot. After a big fire, these bodies were burned to ashes, and the zombies that fell into the cave were also burned by the fire. The remaining debris was cleared out and loaded into the single-row passenger and cargo truck in the parking lot, and then pulled to a deep ditch 2 kilometers away from the villa. Then several more bonfires were lit to reinforce the gate. After everything was done, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. When everyone sat cross-legged around 3 bonfires, Luoyi, Yang Shiryun, Shan Wan and others brought up the already hot dinner. Jin Bin and others were very excited to eat hot meals for the first time in more than a month since the disaster. After dinner, Wang Hao arranged the personnel on duty at the gate and patrolling in the villa, and everyone dispersed and returned to the rooms that had been arranged before to rest. Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, with Xiaodong and others sat around one of the campfires and discussed tomorrow's action plan. Chapter 207. After more than an hour of discussion, the action plan was revised again and finally finalized. The action time was set at 8 o'clock the next morning. The participants were divided into two parts, one for vigilance and the other for carrying flour. Wang Hao, Hui Xiaodong, Dr. Yin, and Zhong Yu were responsible for vigilance, Lu Jiaming and Chen Bin were responsible for carrying flour, and the rest stayed inside the villa. There were 3 cars in total, a Ford Raptor, a small van, and a Wuling single-row truck with a bucket. All weapons were equipped with fully automatic rifles, and each person had a certain number of bullets. After the plan was finalized, everyone gathered together to talk for a while, and then went back to their respective rooms to rest. Wang Hao came to his parents' room. Since rescuing his parents, he had not had a good talk with them because of the situation. The 2 elders had been waiting for Wang Hao in the room. As soon as Wang Hao entered the room, his mother came up to him with tears of joy. "Hao Hao, come here, let me take a good look at you." "Mom, I am standing in front of you, aren't I?" Wang Hao smiled, but his heart was filled with sorrow. His mother had more white hair on her temples than when she went home for the spring festival, and her face had more wrinkles. Hao Hao has really grown up. Look at his body. It has become stronger than half a year ago. The mother looked at Wang Hao up and down, her eyes full of relief and heartache. "You have more and more beards." Wang Hao touched his chin like a big boy at this time, his eyes full of happiness. "This is like a man." His mother, "Let the child sit down quickly, the child is tired all day." The father nodded with a look of relief. "You are the only one who knows how to love children." "I don't know." The mother rolled her eyes at the father like a spoiled child, and took Wang Hao's hand, and sat down on the sofa. Okay, you are right." The father smiled. The mother was on the right, and the father was on the left, sandwiching Wang Hao in the middle. Sometimes he sighed, sometimes he was moved, and sometimes he looked forward to the future. When the mother asked about the situation of his girlfriend Lin Xiaowan, Wang Hao was silent for a while, and did not tell his mother about the situation he encountered at his girlfriend's house before the disaster. He just said that it was still the same. He also went to his girlfriend's house after the disaster. His girlfriend left him a note saying that their family had moved to a safe base, so Wang Hao didn't have to worry, and went back to find his parents first. After finding his parents and settling down, he would tell them the rest step by step. After hearing Wang Hao's words, the mother's face looked very relieved, and at the same time a little apologetic, saying that they were old people with no ability and money, otherwise they would have held a wedding for them long ago. The father beside him also looked apologetic after hearing this, and didn't speak for a long time. "Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about Xiaowan and me. When everything is stable, I will go to other bases to look for them, and see if I can find their whereabouts. If we find them, we will come back together, get married, and give you a big fat grandson." Wang Hao tried hard to force a smile. "Hao Hao, are you still leaving?" Hearing this, the mother's face showed worry. "Mom, don't worry. There are so many good brothers around me, I will be fine, and besides, I came back safely all the way." Wang Hao comforted his mother, with a distressed look on his face. "Mom, Hao Hao is already an adult, he has the right to decide his own affairs." After saying that, the father looked at Wang Hao and said, "Child, go without worry, your mother and I will take good care of yourself. Remember, no matter what happens, you must stay calm. Don't forget that your mother and I are still waiting for you here." "I will." Wang Hao nodded, smiled and said, "Our family has just reunited, why are you so sad? Besides, it will take some time. Okay, Mom and Dad, you go to bed early, I will sleep upstairs. Just call me if you have anything. Go to bed quickly, child, I will talk to your mother again." The father nodded, and the mother nodded although she was a little reluctant. "Well, then I will go upstairs first, you don't have to stay up too late." Wang Hao immediately got up, and walked to the second floor. No words were spoken all night, and at dawn the next day, Lu Yi delivered breakfast to Wang Hao and his family's small villa. Seeing how well-behaved and generous Lu Yi was, her parents were very happy. Lu Yi sat with them for a while before getting up and leaving. Half an hour ago, Wang Hao had already had breakfast with the participating team members, and was distributing equipment in the parking lot. Don't be too far away on the road. In case of an accident, you can take care of each other. If you encounter zombies blocking the road, try to bypass them if you can. If you can't avoid them, and there are not many of them, try not to shoot. After distributing the equipment, Wang Hao explained to everyone what they should pay attention to. When everyone was about to start riding, Lu Yi's voice came from a distance. She was seen walking slowly towards them, supporting the pale-faced Xiaomo. Chapter 208. Brother Xiaomo, you finally woke up. How do you feel now? Wang Hao hurried forward and took over Lu Yi's support. Much better. I heard from you that you are going to the flour mill. Xiao Mo looked around at everyone around him, looked at Wang Hao and asked, "We don't have much food. I'm afraid we can't even last a week." Wang Hao nodded. "Let them get in the car first. You come with me. I have something to say to you," Xiao Mo said with a weak breath. On his pale face, a few drops of sweat slid from his forehead. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, waved his hand to let everyone wait for him in the car, and then helped Xiao Mo walk to a corner 100 meters away from everyone. "No need to help, I can still hold on to this little injury." Xiao Mo waved his hand at this time, indicating that he should let go of himself. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, but still let go of his hands. "Unbutton your shirt." Xiao Mo suddenly changed to a serious expression. Although Wang Hao was puzzled, he still unbuttoned his shirt. "Open your chest," Xiao Mo said, while holding the ring finger and little finger of his left hand with his right hand. Wang Hao seemed to have realized something, and pulled open the clothes on his chest according to Xiao Mo's words. With a click, Xiao Mo broke his ring finger at the root just like before, and turned it slightly, and a red needle as big as a number 7 needle stretched out from the root of the broken finger. "Hold it, it may hurt a little," Xiao Mo said, holding the ring finger that had been separated from the palm in his right hand. "Brother Xiao Mo, you want to Before Wang Hao finished speaking, he felt a pain in his heart, and a chill immediately rushed into his beating heart, causing his heartbeat to accelerate suddenly. "Don't ask anything, let's get on the road quickly." Xiao Mo snapped his finger back, and turned to walk into the valley. After looking at Xiao Mo's back, Wang Hao looked down at the little red dot on his chest. Although he didn't know what Xiao Mo had injected him with, he felt that Xiao Mo would not harm him. After hesitating for a moment, he put on his clothes and turned to walk to the convoy that was ready to go. Take good care of brother Xiao Mo, we will be back before dark." Before getting on the car, Wang Hao told Luo again. "Don't worry, brother Hao, you have to be more careful." Luo nodded. "Got it, let's go back." Wang Hao closed the car door after saying that, but he accidentally found his parents' faces in the crowd. It can be seen that although the two elders' faces were full of worry, they did not come forward, as if they did not want to distract Wang Hao. Wang Hao squeezed out a smile at his parents behind the crowd through the car window, turned and started the car, and slowly drove towards the already open gate. Wang Hao drove the Ford Raptor with Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, and Hu Xiaodong. The remaining 2 cars were driven by Lu Jiaming and Chen Bin. After leaving the villa, the speed of the 3 cars increased. The situation along the way was similar to yesterday. Apart from a few wandering zombies, no other dangers were found along the way. 2 hours and 45 minutes later, the convoy entered the suburbs of the county. According to the route previously discussed, the convoy circled outside the county for most of the time, and finally bypassed the 2 routes that the group of zombies that followed Hu Xiaodong's minibus yesterday might take. The convoy turned and entered an old 2-way street. The road surface was bumpy, and there were human corpses and dusty abandoned vehicles everywhere. Most of the upper berths of the storefronts on both sides were door holes, and the inside was in a mess. Fortunately, there were no groups of zombies. Only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear from the streets and alleys. As long as they didn't come forward to cause trouble, Wang Hao and his team would never take the initiative to provoke them. Occasionally, when they encountered something that they couldn't avoid, they had to get off the car and use cold weapons to deal with it. After passing through this old street, they drove to the left and went up a long, gentle slope. The road condition was better than the old street. There was a guardrail on one side, and under the guardrail was the gap with the county town. As the slope continued to rise, the gap became higher and higher. On the other side was a 4 or 5 meter high lust pile. Several excavators were parked there. It seemed that construction should have been going on here before the disaster. After driving to the top of the slope, the previous road surface continued to extend to the right, and right in front of them was a newly built cement road. At the end of the cement road, the outline of the flour mill appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 209. What's that sound? Wang Hao was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Oh no! It's zombies! Zhong Yu said in surprise. At the side door of the main factory building, 4 or 5 zombies wearing flour mill work clothes and masks were staggering out of the half-open door. Everyone be careful. Everyone retreat to the main door immediately and prepare for battle. Wang Hao shouted hurriedly, and the people who were resting immediately stood up, and the sound of bolts was heard in the crowd. Everyone, don't shoot. Wang Hao shouted and nodded to Zhong Yu beside him. The 2 of them immediately took out their cold weapons and slowly approached the zombies against the crowd retreating to the main door. Brother Yu, leave the 3 on the left to me, and the 2 on the right to you. Wang Hao turned his head and said to Zhong Yu while being careful about the surrounding environment. Zhong Yu nodded. When they were less than 5 meters away from the 5 zombies, the two looked at each other and sped up their pace. After a splash of blood mist, the 5 zombies fell to the ground one after another. Zhong Yu put away his saber and rushed to the door with his rifle. Wang Hao hurried forward to stop him. We just need to lock the door. There is no need to take this risk. What Wang Hao said made sense. Their destination was just to find food, not to settle down. As long as the current environment was safe, there was no need to go deeper. Zhong Yu nodded after hearing this, and found a crossbar from the side, and inserted it into the door handle. Wang Hao then found something to plug the doors around. At this time, the roar of a car came from outside the gate, and Chen Bin shouted to Wang Hao and the others. Xiaodong and the others drove back 2 large semi-trailers. The crowd cheered immediately. After the 2 semi-trailers drove into the factory and turned around, they started working without waiting for Wang Hao to greet everyone. Except for the 2 people in charge of guarding, everyone joined the transportation team. In less than 3 hours, the 2 semi-trailers were fully loaded, including several bags thrown on the rear trough of the Ford Raptor. They could not fit any more, so they stopped. Looking at the remaining flour in the warehouse, which Xiaodong said reluctantly, if there are 2 more semi-trailers, we can transport it all at once. It's okay, we can come again tomorrow. Dr. Yin stepped forward and patted with Xiaodong on the shoulder, and his eyes also showed reluctance. Okay, everyone hurry up and get ready to go. It's already 3:15 in the afternoon. We must get back to the base before dark, otherwise everyone will be anxious. Wang Hao glanced at his watch at this time, and hurriedly started to greet everyone to get on the car. 2 minutes later, 5 cars drove out of the gate of the flour mill. The joy of the crowd was beyond words along the way. Everyone seemed very excited, except Chen Bin, who looked a little disappointed. At this time, he was sitting in the van driven by Lu Jiaming. Seeing his expression, Lu Jiaming took out a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket while steering with one hand and handed it to Chen Bin. Have one. Oh. Chen Bin was stunned for a moment, then nodded and took it. I heard that you were the captain of the criminal police before the change? Lu Jiaming bit out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Deputy Captain, you were supposed to be promoted in the second half of this year, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Chen Bin sighed and reached out to light the cigarette for Lu Jiaming. Thank you. Lu Jiaming took a deep breath and freed one hand to pick up the cigarette in his mouth. To be honest, Captain Chen, I was just released from prison a week before the disaster. Alas, I originally planned to take good care of my 80-year-old mother after I got out this time, but who knew that the disaster happened just when I found a job? Oh! What did you go in for? Out of professional habit, Chen Bin immediately became interested. My wife ran away with someone, and I found the grandson. I stabbed him in the spleen, but fortunately I didn't hurt his vital parts. The court sentenced me to 5 years. Because I actively accepted reform, I was given a half-year reduction. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing right after I was released? The most pitiful one is my old mother. She didn't get to enjoy a single day of happiness with me before she was killed by the zombies that swarmed in. When Lu Jiaming said this, his eyes were a little moist. He took a few puffs of cigarette and wiped his eyes hard. Alas, I am no different. Chen Bin also sighed a little, took a puff of cigarette, and turned his head to the window. 3.5 hours later, 5 vehicles loaded with flour slowly drove into the gate of the base, and the people who had been waiting in the parking lot immediately surrounded them. After seeing the 5 vehicles loaded with flour, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. Chapter 210. Men, women, young and old joined the battle. In less than an hour, all the flour was transferred to the warehouse that had been cleaned up in advance. Looking at the pile of flour in front of them, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Ah Hao, what are your plans for the next step? After walking out of the warehouse door, Zhong Yu followed Lin Feng and asked. With the end of the world coming, food and water, a safe base, and weapons and ammunition are all indispensable. Now the first 2 are available, and only the most critical weapons and ammunition are left. Wang Hao frowned and said. Zhong Yu nodded, looked at Wang Hao and asked, what about the suggestion Dr. Yin made before? Are you talking about searching for weapons in the armed forces and the police station? Wang Hao said. What do you think? Zhong Yu nodded. It's been so long since the disaster, and these 2 places are well known. I'm worried that we will make a wasted trip. Wang Hao frowned and said. Your worry is not without reason, but you know our national conditions well. Private individuals are not allowed to own guns, except in these 2 places. Zhong Yu said this, and suddenly his brows relaxed. Oh, there are troops. How could I forget such an important place? Is there a military camp nearby? What we can think of can naturally be thought of by others. Besides, these three places are in the center of the county. With our current firepower, it will be difficult to escape once we are surrounded. Wang Hao frowned and shook his head. Ah how? At this moment, Chen Bin's voice came from behind, and Wang Hao immediately stopped and turned around to look. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Are you discussing weapons? Chen Bin looked back and forth at the two and asked. Wang Hao nodded with a puzzled look on his face, and Zhong Yu also looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. I just suddenly remembered a place. Chen Bin looked at the two with a little excitement and said, it is said that there are a large number of weapons and gold buried there that Chiang Kai-shek did not have time to take away when he retreated. Oh! Wang Hao and the other two were shocked, and Zhong Yu asked hurriedly, is the news reliable? It should be correct. This is what we pried out from a tomb robber before the disaster. This tomb robber is very famous in our area. It is said that he also knows some feng shui techniques. Whenever he takes action, he has never failed. Chen Bin said. Hearing what you said, I seem to have some impression. Wang Hao frowned immediately. When I was a child, I seem to have heard my grandmother mention that there was a People's Alliance army stationed on Erfeng Mountain east of our village. Later, for some unknown reason, it suddenly disappeared overnight, leaving only a few empty houses and some military facilities, but I have never heard of weapons and gold buried there. I think we can give it a try. Zhong Yu frowned, looked at Wang Hao and said, compared to the county town, the mountains are sparsely populated, and the possibility of danger is almost zero. Even if we go in vain, we will not lose anything. What do you think? Wang Hao nodded, looked at Chen Bin and asked, Brother Chen, do you know the exact location? Chen Bin thought for a while, and said, I heard him say that it seems to be behind a forest in the northwest of Erfeng Mountain, and there seems to be a small river flowing from north to south nearby. Chen Bin stopped talking here, frowned and thought for a long time, nodded and confirmed, well, there is a small river. As long as we can find that small river, we can definitely find the place where the weapons and gold are buried. Gold? Hui Xiaodong, who had just walked out of the warehouse, was immediately attracted by these two words. He didn't care about the flour on his face, and ran to Chen Bin and asked, you said gold just now? Where is it? In the Hades Palace, are you going? Luoyi and Yang Shiyun also came over at this time. She looked at Hui Xiaodong with contempt. Go, even if it's the 18th level of hell, I will go. Hui Xiaodong responded to her unhappily, and asked Chen Bin impatiently about the whereabouts of the gold. Chen Bin then told him the plan just now, and Hui Xiaodong responded immediately, Captain Wang, when do we set off? I play forward. It's definitely not possible today. Wang Hao raised his wrist to look at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. After dinner, you gather everyone together, and we will discuss the specific action steps together, and try to set off early tomorrow morning. Okay, leave it to me. Hui Xiaodong nodded excitedly, and then looked at Luoyi and said, Beautiful Yi, didn't you hear what Captain Wang said? Why don't you hurry up and prepare dinner? Luoyi glared at him, looked at Wang Hao and said, Brother Hao, Shiyun and I have a few words to say to you. Oh! What's wrong? Wang Hao was stunned, looking at the two with a puzzled look. You are so anxious to settle everyone. Are you going out to find your sister-in-law? Luoyi pursed her lips, and looked at Wang Hao, and asked in a low voice. Shiyun, what do you want to say? Wang Hao nodded. We want to go with you. Yang Shiyun took over Luoyi's words. Wang Hao immediately rejected them. No, it's too dangerous outside. We finally settled down? How can I let you follow me to take risks again? Yes, two beauties, you think we are going on a trip, and take you with you. That's going through hardships. Listen to Captain Wang, and stay at the base, and wait for the brothers to return triumphantly. Hui Xiaodong said. Did I ask you? Luoyi glared at him fiercely, and then turned her eyes to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, I know I'm useless, but I can cook for you, wash clothes, and do anything. I just don't want to leave you. Luoyi said this, tears had begun to roll in her eyes. I studied architecture. I can tell the general structure of a building without going in. If you take me with you, you can save yourself a lot of unnecessary risks. Yang Shiyun said. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment and said, Hao, I hope you can consider the suggestions of Yi and Shiyun. After all, we will not always avoid cities. If we have a professional like Shiyun, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. Ding Jiabao is an example. If we hadn't drawn the blueprint in advance, we would never have been able to rescue people so easily. Yi is the rear of our entire team. With Yi here, we only need to fight, and don't have to worry about anything else. After listening to Zhong Yu's words, Wang Hao slowly. He nodded, looked at Luo Yi and the other two and said, Shiyuan, thank you. As long as I, Wang Hao, am still alive, I will never let you get hurt. After hearing this, Luo Yi was immediately excited and hugged Yang Shiyuan. With Xiaodong stepped forward and patted Luo Yi on the shoulder and said, Beautiful Yi, you see our Captain Wang has agreed to you. Now you can go cook. I'm almost starving to death. You deserve to starve to death. Luo Yi replied unhappily, and immediately took Yang Shiyuan's arm and turned away. Speak clearly to me. How did I, with Xiaodong, offend you? With Xiaodong immediately chased after him. Ah Hao, when are you going to leave? Looking at the backs of the three people, Zhong Yu smiled and turned to look at Wang Hao and asked, It depends on whether we can find the weapons tomorrow. Wang Hao sighed softly, with endless concern in his eyes. The three were about to leave when Dr. Yin ran over in a panic. Brother Xiao Mo is missing. Chapter 211. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. He asked hurriedly, What's going on? When I passed by Xiao Mo's room just now, I found that he was not there, so I asked others if they had seen Xiao Mo. As a result, everyone said that they had not seen him. At first, I thought that Xiao Mo had gone to the toilet or somewhere else, but later I searched almost the entire villa and did not find him. Dr. Yin said anxiously. Wang Hao frowned and looked at Dr. Yin and the others and said, I go to Xiao Mo's room again. You go and notify everyone to search the villa carefully again. Remember, no matter whether you can find it or not, you must not leave the villa. We will gather in the small square later. Everyone nodded and left. Wang Hao looked up at the setting sun, and his eyes showed worry. If it were normal, Wang Hao would not worry about any accidents with Xiao Mo's skills, but now Xiao Mo is seriously injured and has not recovered. What if? Wang Hao did not dare to think about it anymore, and hurriedly ran to Xiao Mo's room. The door was wide open, and everything in the room was normal, except that the crossbow he had hung on the wall for Xiao Mo himself was missing. Not good. Xiao Mo must have seen that we haven't come back for so long, so he went to meet us alone. Wang Hao was shocked and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Thinking of this, Wang Hao hurried to the parking lot. As soon as he ran out of the valley, he met Dr. Yin and the man in security uniform running over breathlessly. Captain Wang, he has seen Brother Xiao Mo. Dr. Yin said breathlessly. When? Where? Wang Hao asked anxiously. It seemed to be 3 hours ago. The man in the security uniform thought for a while, and said, Dayo and I were on duty at the gate. Xiao Mo came over and told us to go to dinner, and he would take our place for a while. But when we came back after dinner, Xiao Mo was gone. We didn't take it seriously at the time, and thought he just went back early. Captain Wang, I'm sorry, we failed in our duty. Let's not talk about this for now. How was Xiao Mo's mental state at the time? Wang Hao waved his hand to interrupt him from asking. He looked like a normal person, much better than in the morning. The man in the security uniform thought for a while and said, Captain Wang, what's going on? When Xiao Mo left in the morning, he needed someone to support him. How could he recover so quickly? Dr. Yin said with a puzzled look on his face. It doesn't matter. I'm worried that Xiao Mo went to meet us. Wang Hao shook his head and frowned. Ah! The man in security uniform was obviously a little surprised, but when we came back, the gate was closed and the lock was not pried open. With Xiao Mo's skills, it's not a problem to climb over a 7 or 8 meter high wall, let alone this 4 or 5 meter high iron gate. Wang Hao frowned. What should we do now? Dr. Yin said anxiously. Call Brother Yu and Xiaodong. The 4 of us will drive 2 cars and look for it along the road. Wang Hao frowned. Well, okay, I call them right away. Dr. Yin nodded and turned to run away. Take me with you. Seeing Wang Hao heading straight for the parking lot, the man in security uniform caught up and said, No, you stay and protect everyone. Wang Hao said as he walked. Brother Wang, please let me go. If anything happens to Xiao Mo, I will never be at peace in my life. The man said. Wang Hao stopped and looked at him and said, What's your name? Xiao Hongbing. The man in the security uniform said. Can you drive? Wang Hao nodded. Yes, I was a scout, and I can drive any car. Xiao Hongbing immediately patted his chest and said, Okay, follow me. Wang Hao nodded, and the two walked towards the parking lot. It was almost dusk, and the earth, which had been scorched by the sun all day, was emitting heat like a steamer. There was no breeze in the air, and everyone felt sticky. It was really uncomfortable to wear clothes soaked with sweat. Wang Hao opened the car door, and threw the clothes he had taken off in his hand into the car. At this time, Xiao Hongbing, who was following him, suddenly said in surprise, "Brother Wang Yu, you're back? What's wrong?" Wang Hao turned his head in confusion, and saw Xiao Hongbing's surprised eyes. He subconsciously lowered his head to look at his chest, and was stunned. Although he was wearing a vest, the dense black lines on his chest were still clearly exposed. "Brother Wang Yu, you have a tattoo?" Xiao Hongbing stared at Wang Hao's chest in surprise. Perhaps in his opinion, how could Wang Hao, such a bookish person, have such a tattoo on his back and chest, and the tattoo pattern was so strange, a bit like a spider web. Wang Hao was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly remembered the needle medicine that Xiao Imo injected him in the morning. In his opinion, these lines should be related to that. At the moment, he didn't know how to explain to Xiao Hongbing. Since he thought it was a tattoo, he just made a prevarication. Wang Hao nodded somewhat unnaturally, and picked up his clothes from the car seat, and put them on. Just as he put on his clothes, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, Hui Xiaodong, Lui Yang Shiyun, Chen Bin, Lu Jiaming and others all rushed over, but of course they didn't find Xiao Imo. After hearing Wang Hao's plan to go out to find Xiao Imo, everyone's faces showed worry, but no one spoke. The situation was urgent. After checking the vehicles and their weapons and ammunition, the 4 people boarded their respective vehicles. The vehicles had just started, and were about to turn around and drive towards the gate. However, at this moment, Dayo, who was on duty on the lookout at the gate, suddenly shouted, and then raised his gun and aimed outside. At the same time, the 2 young men who were preparing to open the door for Wang Hao and others under the lookout also climbed up to the lookout as soon as possible. Everyone was shocked. Before they could figure out what was going on, Wang Hao had already jumped out of the car. "Everyone, get ready for battle." While shouting, the man had already rushed out 5 steps away. Everyone just reacted and immediately picked up their weapons and chased after him. "Stop the car! If you don't stop the car, I shoot." 3 submachine guns on the observation deck were all pointed at the side outside the gate, and shouts rang out. Rushing to the bottom of the observation deck, Wang Hao didn't have time to ask more questions. He climbed up in a few steps. Following the direction of Dayo and the other 2's guns, a black police armored vehicle was driving towards the gate at high speed 30 meters away. Chapter 212. "Stop! Stop! I'm shooting!" Bang, bang, bang. The observation deck was in chaos. One of them fired 3 shots in a row because he was too nervous. The other 2 panicked and hurried to pull the bolts in their hands. At this time, Wang Hao climbed up. When he saw the armored vehicle approaching at high speed, he raised his hand and shouted to stop. Because he saw a familiar face in the windshield behind the wire mesh, it was Xiao Imo. "Don't shoot! It's brother Xiao Imo." The gunshots disappeared immediately. Dayo and others looked at the armored vehicle approaching with some surprise. The driver inside was Xiao Imo, but there was a strange face on the co-pilot. And it was a woman. Everyone was stunned and stared at the armored vehicle approaching, and slowly stopped in front of the gate. "Open the door!" Wang Hao shouted, and at the same time he jumped down from the observation deck. Wow! The raised telescopic door was pushed open by several people, and the armored vehicle slowly stopped in the parking lot with a roar. As the door opened, Xiao Imo and a curly-haired woman in her 20s jumped down from the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat respectively. "Brother Xiao Imo, are you okay?" Wang Hao hurried forward to ask with concern, and at the same time, the people around gradually gathered around. "I'm fine." Xiao Imo shook his head, his face still as pale as before, and turned to look at the curly-haired woman next to him, and said, "Her name is Zhang Duo. I found her on the roof of a school." "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Duo, and I'm a teacher at Yao County No. 2 Middle School." The curly-haired woman looked tired, but still managed to smile. "Hello, my name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao nodded, and everyone introduced themselves one by one. "Teacher Zhang, the disaster has happened for such a long time. I am really curious how you survived?" Hui Xiaodong looked at Zhang Duo with some curiosity. Zhang Duo in front of him, except for a tired look on his face, his clothes and shoes were very clean, and he did not look at all embarrassed. "Our school often holds earthquake drills, which has taught me some self-rescue common sense. It is these common sense that have kept me alive until now." Zhang Duo seemed to have lost something, and sighed softly after speaking. "You have never left school?" Hui Xiaodong continued to ask, his face becoming more and more curious. "When the disaster happened, the school was on weekends, and I went to school to get some preparation materials," Zhang Duo said. "Then how did you survive these months?" Hui Xiaodong said. "After the disaster, I realized that this was definitely not an ordinary disaster, so I used the self-rescue knowledge I learned to go to the cafeteria as soon as possible, and then I found out. Zhang Duo couldn't stop talking when she said this, tears flashed in her eyes. Wang Hao saw this, and rolled his eyes at Wu Xiaodong. Luo Yi stepped forward and took Zhang Duo's arm and said, Sister Zhang, don't think too much, things will always pass. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang Mai. I didn't mean it. Before Wu Xiaodong finished speaking, Luo Yi glared at him, and Wu Xiaodong held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Teacher Zhang, do you have any relatives? Wang Hao seemed to see Zhang Duo's heart and asked. Zhang Duo nodded, wiped his eyes and said, My parents and son are all in Shishir. Shishir? Wang Hao was shocked. Zhang Duo nodded, with infinite concern in his eyes. Sister Zhang. Just as Luo Yi was about to persuade him, Wang Hao was stunned and muttered to himself, Shishir. Ah how? Zhong Yu suddenly pressed Wang Hao's shoulder. Wake up. Shishir is a severely affected area. There is no one there. Oh no, Xiaowan will be fine, she won't. Wang Hao was stunned. Brother Hao, I know you love your sister-in-law deeply, but now... Luo Yi stopped halfway through shouting, tears in her eyes. Ah how? Xiao Mo suddenly spoke, looked at Zhang Duo and said, She is the person you are looking for. Chapter 213. After hearing Xiao Mo's words, Wang Hao and his companions were stunned and looked at him with puzzled faces. This is a long story. You guys get ready. We will leave tomorrow. Xiao Mo frowned and walked away first, leaving Wang Hao and his companions with puzzled faces. What's going on? Did Brother Xiao Mo burn out his brain? Wu Xiaodong said in a daze. Nonsense, Brother Xiao Mo must have his reasons for saying this. Wang Hao turned around and looked at the armored vehicle. Xiaodong, go check the armored vehicle to see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Brother Yu, Dr. Yin, you guys check all the walls and possible hidden dangers again. I go find Brother Chen to ask about the treasure. Several people nodded and left. As soon as they entered the valley, they ran into Chen Bin, who was excited. Ahao, I was just about to find you. Brother Chen. Let's go in and talk. Wang Hao smiled and said, Do you know who this Teacher Zhang is? Chen Bin said excitedly. Teacher Zhang? Are you talking about the Teacher Zhang who was just rescued by Brother Xiao Mo? Wang Hao frowned and looked at him. Yes, it's her. When she got off the car just now, I felt that she looked very similar to an old professor I knew, and that old professor also had a daughter who was a teacher. Chen Bin said. Brother Chen, don't get excited. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Wang Hao said puzzledly. This old professor is a well-known archaeologist and geographer in our province. I just asked. Teacher Zhang is the only daughter of this old professor. Chen Bin became more and more excited as he spoke. You mean? Wang Hao was overjoyed. You mean she can help us find the underground treasure? Well, I have just confirmed that this Teacher Zhang is also one of the few students of his father. And before the disaster, the old professor had already surveyed the approximate location of the treasure. Chen Bin said excitedly. Chapter 214. The sky gradually darkened. With the help of the faint firelight coming from not far away, Wang Hao and his friends sat in a circle in the parking lot. The weather was hot and humid. Except for Luo Yi and her friends who were cooking, everyone was sitting or lying away from the campfire or staring at the sky in a daze. This damn weather is going to kill me with heat. Wu Xiaodong was shirtless, cursing as he fanned himself with a piece of old cardboard that he had found from somewhere. Beads of sweat kept dripping down his face. Yeah, what's wrong with this day this year? It's so hot before summer. What should I do when summer really comes? Dr. Yin was a soldier after all. Although his clothes were already soaked with sweat, he still didn't unbutton a button. I say, Commander Yin, it's already this time, and you're still acting like that. If it's really hot, take off your clothes. We're all men, why are you shy? Wu Xiaodong glanced at Dr. Yin and said. Dr. Yin ignored him, stood up and walked to Wang Hao who was wiping the black knife and sat down, with a puzzled look on his face. Captain Wang, what do you think Xiao Mo meant by what he said at that time? I don't know either, it should be related to the black and white photo he showed me before. Wang Hao frowned and paused for a moment, then lowered his head, and continued to wipe. Black and white photo. What black and white photo? Dr. Yin was puzzled. Wang Hao shook his head and frowned again. I only know that Xiao Mo often stared at the photo in a daze, as if he had something unsolvable on his mind. Ah how? Lu Jiaming walked over quickly at this time. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Wang Hao looked at Lu Jiaming in surprise, because he looked a little excited at this time. Guess what I found in the warehouse? Lu Jiaming said. What? Wang Hao was puzzled. Solar panels, Lu Jiaming said with a trembling voice. Solar panels? Wang Hao stood up excitedly, and Lu Jiaming's voice immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. With solar panels, we can generate electricity ourselves. Lu Jiaming looked around excitedly and said, Great. Wang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, patted Lu Jiaming's shoulder hard and said, Brother Lu, I leave this to you. Don't worry, the electricity will be connected the day after tomorrow at the latest. Lu Jiaming patted his chest confidently. Okay, Brother Lu, do you think you need anything else? Wang Hao said. The equipment is all new, and the accessories are all complete. If you want to know what's missing. Lu Jiaming thought for a moment and said, We still need 2 capable assistants. I help you, Uncle Song, a fellow villager from Wang Hao's village, who usually speaks little, suddenly stood up. I've always been an electrician in the village. Although I don't know much about solar energy, I have no problem with wiring. And me, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, and Uncle Sun from the same village stood up almost at the same time. Uncle Zhang said, Although the 3 of us don't know anything, we can help. Well, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Song, Uncle Li, Uncle Sun, I leave it to you. Wang Hao nodded. At this time, Luo Yi's voice came, and Wang Hao immediately called everyone to start eating. After dinner, except for the staff on duty, everyone else went back to their rooms to rest. Wang Hao, Xiao Mo, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, Chen Bin and Zhang Duo stayed behind to discuss tomorrow's action plan. Teacher Zhang, the people sitting here are all the people who will go with us tomorrow. Please tell everyone about the specific situation of the treasure. Wang Hao spoke first. Zhang Duo nodded, stood up and said, According to speculation, this batch of treasures is more than 70 years old. It is initially inferred that it was a capital left by Chiang Kai-shek for his future comeback when he escaped. It is said that no less than 100,000 taels of gold and various light and heavy weapons are buried. There are also rumors among the people that this batch of gold and weapons is enough to maintain the expenses of a regiment for a year. Maintain a regiment for a year? Damn! We are rich now. Hui Xiaodong suddenly stood up from the ground with his eyes wide open. Xiaodong, listen to what Teacher Zhang has to say first. Wang Hao glanced at him and motioned Zhang Duo to continue. Zhang Duo cleared her throat and said, But I don't think so. I think it's just a rumor spread by the people. Anyone who knows a little bit of history knows that the Democratic Alliance was already a spent force at that time, and internal corruption was serious. Even if Chiang Kai-shek wanted to, he was powerless. Are you saying that there is no such treasure at all? Hui Xiaodong couldn't help but interrupt again. No, there is, but it is definitely not as much as the rumors outside. There may be only a few gold bars, and a few rusty guns. Zhang Duo said. This gap is too big. Hui Xiaodong seemed a little bit unconvinced by Zhang Duo's words. Teacher Zhang, how can you be so sure? Zhong Yu, who has always been patient, was a little impatient at this time. From his tone, he seemed to be like Hui Xiaodong, and he didn't believe Zhang Duo's words. After all, Zhang Duo had strongly opposed the excavation of this treasure before. Not only the 2 of them, but everyone present had doubts, including Wang Hao, but he didn't say a word, frowning all the time. No, this is just a hypothesis I deduced based on the county annals. Zhang Duo shook his head. Why? Dr. Yin said. According to the Yao County annals, the Democratic Alliance had only 1 company of troops stationed in the county for a period of time, and most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled. Such an army did not have the ability to transport 100,000 taels of gold and a large number of light and heavy weapons. Zhang Duo frowned and said, however, one of my father's students made another bold guess. He believed that this batch of treasures existed, but it was not left by the Democratic Alliance. Chapter 215. Everyone was shocked and showed incredible expressions. If it wasn't left by Chiang Kai-shek, could it be left by the kingdom of Rya? Hui Xiaodong pouted. That's right. My senior brother speculated that there is a 90% chance that this batch of treasures was left by the people of Rya. When Zhang Duo said this, everyone was stunned again. What is his basis? Wang Hao frowned and asked. According to the county annals of Yao County, the people of Rya had built a secret base in the Erfeng Mountain area. After the surrender of Rya in 1945, the army of the Democratic Alliance took over Yao County. At first, there was a regiment of troops. After a period of time, most of them were withdrawn, leaving only a company of troops. Then, a civil war broke out not long after. At that time, the war had not yet spread to Yao County, but this company of the Democratic Alliance suddenly disappeared overnight. My senior brother believes that this suddenly disappeared company is very likely related to the underground treasures in Irving Mountain, John Duo said. So the rumor that the People's Alliance army stationed here suddenly disappeared overnight is true. Wang Hao was surprised. That's what the county annals record. Whether it has anything to do with the treasures in Irving Mountain needs further verification, John Duo said without comment. Brother Xiaomo, what do you think? Wang Hao looked at Xiaomo, who had been silent. It's useless to say this now. Xiaomo stood up and said, I'm tired and I need to go back to rest. After that, he turned around and walked away. What's wrong with brother Xiaomo? It feels like he's weird this time. Dr. Yin stared at Xiaomo's back with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Hao frowned and didn't speak. At this time, Chen Bin seemed to remember something, looked at Zhang Duo and asked, Teacher Zhang, I heard from a senior in the bureau that more than 50 years ago, there seemed to be a geological survey team that came to Irving Mountain. At that time, it was led by Professor Zhang. I wonder if he mentioned this to you. No, my father has always opposed me from the beginning. Later, I was very persistent, and he reluctantly agreed to let me do it, but he only taught me some superficial things and never let me go deeper. Zhang Duo shook his head and said, 50 years ago? Wang Hao was stunned at this time, and suddenly remembered the date on the black and white photo that Dr. Yin took out at that time. More than 50 years ago, now it should be the early 1960s. Thinking of this, Wang Hao was suddenly startled and thought to himself, no wonder Xiaomo said he remembered something. Could his life experience be related to this underground treasure? Ahau, ahau. Chen Bin's voice came to his ears, and Wang Hao came back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Chen Bin looked puzzled. Oh, nothing. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang Duo and said, Teacher Zhang, besides that, have you been to that place? You mean the place where the treasure is buried? Zhang Duo asked. Wang Hao nodded. No, Zhang Duo shook her head. I only know the approximate location. That's fine. Wang Hao frowned and nodded, then turned to look at Chen Bin and asked, Brother Chen, are you familiar with the terrain of Irving Mountain? I've been there once or twice. Chen Bin said, Irving Mountain is a mountainous terrain. The front mountain is relatively easy to walk, and ordinary off-road vehicles can drive in. Once you need to enter the back mountain, you must get off the car and walk, because not only are there dense forests in the mountains, but there are also bushes. The last time we entered, it took nearly 2 days just to go in and out. 2 days? Hui Xiaodong was surprised. This does not include the time spent in the mountains. Chen Bin nodded. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Duo again and asked, Teacher Zhang, based on your understanding, how long will it take us to find the treasure? I can't say for sure. Dad only left a rough location before he died, and there are not even coordinates. Zhang Duo shook his head. Wang Hao nodded and said to everyone, Let's discuss this today. Everyone go back and rest early. Gather at the parking lot at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Eat first, then collect weapons and ammunition together, and set off at 7 o'clock. After that, he looked at Hui Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? Everything is okay. Hui Xiaodong gestured. Okay, everyone go back and rest quickly, brother Yu. I have something to say to you later. Wang Hao nodded, and when everyone dispersed, he called Zhong Yu again. Brother Yu, you stay to look after the house tomorrow. Dr. Yin and Xiaodong can go with me. Wang Hao pondered for a while. What's wrong, Hao? Zhong Yu looked at Wang Hao in confusion. With you here, I feel relieved. Wang Hao pursed his lips and looked at Zhong Yu seriously. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Zhong Yu suddenly realized that Wang Hao was worried about the people on Chen Bin's side, and he had to be on guard against others. Zhong Yu nodded after understanding it. Don't worry, Hao, I will take good care of everyone. Zhong Yu nodded with some emotion. The end of the world is coming. The most terrifying thing is not the virus, nor the zombies, but the human heart. The exchange of human heart for human heart is trust. Zhong Yu naturally understands this truth. Since Wang Hao dared to entrust the life of his closest person to him, it means that he trusts him. In addition to being moved, he also felt the great responsibility in his heart. Watching Zhong Yu leave, Wang Hao suddenly thought of the 2 black and white photos again. The same people in different photos. What secrets are hidden in them? And what Xiaomo said before, could it be? Could it be that he really has something to do with the treasure? Chapter 216. Just after 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Luoyi, Yang Shiyun and Shan Wan got up early and started to prepare breakfast for Wang Hao and others who were about to set off, while Wang Hao's mother, Yang Shiyun's mother, Aunt Han, and Jing and others set up a stove to make pancakes for Wang Hao and others and prepare dry food for the mountain. Hui Xiaodong also got up early to refuel the vehicle and prepare water. Zhong Yu, Dongzi and Dr. Yin began to sort weapons and ammunition for everyone. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Dinner was served on time at 6 o'clock. After dinner, everything was ready. Wang Hao and his friends started to set off. It was exactly 7 o'clock at this time. When the armored vehicle drove out of the road outside the villa, the sun had already come out. There were 7 people in Zhang Duo's company participating in this mission, namely Wang Hao, Xiao Yimou, Dr. Yin, Hui Xiaodong, Chen Bin, Zhang Duo, and Dayo. Each person was equipped with a 95 fully automatic, 3 spare magazines, a knife, and a kilogram of TNT explosives. The dry food, drinking water, and fuel were all prepared in sufficient quantities to make a round trip. Hui Xiaodong drove the armored vehicle, Zhang Duo sat in the co-pilot seat to lead the way, and Wang Hao and others sat in the back seat. When the vehicle passed through Yao County, Chen Bin and Dayo in the car looked at the outside world through the car window. The initial fear turned into despair. After retracting their gazes and seeing Wang Hao and others in the car, hope gradually appeared in their eyes. There was no conversation along the way. The off-road performance of the armored vehicle was very good. Whether it was a bad road or a good road, the vehicle almost did not slow down. Under the command of Zhang Duo, the vehicle arrived at the foot of Erfeng Mountain 4 hours later. There were 2 intersections of similar width in front of them. Which intersection should we take? Hui Xiaodong stepped on the brake and turned to look at Zhang Duo. Zhang Duo looked around for a long time and was a little undecided. Chen Bin stood up and bent over to the front row to check the road conditions. He pointed to one of the mountain roads and said, "You can go directly to the back mountain from this road, but the car can only drive halfway up the mountain. There is a small village called Qingzhai on the other road, with less than 20 households. You can also reach the back mountain there, but the road conditions are more difficult than this road." After listening to Chen Bin's words, Wang Hao nodded, consulted everyone's opinions, and finally decided to take the first intersection. This is to avoid unnecessary trouble. As long as there are people, there will definitely be zombies. There are too many uncertain factors in the end of the world. If you only encounter ordinary zombies, it's okay. What if you are unlucky and encounter 1 or 2 evolved zombies? It was because of this consideration that Wang Hao finally decided to take the first intersection. After the discussion, the vehicle began to slowly turn right and drive towards the established route. The trees in the mountains fell, and the weeds turned yellow. Although it was summer, the vegetation looked like late autumn. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't help but worry. This was just the beginning of the disaster. What if it took a year or 2? The existing food will be eaten up one day. By then, the land will not be able to grow crops. How will the lucky humans survive? What are we running around risking our lives for? Isn't it just to survive? If the earth becomes a wasteland, what is the point of everything we do now? Stop! Suddenly someone interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. Zhang Duo pointed to a nearly dry river under the hillside outside the car window and said in surprise, "Dad said that the base is just upstream of a small river." Everyone in the car suddenly got excited and stood up and looked out through the car window. Yes, that's what the tomb robber said before. Looking at the river outside the car window, Chen Bin nodded. Wang Hao immediately asked everyone to get off the car. After everyone got off the car, Wang Hao asked Hui Xiaodong to hide the car behind an extremely inconspicuous valley, and then everyone began to check their equipment and dry food and drinking water. After the inspection, the 7 people walked down the hillside in 2 rows. With the previous experience, Wang Hao did not let everyone rush to cross the river. Although the river was almost dry, there were still several places that needed to be waded. Wang Hao first checked several places that needed to be waded, and after confirming that there were no dangers such as mutant fish hidden in the river, he asked everyone to cross the river. After crossing the river, Wang Hao asked everyone to rest for more than 10 minutes on the opposite river beach, eat some dry food to restore their physical strength, and then start to head into the mountains and forests under the leadership of Zhang Duo. Although the forest was densely packed, it looked desolate without the decoration of leaves. The group walked forward cautiously, stepping on the crispy dead leaves under their feet. Zhang Duo led the way, while constantly looking at the compass in his hand, and Xiao Imo also took out a cigarette box-sized thing that looked like a compass from his body, and looked at it while walking. Wang Hao and his friends were vigilantly patrolling the surrounding environment. The group walked forward for about 40 minutes in the forest full of dead leaves, stepping on the dead leaves under their feet. Xiao Imo suddenly stopped, frowned and stared at the compass in his hand without moving. Chapter 217. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurried forward and asked, "What's wrong, brother Xiaomo?" Xiaomo frowned and said, "The compass is out of order." "How could this happen?" Wang Hao saw the compass needle in Xiaomo's hand, which was only the size of a cigarette box, rotating rapidly and irregularly. It should be interfered by some kind of magnetic field. Xiaomo raised his head and searched for the target. Interference? Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Zhang Duo, who was walking in the front, suddenly said in surprise, "My compass is out of order." Everyone was shocked and rushed forward. They saw that the compass in Zhang Duo's hand was also rotating rapidly and irregularly like the magnetic needle on Xiaomo's compass. "Why is there a magnetic field here?" Wang Hao asked in confusion. "It's not strange to have a magnetic field in the mountain. There may be a magnetic source such as magnetic or buried underground, but even so, the magnetic field should not be so strong, unless there is radar interference nearby." Zhang Duo frowned and said, "Radar? How can there be a radar in such a place?" Hu Xiaodong looked around in confusion. "Look, what is that?" At this moment, Deo suddenly shouted, and everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and saw an irregular rectangular object covered with vegetation in the gap between an inconspicuous mountain wall. Because it was covered with vegetation, ordinary people would think it was a big rock that fell between the gaps between the mountain walls if they didn't look carefully. "It's just a rock, what's so good about it?" Hu Xiaodong curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "No, it's not a rock, it's a radar base from World War II. Dr. Yen interrupted excitedly. "Radar base?" Wang Hao was overjoyed. Could this be the place where the treasure is buried? Zhang Duo frowned and looked around, then shook his head and said, "From a geographical point of view, this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is indeed an excellent strategic location, but the treasure cannot be buried here." "Oh!" When this was said, everyone who was originally happy was stunned. "What do you mean?" Xiaomo frowned and looked at Zhang Duo. "I don't need to say this. Since Dr. Yen is a soldier, I think he should know the location of the radar better than us." Zhang Duo looked at Dr. Yen at this time. Dr. Yen nodded and said, "Teacher Zhang is right. Judging from the location where the radar base fell, this place should be just an observation station, but it also means that the base where the treasure is buried is very likely nearby." Hearing this, everyone looked around. "Don't look for it, you won't find it like this." Xiaomo put away the compass, suddenly closed his eyes, and stood still. "Brother Xiaomo, what are you doing?" Hu Xiaodong said with a puzzled look. Xiaomo suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at Hu Xiaodong. "Brother Xiaomo, I was just joking." Hu Xiaodong's face changed, and he hurriedly explained with a smile. "It should be in that direction." Xiaomo looked directly at the bare forest behind Hu Xiaodong. Everyone was shocked and looked up. They saw that they seemed to have reached the foot of the mountain behind the bare forest. Looking up along the mountain peak, the sun had risen high at this time, and the light was coming from behind everyone. The sun rises in the east, which means that the place where the sun shines is the rumored northwest. The bare forest looked even more desolate under the scorching sun. Wang Hao and his group walked through the forest on the dead leaves under their feet. The scorching sun shone directly on everyone's back through the bare tree trunks, causing burning pain. This weather is really abnormal. It's so hot before summer. How can people survive in the dog days of summer? Hu Xiaodong stopped after walking a few steps to wipe his sweat, and then cursed at the sky. "Okay, brother, the world is like this. What's the point of complaining? It's luck to survive." Qin Bin also stopped, looked at the sky and sighed, patted Hu Xiaodong's shoulder, and said helplessly, "Oh, by the way," Hu Xiaodong suddenly became energetic at this time, turned around and patted Qin Bin's shoulder again, and said in a low voice with a happy face, "Brother Bin, is your news reliable?" "What news?" Qin Bin continued to walk forward. "It's the 100,000 taels of gold." Hu Xiaodong couldn't suppress his excitement. "What do you want to do?" Qin Bin frowned and looked at him. If it was before the disaster, he would have handcuffed Hu Xiaodong on the spot. A gentleman loves money, and gets it in a proper way. "Tell me how that local thief got it from you," Hu Xiaodong said with a wry smile. "I knew you were still a thief. If it was before, I would have handcuffed you." Qin Bin looked at him without taking it seriously. "It's not now, tell me." Hu Xiaodong smiled wryly. After all, he needed help now. Even though he had already greeted Qin Bin's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart, he still kept a smile on his face. "You kid." Just as Qin Bin finished speaking, a boom sound suddenly came from the front. Before he could react, he felt a wave of heat coming and his whole body flew out involuntarily. With a bang, he hit a big tree and fell heavily to the ground. He felt the blood in his chest surging, His throat felt hot, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 218. Don't move. Dr. Yan's hoarse voice came from the gradually dispersing black smoke. Wang Hao shook off the dirt on his head, lay on the ground and looked around. Countless pieces of clothing slowly fell in the black smoke, and bright red internal organs were hanging on the broken branches next to him. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted loudly, "Who is injured?" "Ahem. I'm fine." With Xiaodong's voice came first. "Brother Xiaoimo, how are you?" Wang Hao turned his head to look at Xiaoimo not far away. Xiaoimo shook his head and indicated that he was fine. "Where are Teacher Zhang and Dayo?" When Wang Hao turned his head, he also saw Chenbin. Dr. Yin was right in front of him not far away. Among the 7 people, only Zhang Duo and Dayo were not found. "We stepped on a mine, everyone lie still." Dr. Yin shouted at this time. He turned his head and asked, "Captain Wang, are you injured?" "I'm fine. Did you see who stepped on the mine?" Wang Hao said nervously. "I don't know." Dr. Yin responded. "Teacher Zhang is there," With Xiaodong suddenly said in surprise. Wang Hao turned his head and looked in the direction of his finger. Zhang Duo was lying 7 or 8 meters in front of him, motionless. "What about Dayo?" Wang Hao's eyes suddenly fell on a shallow pit not far from Zhang Duo. Not far from the edge of the pit was a broken thigh and a skull. Wang Hao and others saw this scene almost at the same time, and they were all shocked. This was completely different from the scene they had seen in the movie before. Then, "Is that Dayo?" With Xiaodong opened his eyes wide in shock and said in a daze. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly vomited out the undigested food in his stomach. "Dr. Yin, what should we do now?" Wang Hao couldn't bear to watch any longer. The most urgent thing was to quickly check the injuries of Zhang Duo and Chenbin. "Leave it to me. I have learned some knowledge of mine clearance in the army." While Dr. Yin was speaking, he stood up from the ground, put his rifle on his back, and casually pulled out the M9 bayonet from his waist. "Captain Wang, you retreat 10 meters away along the route you came from. I will go to save Teacher Zhang." Wang Hao nodded, "Be careful." Dr. Yin nodded, and then jumped into the previous bomb crater. It was only 5 steps from the bomb crater to where Zhang Duo was lying. At the same time, Wang Hao asked the other people to retreat carefully according to Dr. Yin's instructions. When they retreated to Chenbin, Wang Hao stepped forward and carried him on his back. After jumping into the crater, Dr. Yin first gently pushed away the fallen leaves on the ground with his hands, and then began to pierce the ground with his military knife, advancing inch by inch towards where Zhang Duo was lying. After carrying Chenbin to a safe area, Wang Hao immediately checked his injuries. There was a blood hole of nearly 1 centimeter in the back of his heart, and the blood inside was gushing out. Wang Hao took off his coat casually, tore off a piece of it, and pressed it on the wound, and then tied it tightly with clothes. Although there was still blood oozing out, it was much less than before. After treating Chenbin's wound, nearly 10 minutes had passed. In the tense eyes of everyone, Dr. Yin finally came to Zhang Duo's side. At this time, Zhang Duo was unconscious with his eyes closed. Fortunately, there was no obvious external injury. Dr. Yin immediately carried him out. Xiaoimo hurried forward to check Zhang Duo and confirmed that he was just knocked unconscious by the shock wave of the bomb. He should wake up after a short rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Chenbin's injury was not optimistic. Although the blood flow slowed down, his face became paler and paler. A large pool of blood had already flowed out of the place where he fell before. Xiaoimo touched Chenbin's carotid artery at this time, and then reached out to try his breath, and finally shook his head at Wang Hao. "Ah, how?" Chenbin suddenly opened his eyes weakly, and shouted incoherently. "Officer Chen." Wang Hao responded quickly. I'm afraid I can't bear it anymore, Dayo and the others. Please." Chenbin didn't finish his words, and he didn't take a breath. He closed his eyes, and his head tilted to one side, without any movement. "Officer Chen! Officer Chen!" Wang Hao called out twice, but there was no response. He put his hand into his nostrils, and found that the breath had disappeared. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked unhappy. A breeze blew by, bringing with it a strong smell of blood mixed with gunpowder smoke. Chapter 219. The fishy wind carried a few fallen leaves from the air, and slowly landed on Chenbin's body. Wang Hao, and the others standing around all had heavy faces. After a moment of silence, Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao and said, "What should we do next? Should we continue to move forward?" Wang Hao nodded, with a firm look in his eyes, and said, "We must find that base, otherwise the sacrifice of Officer Chen and Dayo will lose any meaning." "Captain Wang, but But there are minefields ahead. Wu Xiaodong was startled and hurried forward to remind him. Don't worry, leave the mine clearance work to me. I promise to clear a safe passage for everyone. Dr. Yin patted Wu Xiaodong on the shoulder and said, You can't clear it all by yourself tomorrow. Xiao Imo interrupted coldly at this time. Hearing this, Dr. Yin was startled and looked forward. The road ahead was still long. The most important thing was that the location of the base had not been determined yet. If we just walked aimlessly while clearing mines, we would not know what would happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Wang Hao nodded and frowned and said, Brother Xiao Imo is right. It is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive to rely on Dr. Yin alone, but now we can only return empty-handed except for this method. Unless we can find another passage. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Imo interrupted. Another passage? Wang Hao and the other two were shocked. Xiao Imo nodded, looked around and said, Do you remember the radar base? Of course I remember. Dr. Yin nodded. Wang Hao suddenly said, You mean we can climb up from there? That's right. Xiao Imo nodded and said, Radar is the communication guarantee of a base. Since we have found the fallen radar base, it means that the radar station must be built on that mountain. As long as we can find the radar station, we can find the base. And they can't bury mines in their own area. Yeah, why didn't I think of this, Brother Xiao Imo? I really admire you too much. Wu Xiaodong immediately became energetic when he heard it, and immediately turned around and said to Wang Hao impatiently, Captain Wang, let's go quickly. You are anxious about the 100,000 taels of gold. Dr. Yin glanced at Wu Xiaodong unhappily. Dr. Yin, as a revolutionary soldier, your awareness is too low. It's so vulgar to talk about gold all the time. I'm worried about Teacher Zhang's injury. He hasn't woken up yet. Ahem. Before Wu Xiaodong finished speaking, a cough suddenly came from behind him. The four of them were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that Zhang Duo had opened her eyes at some point, and was struggling to get up. Teacher Zhang! Wang Hao hurried over, stretched out his hand to support Zhang Duo, and helped her up. Teacher Zhang, how do you feel? What happened just now? Zhang Duo looked a little dazed, and her eyes subconsciously looked behind her. When she saw the internal organs of the people hanging on the tree, she immediately bent down and vomited. Wang Hao hurriedly patted her on the back. After Zhang Duo calmed down, Wang Hao told her what happened. When she saw Chen Bin's body, tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Hao then told Xiao Mo's plan to Zhang Duo, who agreed with it. However, at this moment, Zhang Duo suddenly opened her eyes wide, and looked behind everyone in horror. Before Wang Hao could react, he heard a swoosh behind him. When he looked back, Xiao Imo had just pulled a dagger out of Chen Bin's forehead, and with a thump, Chen Bin, who had turned into a zombie, fell down. Zhang Duo didn't react for a long time, staring at Chen Bin, who was lying on the ground in astonishment. Let's go, Teacher Zhang. We don't have much time. Wang Hao sighed lightly, hugged Zhang Duo's shoulders, and took her away from the scene, and the others also rushed up. According to the route they came from, the 5 people soon arrived at the foot of the previous mountain. Looking at the mountain wall that was more than 20 meters high, Wang Hao frowned again. This time, they forgot to bring a rope. How could they climb up this 20-meter high cliff? When everyone was at a loss, Dr. Yin, who was looking for other climbing routes, suddenly shouted, Someone just came here. Chapter 220. Wang Hao and the other two were startled and ran over quickly. Following Dr. Yin's gaze, a bundle of brand new climbing ropes was quietly lying in the weeds at the foot of the mountain. God is really willing to help us. Whatever we need, we get. Wu Xiaodong bent down with joy and was about to pick up the bundle of climbing ropes. Be careful of fraud. Wang Hao quickly grabbed Wu Xiaodong. Fraud? Wu Xiaodong looked at Wang Hao in confusion. Don't you think it's strange? How can there be climbing ropes in this place? And when we need them most? Wang Hao frowned and looked around. Hearing this, Wu Xiaodong quickly retracted his hand and said in surprise, Are you saying that someone poisoned this bundle of climbing ropes? You think you are shooting a martial arts movie? Dr. Yin looked at him unhappily, pulled out his saber, and was about to pick up the ropes. Don't move. Xiao Imo suddenly shouted, He's right, this rope is indeed poisonous. Dr. Yin quickly retracted his hand, and everyone was shocked. I remember this smell. Xiao Mo's face suddenly became solemn. Smell? Why can't I smell anything? Wu Xiaodong said with his nose flaring. When you can smell it, you are not far from death. Xiao Imo said coldly. Wu Xiaodong was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth and nose with his hands. Is someone trying to harm us? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Imo with doubt on his face. Xiao Imo nodded and said solemnly, It seems that we have been followed all the time. Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. Dr. Yin and Wu Xiaodong pulled the bolts of their guns, and Wang Hao hurriedly stepped forward to protect Zhang Duo behind him. Brother Xiaomo, what should we do now? Wang Hao looked around with a vigilant look. Don't be nervous. If they want to attack us, they don't have to wait until now. Xiaomo said lightly, they want to use us to find the underground base, and then even if they don't do it, we will die of poison. They? Who are they? Dr. Yin looked suspicious. The people who followed us. Xiaomo said with a cold look. Wang Hao frowned and looked at Xiaomo and said, could it be the group of people from Dingjia? As soon as he said this, his face suddenly became nervous. No, if it is really that group of people, then the villa will be in danger. It's not certain where we were followed, Xiaomo frowned and said, if we return rashly, it will lead to a wolf entering the house. For now, we will make a mistake and only in this way will we not arouse the other party's suspicion. Then we are all finished, Wu Xiaodong said in surprise. Brother Xiaomo, are you trying to sneak in? To confuse the other party's eyes? Wang Hao looked at Xiaomo and said. Xiaomo nodded, looked at the rope and said, this poison is actually very easy to solve. Just pee on it, and it can be neutralized. What? Pee? Wu Xiaodong was shocked again, and Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were also surprised. I will avoid it first. Zhang Duo turned his back with a red face, and walked forward a few steps. Dr. Yin walked to Wu Xiaodong, and patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Hua, this difficult task is handed over to you. Captain Wang, Brother Xiaomo, and I will keep watch for you. No I. Just as Wu Xiaodong was about to speak, Wang Hao came over and patted his shoulder, then went to the side with Xiaomo and Dr. Yin. Captain Wang, you guys. Knowing that he couldn't push it anymore, Wu Xiaodong said, you guys should at least move further away. How can I pee if you're so close? Just think about your 100,000 taels of gold and you pee. Dr. Yin joked. Xiaodong, hurry up. If you're late, the other party will see the flaw. Wang Hao also spoke at this time. Well, you guys are not allowed to peek. After Wu Xiaodong said that, the sound of water came soon. After a while, Wu Xiaodong found a wooden stick from somewhere, and held a bundle of climbing ropes, and called Wang Hao and the others to turn around. Is it all soaked? Wang Hao frowned and stepped forward to look at the bundle of wet climbing ropes. Wu Xiaodong covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves and nodded. I rinsed it back and forth. There shouldn't be any problem. Wipe off the urine on it and restack it. Xiaomo estimated the height of the mountain and turned around to tell him. How do you wipe it? Wu Xiaodong put the rope down with disdain. I do it. Wang Hao picked up the climbing rope casually, threw it back and forth on the ground a few times, then untied the climbing rope and unfolded it. Dr. Yin and Wu Xiaodong also came to help, while Xiaomo started to adjust the arrow string of the crossbow. Zhang Duo couldn't help on both sides, and had to stand in front of the gap to study the so-called radar base. After a few minutes, all the preparations were completed. Xiaomo tied one end of the climbing rope to the tail of the steel arrow, put on the arrow string, and then with a whoosh, the steel arrow was accurately stuck between the two stones at the top of the mountain. After testing the pulling force, his body climbed up to the top of the mountain as lightly as a monkey. In less than 3 minutes, Xiaomo climbed to the top of the mountain. After checking around to make sure it was safe, he began to call on the remaining 4 people, Wang Hao, to climb up. Wu Xiaodong followed closely, followed by Dr. Yin. After Dr. Yin reached the top, Wang Hao tied a rope around Zhang Duo's waist. Because he was worried that Zhang Duo was not strong enough, he asked Dr. Yin and Wu Xiaodong at the top to pull up together, while he stayed below just in case. After Zhang Duo reached the top safely, Wang Hao climbed up last. However, to everyone's surprise, the top of the mountain was not as expected. The top of the mountain was rectangular, the ground was uneven, various stones stood in a forest, and weeds grew everywhere. There was no sign of any military facilities. Chapter 221. Looking at the desolate scene in front of them, Wang Hao and his companions were stunned. The entire mountaintop was nothing but rocks and weeds, and there was no military facility at all. Damn, this is simply a desolate mountain. Where is the passage? Wu Xiaodong looked around with wide eyes. It shouldn't be. Dr. Yin was also full of doubts. Brother Xiaomo, do you think we analyzed it wrong? Wang Hao frowned, and was a little unsure at this time. No. Xiaomo said very confidently, there must be other passages here. Other passages? Where would it be? Wang Hao heard this and looked around, but saw Zhang Duo holding a small stone and knocking on a huge stone that was 2 meters square. After knocking a few times, He put his ear close to it and listened for a long time. Teacher Zhang, what did you find? Wang Hao was curious and asked immediately. Listen, this stone seems to be hollow underneath. Zhang Duo knocked on the boulder again and asked Wang Hao to put his ear close to it. Empty? Wang Hao was stunned and quickly put his ear close to it. A hollow echo came from the bottom of the boulder. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Do you think that the radar base that fell into the crevice of the mountain is very similar to this boulder in appearance? Zhang Duo said. Wang Hao frowned, stared at the boulder for a moment and said, It is indeed a bit similar, Teacher Zhang. What do you want to explain? Zhang Duo stepped forward and patted the boulder and said, The entrance to the passage should be under this boulder. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. Are you saying that this boulder blocks the entrance to the passage? Zhang Duo nodded. From a geographical point of view, the formation of rocks is regional. Although there are many rocks on the top of the mountain, have you ever seen such a large one? Could this huge rock be transported here specially to block the entrance of the passage? Wang Hao said in disbelief. That's my guess. Zhang Duo nodded. While the two were talking, Xiao Mo, Dr. Yin, and Wu Xiaodong had also rushed over. After hearing Zhang Duo's guess, Dr. Yin and Wu Xiaodong showed incredible expressions on their faces, only Xiao Mo didn't speak. He first circled the boulder, then took out a dagger and dug down the edge of the boulder a few times, with a relieved expression on his face. Brother Xiao Mo, do you think so too? Wang Hao was delighted. Xiao Mo nodded. She's right. This stone was deliberately placed here to conceal people's presence. The entrance to the passage should be here. Then why are you waiting? Wu Xiaodong rubbed his hands excitedly. But how can we push such a big stone with just a few of us? Dr. Yin pushed the boulder, but there was no reaction, so he frowned again. We can blow it up. Wang Hao frowned. Oh yes, I have the explosives. Wu Xiaodong quickly took out the explosives from his backpack. No, we don't know anything about the situation below. What if the ammunition depot explodes? Xiao Mo immediately shook his head in denial. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a laugh came, and a tall monk in a cassock jumped out from behind a pile of rocks more than 10 meters away. Wang Hao and his companions were startled and hurriedly raised their weapons. Who is it? Wang Hao raised his gun and shouted. Ahmed Ba. I am Jishan. The monk bowed with his right hand and held a string of black prayer beads in his left hand. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy. He walked slowly towards Wang Hao and his companions with a smile on his face. Jishan? Wang Hao and his companions' faces suddenly changed when they heard this name. Could this Jishan be the old monk Jishan among the four weirdos in Dingjia Bail? Dear donors, my Buddha said that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be rewarded with evil. I am here today to claim the blood debt from a few days ago. When Jishan said this, his face gradually became gloomy, and he stopped at the same time. He was only about 10 meters away from Wang Hao and his companions, and stood opposite each other. You were the first to commit the crime, and now you are blaming me. You are just in time. If you don't come to me, I will come to you. Dr. Yin glared at him, his finger on the trigger. Before he finished speaking, the sound of clothes rose, and 3 more figures jumped out from all sides, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 Taoist priests. When Xiao Mo saw the female Taoist priest, his eyes changed slightly. Mo Ling? Wang Hao was also startled, and then looked at the 2 people beside her. He had guessed that the older one should be Tian Yuan Taoist priest, and the younger one should be Jin Yangzi. It's you. Xiao Mo stared coldly at the 4 people in front of him. Surprising? Didn't you guess it a long time ago? Mo Ling sneered. Isn't I dreaming? Is this another martial arts movie? Wu Xiaodong rubbed his eyes hard. These 4 people are here with ill intentions. Everyone, be prepared to fight at any time. Wang Hao stared at the 4 people on the other side vigilantly, while lowering his voice to remind Dr. Yin and others. Teacher Zhang, didn't Dr. Yin teach you how to shoot last night? When we move, just aim at the old monk. Don't think about anything, just pull the trigger. Wang Hao then whispered to Zhang Duo behind him. Zhang Duo had never seen such a scene before, and was naturally panicked. After hearing Wang Hao's words, he just nodded mechanically. I know what your purpose is to go to the prince's tomb. Xiao Mo spoke coldly at this time. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 people on the other side also changed to varying degrees. What? Mo Ling said with a cold look. Yin Yang hand. Xiao Mo said. When this was said, the 4 people were stunned again. Little junior sister, don't waste time talking to him. Now that we have found the entrance, let's kill them first. Jin Yang Taoist priest drew out the long sword behind him with a murderous look on his face. No hurry. Tian Yuan Taoist priest raised his hand at this time, smiled, and looked at Xiaomo and said, I would like to hear the details. What you are looking for is not here. Xiaomo said. Oh, then do you know where it is? Tian Yuan was slightly surprised, but still smiled and spoke. Of course, but I have a condition. You must help me push this stone away first, and then withdraw your people. When they get the things, I will naturally go with you. Xiaomo said. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you making fun of the four of us? Jishan suddenly laughed. Believe it or not. Xiaomo said expressionlessly. Tian Yuan frowned and stopped talking after hearing this, as if he was considering Xiaomo's conditions. Brother Xiaomo, do you really want to go with them? Wang Hao said worriedly. Xiaomo nodded. Don't worry about me, the old Taoist priest will definitely agree to my conditions, and I will have my own way to deal with it when the time comes. Before Xiaomo finished speaking, Tian Yuan spoke again. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 222. Brother you. Jin Yang was about to dissuade Tian Yuan, but Tian Yuan waved his hand and said, Brother, you don't need to say anything. I know what I am doing. Big nose, just remember your promise to me. I don't care about anything else. Jishan said. Of course. Tian Yuan nodded with narrowed eyes, and looked at Mo Ling beside him and said, Sister, it's up to you. Mo Ling nodded, turned her eyes to Xiaomo and said coldly, I hope you can keep your promise. After that, she jumped up with a flick of her body, twisted her body in the air, and a golden whisk appeared in her hand. She shouted, bang. Debris flew everywhere, and a white figure rushed out from the dust and landed steadily 10 meters away. Staring at the scene in front of him, Wang Hao and others began to not believe their eyes. This is too unscientific, Hu Xiaodong said in astonishment. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were also surprised. Although the end of the world has come, nothing is impossible, but everything in front of them is indeed beyond the senses of ordinary people. Mo Ling, a girl who looks only in her 20s, actually has the ability to split mountains and rocks. The huge contrast not only makes Wang Hao and the other two stunned, but also Xiaomo, a master with a mysterious origin, is slightly shocked. When fighting in the prince's tomb, before, Mo Ling did not make a move. It was Jin Yangzi who seriously injured Xiaomo in Dongzi. Now it seems that if Mo Ling had made a move at that time, Xiaomo and Dongzi would not have survived until now. While feeling shocked, Wang Hao also felt a deep pressure. Although they are now 5 people, and each of them is equipped with a fully automatic rifle, and there are enough bullets, it seems that they have an advantage in both numbers and weapons. But just now, Mo Ling, the youngest, was able to use the means of splitting mountains and rocks, not to mention that there were 3 unknown beings. If they really started fighting, the outcome would be decided in an instant. Everyone present could feel Wang Hao's worry, especially Xiaomo, who might have used this delaying tactic for this reason. When the dust settled, the boulder had turned into fragments on the ground, and a 1-meter square hole appeared in front of everyone. The hole was surrounded by blue bricks. With the help of sunlight, you can see that there is a step at an angle of nearly 45 degrees inside the hole, which is also paved with blue bricks. You go down first. Mo Ling said to Wang Hao and others at this time. Why? Why should we go down first? Looking down at the dark hole, Hu Xiaodong asked bravely. I can kill you now. Mo Ling glanced at him coldly. Hu Xiaodong was about to retort, but Wang Hao stopped him and looked at Mo Ling and said, Okay, let's go first. Captain Wang, they are too bullying. Who knows what's down there? Why don't they go down first if they are so capable? Hu Xiaodong muttered in a low voice with dissatisfaction on his face. Little brother, what you said is wrong. Just now, this guy said that there is nothing we are looking for down there. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you. Logically, you should thank us. Tian Yuan smiled and patted Hu Xiaodong's shoulder. Hu Xiaodong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. His body tilted involuntarily, and he groaned in pain. Seeing this, Xiaomo grabbed Tian Yuan's arm, looked at him coldly, and said, I go down first. After saying that, he jumped into the cave, and Dr. Yin followed him. Teacher Zhang, you follow me. Xiaodong, you follow behind Teacher Zhang. Seeing Xiaomo and Dr. Yin jump in one after another, Wang Hao turned around and gave instructions. Zhang Duo nodded, and although Hu Xiaodong was a little reluctant, he jumped down after Zhang Duo went down, and then Tian Yuan and the other 2 jumped down one after another. The old monk Shishan hesitated at the entrance of the cave, and finally jumped down. As soon as they entered the cave, everyone felt cool immediately, and each took out the flashlight on their body. Xiaomo led the group to slowly walk down. In the first 10 meters, there were walls on both sides to hold on to. After a dozen meters, the space suddenly became larger, and the boundless darkness suddenly approached. Before, the light was not sufficient due to the refraction of the wall, but at least the surrounding things could be seen clearly. Now, even the flashlight was eroded by the darkness and turned into a beam of light. Only his feet, and the steps under his feet could be seen. Until then, the 4 Tianyuan people behind Hui Xiaodong took out their flashlights. No one spoke in the darkness, only heavy breathing and footsteps. Everyone's eyes were focused on the steps under their feet, fearing that they would fall down the steps and be swallowed by the boundless darkness. After walking in the darkness for an unknown period of time, the ground finally appeared in front of everyone. All the flashlights were looking at the surrounding environment. It seemed to be a large cave with a flat ground. It seemed that it should have been repaired later. There is a generator here. Hui Xiaodong's voice suddenly came. All the flashlights shone over there. An old-fashioned high-powered generator was lying quietly in the corner near the wall. 5 rusty distribution boxes were hung on the wall next to it. Wang Hao found the electric light protected by thick iron wire along the wires extending from one of the distribution boxes. Hui Xiaodong checked around and picked up the crank next to him and tried to crank it a few times. Unexpectedly, the generator started to work. Amid the huge roar, dim light bulbs lit up one by one. As the darkness receded, the whole space suddenly became bright. What appeared in front of everyone was a space nearly 20 meters high, as big as a football field. It was not until then that everyone saw clearly that it was just a flat open space, and the steps that sent them down were built according to the terrain. Although there were no abysses on both sides, the highest one was more than 10 meters above the ground, enough to kill or cripple a person. Looking around, besides the generator and the electric lights on the wall, there are some rotten tables and chairs around, with some dining jars and kettles on them, and some moldy military uniforms and helmets hanging on the wall behind. Judging from the style of the military uniforms, they are definitely the uniforms of the Japanese army during World War II. At the same time, it also confirms the speculation of Zhang Duo's senior brother that this is indeed a secret base of the Japanese army, and the venue in front of him should be a training ground or something like that. At this time, Dr. Yin found more than a dozen Type 38 rifles and a wooden box of bullets in another corner. However, because of the long time and the high humidity in the cave, and the lack of maintenance, only 7 of the dozen guns can still be pulled open, but they can no longer fire bullets. Looking at the dozen guns, Wang Hao couldn't help frowning. If he found other guns like this, then this risk would be too worthless. Not only did he lose 2 lives, but he was now held hostage by others. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but glance at the 4 people from Tianyuan. At this time, the 4 people found a place to sit down. They seemed to be not interested in what Wang Hao and the others had discovered, but their eyes were always on them. Chapter 223. Wang Hao seemed to be trying the bolts one by one, but in fact he was thinking about how to deal with the countermeasures of the 4 Tianyuan people. Xiao Mo, however, seemed to be fine. He had been walking around with a flashlight since he came down to the ground. Captain Wang, do you think we are in the wrong place? There is nothing here except a few broken guns. Hui Xiaodong threw the Type 38 rifle he had just picked up back into the pile of guns with a frustrated look. Wang Hao was also a little undecided at this time. He frowned for a long time looking at the pile of Type 38 rifles under his feet without saying a word. Yes, Captain Wang, are we really in the wrong place? Dr. Yin also clapped his hands with a frustrated look and stood up from the ground. Teacher Zhang, what do you think? Wang Hao then turned his gaze to Zhang Duo. It shouldn't be. Zhang Duo frowned slightly and said, how can 2 secret bases be built on the same mountain at the same time? Even if they are built, they can't be so close. In my opinion, this cave must have some connection with the place we were going to before. But now there is really nothing except these useless guns. Hui Xiaodong said. Nothing? Dr. Yin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said excitedly, think about it, there is nothing here? Nothing? Hui Xiaodong was stunned and looked around. There is nothing except these useless guns and the generator. How can an independent combat unit not have a place to cook and stay? Dr. Yin asked back. Yes, no wonder I always feel that something is missing. Hui Xiaodong scratched his head, and suddenly his face lit up as he approached Dr. Yin. Are you trying to say that the Japanese hid the gold under their bed? Dr. Yin shook his head, frowned, and looked around and said, I think there must be other places here. Wang Hao's brows suddenly relaxed, as if he remembered something, and looked at Zhang Duo and said, Teacher Zhang, is your compass working now? Hearing this, Zhang Duo took the compass out of his pocket, looked at it, nodded, and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the compass, stared at the pointer on it, walked back and forth a few steps, looked up at the cave wall on the side of the steps and said, "Let's go there and take a look." Dr. Yin and the other two didn't understand why, so they hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the Tianyuan people stood up and stared at Wang Hao and the other four. At the same time, Xiao Imo also came over from the other side with a flashlight. According to the direction on the compass, Wang Hao and the other four stopped in front of a cave wall. Xiao Imo also rushed over at this time, holding his compass in his hand. "Brother Xiao Imo, do you think the same as I do?" Seeing the compass in Xiao Mo's hand, Wang Hao said with a little excitement. Xiao Imo nodded. "I just thought of this too." The rumor only said the northwest direction, but didn't say where the northwest direction was. Looking at the bare cave wall in front of him, Zhang Duo frowned and stepped forward to say, "Your analysis is correct, but the key question is where is the entrance?" "Yes, where is the entrance?" Hui Xiaodong looked up and down and opened the cave wall in front of him. This should be an ancient tomb, and then it was discovered by the Rya people, and after stealing it, it was used as their secret base. At this time, Mo Ling's voice suddenly came from behind everyone. "How did you know?" Xiao Mo looked at Mo Ling coldly and questioned. "You don't need to care how I know, you just need to do what I say, and you can open this door." When saying this, Mo Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion very quickly. Staring at Mo Ling's eyes, Xiao Mo suddenly heard a buzz in his mind, and a woman's smile flashed through his mind. "Brother Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you?" Wang Hao immediately noticed Xiao Mo's abnormality, his heart suddenly tightened, and he hurried forward to support him. "I'm fine." Xiao Mo shook his head and raised his hand to stop Wang Hao's action. After seeing Xiao Mo's reaction, the mystery that Mo Ling had never been able to solve in his heart also surged into his heart again. However, at this moment, Tian Yuan came over with a smile, looked at Wang Hao and others and said, "My little sister has received the true teachings of my master, and has a certain level of attainment in geomancy. It won't be wrong to listen to her, right, little sister?" After Tian Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Mo Ling, who looked a little dazed. Mo Ling woke up from his dream and nodded. His face instantly returned to normal. He looked at Wang Hao and others and said coldly, "Now go find 2 reflectors to draw the light from the ground, and then I will tell you what to do next." "Reflectors?" Hui Xiaodong didn't seem to believe Mo Ling's words, and muttered, "This place is dark, where can we find it? Is it okay to have reflective objects?" Wang Hao raised his hand to interrupt Hui Xiaodong. Mo Ling nodded. Wang Hao pressed the black knife on his waist, frowned, and then told him the method of using the blade to glow. Several people took out their own daggers. Wang Hao chose 2 with the brightest blades, and then asked Hui Xiaodong to go back to the cave entrance to adjust the angle of the blade. A faint light suddenly shot down from the cave entrance. Mo Ling then turned off the generator. In the darkness restored in the cave, there was only the white light beam coming in from the cave entrance. Then he asked Dr. Yin for another knife, stood in the south direction, received the weak light refracted from the cave entrance, and began to adjust the angle of the blade in his hand. As the light spot moved, a faint light slowly fell on the cave wall above Wang Hao's head. I thought it would be like the plot that often appears in movies, and a stone door would suddenly crack on the cave wall, but a few minutes later, there was still no change on the cave wall. Chapter 224. The crowd then went down the steps to the end, and in front of them was an arched corridor made of blue bricks, more than 3 meters wide and more than 2 meters high, with no end in sight. "Huh? Why are there electric wires here?" Hui Xiaodong suddenly said in surprise. Following his flashlight, 2 electric wires nailed to the top of the corridor were pulled from the other end, and a light bulb was hung every 10 meters or so, and the light bulb was covered with spider webs. On the wall next to Hui Xiaodong's hand was a rusty distribution box. He opened the distribution box and turned on the switch inside. With a puff, the corridor suddenly lit up. "Oh, I didn't expect the Japanese to also connect electricity to this tomb passage," Hui Xiaodong said excitedly. "Boy, don't be too happy too soon. Whether you can get out alive is still a question," Jin Yang said with a sneer at this time. "You?" Hui Xiaodong's eyes widened, and he was about to speak when Wang Hao stopped him. He looked at Jin Yang coldly and said, "Whether we can get out alive or not is not up to you, but there is one thing you must know. If we die, you can't get out alive." "Really?" Jin Yang's face turned cold, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. His right hand was already on the hilt of the sword. "Junior brother, this is your fault. Have you forgotten what Master taught us when he was alive? We should be kind to others. We need unity now. Besides, there is no conflict of interest between us, right? Tian Yuan stepped forward and patted Jin Yang's shoulder with a look of reproach on his face. After that, he put on a smiling expression on his face and looked at Wang Hao and said, "Little brother, don't be angry with my junior brother. He has such a strange temper. Any words can change the taste in his mouth. In fact, he is also speaking without meaning. Let's go." Wang Hao ignored him, took with Xiaodong's arm, and turned to walk forward. As soon as they entered the tomb passage, Zhang Duo followed Wang Hao all the time. It was obvious that she was very nervous. Although she was holding a 95 full automatic rifle in her hand, she still couldn't be brave enough. As a professional soldier, Dr. Yin was quite calm. He held the gun with both hands, the muzzle was facing down, and his vigilant eyes were always wandering around. Xiao Mo followed him expressionlessly, and the crossbow was still lazily on his back. Tian Yuan, Jin Yang, and Mo Ling followed Xiao Mo in turn. Tian Yuan still kept his previous smile and muttered to himself from time to time. Jin Yang, who followed him, had a cold face and kept staring at Wang Hao and others in front of him. Mo Ling, who was walking at the end, had a confused face and frowned, as if he was tied up by something in his heart. The tomb passage was all built with blue bricks. There were no murals, patterns or words on the walls on both sides. Under the dim light, a group of 9 people slowly moved forward along the direction of the tomb passage. After turning 2 corners in a row, 6 tomb chambers appeared in the tomb passage in front of them. There were no tomb doors blocking them, and the tomb chambers were also illuminated by lights. Wang Hao immediately asked everyone to search the tomb chambers separately. Soon, Dr. Yin found weapons in one of the tomb chambers. There were 15 wooden boxes, almost filling the entire tomb chamber. After counting, there were 92 Type 38 rifles, several bayonets, 20 crooked-handle machine guns, 10 mortars, 160 cantaloupe grenades, 20 tortoise box pistols, and more than 3,000 bullets of various types. After inspection, all the guns were unused, because a lot of gun oil was applied when they were packed, so they were all usable. Among the other 5 tombs, 4 of them were dormitories, each with 4 bunk beds. Nothing valuable was found except some Japanese military uniforms that had long been moldy. In the last tomb, there were more than a dozen bags of rice and wheat, but because too much time had passed, most of them were destroyed by rats in the tomb and could no longer be eaten. Looking at the piles of weapons and ammunition in the tomb, Hui Xiaodong walked up to Wang Hao and rubbed his hands excitedly, saying, "Captain Wang, with this batch of weapons, our team has really grown." Wang Hao nodded, but he couldn't be happy in his heart. Jin Yang had been watching them outside the tomb door. Xiao Mo was called aside by Tian Yuan to discuss something, and Mo Ling had been leaning quietly against the wall of the tomb passage, with his arms folded, staring at the ground under his feet. Going forward is still the extension of the tomb passage. There is no other way here. The old monk Shishan should have gone straight forward along the tomb passage. Wang Hao seemed to be counting weapons at this moment, but his brain was working at high speed, thinking about how to escape. However, after thinking about it, it was not mature or uncertain. Just as Wang Hao frowned and thought hard, Xiao Mo's voice suddenly came from outside the tomb. Chapter 225. Just as Wang Hao frowned and thought hard about how to get out, Xiao Mo's voice suddenly came from outside the tomb, and Wang Hao hurried out. "What's wrong, brother Xiao Mo? Come with me." As soon as Wang Hao went out, he was called to another tomb by Xiao Mo. At the same time, Jin Yang and Mo Ling were called to his side by Tian Yuan. "Keep these 2 photos for me." Xiao Mo took out a wrinkled brown paper envelope from his arms and handed it to Wang Hao. "Brother Xiao Mo, what are you doing?" Wang Hao looked at Xiao Mo with a puzzled look. "Don't ask." While Xiao Mo was speaking, he stretched out the ring finger of his left hand and broke it off without frowning like before, twisted out the needle inside, and tore open Wang Hao's clothes on his chest. With a swoosh, he pushed all the liquid in the broken finger into Wang Hao's heart in one breath. Wang Hao suddenly felt a surge of blood and energy in his chest. After just a few seconds, the blood and energy filled his whole body. First, his temples on both sides felt like they were about to explode, and his eyes were spinning. It lasted for less than 30 seconds, and then his limbs, and it felt like someone was injecting something into his blood vessels. The blood vessels in his body were all exposed, crawling hideously on every inch of his skin. After a while, the symptoms slowly eased. Xiao Mo stared at Wang Hao with bloodshot eyes. "Ah Hao, no matter what happens, don't look for me. I will find you after this." "Brother Xiao Mo, what happened?" Wang Hao immediately became nervous. "Don't ask, just remember what I said," Xiao Mo said, as he reattached his finger. At this time, Mo Ling walked to the door. Big Brother asked when you can leave. Mo Ling said expressionlessly. You can leave now. Xiao Mo responded and walked out first. Wang Hao was a little stunned. Seeing Xiao Mo go out, he hurriedly followed. At this time, Dr. Yin and the other two had been called out of the tomb by Jin Yang, and Tian Yuan was also smiling at Xiao Mo, who was walking towards him. The old rules, you go first, and we will cover you, Tian Yuan said. I hope you keep your word. Xiao Mo looked at Tian Yuan coldly. Of course, please. Tian Yuan squinted his eyes and nodded, and stepped aside to make way. Seeing that they had to move forward again, Wei Xiaodong asked in confusion, Captain Wang, do we still need to go in? Wang Hao nodded, glanced at the tomb where the weapons were stored and said, we will move the things when we come back. Taoist Tian Yuan still has some things to do, and needs our help. Gold? Wei Xiaodong suddenly said in surprise, how could I forget such an important thing? Dr. Yin and Zhang Duo both heard the hidden meaning in Wang Hao's words. Seeing Wei Xiaodong's expression, they all looked at him with contempt, and no one spoke to him. The group continued to move forward, and Jin Yang's voice came from behind. Big Brother, do you really believe what he said? Don't you forget that he said before that there is nothing here that we are looking for. We have been looking for so long, and we don't care about this moment. Let's go with him to see. Isn't Master Shishan already there? We would rather believe it than not believe it now. Tian Yuan's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. This statement not only contained the meaning of trusting Xiao Mo, but also sent a warning signal. If you dare to act rashly, I will pierce their throats with a sword. Jin Yang deliberately raised his voice. Junior brother, don't be reckless. I believe this young man will not lie to us. Maybe he remembered it wrong before. Tian Yuan still spoke in a tepid manner. It's you, senior brother. If it were me, I would have pierced their throats with a sword long ago. Jin Yang said angrily. Tian Yuan didn't respond, and Mo Ling didn't say a word from beginning to end. The tomb passage was quiet again. The tomb passage seemed very long, and could never reach the end. After advancing more than 30 meters, there was suddenly no light. Looking up, the two wires drilled into the stratum above the head from here. It seems that the wires on the generator should have been extended from here. The ground began to slope down where the light disappeared. The road ahead was blocked by a pile of abandoned wooden bullet boxes, but a gap had collapsed. It was probably caused by Monk Shishan. Looking at the wooden box skins scattered on the ground, and the endless darkness behind them, everyone's faces showed hesitation. What are you standing there for? Don't you all have flashlights? Hurry up! Jin Yang's shout came from behind. Everyone followed closely. The person in the middle can turn on the flashlight. Xiao Mo took out the flashlight, and turned around and said. Wei Xiaodong was at the last position of the 5 people, followed by the 4 people from Tian Yuan. After hearing this, they turned on the flashlights. Xiao Mo took the lead, followed by Wang Hao and Dr. Yin, and Zhang Duo was sandwiched between the 4 people. Although the ground sloped down, the environment of the tomb passage did not change. Compared with the previous section, the more you go down, the heavier the musty smell in the air. The tomb passage seemed very long and winding. They kept turning left and right. They groped forward in the dark for more than 40 minutes, and finally walked out of the tomb passage. However, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What appeared in front of them was a huge space. The road ahead was blocked by an underground canyon that was more than 30 meters wide. The canyon was bottomless. There was a dark cave on the opposite side. The flashlight had a limited distance, and could not illuminate things near the cave. And at the top of the canyon, there were countless strange rocks hanging down from the top of the head, facing the bottomless canyon ferociously. It was estimated that it was about 20 meters away from the position where everyone was standing now. Damn, this can't be the entrance to hell. Wei Xiaodong looked around with his eyes wide open in surprise. Wang Hao looked around. There were steep cliffs on both sides. The distance between the two sides was only wider than their current position, which meant that this was the closest position to the opposite side. Chapter 226. Brother, there is no way out. Why can't we see that old bald donkey Shishan? Looking at the dark cave entrance opposite, Jin Yang said gloomily, Did he fly over? Tian Yuan was also full of doubts. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly said in surprise, Footprints. Tian Yuan hurriedly came up and saw that under Wang Hao's flashlight, the footprints of a barefoot child appeared clearly in front of him. Tian Yuan and Wang Hao both took a breath of cold air, and then the people who gathered around were also surprised. How can there be a child's footprint in such a place? Dr. Yin said in surprise. Brother, I think this matter is a bit strange. Jin Yang frowned and looked at Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan nodded, and his face suddenly became solemn. Although Mo Ling also showed a surprised expression, her eyes always looked at Xiao Mo from time to time. Xiao Mo did not notice Mo Ling's gaze at the moment. He was frowning and staring at the cave opposite, with a puzzled expression on his face. Captain Wang, what should we do now? Was Xiaodong asked at this time. Looking at the footprint on the ground, Wang Hao found that the footprint was less than 1 meter away from the edge of the canyon, and the direction of the footprint was forward, which means that the owner of the footprint either fell into the deep valley, or... Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately shook his head. If it was a gully 1 or 2 meters wide, it would not be surprising for a child to jump over it, but the width of the canyon in front of him was at least 30 meters. Such a long distance, let alone a child, even the Olympic long jump champion would never be able to jump over it. There is only one explanation left, that is, the kid jumped into the ravine. Even if he fell down accidentally, why are there only his footprints and no traces of Jishan? Could it be that Jishan never came here at all? Wang Hao shook his head again. He had only walked this path all the way, and he did not find any other forks along the way. If Jishan did not come here, then they would definitely meet him halfway. If they did not meet him, then it means that Jishan must have come here. Since he came here, why is he not seen? Could it be that he flew directly over the ravine because of his powerful magic? But from the content of the conversation between Tian Yuan and Jin Yang, Jishan should not have such a skill. If Jishan did not have such a skill, then where did he go? Did he encounter an accident? But there was no sign of fighting along the way. A sneak attack? With Jishan's skills, it should not happen, unless the other party is more capable than him. Could it be that kid? Wang Hao frowned and thought hard for a long time, but he could not figure it out. At this time, Tian Yuan came over and asked, "What do you think about this?" Looking up and seeing the person coming, Wang Hao shook his head and asked unhappily, "Monk Jishan is your man. Do you think he fell into the abyss or has reached the other side?" Tian Yuan was not angry, but squinted and smiled and said, "I didn't ask you, Jishan. I want to know what you think about the child's footprints that appeared inexplicably." Wang Hao shook his head again. "I don't have any opinion, but I think the owner of the footprints is definitely not a character to be messed with." "Oh, why do you think so?" Tian Yuan didn't seem surprised, but looked at him curiously. It's not strange to find a corpse in the tomb, but suddenly a living person was found. "Do you think he would be an ordinary person?" Wang Hao said. "That makes sense." Tian Yuan nodded, and then asked, "What do you think about how we can get to the other side next?" Before Wang Hao spoke, Xiao Mo's voice came over, "I have a way." Tian Yuan immediately looked back, and Xiao Mo walked up to him and said, "Give me a long enough rope, I will shoot it to the other side with an arrow, and then we will crawl over one by one." Tian Yuan heard this, shone the flashlight on the other side, looked back at the crossbow in Xiao Mo's hand and said, "This distance is at least 30 meters. Even with a rope, does your crossbow have that much power?" "Of course, unless you don't want to go over," Xiao Mo said lightly. "You'd better not play tricks." Jin Yang stepped forward and said at this time, "If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it." Xiao Mo looked at him indifferently, and turned to leave. At this moment, Mo Ling suddenly stepped forward to block his way. "I believe you." Mo Ling changed her previous coldness, and now she looked at Xiao Mo with a little warmth in her eyes. Xiao Mo seemed to be deliberately avoiding Mo Ling's eyes, nodded and walked past her. "I believe you too." Tian Yuan's voice came from behind at this time. "If you believe me, go find a rope," Xiao Mo said without thinking. "Brother." Jin Yang looked anxious, but Tian Yuan raised his hand to stop him as soon as he said it. "Don't say anything, go find a rope." "I go." Wang Hao interrupted. "No need, little brother," Tian Yuan said with a smile. "Let my junior brother go." After that, he glanced at Jin Yang beside him. Tian Yuan's thoughts were not only Wang Hao's, but everyone present could see that the reason why he didn't let Wang Hao and the others go to find the rope was actually because he was worried that Wang Hao and the others would take the opportunity to slip away, so that he would have less bargaining chips to control Xiao Mo. Jin Yang naturally understood Tian Yuan's meaning, and immediately glared at Wang Hao and the others and left in dismay. "I saw a bundle of ropes in tomb number 2 before, but I don't know if it can still be used." Dr. Yin shouted at Jin Yang's back. I don't know if Jin Yang heard it or not. He just kept walking back to the way he came, and soon his flashlight disappeared in the darkness. After Jin Yang left, no one spoke at the scene. Wang Hao flashed a flashlight to Xiao Mo, who was adjusting the strength of the crossbow. Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong and Zhang Duo stood behind Wang Hao. Mo Ling stood alone beside Xiao Mo, his eyes full of doubts and confusion. He wanted to speak several times, but swallowed them back. Tian Yuan stood at the edge of the canyon, with a long sword in his hand, looking at the mysterious dark world opposite with a complicated expression. Time passed by minute, but Jin Yang never returned. Tian Yuan looked back from time to time, with anxiety in his eyes. Xiao Mo had already adjusted the crossbow at this time. In order to save power, only one flashlight in Wang Hao's hand was turned on at the scene. Looking at the thin beam of light shot out from the strong flashlight in his hand, Wang Hao's peripheral vision was paying attention to Tian Yuan's every move. Dr. Yin also quietly moved towards Mo Ling at this time, with his finger on the trigger. At the same time, Wei Xiaodong and Zhang Duo quietly turned around, facing the direction they were coming from, put their fingers on the trigger, and consciously raised the muzzle of the gun. Chapter 227. This opportunity is rare. As long as Tian Yuan and Mo Ling can be eliminated in an instant, the remaining Jin Yang will not be a problem with the power of their 4 fully automatic rifles plus Xiao Mo's skills. The opportunity is fleeting. Dr. Yin and the other two have been waiting for Wang Hao's signal. Although Xiao Mo is still unaware, with his skills, he should be able to react quickly if there is a sudden change. Now everything is ready except for a signal from Wang Hao. Time is passing by, and the atmosphere at the scene is extremely tense. However, just when Wang Hao thought the time was about to come, Jin Yang's miserable cry suddenly came from behind. Tian Yuan and Wang Hao turned around almost at the same time. Xiao Mo sat up from the ground at the first time, and Mo Ling said nervously, "It's brother Jin Yang's voice." Wang Hao didn't have time to hesitate, and ran to Wei Xiaodong and Zhang Duo's side, with a gun pointed at the way they came. Xiao Mo followed closely, and arrived at the same time as Dr. Yin. The 5 of them formed a tight firepower network. Tian Yuan then drew his long sword, and Mo Ling also rushed over. Everyone turned on the flashlight, and 7 beams of light interlaced and shone on the dark tomb passage. The screams disappeared instantly, and the tomb passage fell into silence again. Everyone was staring at the way they came nervously. There was silence for about 2 minutes, and suddenly there was a burst of intense footsteps. Everyone's heart tightened, because that was definitely not the footsteps that one person could make. "Be careful, no matter what you see, just shoot," Wang Hao shouted. Tian Yuan didn't say anything, but Mo Ling immediately stopped him. "No, senior brother Jin Yang is still there." Hearing this, no one responded, because at this time the footsteps were getting closer and closer. "You can't shoot? What if you accidentally hurt senior brother Jin Yang?" Mo Ling suddenly became anxious, and separated Wang Hao and the others, and directly opened his arms to block the crowd. "Junior sister, come back soon," Tian Yuan shouted loudly. "No, senior brother, don't let them shoot," Mo Ling said anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Jin Yang, with blood all over his face, appeared in front of everyone, holding a sword in one hand and a bundle of rope in the other, and said in a panic, "Quick! Quick, shoot! Senior brother!" Mo Ling hurriedly stepped forward to support Jin Yang, and pulled him back behind the firepower network. Almost at the same time, 3 crawler zombies wearing Japanese military uniforms jumped out of the darkness. "Fire!" At Wang Hao's command, 4 semi-automatic rifles suddenly sounded, and 4 lines of fire interlaced and shot at the crawlers less than 20 meters away from them. With a series of shrill roars, the 3 crawlers fell down one after another less than 5 meters away from Wang Hao and his men. The tomb passage was immediately filled with gunpowder and blood. "Hurry! Hurry up! There are too many of them!" Jin Yang panted in panic. Life and death were at stake. Xiao Mo took the rope and tied it as quickly as possible, and then the crossbow string made a bang sound. Whoosh! The steel arrow with the rope shot into the darkness on the opposite side, like a flying snake. Facing a powerful enemy, Wang Hao and his men did not dare to be careless at all, and still pointed their guns at the way they came. After the rope shot over, Xiao Mo pulled hard, and it seemed to be stuck by something, so he quickly fixed the rope on a protruding solid stone on the side, and then greeted everyone. Tian Yuan didn't care about his face at this time, and climbed up first. Jin Yang wanted to follow closely, but was pulled by Xiao Mo. The rope was okay for supporting one person's weight, but it would be too short if it supported 2 people. A few minutes later, the flashlight on the other side was lit up, and Tian Yuan had arrived. Jin Yang couldn't wait to climb up. Jin Yang soon reached the other side smoothly, but Mo Ling didn't join him. Instead, he let Zhang Duo climb first. Looking down at the bottomless canyon, Zhang Duo's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to climb over no matter what. Xiaoma took off his leather jacket at this time, tied Zhang Duo's waist with his sleeves, and carried her directly to the rope on the ground. No matter how Zhang Duo struggled, he tore open the lower end of the leather jacket, tied the two torn sides to the rope, and then grabbed her arms and put her down carefully. But Zhang Duo held the rope tightly with her legs and hands, and never dared to move forward. Xiao Mo simply ignored her. Seeing that she could neither go up nor down, Zhang Duo had to close her eyes and crawl forward a few steps. Because Xiao Mo had taken protective measures for her waist, Zhang Duo did not feel so scared after crawling a few times, and continued to crawl forward. Not long after, Zhang Duo's shouting came from the opposite side. Now there are only 5 people left: Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong, Xiao Mo and Mo Ling. Wang Hao wanted to let Mo Ling go first, but she refused. He had no choice but to let Wu Xiaodong climb first. After Wu Xiaodong climbed over, Dr. Yin followed, and finally Wang Hao, Xiao Mo and Mo Ling were left. But Xiao Mo and Mo Ling were unwilling to climb first, so Wang Hao had to climb over first. When he got to the opposite side, he found that the originally dark cave was exactly the same as the previous tomb passage. Worried about Xiao Mo, Wang Hao only took a quick glance, and then shouted at the other side. Xiao Mo wanted Mo Ling to climb first and cover the rear, but Mo Ling refused. He had no choice but to climb over first. Not long after, Mo Ling also climbed over. At this time, everyone gathered at the entrance of the tomb passage. No one dared to take a step forward. Dr. Yin and Wu Xiaodong kept pointing their guns at the dark tomb passage. Zhang Duo was so scared that her face turned pale, and she was dazed holding the rifle. As soon as Jin Yang climbed up, Tian Yuan began to treat his wounds. There was an obvious scratch on Jin Yang's face, and many of his clothes were torn. His left arm was bloody. Although it was simply bandaged, blood still seeped out from time to time. Seeing Jin Yang's injuries, Wang Hao immediately became alert. Chapter 228. Jin Yang was already in a semi-comatose state at this time, lying on the ground with his eyes open weakly, his limbs twitching, and Mo Ling squatted beside him with a worried look on his face. Tian Yuan frowned at this time and stood up from opposite Mo Ling and walked to Wang Hao. "I know what you are thinking. He is my junior brother, and I will kill my relative for the sake of justice when necessary. It's better to do so. If you can't do it, I can do it for you." Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, which made people shudder at the sight. Tian Yuan's face was slightly startled. Wang Hao's words made him feel surprised, and Wang Hao's eyes made him feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. "Senior brother? Senior brother? What's wrong with you?" Mo Ling suddenly panicked. Wang Hao and Tian Yuan looked back at the same time, only to see that Jin Yang, who was lying on the ground and dying, suddenly sat up and looked straight ahead. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of white mist. "No, get out of the way!" Wang Hao was startled and took advantage of the situation to draw out the black knife. Before Mo Ling could react, Jin Yang suddenly turned around, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, opened his mouth, and bit her neck. Almost in an instant, a steel arrow shot out, puff. It pierced through Jin Yang's forehead and flew into the endless darkness behind him. Jin Yang's head suddenly paused, and he fell down again, without any movement. Everything happened too fast. Tian Yuan held the long sword and stared at Jin Yang, whose head was shot with a bloody hole. Mo Ling was also shocked. Xiao Mo stood expressionlessly 5 steps away from her, and slowly put down the crossbow he had just raised. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were focused on Jin Yang. Roar! An angry roar suddenly came from the opposite side. Everyone was immediately startled and turned on their flashlights to shine the light to the opposite side. 30 meters away, 2 or 3 tall figures were vaguely seen wandering on the opposite side. One of them had found the rope and was preparing to climb up. Wang Hao did not hesitate at all. He raised his knife and fell. With a buzz, the straight rope flew into the darkness, and a rolling sound came from the canyon. Chapter 229. Wang Hao's heart tightened immediately, and he hurried forward to check, and was surprised to find that there was a very inconspicuous bloodstain on Mo Ling's left neck. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the bloodstain had begun to rot, and was spreading around. "Oh no! She was scratched," Wang Hao said in surprise. Everyone was shocked. Tian Yuan frowned and said nothing. "Big brother, will I soon become that kind of monster?" Mo Ling looked at Tian Yuan weakly, and beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. "Junior sister, I..." Tian Yuan looked sad, but didn't know how to speak at the moment. "Captain Wang, what should we do?" Wu Xiaodong and Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao hadn't expressed his opinion yet, and Xiao Mo stepped forward to let Zhang Duo leave. He took over and supported Mo Ling, and let her sit down slowly against the corner. "Do we know each other?" Xiao Mo asked hurriedly with a puzzled look on his face. I can't remember, but I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. Mo Ling's face became paler as he spoke. You lost your memory too? Xiao Mo said anxiously. My junior sister was rescued from the foot of the mountain by Master 10 years ago, and she lost her memory after waking up. Tian Yuan then spoke up. 10 years ago. Xiao Mo frowned upon hearing this, and kept repeating the 3 words 10 years ago. Captain Wang, what should we do now? Wish Xiaodong said anxiously. Alas, we can't blow it up. Are we going to be trapped here to death? Dr. Yin said, as he slapped the stone wall hard, just pressing on one of the balls in the dragon claws. With a click, the ball was pushed in by Dr. Yin. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Mo looked at it, and his face suddenly changed. Oh no, there is a trap! Run! But it was too late. Before Xiao Mo finished shouting, hundreds of round holes suddenly appeared from the tomb passage and the stone wall. Before everyone could run, countless swoosh came from all directions. In a flash, Mo Ling suddenly stood up from the ground and swept around like a gust of wind. Xiao Mo, Wang Hao and Tian Yuan, who were the first to react, also drew out their swords and danced around. Ding ding dang dang. After a burst of sound, the scene suddenly became quiet. Hundreds of wooden-handled arrow feathers filled the entire ground and the walls on both sides. Wish Xiaodong's face was full of pain. 3 feather arrows were inserted into his left leg, and blood was pouring out. Dr. Yan's face was a little ugly. A feather arrow pierced his right palm, and blood flowed all over his gun, but Zhang Duo was not injured under Wang Hao's protection. Although Wang Hao was also shot by a sharp arrow, he only scraped the skin on his left arm, and was not seriously injured. In order to protect Mo Ling, Xiao Mo was shot with arrows in many places, and one arrow shot directly into his chest, but after the rain of arrows passed, Xiao Mo immediately rushed to Mo Ling, who had been shot like a hedgehog. Mo Ling was spitting blood and his body was full of feather arrows. Among all the people, only Tian Yuan and Zhang Duo were not injured. Zhang Duo relied on Wang Hao's protection, while Tian Yuan relied entirely on his superb swordsmanship. After the sword rain mechanism passed, he hurriedly dropped his long sword and rushed to Mo Ling almost at the same time as Xiao Mo. Tell me what happened 10 years ago. Xiao Mo picked up Mo Ling anxiously. Mo Ling's eyes were closed, and she was out of breath. As Xiao Mo shook, blood gushed out of her mouth. Junior sister? Wake up! Junior sister? Tian Yuan pushed Xiao Mo away, and hugged Mo Ling in panic. Mo Ling was already out of breath at this time, and no matter how Tian Yuan called her, she no longer responded. Xiao Mo's face was a little depressed, but his eyes were a little confused. Wang Hao was pulling out the arrow to stop the bleeding for Xiaodong, and Zhang Duo was also treating Dr. Yan's wound, so the 4 of them did not notice Xiao Mo's expression. Mo Ling died for everyone, and everyone knew this, but there was something more important to do at the moment, that is, to leave here as soon as possible. After treating with Xiaodong's wound, Wang Hao went forward to check Dr. Yan's injury. Fortunately, neither of them was in danger of death. Tian Yuan also fell silent at this time. A few strands of gray hair fluttered on his temples, and his face turned ferocious after the grief. He suddenly stood up from the ground with a whoosh, turned around, picked up his long sword and pointed it at Xiaomo. I want to leave here. Leave here. When Tian Yuan said these words, the ferocity on his face turned into madness again. We will all be trapped here to death today. No one can go out. Xiaomo looked at him coldly, letting Tian Yuan's sword tip against his chest, without any fear in his eyes. Tian Yuan was stunned, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his crazy eyes. The hand holding the sword exerted force. Puff. The tip of the sword immediately sank into Xiaomo's chest. Xiaomo frowned slightly, but did not stop, and continued to walk towards him step by step. You? Don't come over. Tian Yuan's face suddenly became panicked, and his feet could not help but retreat backwards. Brother Xiao Mo. Don't. Wang Hao was eager to stop him, but Xiao Mo waved his arm to stop him. He turned around and said coldly, This is none of your business. Go away. Wang Hao was anxious, and the black knife in his hand trembled slightly with his emotions. A fierce aura suddenly spread in Wang Hao's chest, his eyes gradually turned red, and blood vessels all over his body burst. Tian Yuan was gradually forced to the root of the stone wall by Xiao Mo. When he could no longer retreat, Tian Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the long sword in his hand seemed to be about to pierce Xiao Mo's chest in the next second. At this critical moment, the stone wall behind Tian Yuan suddenly rumbled, and a tremor came from under his feet. Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong and Zhang Duo were ready for the final blow at this time. After hearing the rumble, Everyone's face was shocked. Tian Yuan subconsciously turned his head, but saw a thin black shadow rushing towards him. Chapter 230. In a flash, Xiao Imo retreated suddenly. At the same time, with a whoosh, a steel arrow flew out from his crossbow. Tian Yuan's reaction was also not slow. Seeing the black shadow rushing over, he quickly put away his sword to protect himself. With a flash of cold light, he had already jumped into the stone wall. Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong, and Zhang Duo were about to raise their guns to shoot, but they saw Wang Hao had already swung his knife to meet him. After the black shadow barely avoided Xiao Mo's steel arrow, it let out a sharp cry. At the same time, its legs kicked against the wall of the tomb passage, and its whole body suddenly turned into a black shadow and bounced back. Wang Hao and Xiao Imo jumped in almost at the same time. Xiao Imo had no time to draw the bowstring and put the arrow on it. He threw away the crossbow in his hand, pulled out the dagger from his waist and rushed towards the shadow that had just landed. Only then did Wang Hao see clearly that the shadow was actually a little girl who was only 5 feet tall, disheveled, and ragged. After the little girl landed, her eyes under her messy hair looked at Wang Hao and the other two with a ferocious light that made people shudder. "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party did not make any move to pounce again, Wang Hao and the other two also stopped. The little girl screamed at Wang Hao and the others with her teeth bared, and then suddenly turned around and quickly disappeared behind a stone statue on all fours. It was not until this time that Wang Hao and his friends discovered that behind the stone wall was a huge cylindrical space, as big as a basketball court. There were dozens of round stone pillars more than 7 or 8 meters high standing around, and 3 dustpan-sized oil lamps were hanging on the top. The flames on the oil lamps were burning brightly, illuminating the space. The entire floor of the hall was cone-shaped, low in the middle and high around. In the middle, there was a nearly 2-meter-high rectangular pedestal, on which stood a statue of a charming woman. Judging from the statue's clothes, it should be a young woman from the Shang dynasty. 8 animals of different shapes were guarding around the female statue. Under the 9 steps, the ground was covered with fingerprint-like lines as thick as thumbs, and the female statue was tightly surrounded by these lines in the middle. Why is it gone? Hui Xiaodong, who was supported by Dr. Yin, limped behind Wang Hao and the others with a fully automatic rifle in one hand, staring at the female statue nervously. "Captain Wang, do you think the footprints were left by this little girl?" Dr. Yin frowned and looked at Wang Hao. "It's possible. Everyone, please be careful and beware of sneak attacks." Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully, his finger on the trigger, his eyes fixed on the statue. Chapter 231. The strange beast in front of him looked a bit like a cat, with its head held high and its forelimbs stretched out, lying on a cylindrical base half a meter high, staring at the people in front of it with a cold look. Coming closer, Xiao Imo walked around the stone pillar and observed it carefully, then shone the flashlight on a pattern under the stone pillar. It was a long pattern of 3 parallel and disconnected strips superimposed on each other. Seeing the pattern in front of him, Xiao Mo's face suddenly showed a look of relief. "Brother Xiao Imo, what does this pattern represent?" Wang Hao looked at it for a long time, but couldn't understand it, so he had to turn his eyes to Xiao Imo. "Extremely Yin," Xiao Imo said. "This direction is called Zhen Qi in the Bagua map. Zhen means mountain, which means as immovable as a mountain." Zhang Duo stepped forward and added. Wang Hao nodded half understandingly. Tian Yuan stepped forward and said impatiently, "What's the point of saying this now? The most urgent thing is how to open the mechanism." As he spoke, he turned his anxious eyes to Xiao Imo. "Brother, have you thought of a way to open it?" Xiao Imo frowned and stared at the cat beast on the stone pillar and said, "I can try." "Okay, in this case, let's hurry up. What else do you think we need to do?" Tian Yuan said impatiently. "Nothing is needed. I just hope you can fulfill your promise." Xiao Imo glanced at him coldly. "Of course, I only want the yin-yang hand. I'm not interested in anything else," Tian Yuan said. "It's better this way." After Xiao Imo said this, he began to touch the cat beast with both hands. When he reached the cat beast's abdomen, Xiao Mo's face suddenly changed and his hand stopped. Everyone's faces became tense. Xiao Imo said, "Everyone pay attention to the changes around. I found the switch." Hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly protected with Xiaodong and Zhang Duo behind him. Tian Yuan was excited at this time, and he didn't listen to Xiao Imo at all, just urging him to open the mechanism quickly. Seeing that everyone was ready to deal with the sudden change, Xiao Imo exerted a little force with his right hand, and suddenly there was a click sound from the cat beast's abdomen, and then a 1-meter square stone door slowly opened at the place Xiao Imo found before. Until the stone door was completely motionless, everyone's heart was relieved. Tianyuan was the first to run over. When he came to the open stone gate, Tianyuan suddenly hesitated. He drew out his long sword with a swish sound, pointed at Wang Hao who was not injured and said, "You are not injured, you go first." Wang Hao was about to step forward, but was stopped by Xiao Mo with his arm across. He looked at Tianyuan coldly, and said, "Let me go first, he doesn't know what's down here." "Brother Xiao Mo, Wang Hao was eager to step forward. Xiao Mo looked at him coldly and said, "I said, you don't know what's down here." After that, he walked straight to the stone gate, shone the flashlight in, and an almost vertical wooden ladder appeared in front of him. It was unknown how long the wooden ladder was. As soon as the flashlight shone into the stone gate, it was immediately swallowed by darkness. Only the situation within 4 or 5 meters could be seen, and there was endless darkness below. "This is just a secret door. There should be a bigger passage. You all wait here. I will send you a signal when I am sure it is safe." Xiao Mo turned around and looked at everyone, then leaned into the stone door, holding the wooden ladder with both hands, and quickly disappeared under the flashlight of everyone. In the darkness, Xiao Mo would knock on the wooden ladder every time he went down a certain distance to send a signal to the people above. The knocking sound became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. Wang Hao suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart that Xiao Mo's trip was in danger. Time passed by minute, and Wang Hao had been nervously guarding the cave entrance, waiting anxiously for the signal from Xiao Mo. Soon, half an hour passed, and there was still no response in the dark cave. Tianyuan also frowned at this time, withdrew his gaze from the cave entrance, pondered for a moment, looked up at Wang Hao and said, "You go down." "Let me go down, I am a soldier, and I have received professional training." Dr. Yin stood up from with Xiaodong, and looked at Tianyuan. "He must go down." Tianyuan raised his long sword and pointed it at Wang Hao. "Even if you don't let me go down, I will go down." Wang Hao raised his hand to signal Dr. Yin not to argue anymore. Tianyuan's meaning was very clear. Now Wang Hao was the only one who was not injured among the 4 people. Moreover, the most important thing was that he could feel a strong pressure from Wang Hao, which made him feel uneasy. Wang Hao could naturally see Tianyuan's intention, but he did not feel the strong pressure he brought to the other party. "I warn you, don't play tricks on me, otherwise your friends will become the ghosts under my sword," Tianyuan said with a sinister look. "Dr. Yin, Xiaodong, Teacher Zhang, don't make the Taoist priest angry, I will be back soon." Wang Hao said to Dr. Yin, and the other 2, put the flashlight down into his belt, and then leaned into the stone cave, holding the wooden ladder with both hands and began to climb down. The beams of light from Dr. Yin and others above gradually turned into a few small bright spots, and then suddenly disappeared further down. Wang Hao paused on the wooden ladder, and looked down along the flashlight on his waist. He still couldn't see the end. Countless dust was floating under the beam of light, and the wooden ladder extended all the way down into the darkness. As he walked down, the air gradually became more and more filled with the smell of decayed wood. At first, Wang Hao thought it was the smell on the wooden ladder, but the more he walked down, the more he felt something was wrong. The wooden ladder in front of him couldn't possibly emit such a strong smell. If it wasn't the smell of the wooden ladder, what would it be? Feeling confused, Wang Hao stopped again, holding the wooden ladder with one hand, pulling out the flashlight from his waist with the other hand, and carefully turned around to shine it into the darkness behind him, but he saw nothing but endless darkness. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with my sense of smell?" Wang Hao frowned, put the flashlight back on, and continued to climb down. "Xiao Mo! Xiao Mo!" Wang Hao shouted aimlessly every time he climbed down a certain distance, and continued to climb down after getting no response. He didn't know how far he had climbed in the dark, but it felt like a long time had passed. When he looked down again, the wooden ladder still had no end. "Why is it so long?" Wang Hao couldn't help but frown and looked up at the cave entrance, which had long been swallowed by darkness. "Forget it, it's more important to find Xiao Mo." Wang Hao gathered his mind and prepared to continue climbing down. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his ankle, as if something had grabbed him. He looked down hurriedly, and was immediately scared out of his wits. Under the flashlight, a skinny arm stretched out horizontally from the darkness, and was now firmly grasping his ankle. Chapter 232. Wang Hao suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and he yelled, "Ah!" and quickly pulled out the black knife from his waist. Just when his right hand just left the wooden ladder, a skinny arm suddenly jumped out from the darkness on the left and grabbed his left wrist that was holding onto the wooden ladder at a very fast speed. Wang Hao quickly realized that the situation was not good, but he could only avoid the light and attack the heavy. At the moment, he turned his wrist, and the black knife went directly from under his left arm to stab another arm in the darkness. The arm seemed to have expected Wang Hao to make this move. As soon as the tip of the knife passed under the left arm, the arm that was holding the left wrist suddenly loosened and retracted into the darkness, like lightning. Although he didn't stab the opponent, the danger above was lifted. Wang Hao quickly retracted his knife and chopped at the arm that grabbed his right ankle, but before his knife fell, the arm in the darkness on the left stretched out again, because Wang Hao's attention was on his feet at this time. When he felt the arm coming back, it was too late. He felt his left arm numb, and his body leaned back. At the same time, his right ankle tightened and his feet lost support instantly. Ah! Wang Hao screamed and his body began to fall rapidly into the darkness. Shwa shwa shwa. The right hand holding the knife chopped and chopped in the darkness. The wind was blowing beside his ears, and Wang Hao was terrified to the extreme at this time. His body was falling rapidly. Just when Wang Hao felt desperate, there was a sound of breaking through the air in the darkness. Then Wang Hao suddenly felt something tighten around his waist, as if he was entangled by something. His body suddenly stopped in midair, and then his body quickly swung to one side. Wang Hao quickly realized that someone was saving him. He stopped struggling and curled up, protecting his head with his arms. Bang! He felt a pain in his back, as if he had hit the wall of the cave. Then his body was quickly pulled up. After a few seconds, a strong hand grabbed his arm and pulled it up. With a pull, his body finally touched the solid ground. Chapter 233. A huge space appeared in front of Wang Hao and the others. At this time, they were standing in front of a cave entrance 10 meters above the ground. In front of them was a majestic conical wooden tower, as high as a 10-story building. Countless dark green flames, like ghost fires, were floating around and wrapped around the entire wooden tower. The green light emitted made the space within 10 meters around it gloomy and terrifying. The strong visual impact made Wang Hao and the others stunned there. Brother Xiaomo, is this a tower? Wang Hao stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. To be precise, it should be a corpse tower, Xiaomo said. Hide. Corpse tower? Wang Hao turned his head in surprise. This is an extremely cruel way of burial in a slave society, Xiaomo nodded, looking at the corpse tower expressionlessly, and said, after the tomb owner was buried, these purchased slaves would have their limbs chopped off, and then the bleeding would be stopped. After that, they would be locked in a wooden tower to die naturally. There is a saying that the screams of these slaves were used to summon the souls of the devils in hell to attach to the body of the tomb owner. After being attached to the devil's soul, the tomb owner can get the power of the devil to achieve the purpose of blessing future generations. Therefore, in that era, some dignitaries with ulterior motives were not afraid of death. Death was just the beginning of rebirth for them. Wang Hao looked at the corpse tower in shock, and the bloody scene of the slaves having their limbs chopped off, and the extremely shrill screams emerged in his mind. Brother Xiaomo, do you think the two weirdos who just attacked us have anything to do with this corpse tower? Wang Hao was surprised at this time. This possibility cannot be ruled out, Xiaomo said here, looking at the ghost fires outside the wooden tower, frowned slightly, paused and said, these ghost fires should have appeared not long ago, otherwise after so many years, even if this is a pile of corpses, the ghost fires should have burned out long ago. Are you saying that it is because we opened the mechanism that the air outside circulated in, thus igniting the ghost fire? Wang Hao asked in confusion. No, the formation of ghost fires requires many factors. The wind brought by the hole alone is not enough to ignite the entire corpse tower. There must be other ventilation holes besides here. We just happened to catch up. Xiaomo frowned and said. Another vent? Wang Hao was stunned and asked quickly, Brother Xiaomo, do you mean that in addition to the entrance we came down from before, there is another exit here? Looking at the increasing green flames, Xiaomo nodded and said, although the burning point of the ghost fire is low, it is not ruled out that it will burn down the entire corpse tower. We must find the vent as soon as possible, otherwise we will be trapped here. Brother Xiaomo, look, there seems to be a stone door there. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and found that there was a faint outline of a door lintel on a mountain wall 100 steps away from the corpse tower. Xiaomo followed his gaze, and nodded immediately. The two then climbed up a rugged mountain wall next to the cave entrance, and carefully went down to the ground. When passing by the corpse-hiding tower, Wang Hao looked inside curiously but saw nothing. Although the outside of the entire corpse-hiding tower was engulfed by the ghost fire emitted by the corpses inside the tower, the inside was still pitch black and nothing could be seen. The only thing he could smell was a strong and strange smell of rotting wood and corpses. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. This smell was exactly the same rotten smell he smelled when he went down the wooden ladder. He was just marveling at the corpse tower, and didn't pay attention to the smell in the air. The door lintel was less than 100 meters away from the corpse. Wang Hao and the others quickly rushed to the front. Because of the distance, the light from the corpse tower could only shine faintly. Xiao Mo turned on the flashlight and shone it up. He found that it was a stone door that was more than 6 meters high and 3 meters wide. The door lintel was carved with all kinds of strange patterns, which looked very solemn. There were 2 bird-like reliefs carved on the 2 closed stone doors. Apart from that, there was no text or even a mural. Looking at the relief on the stone door, Xiao Mo's brow suddenly frowned, and he stepped forward to gently wipe the dust on it, as if he was carefully wiping away the tears on the face of a loved one. Wang Hao's attention was on the 2 low stone beasts on both sides of the stone gate. Although he couldn't tell what the 2 stone beasts were, their expressions showed that they were not as ferocious as the 2 tomb-guarding beasts he had seen at the entrance of the tomb passage. Instead, they were a bit respectful, as if they were welcoming a distinguished guest. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel curious. He had seen many plots of tomb exploration and treasure hunting in books or film and television works before. The stone beasts that often appeared in front of the tomb door were either ferocious or tall and majestic, but he had never seen such low-browed and pleasing stone beasts like the 2 today. He felt curious and couldn't help but want to find out. He slowly walked closer, bent down, and reached out to touch the stone beast's head. Unexpectedly, he felt that he could turn it as soon as he exerted a little force. So, he increased his strength and habitually turned it to the right, but the beast's head did not respond. Then he turned it to the left again, and the beast's head still did not move. Did I just have an illusion? Wang Hao couldn't help but frown, and then he pressed the beast's head and stood up to try another one. However, an accident happened when he pressed the beast's head directly. Then, there was a heavy friction sound of stone, the ground trembled slightly, and the stone door in front of him was slowly opened. Xiao Mo's attention was on the relief of the stone door at this time. He was shocked when he felt the stone door open, and then he saw Wang Hao pressing the top of the stone beast with one hand, staring at the stone door that was slowly opening in surprise. As the stone door opened, puff puff puff. 6 oil lamps embedded in the wall actually lit up by themselves. Inside the stone door was a tomb room of 70 to 80 square meters. The walls and the ground were built with blue bricks. In the middle was a large black coffin, and on the left and right were 2 ordinary coffins that were several circles smaller than the large coffin in the middle, and were also black. At present, Wang Hao and his partner did not find anything else in the tomb except the 5 coffins and the 6 lamps on the 4 walls. It seems that this is the main tomb. After entering the tomb, Wang Hao and his partner looked around the surrounding environment. Xiao Mo looked at the 5 coffins and said. Wang Hao nodded, but his eyes suddenly fell on the ordinary coffin on the far left, and he said in surprise, "Brother Xiao Mo, look, this coffin has been opened." Xiao Mo looked at it, and saw that the coffin lid, which should have been tightly closed, had signs of movement, revealing a gap the size of a palm. Wang Hao's heart suddenly became nervous. The fully automatic rifle fell off his body, when he fell before, and fell into the darkness. Fortunately, the black knife was always tightly held in his hand, and he hurriedly pulled it out from his waist. Xiao Mo's face was also a little nervous, and he also pulled out the dagger. The 2 walked towards the coffin carefully. Coming closer, Xiao Mo winked at Wang Hao, signaling him to open the coffin. Wang Hao nodded, slowly raised his black knife, and was ready to chop at any time. Seeing that Wang Hao was ready, Xiao Mo put away his dagger, grabbed the other side of the coffin lid with both hands, looked at Wang Hao, and suddenly exerted force with both arms. The lid, which seemed to weigh more than 200 pounds, was pushed to the open space next to it. As the coffin lid fell to the ground, Xiao Mo had already pulled out the dagger again, and almost at the same time with Wang Hao on the opposite side, he pointed the tip of the knife at the inside of the coffin. When the 2 saw the situation inside the coffin, they couldn't help but be stunned. Wang Hao almost couldn't believe his eyes. The person lying in the coffin turned out to be Hu Xiaodong, who had just separated from him not long ago. Chapter 234. Xiaodong. Wang Hao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly leaned over to help Hu Xiaodong in the coffin. Hu Xiaodong's eyes were slightly closed, his head was drooping, and the wound on his leg was still bleeding. With the help of Xiao Mo, Hu Xiaodong was carefully put down on the open space next to him. Xiao Mo then reached out to test Hu Xiaodong's breath and carotid artery, and stood up with a serious face. He was poisoned by incense. Incense? Wang Hao was startled, and hurriedly checked Hu Xiaodong's vital signs. After confirming that he was just asleep, his face suddenly became confused. Who could have poisoned him by incense? Xiao Mo shook his head, as if he remembered something, and then turned his eyes to another coffin. Wang Hao's face was also shocked, and the two of them walked towards the coffin that Xiao Imo had been looking at before. Bang! The heavy coffin lid was pushed open by the two of them. When they saw the person lying inside, they were stunned again. It was none other than Dr. Yin. The symptoms were the same as Hu Xiaodong's. He was also knocked unconscious by the incense. What happened? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Imo in astonishment. Then the two of them opened the remaining 3 coffins one by one. As expected, Zhang Duo and Jishan were also lying in the 2 small coffins on the other side of the big coffin, while the big coffin in the middle was empty. Why is Tianyuan not here? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Imo with a look of doubt on his face and said, could it be that Tianyuan knocked them out? Impossible. There is no point in Tianyuan doing this. Xiao Imo said solemnly, if Tianyuan knocked them out, how could he bring them all here in such a short time by himself? What is his purpose in doing this? Then, who knocked them out and brought them here? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. We can only know the truth when they wake up, Xiao Imo said, as he glanced at the people on the ground. Wang Hao nodded. At this moment, Dr. Yin suddenly coughed and then slowly opened his eyes. Wang Hao was delighted and ran over to hold him. Dr. Yin, how are you? Captain Wang? Dr. Yin seemed a little surprised. He looked around and asked in confusion, where is this place? Why am I here? Why are Xiaodong and the others here too? Xishan? They were knocked out by the incense just like you. Do you remember who put the incense? Wang Hao asked quickly. Incense? Dr. Yin frowned and said suddenly, I remember, we were waiting for you and Xiao Mo at the entrance of the cave, and suddenly the lights went out, and then I heard the sound of Tianyuan drawing swords and fighting in the dark, and suddenly a fragrant breeze blew into my nose, and then I lost consciousness. No wonder I didn't see this old guy. Xiao Mo frowned and said coldly. At this time, Wu Xiaodong and Zhang Duo also woke up one after another. Their answers were the same as Dr. Yan's. Half an hour had passed, but Xishan didn't wake up. He was always lying there with his eyes closed. Captain Wang, what should we do now? Xiaodong's injuries are getting worse and worse. I'm worried that if this continues, he won't be able to hold on. Dr. Yin stood up from Wu Xiaodong and said worriedly. Dr. Yin, can't you curse me a little? I still don't care about this little injury, Master Huo. Wu Xiaodong's lips turned pale, and his face twisted in pain before he finished speaking. Just now, Brother Xiaomo said that there is another passage below, and we can go out from there. Wang Hao said. What about him? Dr. Yin turned his head and looked at the old monk Xishan, who was still in a coma. Although Xishan is in the same group as Tianyuan, I can see that they are just partners. Besides, he got here before us and should know more than us. Wang Hao said. I carry him and leave here first. Xiao Mo frowned and nodded, then walked towards Xishan. Xiaodong, hold on a little longer, and tell me immediately if you feel any discomfort. Wang Hao turned and looked at Wu Xiaodong again. Don't worry, Captain Wang, I don't care about this little injury. Wu Xiaodong said. Dr. Yin stepped forward and said, Brother Xiaomo will carry Xishan, and I will carry Xiaodong. Captain Wang, I will trouble you and Teacher Zhang to explore the way ahead. Wang Hao nodded and said to Zhang Duo, Teacher Zhang, I will explore the way ahead later, and you will follow the end of the team. If something unexpected happens, don't worry about anything and just shoot. Zhang Duo nodded, and the group was about to leave the tomb. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and a sound of stone friction was heard. Oh no, the tomb door is about to close. Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, and the 2 heavy stone doors were slowly closing at this time. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and ran away immediately. Dr. Yin was the first to run out with Wu Xiaodong on his back, followed by Xiaomo carrying Xishan. When Xiao Mo stepped out of the stone door, there was only a gap less than half a meter wide. Wang Hao saw this and did not hesitate. He hurriedly pulled Zhang Duo and ran towards the gap. Seeing that the gap was getting narrower and narrower, Wang Hao picked up Zhang Duo and jumped. Just as the stone door closed, Wang Hao and his feet just pulled out of the stone gap. Teacher Zhang, are you okay? After landing, Wang Hao quickly helped Zhang Duo up from the ground. Zhang Duo shook her head and looked at Wang Hao with some emotion. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Let's go quickly. Wang Hao patted the dirt on his body. However, at this moment, Wu Xiaodong, who was carried on Dr. Yin's back, suddenly shouted nervously, Run! The tower is about to collapse. Chapter 235. It was so quick that Wu Xiaodong found out that the corpse tower had already begun to tilt, and countless mummies fell from the tilted side, like beans. Run in the opposite direction. With Wang Hao's shout, several people quickly ran to the other side of the tomb. Boom! With a loud noise, Wang Hao and his friends just left the dangerous area, and the corpse tower collapsed. Countless green flames were hit by the strong air waves when the corpse tower collapsed and suddenly scattered in all directions, as if the fireworks of the festival bloomed in this dark and boundless cave. Looking back at the huge wooden tower that collapsed, Wang Hao and his friends were stunned. How can there be such a big wooden tower here? Dr. Yen stared at the wooden tower that was still wrapped in countless green flames with doubts on his face, carrying Hui Xiaodong on his back. Hui Xiaodong and Zhang Duo were also shocked. Although they arrived here earlier than Wang Hao and Xiao Imo, they were knocked unconscious by the incense, and did not know what happened before. Don't look, find a way to get out first. Wang Hao retracted his gaze from a distance. Let's go this way. Xiao Imo looked around and looked in the direction directly opposite the collapsed corpse tower. Several people set off immediately. Wang Hao led the way with a flashlight, and Zhang Duo followed at the end. Now, except for Xiao Mo's crossbow and Wang Hao's black knife, everyone was unarmed, and the guns and knives had long disappeared. As the corpse tower got farther and farther away, the scene was surrounded by darkness again. Two flashlights, one in front and one behind, slowly moved forward in the endless darkness. After walking along the wall of the mountain for about 10 minutes on the rugged cave road, the cave gradually became smaller in the shape of a trumpet mouth. At this time, there was no road in front and on the right side. Now they could only continue to walk to the right along the trend of the mountain. Wang Hao's flashlight became weaker and weaker at this time. He gave the night vision glasses that Xiao Imo gave him to Dr. Yin, who was carrying Hui Xiaodong. Now he became more cautious with every step forward. The road was more rugged than before, and there were rocks of different heights everywhere. It was easy to trip if you were not careful. After advancing another 500 or 600 meters, there was a faint sound of flowing water in his ears. He was delighted and raised his flashlight to follow the sound. Sure enough, he found a stream less than half a meter wide in the rocks less than 15 meters away from them. Judging from the flow direction, it was flowing from the front of them, and then turned left at the place where they were standing and flowed into a well-sized cave. Water, I want to drink water. Hearing the sound of water, Hui Xiaodong's originally weak voice became urgent. In fact, it was not only him, but everyone felt thirsty after such a big struggle. Chapter 236. How could this happen? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Imo in confusion. Xiao Imo shook his head, frowned and stared at Jishan, saying, he may have been stimulated. Captain Wang, I think this old monk is just pretending to be a coward. He found that their people were gone, and they were weak, and he seemed to want to deceive our sympathy. Dr. Yin said with a glare. No. No. I didn't lie to you, that thing is too scary. Jishan looked up at everyone with horror. Hearing this, several people looked at each other and frowned. Wang Hao squatted in front of Jishan and asked, Master, please explain clearly, what did you encounter? That is a monster with hoses all over its body. Its head is this big, its eyes are bigger than my fist, its teeth are longer than your knife, its claws are this long, and it also wears a hat full of hairpins. Jishan said while gesturing. Although Jishan's description was a bit vague, Wang Hao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and everyone's face changed. Old monk, stop exaggerating here. How could such a monster exist in the world? Dr. Yin said angrily. I didn't lie to you. Jishan said with horror, in addition to that thing, there are 2 monkeys. They are in the same group. Monkeys? Xiao Imo frowned and asked, are you talking about the black kid? Kid? Jishan was stunned and said hurriedly, no, it is not a human at all, it is a monster, a monster. The more Jishan spoke, the more fear appeared in his eyes. In the end, he suddenly went crazy. He caught everyone off guard and jumped up from the ground. He seemed to want to touch the sword behind him, but he didn't find it after a long time. He looked around in panic, and suddenly he was startled. He turned around and ran away with a cry of awe, and soon disappeared from the way he came. Everyone's eyes were always on Jishan. When Wang Hao saw Jishan looking behind them with fear and turning around and running away, his heart suddenly tightened, and a bad premonition instantly surged into his heart. Everyone saw the fear in Jishan's eyes, and everyone's heart tightened, because at this moment they all felt the sound of footsteps coming from the darkness behind them. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xiao Imo lowered his voice and said, don't look back. I count 1, 2, 3, and everyone will run to the road together. 1, 2, 3, run. Dr. Yin and Hui Xiaodong were not far away. As soon as Xiao Mo shouted the 3 words, he quickly put on his night vision glasses and grabbed with Xiaodong's arm and ran away. At the same time, Wang Hao and Zhang Duo also quickly ran away, but Xiao Mo stood still. When he felt the footsteps behind him accelerate, he suddenly turned around and raised the crossbow, and shot an arrow in the direction of the sound without even aiming. The footsteps in the dark did not stop, but accelerated. Xiao Mo did not have time to load the second steel arrow. After shooting an arrow, he turned around without any pause, holding the crossbow in one hand and quickly put on the night vision glasses in the other hand, and chased in the direction where Wang Hao and others fled without looking back. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. The backs of Wang Hao and his companions were already in sight. Xiao Mo frowned. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly stopped. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and prepared to fight to the death. After Wang Hao ran for a distance and found that Xiao Mo did not follow him, he stopped immediately. Without thinking too much, he said to Zhang Duo and Dr. Yin, "You keep running forward. We will meet in front of the corpse tower." After that, he quickly turned around and ran in the previous direction. When Zhang Duo, Dr. Yin, and Wu Xiaodong reacted, Wang Hao's back had disappeared into the darkness. Dr. Yin, "Put me down and go help Captain Wang and the others," Wu Xiaodong said weakly behind him. "Okay, Teacher Zhang, you help Xiaodong and walk forward slowly. I will go to help Captain Wang and Brother Xiao Mo." Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, he suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. In a panic, he looked in the direction of the vibration and was stunned. Chapter 237. Countless groups of green fire slowly surged over like a tide, and countless people were crowded under the green light. What is that?" Wu Xiaodong opened his eyes wide, and looked at the slowly moving green tide 100 meters away in surprise. "Oh no, a group of zombies." Dr. Yin was shocked, and quickly carried Wu Xiaodong on his back, and shouted to Zhang Duo, "Follow me." Zhang Duo was a little dazed at this time, staring at the direction of the green tide with horror for a long time without any reaction. "Go!" Dr. Yin pulled her hard, and Zhang Duo came back to her senses, and immediately followed behind Dr. Yin. Wang Hao turned and ran, and suddenly heard a scream coming from the darkness ahead. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, waving his black knife while shouting Xiao Mo's name. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt the light ahead suddenly become clearer, and the strength of his limbs surged, and his speed also increased instantly. A few seconds later, a huge figure appeared in front of Wang Hao. It was a figure 2 meters tall with tentacles on its neck. Because the figure was facing away from Wang Hao, he couldn't see the other's face, but from the movement of its waving arms, the other's limbs were thick, and at the end of its arms there were a pair of palm leaf-sized palms. No, it should be said to be claws, with thick claws that bent back, like eagle claws that were magnified several times. Under the pair of arms waving randomly, Xiao Mo kept dodging left and right, and his clothes had been torn a lot by the other party. Seeing this, Wang Hao's red eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his face suddenly showed murderous intent. With a loud roar, he swung the black knife and rushed away. After hearing Wang Hao's roar, the figure suddenly stopped his movements and turned his head quickly. When Wang Hao finally saw the other person's face clearly, he was shocked. It was a face that was extremely rotten, like a floating corpse that had been soaked in water for a long time, pale and bloated. On his huge head, he wore a phoenix crown that had long lost its color. A steel arrow was inserted into his left eyeball, and green liquid was flowing down his eye socket. His right eye was bulging, and his eyeball was green and full of murderous light. His neck was covered with dense, long and short flesh tubes. Chapter 238. Be careful. Wang Hao was startled and hurriedly reminded Xiao Mo. He had already jumped up, holding the hilt of the knife with both hands, and chopped down fiercely at the 4 black tongues that were about to pounce. Xiao Mo seemed not to hear it, and still stood there, looking coldly at the 4 black tongues with barbed fangs that were rushing towards him. Wang Hao's purpose of shouting was to remind Xiao Mo, and to attract the other party's attention. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care at all. Just when Wang Hao's blade was about to chop one of the black tongues, the other black tongue suddenly changed direction, and directly entangled Wang Hao's wrist holding the knife. Wang Hao's toes had not yet touched the ground. Without the influence of gravity, he was directly caught and thrown 5 steps away with the knife. Bang! With a sound, the black knife in his hand fell off. Wang Hao took the opportunity to roll on the ground to eliminate gravity. When he got up from the ground again, the monster had already pounced in front of Xiao Mo. The 4 black tongues paused in midair and swiftly attacked Xiao Mo, but Xiao Mo had no intention of dodging. Instead, he accelerated to meet the attack. Just when the 4 black tongues were about to wrap around Xiao Mo's head, Xiao Mo's body suddenly shrunk, kneeled on the ground, leaned back, and while barely avoiding the fatal blow, he had already slid under the monster. Puff puff puff. 3 consecutive slashes, each slash pierced the monster's thigh, and he took advantage of the situation to roll behind the monster and quickly stood up, puff puff puff. Another 3 slashes stabbed the opponent's back. The monster screamed, and his heavy body suddenly turned around, but found that Xiao Mo was gone. Roar! 4 black tongues suddenly opened in midair, turned around and attacked Wang Hao again. However, the monster did not expect that at the moment it turned around. A black shadow suddenly appeared above it, holding a black short knife in both hands. While feeling fear in its eyes, the cold blade had already chopped into its forehead with swift force. Wang Hao pressed his left hand on the broad back of the knife, and continued to press down, with the help of the gravity of his body. The monster's arms danced wildly. At this moment, Wang Hao felt a tightening of his waist, and a chill piercing his waist, but at this time, he had no time to care. He shouted loudly, and instantly increased the strength of his arms, but he felt that he could not move forward even a little bit. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a wind behind his head. He turned around and saw that the 4 long tongues were rolling back quickly at a very fast speed. It came at his face at a high speed. He thought to himself that it was not good, but when he was about to draw his knife to block it, he found that the blade had already penetrated into the monster's skull and could not be pulled out. He was about to abandon the knife to dodge, but suddenly felt the blade falling rapidly. He looked back and saw that Xiao Mo had appeared behind the monster without knowing when, and his hands were on the tip of the knife. Just when the 4 long tongues were about to wrap around Wang Hao's head, the black knife in his hand was unstoppable, and with a swish sound, it directly cut the monster's head into 2 pieces. The 4 long tongues instantly lost their strength, and with a thump sound, they fell to the ground along Wang Hao's back. A pungent fishy smell spread all over, and the huge body of the monster fell down immediately. Wang Hao, who had exhausted all his strength, fell heavily to the ground with a tall corpse. Chapter 239. Oh! Xiao Mo frowned and asked again, "What is the content of the diary?" Zhang Duo frowned and said, "There is only a hand-drawn sketch and 2 lines of words. The handwriting is a little blurred. It seems to be about a concubine of a prince in the Shang dynasty. Because she had no status during her lifetime, she could not be buried in the ancestral tomb after her death. So the prince chose a place with excellent feng shui to build an unnamed tomb for his beloved concubine, and this phoenix crown is said to be put on her by the prince himself when she was buried." Xiao Mo's face suddenly became solemn when he heard this, and he didn't speak for a long time. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Duo in astonishment and said, "Could the monster just now be the unknown princess?" "I'm not sure." Zhang Duo frowned and shook his head and said, "But the hand-drawn sketch in the diary is indeed very similar to the phoenix crown we just saw." "Was that sketch drawn by your father?" Wang Hao asked. "It shouldn't be, because the handwriting below is not left by my father, and the person who drew the sketch should have a certain level of painting skills, but my father is not good at painting," Zhang Duo said. "I know." Xiao Mo was stunned at this time, and looked at Wang Hao and said, "You wait here, I'll be back soon." After that, Wang Hao hadn't reacted yet, and the stone door was reopened by Xiao Mo, and his figure flashed and disappeared outside the stone door that was opening. "Brother Xiao Mo." Wang Hao was about to chase him, but at this moment, a skull face with half of its head missing opened its mouth and pounced on him. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and kicked it directly. He hurriedly pulled back and quickly pressed the switch. As the stone door slowly closed, dozens of skull faces surged up. Fortunately, the stone door mechanism was powerful, and the dozen hideous faces were squeezed into bone fragments as the stone door closed. "Where did Brother Xiao Mo go?" Dr. Yin said nervously after looking at the bone fragments that fell in. Wang Hao shook his head and said, "I will go find him. You wait here. If we are not back in 15 minutes, you just keep going along this road." "I will go with you," Dr. Yin said. "No, Xiaodong still needs your care," Wang Hao said decisively. "Don't say anything. You must close the door as soon as I leave." "Captain Wang." Before Dr. Yin could react, the stone door had been reopened by Wang Hao. However, at the moment when the stone door was opened, 2 figures suddenly rushed in. Wang Hao subconsciously raised his knife and chopped, but suddenly retracted it. These 2 figures were none other than Xiao Mo and Tian Yuan. Several skeleton zombies followed closely behind. Tian Yuan held the sword in his right hand, and turned around and swish swish. After a burst of random slashing, the heads of the skeleton zombies following him flew around in an instant. "Close the door quickly," Xiao Mo shouted at this time, and Wang Hao hurriedly activated the switch, and the stone door closed again. After the stone door was closed, the corridor instantly became quiet. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you could actually walk here. Tian Yuan sneered. At this time, Tian Yuan had disheveled hair and a hideous face. Seeing Tian Yuan like this now, Wang Hao and others couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Mo said coldly, "You have already got what you want, now we go our separate ways." Ha ha ha. Tian Yuan laughed arrogantly for a while, looked at Xiao Mo with a sinister look and said, "I said two, now we are still missing one. There is only one here, and I don't know where the other one is." Xiao Mo said coldly. "Then find another one first." Tian Yuan said disapprovingly, and took out a human skin glove oozing green blood from his arms with a proud look. "Look how beautiful it is. But I don't know if it is as powerful as the legend says." "Is this the yin-yang hand you mentioned?" Wang Hao stared at the human skin glove that Tian Yuan was unfolding and preparing to put on in disbelief. "Yes. It's a pity that there is only this one. If I can collect a pair, I will be invincible in the world." Tian Yuan admired the human skin glove that he had just put on his right hand with a proud look. "As far as I know, the yin-yang gloves cannot be owned by one person at the same time, otherwise they will explode and die," Xiao Mo said. "Do you think I will believe you?" Tian Yuan sneered, and suddenly his face changed, and he pushed out a palm towards Dr. Yin, who was not far away. Dr. Yin was caught off guard, and was hit 5 steps away. "Wow!" A mouthful of blood spurted out of Dr. Yin's mouth. "Stop it!" Wang Hao roared, ran to Dr. Yin and helped him up. "Is it serious?" He quickly checked the place where Dr. Yin was hit, and a bright red palm print was printed on his chest. "I'm fine." Dr. Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Tian Yuan angrily. How could this happen? Seeing Dr. Yin's reaction, Tian Yuan's face suddenly changed, and he stared at his right hand in disbelief. "That's just a legend. How can you believe it is true?" Xiao Mo glanced at Dr. Yin and said calmly, "No. Master will not lie to me." Tian Yuan's eyes suddenly became crazy, his eyes suddenly turned, and he looked at Xiao Mo with an extremely cold look. "You must be lying to me. This is not yin-yang hand at all." "You are right, I am lying to you." Xiao Mo stared at him coldly. "No, you are provoking me. You want me to give you yin-yang hand?" Tian Yuan suddenly became alert. "If you don't believe me, you can try to hit me." Xiao Mo walked in front of Tian Yuan and said, the switch of the stone door was on his left hand. "Okay, since you said so, I try it." Tian Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was about to gather strength to hit him, but the ground suddenly shook violently. Chapter 240. Tian Yuan was stunned, and looked up, his hands frozen in midair. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mo had already opened the stone door. Taking advantage of Tian Yuan's inattention, he directly picked up his shoulders and jumped, and the two of them fell out of the stone door. After landing, pop. A stone shot out from Xiao Mo's hand, and hit the switch inside the door, and the stone door slowly closed. "Go!" Before Xiao Mo's shouting fell, Wang Hao saw through the gap of the door, that was only an inch left that Xiao Mo and Tian Yuan's figures were quickly submerged by the tide of corpses. "Brother Xiao Mo!" Wang Hao shouted hoarsely, and was about to open the switch, but at this moment, a wall suddenly collapsed above his head. Boom! The stone door was blocked tightly. At the same time, the ground trembled more and more strongly. "Captain Wang, go! The tomb passage is going to collapse." Dr. Yin hurried forward and pulled Wang Hao back. Wang Hao staggered a few steps, and when he came to his senses, he found that the entire tomb passage began to collapse, and countless broken bricks and old soil fell from the walls on both sides and the top of his head, and the entire tomb passage was instantly filled with dust. The situation on the scene was extremely critical. Wang Hao had no time to think about it. He pulled up the helpless Zhang Duo and ran quickly into the depths of the tomb passage behind Dr. Yin and was shouting. He covered his mouth and nose with his hands while running, and dodged the collapsed walls from time to time. Fortunately, the tomb passage was not very long. After 5 or 6 minutes, the view suddenly became clear, and it seemed that he had entered a huge cave. But the cave was also shaking at this time, and countless broken stones fell from the top of his head and all around like rain. "Captain Wang, look, there is light there." When Wang Hao was looking for a route around, he suddenly heard Dr. Yin shout. Wang Hao looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a strong beam of light coming from a high ground 50 meters away from him. Based on his experience, Wang Hao judged that it should be refracted sunlight. He immediately saw hope in his heart, and hurriedly asked everyone to run towards the direction of the light along the wall. The light came from a slope of nearly 45 degrees. When they reached the bottom of the slope, Wang Hao asked Zhang Duo to climb towards the direction of the light by herself, while he followed behind Dr. Yin and helped him carry Hu Xiaodong up the slope. Chapter 241. Xishan? After seeing the person clearly, Wang Hao was stunned, and Dr. Yin and others were also shocked. Captain Wang, hurry up. It's the old monk Xishan. Don't worry, he is carrying someone on his back. Wang Hao looked intently, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Brother Xiaomao. He is carrying Brother Xiaomao. Before the voice fell, the person had already opened the car door and ran over. Dr. Yin was stunned for a moment, and his face was also happy. He immediately opened the car door and chased after him. Brother Xiaomao. Brother Xiaomao. When he ran to Xishan, Wang Hao found that Xiaomao was lying on his back with his face closed, covered with blood and dust. Don't shout, he just fainted, and he will wake up naturally after a while. Xishan kept walking towards the car while speaking. Zhang Duo had already opened the car door to make room, and Xishan stepped forward and carefully lifted Xiaomao up with the help of Wang Hao and Dr. Yin. After closing the car door, Wang Hao turned around and bowed deeply to Xishan, saying with gratitude, "Thank you, Master Xishan. He saved me, so I will save him, but if you really want to thank me, give me some food. I'm almost starving." Although Xishan's mental state was obviously much better than when he met him before, his tone of voice seemed like a different person, with less hostility and more innocence in his eyes. "Do we have anything to eat?" Wang Hao looked at Zhang Duo and Dr. Yin and asked. "The weapons and packages were left in the tomb passage," Zhang Duo said. Wang Hao nodded, pondered for a moment, looked at Xishan with sincerity and said, "Master, if you don't mind, I would like to invite you to join us. Although we can't eat delicacies, we will definitely be full." Chapter 242. What? Wang Hao and the other men's faces changed, and they stood up and asked, "What happened?" I just took a nap, and when I opened my eyes, Brother Xiaomo was gone. Zhang Duo said breathlessly, "Oh, by the way, he also left a letter." Then he handed over a neatly folded piece of letter paper. Wang Hao quickly took the letter and unfolded it. There were only 4 words written on it. "Don't look for me. Don't look for me." Zhong Yu frowned. What does Xiaomo mean by this? I don't know. Wang Hao shook his head. He must have his reasons for doing this, but what I am most worried about now is his health. Zhong Yu nodded, and said with worry, Xiaomo was seriously injured before, and now he has a new injury. If he really encounters any danger, how can he escape? How? I will take people to look for him outside. It hasn't been long, and we should be able to catch up. It's useless. Wang Hao shook his head and said, since Xiaomo asked us not to look for him, he will definitely not let us find him. If Xiaomo was not injured before, he would definitely have no problem protecting himself with his skills, but now his current situation is really worrying. Zhong Yu said with worry. Yeah, how can I rest assured? Wang Hao sighed helplessly. Now we can only hope that his injury can recover as soon as possible. While the two were talking, a strong light suddenly refracted from not far away. Looking back, 2 LED outdoor spotlights hung high on the flagpole in the parking lot emitted dazzling light. Lu Jiaming's trembling voice came over, How, we succeeded. Seeing the long-lost light in front of them, everyone cheered immediately. Brother Lu, thank you so much. Finally let everyone see the light again at night. Dr. Yin also walked over from the crowd with an excited look on his face. Wang Hao forced a smile on his face, but Zhong Yu and Zhang Duo couldn't be happy at all. Seeing the expressions of the 3 people, Dr. Yin, who came after Lu Jiaming, was puzzled. What's wrong, How? Lu Jiaming looked back and forth at the 3 people and said, Brother Xiaomo is gone. Wang Hao sighed, with a little loss in his eyes. Gone? Dr. Yin was stunned, looking at Wang Hao with a look of astonishment and said, Then, wasn't he still breathing at that time? How could he? It's not what you think. Brother Xiaomo left a letter and left by himself. Zhong Yu added. How, what's going on? Lu Jiaming also asked in surprise. I don't know either. Wang Hao shook his head and said, Brother Xiaomo just left a letter telling us not to look for him, and he didn't say where he was going. Where could he go with such a serious injury? Lu Jiaming said. Captain Wang, do you think Brother Xiaomo went to look for the place in the photo? Dr. Yin said suddenly. The place in the photo? Wang Hao frowned, as if he remembered something, and hurriedly turned around and ran to Xiaomo's room. When he opened the door, he saw that the room was in a mess, and all of Xiaomo's things were gone, leaving only the shirt that was covered in blood and dust and torn into rags. Zhong Yu, Dr. Yin and others followed Wang Hao and rushed over. Seeing the mess in the room, Dr. Yin said with doubt, It seems that Xiao Mo is not going to come back. Looking at the bloody clothes on the bed, Wang Hao did not speak for a long time, his eyes full of worry. Ah how? At this moment, Dongzi's voice came from behind everyone, and he walked into the room with the support of Uncle Zhang. Dongzi? When did you wake up? Wang Hao hurried over. It's been a while. I wanted to go find you, but then I heard someone shouting that Xiao Mo was missing, so I rushed over. Although Dongzi's face was still a little weak at this time, it was much rosier than before. How do you feel now? Wang Hao asked. Much better, Dongzi said here, pondered for a while, and said with some doubt, There's one thing I don't know if I am hallucinating. Oh! What's it? Wang Hao said doubtfully. When I was unconscious before, I seemed to see Xiao Mo walked into my room, said something to me, and then stuffed a pill into my mouth. Dongzi frowned and recalled. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Wang Hao immediately asked, Can you still remember what Xiao Mo said to you? It seems that there is something hidden somewhere in the ruins of Dingjiabao. Dongzi frowned and thought for a long time and said, I didn't hear the specific content clearly, and then I saw him walk out in a daze, and then I woke up not long after. What? Wang Hao frowned immediately. It's the ruins of Dingjiabao again. Brother Wang Hao, Sister Yi asked me to call you to eat. At this time, Hu Zi's voice suddenly came from behind everyone. Wang Hao's thoughts were interrupted immediately, and he and the others walked out of the cave and came to the parking lot. Seeing Wang Hao and the others coming out, Luo Yi called them to come over for dinner. At this time, Xishan was squatting by the campfire holding a big bowl of noodles, slurping them into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. Seeing Xishan eating, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something in his mind. Chapter 243. He immediately walked to Xishan. Master Xishan, where did you rescue Xiao Mo? Xishan, who was slurping noodles, was stunned when he heard the words, and looked at Wang Hao blankly and said, What did you say? Xiao Mo is missing. I want to know where you rescued him. Wang Hao thought Xishan didn't hear clearly at first, so he repeated it again. Who is Xiao Mo? Xishan asked blankly. It's the person you rescued. Wang Hao frowned. Oh, you mean him, at the entrance of the cave. I only know that he once saved me, so I saved him too. Xishan suddenly said, and then started eating again. Wang Hao frowned and asked tentatively, Do you remember what happened before? Before? What happened? Xishan looked at him disapprovingly, then got up, and filled a large bowl of noodles from the pot, and ate it slurpingly. Wang Hao wanted to ask more questions, but Lu Yi came over and pulled his sleeve, lowering her voice and saying, Brother Hao, I think this guy has lost his memory. It's useless to ask him anything now. Lost his memory? Wang Hao looked at Lu Yi puzzledly. Then why does he still remember that Brother Xiao Mo saved him? From a medical point of view, this is called selective amnesia. Lu Yi said. Selective amnesia? Wang Hao became more and more confused. Is amnesia a choice? Selective amnesia is when a person is subjected to strong external stimulation or a severe blow to the brain, and consciously forgets some things or people or objects that he does not want to remember. Luo Yi explained. I see. Wang Hao then looked at Xishan, who was eating voraciously. Will he choose to forget us in the future? As long as his subconscious mind is willing to remember us, we should not forget. Luo Yi said. That's good. Wang Hao nodded slowly. Forgetting may be a good thing for him and us. After dinner, Wang Hao gathered everyone together. In order to save power, all lights were turned off except for the necessary safety lighting. With the help of the weak light coming from all around, everyone sat on the ground in a large circle in the parking lot. Be quiet, I have a few things to announce to you. Wang Hao walked to the crowd and spoke. The scene suddenly quieted down. Wang Hao then said, From today on, our base will be officially formalized. Brother Yu and Dr. Yin will be responsible for teaching everyone basic defense skills. In the end times, saving lives is the key. Brother Lu will be responsible for power supply and maintenance. Yi Shiyun, Shan Wan, and Jing will be responsible for medical care and logistics of the base. I will be responsible for safety and supplies. How, what are we going to do then? Wang's mother also spoke at this time. Yes, Hao, even though we are old, it is not a problem for us to help you. Uncle Zhang stood up and echoed. Mom, Uncle Zhang, you will be responsible for coordinating various places. Go wherever there is a need to help, okay? Wang Hao said with a smile. Well, I agree with Ah Hao's suggestion. Uncle Zhang nodded, looked around at everyone and said, to use the words we said back then, we are now a brick in the revolutionary team. We can be moved wherever we are needed, haha. Wang's mother nodded and glanced at Wang's father. Both of them were relieved. In their opinion, their son had grown up and had become a man from the weak and sick boy. Afterwards, Wang Hao told everyone about some daily matters that needed to be paid attention to. When everyone left, Wang Hao kept Xia Shanzi and the other two. Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin did not leave either. Captain Wang, if you have any instructions, just tell me. Xia Shanzi and the other two patted their chests and said. Wang Hao nodded, gave a cigarette to no one and said, we suffered heavy losses in this operation. I plan to go to Erfeng Mountain again tomorrow to transport the weapons back. I want you three and Master Zhishan to go with me. No problem, Captain Wang. When do we leave tomorrow? Xia Shanzi said, and the other two also looked very motivated. I want to leave at 4 in the morning, so that we can arrive at dawn, and we should be able to get back before dark. Wang Hao said. Brother Wang, the three of us will listen to you. You will do whatever you tell us to do. We have been idle these days, and are almost rusty. One of the common-looking guys said, rubbing his hands. You should know that the zombies we encounter are not ordinary zombies. If we are not careful, we will die on the spot. Wang Hao looked at him and said, Don't worry, Brother Wang. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they can't escape my 3 darts. The common-looking guy said, and took out a belt full of flying knives from his waist. Xiao Li's flying knife. Dr. Yin was stunned for a moment. Brother, this is not a movie. Your thing is so short, and has no handle. I don't think it will be as practical as a dagger at a critical moment. The common face didn't refute him. He looked around and saw half a bag of flour left over from Louis cooking 10 meters away. Without thinking, he pulled out a flying knife, gathered strength in his arm, and flew out with a whoosh sound. A puff of dust was raised, and the flying knife pierced through the half bag of flour, and flew forward more than 10 meters before landing with a bang. Good. Dr. Yin couldn't help but shout out, and Wang Hao and Zhong Yu were also stunned. Captain Wang, this is his ancestral craft, passed down from his great-grandfather. His great-grandfather relied on this skill to kill many 8-nation alliances at that time. Xiao Shanzi introduced. Wang Hao nodded with appreciation, looked at the common face and asked, What's your name? Lu Cheng. The common face replied. Okay, Lu Cheng, I didn't realize you have such skills before. When we come back this time, how about you teach everyone your skills? Wang Hao said. No problem, Brother Wang. Lu Cheng smiled honestly. Little Lu Feidao, today I finally saw the real person. Dr. Yin came back to his senses at this time. Dr. Yin, the safety of the base is left to you and Brother Yu. Wang Hao turned his eyes to Dr. Yin and said, Don't worry, you can work hard with us here. Dr. Yin said. How? Can Zhishan listen to you and go with you tomorrow? Zhong Yu said with a worried look on his face. It shouldn't be a problem. He told me that he has selective amnesia. His subconscious mind chooses to forget some things he doesn't want to remember. This also shows that Zhishan's nature is not bad. If he helps us, our chances of winning this time will be higher. Wang Hao said. Zhong Yu nodded, and the others chatted for a while before going their separate ways. Chapter 244. No one spoke that night. Just after 3 o'clock in the morning, Wang Hao and his companions, Zhong Yu, and Dr. Yin arrived at the parking lot. At this time, Luo had already prepared breakfast. After a quick breakfast, Wang Hao explained the relevant matters to everyone one by one. Before 4 o'clock, the vehicle drove out of the gate of the villa. Under the gray sky, the armored vehicle rolled up a gust of fallen leaves and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Along the way, Xiao Shanzi and the other two showed extreme excitement, rubbing their hands and eager to try. And Zhishan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, had a blank look and a dull expression, and his hands were always on a brand new noodle knife that Zhong Yu found out of the kitchen for him yesterday. Master Zhishan, when we come back this time, let Xiaodong make you a new set of swords. While driving the car, Wang Hao observed Zhishan's expression. Oh, what did you say? Zhishan looked up at Wang Hao in a trance and asked. I said when we go back this time, I let Xiaodong make you a new set of swords. Wang Hao repeated it again. Swords? Zhishan said blankly, What is a sword? Hey monk, you don't even know what a sword is as a monk? Xia Shanzi leaned over from the back seat and said, I don't know what it has to do with you. Zhishan turned his head back at Xia Shanzi unhappily. Hey old monk, how can you talk to my brother Shan? Are you looking for a beating? Another thin man sitting opposite Xia Shanzi and Lu Cheng said. Who do you think is looking for a beating? Zhishan turned his face coldly. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. Xiao Shanzi quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. He turned back and glared at the thin man. What's your business? Sit aside. Wang Hao looked back through the rearview mirror. When the little man saw Wang Hao looking at him from the rearview mirror, he showed a sullen look on his face. Wang Hao did not speak, and turned his eyes to the front again. The car became quiet again. Xishan turned his head, and did not speak again, but looked forward. After sitting down again, Xiao Shanzi scolded the little man a few more times. After hearing it, the little man seemed to refute a few words, and then there was no movement. The sun was gradually rising at this time. Because he had an understanding of the road conditions, Wang Hao drove less than 3.5 hours this time and arrived at the place where they had parked before. After parking the car, Wang Hao explained the things that needed attention again. After checking their weapons, everyone walked down the hillside to their destination. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, where the radar base was found, the rope was still hanging there. Wang Hao went forward and pulled it. After confirming that there was no problem, he climbed up first, followed by Xiao Shanzi and his 3 companions, and Monk Xishan last. When everyone reached the top, Wang Hao had already checked the environment around the entrance. Xiao Shanzi, you wait here. Master Xishan and I will go down first. If anything unexpected happens, you can help in time. Looking at the cave that was opened by a Moling's whisk, Wang Hao turned around and told Xiao Shanzi and his 3 companions. Captain Wang, don't we have a better chance of winning if we go down together? Looking at the cave full of gravel, Xiao Shanzi said puzzledly. I've said before that the 3 of you are responsible for carrying the things, and the rest will be left to me and Master Xishan. Wang Hao said. Captain Wang, are you worried that our brothers will hold you back? At this time, the thin man stepped forward again. Of course not, we have been here before, and are more familiar with the situation below. I do this for your safety. Wang Hao glanced at him and said, Brother Wang, everyone is also worried about your safety. If it really doesn't work, I will go down with you and let Brother Shanzi and Pika guard the cave entrance. After all, one more person means more strength. Lu Cheng said. Wang Hao frowned and said, okay, you go down with us. Then he looked at Xia Shanzi again. Xia Shanzi, you 2 wait for our signal. If it's safe, I let Lu Cheng come to notify you. The thin man named P who wanted to say something else, but was glared back by Xia Shanzi. Okay, Captain Wang, be careful. If there is any danger, just shoot. We will be there soon. Wang Hao nodded, and the 3 of them jumped down the cave one by one. To Wang Hao's surprise, the previous explosion did not affect this place, but the generator inside had stopped working, and the cave returned to the previous darkness again. Wang Hao had considered this before, so everyone brought 2 fully charged flashlights this time. Among the 5 people, only Xishan did not want a gun. Wang Hao and the other 4 chose a fully automatic rifle and a pistol, and they were well prepared with bullets. Wang Hao led the way in front, followed by Lu Cheng, and Monk Xishan walked at the end. The 3 of them quickly went down into the cave, and used a flashlight to look around. It was still the same as before, except that the generator had been thrown more than 10 meters away, and turned into a pile of rotten iron. After making sure that everything was safe, Wang Hao then walked cautiously toward the tomb passage. The stone door was still open, and the women's clothing from the 1940s was still on the stone steps. However, the passage was a little eerie without the lighting of the electric lights. Following the previous route, Wang Hao walked forward cautiously. The narrow passage was only filled with the echoes of the 3 people's footsteps and panting. Wang Hao could see some hideous scratches on the walls on both sides from time to time. Lu Cheng behind him became nervous after seeing these scratches. And Xishan's expression was even worse. His knife-holding hand was trembling slightly, and his vigilant eyes were always paying attention to the movements around him. In this extremely tense atmosphere, Wang Hao and the other 2 finally reached their destination. The 6 tomb doors under the flashlight remained the same, but at this time, they looked a little hideous, as if they were not tomb doors at all but 6 hideous mouths waiting for prey to enter. You stay here, I go first. If you encounter any emergency, run back. Remember, don't look back. I have my own way to get out. Wang Hao slowly drew out his black knife while speaking. Brother Wang, I go with you. We each take one side, and Master Xishan will be in the middle to support whoever is in danger. Although Lu Cheng felt scared, he felt that Wang Hao was a trustworthy person, and he felt more confident with him in his heart. That's the best, but be careful. Don't be stingy with bullets, just shoot it with a volley if it's alive. Wang Hao nodded. Lu Cheng nodded, and then the 2 of them faced one side, back to back, and walked over carefully. Chapter 245. Although Lu Cheng had experienced several battles before, his opponents were ordinary zombies that moved slowly, and there were not many of them. As long as he had a gun, The zombies would be live targets if they were separated by a certain distance. But now their opponents were 2 levels of evolved creepers, which were several times faster and stronger than ordinary zombies, and their lethality should not be underestimated. For the convenience of action, everyone installed a strong flashlight on the barrel of their gun, so that they did not need to free their fingers to hold the flashlight, which greatly guaranteed the accuracy of shooting, and secondly, they could quickly identify the target to avoid accidentally hurting their own people. However, to the surprise of Wang Hao and the others, no trace of zombies was found in the 6 tombs, and everything remained the same as when they left. Brother Wang, is the danger over? Lu Cheng put down his rifle with a heavy burden and breathed a sigh of relief. The crawlers we met here before are not the ones we met here before. Wang Hao shook his head and said solemnly, they were led by Jin Yang. Only he knows where these crawlers came from. Then, what should we do now? Lu Cheng's face became tense again when he heard it. Wang Hao turned his head and looked deep into the tomb passage, frowned and said, I have a way to blow up the tomb passage in front, so that even if those crawlers are still there, they can be isolated on the other side of the tomb passage. Yes, why didn't I think of this? Aren't explosives ready-made? I go get them now. After Lu Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and ran into the tomb chamber where the weapons were stored. Master, what are you doing? Wang Hao turned around and saw Zhishan squatting in a corner, putting the flashlight on the ground, and using the dough knife in his hand to pry the tomb bricks on the wall. He walked over curiously. That little girl came out from here. I want to seal this place up. Zhishan looked back at Wang Hao nervously, and continued to pry the tomb bricks on the wall. Because of excessive tension and physical exhaustion, Zhishan was sweating profusely, and his back was soaked with sweat. You said that the black kid came out from here? Wang Hao was full of doubts. He squatted beside Zhishan, took off the flashlight on the barrel, and looked at the place under the wall. He looked around for a long time. The wall was tightly closed, and there was no sign of movement on it. Seeing this, Wang Hao frowned, and suddenly got startled. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the black kid could walk through the wall, and came out directly from the wall? Brother Wang, we can't find the explosives. Can grenades work? At this time, Lu Cheng's voice came from behind and interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. Wang Hao was stunned, stood up and looked at Lu Cheng, only to see that Lu Cheng was holding 10 melon grenades in his arms. Wang Hao immediately walked forward, picked up one of them and looked at it, saying, I have read a military magazine before, which said that the scientific name of this melon grenade is the Type 97 grenade. The detonation time is only 4 to 5 seconds, and the killing range is 7 to 10 meters. Can you throw the grenade accurately 20 meters away within 5 seconds? Lu Cheng thought about it and said, it should be no problem. My flying knife speed is much faster than this. The problem is that the weight of the grenade is several times heavier than the throwing knife. Wang Hao said with a worried look on his face. Brother Wang, if you believe me, let me try. Lu Cheng said confidently. I believe you. Wang Hao nodded. Considering the possibility of encountering the crawler, the two of them finally shortened the distance between the grenades to 10 meters. When retreating, Wang Hao deliberately left a flashlight in the grenade, so that Lu Cheng could find the target more accurately when throwing it. After retreating to a safe distance, Wang Hao looked back at Zhishan. He was still prying the tomb bricks with a big head. At this time, a pile of tomb bricks mixed with soil had been piled up high next to him. Wang Hao wanted to step forward to stop him, but seeing his mental state at this time, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What is he doing there? Lu Cheng said in confusion after seeing Zhishan's look. In order not to affect his performance, Wang Hao made up an excuse. He is digging for gold, don't worry about him, are you ready? Oh! Lu Cheng nodded in surprise, collected his mind, and prepared to throw. Brother Wang, can we start? Wang Hao nodded. Lu Cheng shouted, pulled out the safety pin, and knocked it hard on the wall next to him, and threw the grenade in the direction of the flashlight with a whoosh. As soon as the grenade left his hand, Wang Hao and the others turned around and ran towards Zhishan. Before Zhishan could react, Wang Hao threw him to the ground, and Lu Cheng followed and fell beside them. A ball of red light flashed, and with a boom, a heat wave suddenly rushed in from the darkness in front of the tomb passage, and countless broken bricks and earth blocks suddenly hit him. Zhishan was held down by Wang Hao and the others at this time. When the broken bricks and earth blocks fell, Zhishan was the first to raise his head and looked at the direction of the explosion in surprise. Wang Hao and the other man also brushed off the dust on their heads and stood up, shining their flashlights over there immediately. Under the flashlight, the flying dust in the tomb passage was slowly falling, and it was not clear what the tomb passage looked like after being blown up. What are you doing? Xishan said in surprise. If we blow up the tomb passage, the crawlers on the other side of the canyon will not be able to get through, Wang Hao explained while patting the dust off his body. No! Stop! We can't blow it up. She warned me that if we dare to destroy their homes, none of us will get out alive. Xishan rushed into the dust with fear on his face. Master! Wang Hao immediately tried to pull Xishan, but Xishan's body was very fast, and he rushed out as soon as his hand touched Xishan's sleeve. Brother Wang, who is the monk talking about? Lu Cheng looked at Wang Hao with a look of surprise. It's a little girl. When Wang Hao said this, his heart suddenly shook, and an ominous feeling suddenly came from all sides. Chapter 246. Little girl? Lu Cheng looked at Wang Hao in shock. Wang Hao nodded and said anxiously, Don't worry about it for now. I pull Master Xishan back, and you go to inform Xia Shanzi and the others. While he was talking, he quickly caught up. Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment, before turning around and running away. Through the dust, Wang Hao saw Xishan kneeling in front of the ruins and cowed out, and seemed to be muttering something. Master, leave here quickly. Be careful of a second collapse. Wang Hao pulled Xishan up from the ground. No! I can't leave. I want to apologize to her. Xishan struggled to break free from Wang Hao's hand, and knelt down again in a hurry. Be careful. At this moment, the wall next to him collapsed again. Seeing this, Wang Hao inserted his hands into Xishan's armpits, exerted force from his waist, and dragged Xishan's heavy body back quickly. Boom! With a sound, dust filled the air again, and at the same time, Xishan had been dragged to a safe distance by Wang Hao. With the collapse again, Xishan's emotions calmed down instantly. He looked at the broken bricks and earth on the ground in front of him with horror, his chest heaving violently, and beads of sweat flowed down his dusty cheeks, turning into drops of muddy water. Master, what are you afraid of? After helping Xishan up from the ground, Wang Hao looked at him puzzledly and asked. They won't let us go. We will all die here. Xishan was full of horror, and said incoherently. Who are they? Are they the two monsters you mentioned? Wang Hao frowned and asked. At this time, there was a hurried sound of footsteps behind him, and several flashlight beams intersected from far to near. Xiao Shanzi, is that you? Wang Hao quickly turned around and shone the flashlight. Captain Wang. I'm Xiao Shanzi. Xiao Shanzi's voice came immediately. Let's go, master. It's Xiao Shanzi and his friends. Wang Hao greeted Xishan and hurriedly went to meet him. Xishan looked back at the ruins and hurriedly caught up with Wang Hao. Is everything normal outside? Wang Hao stopped and asked. Everything is normal, but the sky suddenly turned cloudy. Xiao Shanzi said with a puzzled look on his face. It was still sunny a few minutes ago, and I don't know how the sky suddenly changed, and there was a strong smell of sulfur. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. His previous experience told him that zombies, like rainy days, and every time it rains, evolved zombies will appear. According to Xia Shanzi's description, it seems that a heavy rain is coming. Now they must hurry to move the weapons, because Yao County is the only way to go back. The population density before the disaster was high, and the number of zombies after the disaster will naturally be large. With this thought, Wang Hao immediately called everyone to start moving the weapons out. Seeing the various weapons in the tomb, Xia Shanzi and the other two immediately became excited, and they started to work without waiting for Wang Hao to speak again. After seeing Wang Hao join the team, Xishan also picked up 2 of the wooden boxes and joined in. In order to save time, Wang Hao suggested moving all 15 boxes outside the cave first, and then hanging them down one by one. With Xishan's help, all 15 wooden boxes were moved to the top of the mountain in just half an hour. Wang Hao found another route at this time. The armored vehicle could drive directly to the foot of the mountain. This saved time and increased efficiency, eliminating the trouble of hoisting to the ground and then transferring to the armored vehicle. To be on the safe side, after all weapons and personnel were evacuated to a safe distance, Wang Hao followed the previous method to blow up the entrance to ensure that there was no risk. Wang Hao then climbed down the rope to the ground to drive the armored vehicle. When Wang Hao drove the armored vehicle to the foot of the mountain, Xia Shanzi and others had already lowered 3 wooden boxes. At this time, the sky became increasingly gloomy, and the sulfur smell in the air became heavier. Seeing the armored vehicle coming, Xia Shanzi, who was responsible for receiving the wooden boxes below, directly moved the 4th wooden box that had just been hoisted over. Wang Hao opened the car door and joined in immediately. Xishan was strong and Pihu was responsible for hoisting down, while Lu Cheng was responsible for tying. The 5 people had clear division of labor, and it took nearly 40 minutes before all 15 boxes of weapons were finally loaded into the armored vehicle. At this time, except for the seats for 5 people, the rest of the armored vehicle was filled with wooden boxes. The last 3 wooden boxes could not be loaded, so Wang Hao simply tied them to the roof and wrapped them tightly with a waterproof cloth found in the car. Everything was ready, and all 5 people got on the armored vehicle. Wang Hao immediately started the vehicle, and slowly drove back to the way he came. Just as he drove down the dirt road, light yellow raindrops fell on the windshield. When the vehicle drove down the mountain, the rain had become heavier, and the light yellow mist that appeared during the previous rain rose again. Why is the rain like muddy water? Lu Cheng looked at the rain splashing outside the car window, with a puzzled look on his face. Wasn't it the same rain half a month ago? What's so strange about it? Pihu said disapprovingly. What do you know? This is called acid rain, which is formed when the air is seriously polluted. Zaya Shanzi looked at the two with contempt, and then looked at Wang Hao. Am I right, Captain Wang? Wang Hao nodded with a heavy heart. In theory, this is the case. Have you noticed that zombies like this kind of weather the most, and often after an acid rain, the number of evolved zombies will suddenly increase? Brother Wang, are you saying that this rain is a catalyst for the evolution of zombies? Lu Cheng asked. I can't be sure, Wang Hao frowned and said, but I think there must be some inevitable connection between the two. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was already showing signs of a rainstorm. The yellow fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The range of vision gradually narrowed to within 10 meters, and the speed of the car gradually dropped to more than 50 miles per hour. Captain Wang, we are fearless with these weapons. Patting a wooden box at hand, Xiao Shanzi seemed very excited all the way. The bullets will run out one day, but I don't know when this doomsday will pass. If you want to survive, you must think of a long-term plan. Wang Hao was full of worry. Xiao Shanzi nodded when he heard it. Yes, the number of zombies will only increase in the future. We can't last long with just our belongings. Captain Wang, do you have any plans? Our current combat power is too weak. If we encounter a large-scale zombie group, we will not be able to resist at all, Wang Hao said with a worried look on his face. I want to ask Dr. Yin to go to the base where he was before to do some mobilization work to get them to join our base. Then I will go to the Yusher base with Brother Yu to persuade Captain Feng. If they can all agree, then our strength will be several times stronger. But what I am most worried about now is the logistics support. Weapons and food are the most basic and important guarantees for an army. Searching alone can't solve the problem. If possible, I want to be self-sufficient. You mean we make our own weapons and ammunition? Xiao Shanzi said in surprise. And food. Wang Hao nodded and added. There is strength in numbers, Brother Wang. I agree with your idea. Lu Cheng said excitedly. How can we support so many people with so little food? Pai Ho interrupted with dissatisfaction on his face. Captain Wang, even if we plant crops now, it will take at least half a year to harvest them. And look at this horrible weather, it's still unclear whether crops can grow in the fields. Zaya Shanzi looked worried. Wang Hao nodded. Yes, this is exactly what I'm worried about. The rain was still getting heavier, and the view ahead was getting blurrier. Wang Hao had to slow down the car again and again. Looking at the yellowish rain falling all over the sky outside the car window, Wang Hao's mood suddenly became depressed, and Zaya Shanzi and the other two were silent. On the contrary, Monk Shishan, who had been worried when he came, was now leaning on his seat and sleeping soundly, as if he was a tired person who could finally sleep well after a long time. Wang Hao didn't bother him when he saw this. There was a bend ahead, so Wang Hao had to slow down again. However, just after the armored vehicle turned the bend, two thin figures suddenly jumped down from the roof of an abandoned house on the roadside more than 50 meters away from the rear of the vehicle, and quickly chased after the armored vehicle on all fours. Chapter 247. The rain was still getting heavier, the wipers on the windshield were swinging back and forth quickly, and the yellow fog was getting thicker. Although Wang Hao had already turned on all the lights, he could only vaguely distinguish the road within 5 meters ahead. The rain is too heavy, we must find a place to park. Wang Hao looked around and found that he was on a dilapidated township road, with some abandoned restaurants and car repair shops on both sides. Captain Wang, will we have trouble parking here? Xiao Shanzi leaned over and looked at the two zombies on the side of the road, who were looking up and bathing in the rain. Seeing this, Lu Cheng and Pai Ho next to him quickly stretched out their automatic rifles from the firing port. Don't shoot, be careful not to alarm other zombies. Wang Hao saw the two people's actions from the rearview mirror, and immediately stepped on the brakes, and turned back to stop them. Lu Cheng and the other two were stunned. Pihu looked at Wang Hao unconvinced and said, "Didn't you say that zombies don't react when they are in the rain? We can use this opportunity to kill a few of them. That's without alarming them." Wang Hao turned his head away and didn't look at him again. His eyes immediately noticed that there seemed to be an abandoned small gas station on the roadside 10 meters ahead. "You can say anything." Pihu put down his rifle unconvinced. "Shut your mouth." Xiao Shanzi turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Pihu looked at him angrily and turned his face to the window. "Don't talk about him. There is a gas station ahead. Let's stop there for a while and leave when the rain stops," Wang Hao said while turning the steering wheel. Xiao Shanzi didn't say anything, but Pihu still snorted in dissatisfaction. Lu Cheng, who was sitting next to him, poked his arm, but Pihu blocked it. Although the movement was small, Wang Hao still saw it from the rearview mirror. He didn't say anything at the moment, and slowly stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the gas station in the heavy rain. Shishan also woke up at this time. He sat up and looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where are we? The rain is too heavy. Let's go to the gas station in front, and wait for the rain to stop before leaving," Wang Hao responded, while paying attention to the surrounding environment. "Oh!" Shishan responded in a muffled voice, and then looked around again. The armored vehicle slowly drove into the awning of the gas station. The awning was dilapidated, and the heavy rain hit it, making bursts of crackling sounds, which made people worry whether this rusty awning could last until the next second. "Brother Shan, this shed won't collapse, will it?" Pihu said to Xia Shanzi, looking at the shed that was leaking water with a worried look on his face. "You are so troublesome. Don't you see there is an iron frame supporting it underneath?" Xia Shanzi glanced at him unhappily. As they talked, several people had checked the gas station inside and out, which only had 2 gas pumps and 2 rooms. Except for a female cashier whose head was smashed by a steering wheel lock in front of the cashier, they did not find anything unusual. The 2 gas pumps had been emptied long ago, and the oil guns were thrown on the ground and rotten into several sections. Nothing valuable was found inside or outside. After the search, Wang Hao and the other 5 found a place to sit down. "Captain Wang, what the hell is going on with this rain? All the polluting enterprises have already closed down. Where does this pollution come from?" Xiao Shanzi sat next to Wang Hao, looking at the rain outside in confusion. Wang Hao shook his head, his eyes also full of confusion. The end of the world has already happened. What else is impossible? Xiao Shanzi sighed lightly. "People used to argue about this prophecy and that prophecy, but I didn't expect that this day would really come, and it came so suddenly. If you don't cherish it when you have it, you will regret it after you lose it. People, this is the mentality." Wang Hao also sighed. "Brother Wang, Brother Shan, there is movement in the toilet." Lu Cheng ran over with a nervous look on his face. Wang Hao and the other 2 stood up at the same time. Wang Hao glanced in the direction of the toilet. "Don't be nervous, I go over and take a look. You guys pay attention to the surrounding environment." Wang Hao slowly pulled out his black knife, and then he ran towards the direction of the toilet with the knife. Pihu also ran over with a nervous look on his face. "What's wrong?" "You 2 go and look around again, I go to help Captain Wang." Xiao Shanzi pulled a bolt and told the 2 of them, then hurried to chase Wang Hao. Pihu and the other 2 looked at each other and then dispersed, each alert. Shishan always sat alone by the gas pump, staring at the heavy rain outside. The toilet is located at the northernmost part of the gas station. It is the most rudimentary open-air toilet, with men on the left and women on the right, and the awning above the head can just cover it. Hearing footsteps behind him, Wang Hao looked back and saw that it was Xiao Shanzi. He didn't say much and gestured to him to go to the men's side on the left. Wang Hao then ran directly to the women's restroom on the right, because he had already heard the rustling sound coming from the women's restroom. Xiao Shanzi nodded, and the 2 of them walked cautiously in their respective directions. Wang Hao carefully distinguished the sound inside the toilet by sticking to the wall, and found that the sound did not seem to come from the inside of the toilet, but from the pit behind the toilet. Listening to the sticky sound, Wang Hao was more certain of this. When he turned and entered the toilet, a strong stench suddenly hit him. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He didn't find anything abnormal in the toilet, and the sound came from under the squat toilet. Wang Hao turned and retreated, and saw Xiao Shanzi walking out of the men's toilet. "Captain Wang, the sound seems to come from behind," Xiao Shanzi said in a low voice. "I heard it too." Wang Hao nodded, and the 2 of them walked towards the pit behind. When they saw the situation in the pit, Wang Hao felt his stomach churning, and Xiao Shanzi vomited on the spot, and turned around and ran away. A zombie with a pumpkin-sized head soaked in feces was waving its arms back and forth in the manure pit. When it saw Wang Hao and the others, it immediately became energetic and walked towards Wang Hao with chest-deep feces. Because its mouth was filled with feces, it could not make any sound. Thick feces flowed out of its mouth from time to time. Wang Hao took a look and turned around and walked out. Xiao Shanzi had just vomited and stood up. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and spit on the ground again, saying, "Paw! It's so fucking disgusting. I have never seen such a disgusting thing in my life. Forget it, people are like that." Wang Hao patted his shoulder and walked away. Seeing Wang Hao and the other two coming out, Lu Cheng hurried over and asked, "What did you find, Brother Wang?" "Nothing, just a zombie fell into the pit." Wang Hao slowly put away his black knife, and suddenly his eyes focused, and he saw Zhishan suddenly stood up from the gas pump, looking at a building across the road with a horrified look. Chapter 248. Wang Hao followed his gaze, and his face suddenly changed. Two black figures were clinging to a two-story building across the road like geckos, and their heads were turned back to look at them. The distance between the two sides was only 30 meters. The two gecko-like figures were looming in the pouring rain and drifting yellow fog. "What's wrong, Brother Wang?" Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Lu Cheng looked in confusion and followed his gaze, but saw nothing. The two figures were crawling very fast, and Wang Hao only saw them once. When Lu Cheng looked again, they had disappeared. "Hurry up and get in the car. We leave here immediately." Wang Hao had no time to explain, and hurriedly asked others to get in the car. Although the others didn't know what happened, Wang Hao's expression made them realize that they might have encountered something bad. No one asked any questions, and they all boarded the armored vehicle as quickly as possible. Zhishan was terrified after getting on the vehicle. He looked at the building opposite, and kept muttering something incoherently. Xia Shanzi was the last one to get on the vehicle. Before the door was closed, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator. The heavy armored vehicle made a harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground, turned counterclockwise in the gas station, and rushed into the rain without any delay. "Captain Wang, what happened?" Xia Shanzi asked nervously. "The kid in the tomb passage is chasing us." Wang Hao stared at the front. "Be prepared to shoot. If any unknown object approaches, just shoot." Xiao Shanzi and the other two immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and pulled the bolts of their guns and extended the barrels from the shooting holes on both sides. Zhishan became a little crazy at this time. He took off his cassock and untied the monk's robe on his upper body, revealing his strong muscles. He leaned on the noodle-scraping knife with his bare arm, and put the other hand on his chest. He closed his eyes, and lowered his head to recite something silently. Wang Hao and the other four in the car were immediately startled by his strange behavior, but no one said anything as danger was approaching. They took a look and quickly returned to their respective combat positions. The armored vehicle roared past in the pouring rain. Due to the obstruction of vision, the front of the car would occasionally hit a few zombies that were bathing with their heads raised. The black and red blood splashed on the windshield and quickly mixed with rainwater, and was wiped away by the wipers. The mirrors on both sides of the vehicle had long disappeared, and the rearview mirror inside the car could not see the situation behind. Wang Hao had to remind everyone to close the windows and doors on their side tightly to prevent sudden attacks. After the vehicle ran wildly in the rainstorm for a while, Wang Hao suddenly realized that if he drove all the way back to the base, even if he got rid of the two followers now, who could guarantee that they would not follow some clues to find the base? If you want to eliminate this trouble, you must completely eliminate them, otherwise you will be inviting wolves into the house. Wang Hao immediately expressed his thoughts. And Xia Shanzi and the other three nodded in agreement. Only Monk Zhishan did not express his opinion. He still kept his previous posture, leaning on the face-splitting knife and closing his eyes to chant. After turning into the fork in the road, the armored vehicle drove onto a straight rural cement road. On both sides were small trees that had been planted not long ago, but they had already died. The wheat fields that should have been in ear were also withered and yellow, and were beaten to the ground by the heavy rain. The good thing is that although the road surface of this rural cement road is not wide, there are no zombies or vehicles blocking the road along the way. The rain had reached the level of heavy rain. The car window was hazy with yellow fog. The road was covered with yellowish rainwater, and the yellow fog was rising from the rainwater. "Brother Wang, I remember, I have walked this road before, and the end is Yansuan," Lu Cheng suddenly said at this time. "Yansuan?" Wang Hao frowned, and suddenly remembered what Dongzi said. Before leaving, Xiao Mo told him that there was something hidden in the Shang dynasty ruins in Yansuan. Lu Cheng's words immediately reminded Wang Hao. He originally planned to transport the supplies back to the base and make another trip. Now that these two things have come together, he might as well solve them here. With this thought, Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Xishan. Xishan was still indifferent, as if he had never heard the conversation between the two. At the same time, he thought of the villagers trapped in Dingjiabao. Where were they transferred to? Are Brother Yi and Brother Fong from Dingjiabao alive now? Do their forces still exist? If all this is true, then after solving the two problems here, they will be the next one. Thinking of this, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. Chapter 249. Captain Wang, those two things don't seem to be chasing us. Xiao Shanzi looked at the rear window for a long time and turned back to say, whether they are chasing us or not, we should be careful for safety reasons. Wang Hao said, besides, Dongzi said that Xiao Mo left us something at the site. We can take this opportunity to find it. If they are chasing us, we will eliminate this trouble there. If not, we will go to Dingjiabao to see if we can find those villagers who were transported away. We are in need of people now. Xiao Shanzi nodded and didn't say anything. Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Xishan. Xishan seemed to relax at this time and slowly opened his eyes. I know where those villagers are, but it's hard to say whether they can survive until now. Wang Hao was shocked, Master. What do you mean by this? They were all taken by those two guys to exchange for food. Those who are useless were killed directly. Xishan said indifferently. Wang Hao's face changed, and he asked hurriedly, who are you exchanging with? Butterflies, Xishan said. Wang Hao was stunned, but Xia Shanzi and the other two were shocked, with expressions of fear on their faces. Butterfly convoy. Wang Hao frowned and asked puzzledly, what is the butterfly convoy? I haven't seen them, I just know that they are very powerful, and there is a butterfly graffiti sprayed on each car. Xia Shanzi said here, his face became more and more frightened. Wherever they go, all the survivor bases must surrender to them and pay tribute, and whoever dares to resist will be killed, without mercy. The vehicle was driving at a constant speed of about 60 miles per hour. The rain was still heavy, but the yellow fog had weakened, and the view ahead was much clearer than before. Hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. If they dare to come, they will never return. Oh! Xishan showed a look of surprise on his face. He stared at Wang Hao for a long time before saying, Why are you so confident? Everyone has weaknesses, and there is no invincible opponent. Wang Hao said with a stern look. During the conversation, the armored vehicle had driven to the end of the cement road, and was blocked by a triangular cement stone pier. You can go around from the field on the left, and then you can see a large mound. The ruins are behind that mound. Lu Cheng stood up and pointed. Wang Hao immediately turned the steering wheel to the left, and drove the armored vehicle into the wheat field on the left. The off-road performance of the armored vehicle was indeed very strong. Although the wheat field had been soaked by rain, the armored vehicle's 6 wheels complemented each other, and the forward speed was not hindered at all. It roared into the wheat field. Following the direction pointed by Lu Cheng, the armored vehicle dug up a burst of mud and drove quickly towards the mound a few hundred meters away, like a black beast. Just a few minutes later, the mound of 5 or 6 meters high appeared in front of everyone, and at this time the rain in the sky began to gradually decrease, and the fog began to dissipate. After checking their respective weapons, Wang Hao was the first to open the car door and jump down. Although the rain had begun to weaken, it still maintained the momentum of moderate rain. As soon as he got off the car, his clothes were immediately soaked, and his feet were instantly covered with mud up to his ankles. As soon as the boys got off the car, they quickly formed a battle formation. For fully automatic rifles were pointed at one side, and Xishan led the way. The 5 people quickly climbed up the mound and looked far away. There was a vast expanse of yellow all around, and no moving objects were found. After observing for a while, under the leadership of Xishan, several people quickly went down to the other side of the mound. A series of earth pits of different sizes and depths appeared in front of everyone, which looked like irregular rice fields from a distance. When they got to the bottom of the slope, Wang Hao and his friends were stunned. Xiaoshan wiped the rain off his face and looked at Wang Hao and said, Captain Wang, there are so many pits. How can we find them? Wang Hao looked around the surrounding environment. It was surrounded by mounds of different heights. The graves in front of them also collapsed and mudslide to varying degrees due to the rain. Several graves around were filled with mud, and some were even completely filled. Since Brother Xiaomo hid the things here, there must be a reason for it. Let's split up and pay attention to every detail, Wang Hao said. Xiao Shanzi nodded, and then asked Lu Cheng and Pai Ho to start a carpet search. Xishan was indifferent, letting the rain fall on his bare arms. He always leaned on the dough knife with one hand, frowning and scanning the entire tomb. Wang Hao did not bother him, and immediately he and Xiao Shanzi and the other two slowly moved forward in a carpet search. An hour passed quickly, and at this time Wang Hao and the other four had searched half of the distance. Wang Hao subconsciously turned his head to look at Jishan, but was surprised to find that Jishan had disappeared on the spot. Seeing Wang Hao looking back, Xiao Shanzi and the other two also subconsciously looked back, and they were all stunned. "Captain Wang, why is the old monk gone?" Xiao Shanzi shouted to Wang Hao from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. "Stop searching." Wang Hao quickly realized that the situation might have changed, and immediately gathered everyone together. "We are now approaching the mound to the west, where the terrain is the lowest. We will go out from there." The four of them were paying attention to the surrounding environment, while quickly moving towards the mound to the west. When the four were less than 10 meters away from the mound, Lu Cheng suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there is a hole in that tomb." The others were stunned, and turned their heads to look. They saw a round hole the size of a wash basin in a shallow tomb 5 or 6 meters away from the right of the crowd. At this time, the accumulated water in the tomb was rushing in. "You stay here and I go and take a look." Wang Hao put his rifle diagonally on his back, rolled up his trouser legs, and ran quickly towards the shallow tomb. When Wang Hao got closer, he found that it was indeed a round hole, and the surroundings of the round hole were deliberately built with bricks, a bit like a drainage ditch. Just when Wang Hao was puzzled, the black knife hanging on his waist trembled slightly. Wang Hao frowned and pulled the black knife out of the scabbard. A dazzling blue light suddenly emanated from the dark blade. At the moment it left the scabbard, the blade flashed suddenly, and the blue light disappeared. Countless blood-red dense tiny runes suddenly appeared on the dark blade. At first glance, it looked like the blade was covered with red tadpoles. "What's going on?" Looking at the trembling black knife in his hand, Wang Hao was suddenly stunned. At this moment, a fierce sound of water came to his ears. He saw that the accumulated water that was originally flowing into the hole was actually flowing back, as if it was being sucked out by an invisible suction force. Chapter 250. Wang Hao was shocked to find that the invisible suction force actually came from the black knife in his hand. The huge suction force made Wang Hao almost unable to hold the handle of the knife with one hand, so he quickly used the other hand. At that moment, he held the handle tightly with both hands, but the reaction force of the water flow in the cave was also not as strong, and soon pulled Wang Hao's body toward the front of the cave. Wang Hao's arms were bulging with blue veins, his face was flushed, and he shouted in a deep voice, and immediately straightened his body and fell backwards, so that his own weight was also added. Although there would be no reversal, at least he could hold on for a while. Xiao Shanzi and the other two stood not far away, looking at Wang Hao holding the knife and confronting the black hole with puzzled faces. They wanted to help, but Wang Hao had told them to be alert to the surroundings before, and the current situation was dangerous and could not be ignored. Here, Wang Hao was still struggling to hold on. His body almost formed a 30-degree angle with the ground, and he didn't know how deep the cave was and how much water it had accumulated. When Wang Hao saw where the pumped water was drained, he was immediately disappointed. No wonder the water could not be drained out. It turned out that the pumped water flowed back again. It would take a year to drain it out. But the black knife in Wang Hao's hand was like a powerful water pump. The water in the cave was pumped out again after flowing back in. What should I do? Wang Hao was in a dilemma. The knife was out of the sheath, and he could not help himself. He did not dare to release the force at all, for fear that the black knife would be sucked into the cave by the suction force of the water in the cave. Just when he felt hesitant, the suction force suddenly became stronger and slowly pulled Wang Hao's body straight. "Xiao Shanzi, come and help!" Wang Hao shouted hurriedly, and at the same time, he almost used up all his strength. The veins on both sides of his temples and arms were bulging, and his face and neck were red. Xiao Shanzi and the other two hurried over when they heard the words. Just as they were about to jump into the grave, the pumped-out water suddenly brought up a black object. Before Wang Hao could see what it was, he only felt a crisp sound of bang in his ears, and the suction force disappeared immediately, and Wang Hao sat down in the grave. Xiao Shanzi and the other two were stunned. Wang Hao quickly gathered his mind and looked at the black knife. The black knife had returned to its previous black color, and a black dagger without a handle was tightly attached to the black knife. "Captain Wang, are you okay?" Xiao Shanzi and the other two hurried down the pit and helped Wang Hao up. "Why does it look so familiar?" Looking at the handleless dagger attached to the blade, Wang Hao frowned immediately, subconsciously stretched out his hand and pulled it, and it was taken down effortlessly. While returning the knife to the sheath, he carefully looked at the handleless dagger, and suddenly he was shocked. This is Brother Xiao Mo's thing. Xiao Shanzi and the other two were suddenly stunned, and they all stepped forward to watch. Captain Wang, is this what Brother Xiaomo left for you? Xiao Shanzi stared at the dagger in confusion. It should be, otherwise why would it appear here? Wang Hao said a little uncertainly. Xiao Shanzi nodded, but Lu Cheng looked at the dagger in confusion and said, Brother Wang, why do I think this dagger is a little wrong? It's too thick, like two daggers put together. Lu Cheng's words immediately reminded Wang Hao. He subconsciously glanced at the blade and was overjoyed. You are right. These are two knives combined together. Overjoyed, Wang Hao immediately clamped the blade with both hands and rubbed it hard, and the handleless dagger was immediately split into two. Huh? Is there something hidden inside? Xiao Shanzi looked at the transparent long object that was almost like a sausage casing between the two daggers in surprise. Wang Hao frowned, pinched one corner, and carefully lifted it up. Unexpectedly, this thing stretched out automatically after being lifted by Wang Hao, presenting the shape of a human hand. I thought it was something good, it's so disgusting. Pai Ho looked at it with disdain, and then climbed up the great pit by himself. Brother Wang, do you think this thing is the yin-yang hand that Brother Xiaomo mentioned before? Lu Cheng said in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Shanzi and Pai Ho, who had just climbed up the great pit, also opened their eyes wide. But this is different from the one that Xiaomo took off in the ancient tomb of Erfeng Mountain. Wang Hao frowned and asked in confusion. Why is it different? Xiao Shanzi asked curiously. At this time, the rain had turned into a light rain, and the dripping raindrops fell on everyone's already soaked bodies, but no one cared. The previous one was at least a glove, and this one is just a piece of skin. Wang Hao frowned and looked at it. Brother Wang, I think there must be some connection between your knife and this thing, otherwise why was it sucked out of the hole by your knife just now? Lu Cheng said. Do you want me to wear it? Wang Hao said. Well, since this is what Brother Xiaomo left for you, it must be right. Lu Cheng nodded. Yes, Captain Wang, just try it on. Xiao Shanzi also seemed to be looking forward to it. Wang Hao frowned and looked at it for a long time and said, How can I wear this just a piece of skin? I have a way. Lu Cheng put the rifle on his back and carefully took the casing from Wang Hao, and then Wang Hao subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Men are young, men wear it on the left and women wear it on the right, so it should be worn on the left hand. Lu Cheng seemed to have thought of something. You reminded me that the glove was cut off from the monster's right hand by Brother Xiaomo. If this is indeed a pair, it would be right to wear it on the left hand. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his left hand. Lu Cheng measured it, and carefully lifted the human hand with both hands, letting Wang Hao's palm face up, and then pasted the human hand on tightly like a mobile phone screen protector. The size is just right. Lu Cheng clapped his hands, and admired Wang Hao's left hand, as if he were appreciating a work of art. I say, Lu Cheng, you didn't use mobile phone screen protectors before, did you? Looking at Wang Hao's left hand, Xiao Shanzi couldn't help but show a glow of appreciation. How do you know? Back then Lu Cheng just finished speaking when he saw Wang Hao's left hand suddenly turn red, as if it was a branding iron just taken out of the fire. Ah! Looking at Wang Hao's face again, it instantly became extremely distorted, and a red tide was spreading rapidly from his left arm, and in an instant it had reached his neck. Captain Wang! What's wrong with you? Xiao Shanzi was immediately shocked, and quickly supported Wang Hao. Brother Wang. Lu Cheng's face was full of tension. The red tide spread to Wang Hao's whole body almost instantly. Wang Hao felt as if his whole body was thrown into a raging fire and burned, and soon lost consciousness. Something is coming towards us. At this extremely critical moment, the monkey squatting on the grave suddenly changed his face, hurriedly stood up, picked up the gun and shot in one direction. Chapter 251. Wang Hao had fainted at this time, and the redness on his body was slowly fading. Look at what you have done. If anything happens to Captain Wang, I will kill you. Xiao Shanzi kicked Lu Cheng to the ground, turned around, and carried Wang Hao on his back, and climbed up to the grave. Lu Cheng knew he was in the wrong, and did not dare to say anything. He quickly got up to help Xiao Shanzi move Wang Hao out of the grave. Xiao Shanzi saw that there was a black shadow crawling on all fours moving quickly towards them in the direction where Pai Ho was shooting. What is that? Lu Cheng said in surprise. No matter what it is, kill it first. Xiao Shanzi quickly put Wang Hao on the ground, turned the rifle, pulled the bolt, and fired at the other party. Lu Cheng also quickly raised his gun and started shooting. Da-da-da. The firepower network formed by the 395 type fully automatic rifles could not stop the opponent's advanced speed at all. After firing half a box of bullets in a row, Xiao Shanzi quickly realized that danger was coming. He immediately carried Wang Hao from the ground and shouted to Lu Cheng and Pihu, "That thing is not afraid of bullets, run!" The three of them quickly ran towards the low mound in the west. Lu Cheng and the others turned around and fired a few shots from time to time while running. At this time, the thing's crawling speed was getting faster and faster. In just a dozen seconds, the distance had been shortened to within 100 meters. It seemed that it would catch up with the four people in 10 seconds at most. At this moment, Wang Hao, who was carried on Xia Shanzi's back, suddenly opened his eyes. "Put me down!" The unexpected shout startled Xia Shanzi and the other two and stopped. Xia Shanzi hurriedly turned sideways to put Wang Hao down, but when he saw Wang Hao's eyes, he couldn't help but be startled again. "Captain Wang, your eyes. Don't ask, go first, leave him to me." Wang Hao drew out his black knife while speaking and rushed towards the four-limbed crawler that was less than 50 meters away from them. Xiao Shanzi and the other two stood there in a daze, looking at Wang Hao. What happened to him? Xiao Shanzi's eyes were full of doubts. Maybe it has something to do with the glove. Lu Cheng was also shocked. "Don't stand there, let's go!" Paiho glanced at Wang Hao's back and hurriedly urged. "If you are afraid of death, go first. I will never abandon Captain Wang." Xiao Shanzi glared at him fiercely. Although Lu Cheng did not speak, from his actions, he definitely did not mean to leave. At this time, he was touching the flying knife on his waist. "Okay, you are loyal. If you don't leave, I will leave." Paiho said viciously, turned around, climbed up the mound and quickly disappeared at the top of the slope. Xiao Shanzi and the other two did not look back at him. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Hao. As the distance increased, Wang Hao could see the appearance of the thing clearly. It was the little girl they met in the tomb of Erfeng Mountain before, but the light was not good at that time, and Wang Hao could only see the general outline. Although it was cloudy now, the light was much stronger than that in the tomb. Wang Hao realized at this time that it was not a little girl at all, but a four-limbed reptile similar to a monkey. Under the scattered hair, a walnut-like head grew on a bumpy body. The limbs were similar to those of humans, but the muscles were well developed, the arms were very long, almost reaching below the knees, and there were 10 thick nails on the huge palms. The soles of the feet were similar to those of normal humans, but they were also covered with long and sharp black nails. When Wang Hao saw the other person clearly, the two sides were less than 5 meters apart. At this time, the monster leaped up and opened its claws to pounce on Wang Hao. In a flash, Wang Hao dodged to the side, twisted his waist, and chopped the opponent's lower abdomen with the black knife in his hand. Swish! There was a sound of cracking flesh, and the monster fell to the ground with a bang, and quickly turned to look at Wang Hao, while Wang Hao also turned around at the same time, holding the black knife horizontally in front of him, and a drop of green liquid slowly slid down along the blade. The monster opened his green eyes, and stared at Wang Hao fiercely, and suddenly opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of dense fangs. After an angry roar, he rushed towards Wang Hao again. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and waved his knife to meet it. The opponent seemed to know the power of the black knife, and did not grab it directly with his hands, but met it with his forearm. Bang! With a crisp sound, sparks flew, and Wang Hao felt his palm go numb, and the black knife almost fell out of his hand. Then the tiger claw-like palm was about to dig Wang Hao's chest. Wang Hao knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly pulled back, and with a schwa, the clothes on his chest were torn into pieces. Roar! The monster roared and rushed again. Wang Hao's red eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he shouted, holding the knife with both hands, and went straight to meet it. Schwa! He slashed the air with the knife, and while the opponent dodged, Wang Hao quickly turned behind it, without any hesitation, and stabbed the opponent's back with a knife. Roar! Amid the shrill screams, Wang Hao twisted the black knife, and pulled it out with a schwa. At the same time, he had retreated 5 steps away. A stream of green liquid immediately gushed out of the wound. Without waiting for the monster to react, Wang Hao directly picked up his rifle, and fired a burst of bullets at it. After being hit at close range, the monster rolled on the ground several times in a row, lying on the ground dying, and no longer able to attack. A pool of green blood soon flowed out from under its body. Wang Hao put down his rifle, picked up his black knife, and walked forward. Looking at the monster on the ground, he always felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he was startled. All the bullets in the box of bullets he had just fired were splashed to the side, and only 2 bullets were embedded in the opponent's walnut-like left chest. Just when Wang Hao discovered this, the monster suddenly opened its eyes, and opened its mouth wide, and a thick black tongue rolled towards Wang Hao's neck. It was too late to retreat. Out of instinct, Wang Hao stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the black tongue in his hand. He swung his knife with his right hand to cut it, but he didn't expect that the black tongue was so powerful that it went through his palm and quickly wrapped around his left arm, throwing Wang Hao out. Bang! Caught off guard, the black knife in his right hand fell out of his hand, and was thrown 5 meters away. Plop! Wang Hao was thrown directly into another grave pit with deep water. Before he could get up, the monster had retracted its long tongue and appeared above the pit where he was now. Roar! The monster roared, swung its thick arms, and pounced on Wang Hao. Chapter 252. When his life was hanging by a thread, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out, and the skinny body of the monster was immediately knocked off the side, and fell heavily on the edge of the grave pit. Plop! A splash of water splashed, and the monster landed right next to Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and he turned over and swung his fist to hit the monster's head. The monster's skull was very hard, and Wang Hao's fists were bleeding after a few punches, but he didn't dare to relax at all, and his fists fell on the monster's forehead like raindrops. The opponent hadn't reacted to the first few punches, but then he waved his arms and scratched Wang Hao's body. The clothes on his upper body were soon torn, revealing bright red bloodstains. At this moment, Xiao Shanzi appeared above the grave pit with a black knife. "Captain Wang, catch the knife!" Xiao Shanzi shouted and threw the black knife to Wang Hao from the pit mouth. Just as Wang Hao was about to free his hand to catch the knife, he was slapped against the pit wall by the opponent. Wang Hao suddenly felt the blood in his chest surging, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao subconsciously wiped it with his left hand, but at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a burning sensation on his left hand. When he raised his hand, he found that his entire palm had turned red, just like a branding iron just taken out of the fire. At this time, the monster turned its target to Xia Shanzi, and the black tongue in its mouth shot out again. Xia Shanzi had no time to dodge, and was entangled by the neck and forcibly dragged into the tomb. The monster raised his claws, and was about to slap Xia Shanzi. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly stood up and directly swung his left palm, like a branding iron, and slapped the back of the monster's head. The monster seemed to sense the danger behind it, but when it just turned its head, Wang Hao's left palm hit its face, and a sizzling sound was heard. The monster's face was actually sunken by Wang Hao's left palm. As the black smoke rose, a burnt smell of barbecue spread in the air. The black tongue that was wrapped around Xiao Shanzi loosened in an instant, and fell out of the incinerated skull. The limbs also slowly stopped moving. Wang Hao immediately retracted his left palm, but the burning line of fire continued to spread downwards. Soon, the monster turned into a piece of black ash floating on the accumulated water in the tomb pit. Xiao Shanzi and Lu Cheng, who had just arrived above the tomb pit, stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. Wang Hao also looked at his left palm with full of surprise. "Brother Wang, we succeeded." Lu Cheng was suddenly overjoyed and jumped down from the pit. Wang Hao nodded excitedly. Xiao Shanzi came forward and looked at Wang Hao's left hand carefully, saying, "I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful that it burned the monster to ashes. If it weren't for Brother Xiaomo, it would be difficult for us to kill this invulnerable monster today." Wang Hao's face was a little moved. Thinking of Xiaomo's leaving without saying goodbye, he felt sad. "Captain Wang, don't be too sad. Maybe Brother Xiaomo will come back in a few days," Xiao Shanzi advised. "I hope so. Let's go." Wang Hao nodded, and the three of them climbed up the grave pit. Lu Cheng picked up the black knife from another grave pit. Putting away the black knife, Wang Hao and the other two were ready to turn around and leave. At this moment, a sound of fighting suddenly came. The three of them were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. The direction from which the sound came was behind the mound where Xishan disappeared before. Roar! A burst of angry roars came, and Wang Hao said in surprise, "Oh no! It must be Master Xishan." While he was talking, the man had already rushed away. Xia Shanzi and the other two hurried to catch up, but their speed could not keep up with Wang Hao at all. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Wang Hao had left the two behind more than 50 meters. Wang Hao rushed to the mound, and there was a corpse lying where they parked. Wang Hao looked closely, and found that the corpse was none other than the monkey who abandoned them. At this time, Xishan was waving a noodle-splitting knife to fight with another slightly larger monster. From the scene, the two were evenly matched. Xishan had no scars on his body, and the monster only had a green mark on its back. It seemed that Xishan had stabbed him, but it did not affect its speed and attack power at all. The scene was clear at a glance. Wang Hao looked at his left palm. The redness just now had disappeared, and only the layer of sausage glove that was almost indistinguishable from the flesh was still tightly attached to his palm. The situation was urgent, and Wang Hao had no time to think schwa. He drew out his black knife and rushed straight to Shishan and the other person under the mound. Shishan had already spotted Wang Hao when he just appeared on the top of the slope. Now seeing Wang Hao rushing to help, he naturally felt more confident. The knife in his hand flew up and down, making a whirring sound. After seeing Wang Hao, the monster seemed to realize something and immediately gave up attacking Shishan and rushed straight to Wang Hao. When he was less than 5 meters away from the opponent, Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his legs, holding the knife with both hands and slashing at the top of the monster's head. The monster seemed to be greatly stimulated and rushed straight to him without hesitation, as if he wanted to use his hard skull to block Wang Hao's knife. Bang! The black knife fell on the opponent's head with great speed, splashing sparks. Before Wang Hao landed, the monster opened its mouth and bit Wang Hao's neck. A fishy smell hit his nose. Wang Hao quickly used the remaining force of the black knife to chop the opponent's head and suddenly raised his knee to knock the opponent's chin. The monster did not expect Wang Hao to use this move. Before he could react, he was thrown 5 steps away with his head raised, but he was not hurt at all. He rolled over and climbed up from the ground. On all fours, he looked at Wang Hao angrily and let out a shrill roar. It seemed to know that his companion had been killed by Wang Hao. At the same time, Xiao Shanzi and Lu Cheng also rushed down from the mound. Each of them raised their guns and aimed at the monster. Shishan Monk arrived almost at the same time. Now the 4 of them surrounded the monster in the middle, and the monster did not look at anyone, but just stared at Wang Hao viciously, with his back arched high and his nails deeply embedded in the ground. It seemed that he was determined to tear Wang Hao to pieces to avenge his companion. "All of you disperse, it's coming for me." Wang Hao stared at the other party coldly. The red light in his eyes had faded, but his eyes were more terrifying and cold than before. The monster's eyes began to flicker, and its hind legs began to slowly retreat backwards. Xiao Shanzi and the other 2 kept aiming at the monster. Monk Shishan also had a fierce look on his face, and the Buddhist beads hanging on his neck swung back and forth with his moving body. Seeing that the monster wanted to escape, Wang Hao pressed on step by step. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain would definitely cause endless troubles. If he wanted to completely solve this trouble, he had to root it out. However, what Wang Hao didn't expect was that, after the other party slowly retreated a few steps, he suddenly jumped up and pounced on him with his huge claws. Chapter 253. "Captain Wang, be careful!" Xiao Shanzi shouted and pulled the trigger quickly. Duh. A string of bullets immediately shot at the monster that had already jumped up. The monster was knocked over in midair and fell directly to the ground. The string of bullets not only did not cause any damage to it, but it completely enraged it. It roared to the sky and stood up. Duh. Xiao Shanzi didn't give it a chance to fight back. When he got up, he fired another string of bullets at it. The monster was beaten back a few steps, and suddenly opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, and a thick black tongue shot out. "Be careful." Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly swung his black knife and chopped at the black tongue. However, what Wang Hao didn't expect was that the black tongue suddenly changed direction in midair, and went straight to his wrist. Here comes the trick again. Wang Hao's heart was made up, and murderous intent appeared on his face. Instead of dodging, he rushed over faster. The monster also didn't expect Wang Hao to dare to fight with it. He was startled, his eyes were full of murderous light, and his long tongue was in midair. It suddenly rolled back, and the tip of the tongue rushed straight to the back of Wang Hao's head. If Wang Hao was a step slower, the tip of the tongue covered with barbs would have pierced his head directly. At this extremely critical moment, what no one expected was that Wang Hao suddenly stopped his body, swung the black knife, and turned around suddenly, and a black shadow slashed down from midair. And the long tongue less than 1 meter away from Wang Hao's face was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Wang Hao turned around very quickly and swung the knife. The tip of the knife scraped the ground, and with a swish sound, a residual image was left in the air. The monster immediately let out a shrill scream, and the only half of the tongue left in its mouth was also cut off by Wang Hao's knife. It fell to the ground and jumped a few times before it no longer responded. At this moment, Wang Hao felt the burning sensation on his left palm again. When he looked down, he didn't know when his left arm had been scratched by the monster's claws. A trail of blood was flowing down his arm to his palm. So that's it. Wang Hao saw that his left palm began to turn red again, and immediately realized that every attack of this glove must be stimulated by blood. The palm turned into a red iron in an instant, and the monster's eyes suddenly showed a look of fear after seeing Wang Hao's palm. Just when it turned around and prepared to escape, Wang Hao rushed forward and swung his left arm to hit the other's walnut-like hard head. The monster's head was burned by Wang Hao's iron-like palm before he even had time to scream. Watching the monster's body melted little by little until it turned into a pile of ashes, Shishan, who was stunned, came back to his senses. He stared at Wang Hao's left hand and said, Did you find the glove? Only one. Wang Hao nodded, and the redness on his palm gradually faded. Can you show it to me? Shishan hurried forward and stared at Wang Hao's left hand greedily. Wang Hao frowned and nodded, okay. After saying that, he was about to peel off the sausage casing handprint in his left palm. Xia Shanzi hurried forward and grabbed Wang Hao's wrist at this time. Captain Wang, do you know what he is thinking? Wang Hao glanced at Jishan, took Xia Shanzi's hand and said, Master Jishan is just taking a look, don't worry. As he said that, he was about to peel off the sausage casing, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a place to peel it off. Alas, it seems that we are still not destined to meet. Amitabha, I hope you can use it in the right place. Shishan suddenly sighed and shook his head, and made a Buddhist salute with one hand. Master, I don't know why this happened. Wang Hao said helplessly. It's okay, I can just see it once in this life, Amitabha. Shishan seemed to have changed into a different person all of a sudden, looking like a monk who had seen through the secular world. Captain Wang, the rain has stopped now, can we go back? Xiao Shanzi said at this time. On hearing this, Wang Hao noticed that although the sky was still gloomy, the rain had stopped at some point. Wang Hao nodded, and then several people worked together to bury the body of the monkey in the wheat field nearby, and then several people got on the car one after another and drove out along the way they came. After getting back on the road, it was already 3:15 in the afternoon. Wang Hao looked at the roadside sign and saw that this place was less than 20 kilometers away from Yao County, and he should be able to get back to the base in 2 hours. The armored vehicle was driving at a speed of more than 80 miles per hour on the road, but Wang Hao, who was holding the steering wheel, frowned and looked worried. Master, what do you know about the butterfly team? Wang Hao asked at this time. What do you want to do? Shishan turned his head and looked at him and asked. We are in urgent need of manpower now. I want to exchange those villagers with food. Wang Hao frowned. No, those people will not easily agree to your conditions. Shishan shook his head. Why? Wang Hao was puzzled. Because they don't negotiate with anyone. Shishan said. Captain Wang, he is right. Xia Shanzi continued. I have heard from Brother Ting before that these people are unreasonable. As long as they like something, they must get it, and their methods are cruel. Unless you surrender to them and pay tribute to them, you will get a little bit of pitiful food. Do you think if they know that we have so much food, they will give up? This is not the most terrifying thing. I heard from a person who escaped from them that they still have thousands of zombies in captivity, and those coolies they captured will be thrown into the cage to feed the zombies once they lose their labor power. Lu Chum also spoke up at this time. Wang Hao nodded, his face suddenly became solemn. The end of the world is coming. Humans are no longer bound by the law, and their nature is exposed. If they are really like what you said, then the villa is not a place to stay for a long time. We must find another safe place. As soon as Wang Hao said this, the carriage suddenly became quiet. It can be seen that everyone's face is very unwilling, but helpless. Their influence is spread all over H province. Where can we hide? Lu Chung sighed helplessly. Wang Hao frowned, his face was solemn, and his eyes kept looking at the road ahead without saying a word. Brother Wang, didn't you say before that people have weaknesses? Why don't we give it a try? They must have offended a lot of people. If we can unite, why should we be afraid of a small butterfly? Xiao Shanzi said at this time. With just a few of you, I'm afraid you will be overwhelmed by their zombie army before you can even get close to them. Shishan snorted coldly. How can you, old monk, help others to gain more confidence and destroy your own prestige? They have a zombie army, so can't we have one? Xiao Shanzi said unhappily. Yes, why didn't I think of this? We could also build a zombie army, zombies against zombies, people against people. Didn't Brother Wang say that there are still people from the two bases? It's not certain who will win or lose by then. Lu Chung said excitedly. Chapter 254. Captain Wang, what do you think about this? Xiao Shanzi leaned forward to ask Wang Hao for his opinion. We don't even have a combat team of 100 people now. How can we build a zombie army of thousands? Wang Hao frowned. Hearing this, Xiao Shanzi and Lu Chung immediately wilted. What Wang Hao said was not unreasonable. If they wanted to gather thousands of zombies, they would not be able to do it with their current strength, let alone control them with ease. but you don't have to be discouraged. I think you have heard of the legends about Erfing Mountain and Yinsuan ruins. Shishan squinted and said, Of course I have heard of it, otherwise why would we take such a big risk to come here? Xiao Shanzi said unhappily. Master, what do you want to say? Wang Hao frowned and glanced at Shishan. Don't you find that they have one thing in common? Shishan said. What do they have in common? Wang Hao frowned and said, Are they all ancient tombs? No, no. Shishan shook his head, as if he had made up his mind. Master, don't keep us in suspense. Just say what you want to say. Xia Shanzi interrupted with an impatient look on his face. Shishan put down the rosary in his hand and looked at the three people and said, Both the Riyao people and the Democratic Alliance have been to these two cemeteries, but do you know why they suddenly disappeared overnight? They lost the battle and ran away. Xia Shanzi lost interest as soon as he heard it. No! Shishan's face suddenly became solemn. They didn't run away, but were sealed up by some kind of power. What? Seal? Xia Shanzi's eyes widened, and he almost jumped up from his seat. Master, have you read too many fantasy novels? Shishan glanced at him and ignored him, then continued to look at Wang Hao and said, If we can unlock the seal, we can use them to deal with the zombie army of the butterfly team. Wang Hao was also skeptical at this time. After all, the world had changed after waking up from the car accident, and Xiao Mo had injected himself with unknown liquid several times, and after each injection, his body would change to varying degrees, especially after he put on the casing handprint. What happened was also beyond the scope of science. But for the seal that Monk Shishan said, Wang Hao was still somewhat unbelievable in his heart. It was reasonable to say that those Riots and the Democratic Alliance were locked up in a certain place and now became zombies due to the RS virus, but it was reasonable to say that they were sealed under a certain mountain or in a certain underground palace. Wang Hao was a little confused in his heart. After all, these were too fantasy. No matter what method you think of, this tumor must be removed, otherwise it will pose a threat to us sooner or later. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and said without comment. After hearing this, Monk Shishan did not speak, and Xia Shanzi and Lu Cheng did not continue to question. At this time, the armored vehicle was passing through Yaoyao County. Looking at the zombies scattered all over the streets, Wang Hao felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. After the baptism of heavy rain, the originally desolate end-of-the-world scene became even more desolate and decadent. When passing a crossroads, Wang Hao found a large group of zombies on the street on the left. From a distance, there were about 1,000 of them, slowly surging towards the crossroads like a tide. Damn! This is too exaggerated. Xiao Shanzi and the other two also opened their eyes wide. Oh no! It's the zombie army of the butterfly team, Shishan suddenly said in surprise. Wang Hao was shocked. When he looked again, he found that there was a military truck behind the zombies, slowly turning out from the street next to it, and on the front of the truck was a huge butterfly pattern. Wang Hao didn't have time to hesitate, and stepped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle drove directly through a puddle and splashed water. Captain Wang, what should we do? Have they discovered us? Xiao Shanzi suddenly became nervous. Probably not. While Wang Hao was talking, the car had already driven 100 meters away. Wang Hao suddenly slowed down the car, chose a hidden corner, and stepped on the brake. While quickly unbuckling his seat belt, he said, Xiao Shanzi, you drive them back to the base first. Tell Brother Yu and Dr. Yin to set up a defense line immediately. Remember to stay 1 kilometer away from the base. Use all the guys in the car, and let everyone be prepared to evacuate at any time. Don't bring anything except weapons, water and food. Then, what about you? Xiao Shanzi looked at Wang Hao, who was about to get off the car, in astonishment. I want to see where they are going. If the target is us, I will rush back to inform you in advance. If not, I will also find out where they are hiding. Wang Hao stuffed 5 magazines on his waist in a row and hung 3 melon grenades. Captain Wang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I go with you, and let Lu Cheng and the master go back to report. Xiao Shanzi turned around and went to get his gun. No, we are short of manpower, and there are only a few who can fight. You must go back, hurry up. Wang Hao rejected him, turned around and opened the car door and jumped out. Brother Wang, Brother Shan is good at shooting and can help everyone when he goes back. My flying knife may help you. Lu Cheng quickly leaned forward and spoke. Yes, Captain Wang, let Lu Cheng stay to help you, and the master and I will go back to report the news. Xiao Shanzi had already stepped from the back seat to the driver's seat. Wang Hao frowned. Okay, Lu Cheng stays to help me. You guys hurry back to report the news as quickly as possible. After that, he looked at Shishan again. Master, Everyone's safety is in your hands. Shishan had been wanting to speak before, and nodded after hearing this. Don't worry, with me, the old monk, no one can step into the base. Wang Hao's gaze touched the old monk, who had been wandering alone for half his life. Since his master passed away, he has been accustomed to the warmth and coldness of human feelings for decades. Although he is a Buddhist disciple, his heart has long been as hard as a rock. But now Wang Hao's gaze is like a ray of Buddha's light, which makes him enlightened instantly, and find the value of his existence. Watching the armored vehicle quickly drive into the corner of the street, Wang Hao and the others quickly found a commanding height to hide. Less than 10 minutes later, a chaotic roar came over. Wang Hao and the other man were smoking on the roof of a 2-story building facing the street. When they heard the noise, they immediately bent down and used the billboard on the roof as cover to observe the situation outside. At this time, the leading zombies had already appeared in their sight. Wang Hao and his team were only more than 50 meters away from the crossroads. Just as Wang Hao was wondering why the zombies were so obedient, a burst of music came from far away. Then a military green 3-wheeled motorcycle with a butterfly pattern sprayed on it drove out from a small alley next to it. The motorcycle was carrying a set of audio equipment, and 2 people wearing helmets and covered with iron sheets were riding on the motorcycle. Pavarotti's classic music was playing on the speakers. After driving out of the alley, the 3-wheeled motorcycle quickly drove towards the zombies. When it was still 5 or 6 meters away from the leading zombies, it turned around quickly, and then drove towards the direction where Xiao Shan and his team disappeared at high speed. After pulling away from the zombies, the 3-wheeled motorcycle slowly stopped. At this time, the person in the back seat took out the walkie-talkie and seemed to be reporting the road conditions. After getting permission, they turned off the speakers and continued to drive forward to the next intersection and stopped to continue reporting the road conditions. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Looking at the zombies that kept emerging on the street, Lu Cheng's face suddenly became nervous. Wang Hao's eyes were always on the 3-wheeled truck at the second intersection. If they turned right, the zombie army's target would most likely be the hot spring villa. In that case, they would have to rush back to the villa before the 3-wheeled truck and be prepared to deal with it. If the 3-wheeled truck turned in other directions, then they would just have to wait for the zombie army to pass, and then follow the last car to find the nest of the notorious butterfly team. No hurry, let's see which direction the scouting motorcycle goes before making a decision. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the 3-wheeled truck parked at the second intersection. Lu Cheng nodded, as if he had heard Wang Hao's intention, and stopped talking, turning his eyes to the street again. The low roars of thousands of zombies were very shocking, and wherever they passed, they were like a tide, and the dark waves slowly flowed forward. Seeing that the zombie army was getting closer and closer to the second intersection, the 3-wheeled truck was still motionless, and the man who had spoken on the walkie-talkie before also seemed anxious at this time, and kept talking on the walkie-talkie, but got no response at all. He knocked hard a few times and spoke again, but still got no response and continued to knock. From his reaction, Wang Hao concluded that there must be something wrong with the walkie-talkie, and they lost contact with the convoy behind them. And at this time, the zombie army was less than 30 meters away from them. The zombie army at the first intersection was still emerging, and another 10 minutes had passed, but the convoy behind them was still not seen. When the zombie army was only 10 meters away from the 3-wheeled truck, the man holding the walkie-talkie finally got a response, and hurriedly kicked the ignition and drove forward quickly. Soon, music came from the speakers again. At this point, Wang Hao's heart was finally relieved. It seemed that the zombie army's target was not their villa. After a long sigh, Wang Hao turned his head to look at Lu Cheng, but saw Lu Cheng looking at the street below from the gap between the billboards with horror. What are you looking at? Wang Hao frowned and walked towards him. At this time, he heard a rumbling sound, and the roof under his feet also shook slightly. Tanks, tanks, Lu Cheng said with a pale face. Tanks? Wang Hao immediately moved to the gap and followed his gaze. At this time, the zombie army had passed, and the military truck following the zombie army also turned out, but following the military truck were 10 Type 99 main battle tanks arranged in 2 rows. Following the 10 tanks were 5 or 6 fully enclosed infantry assault vehicles, followed by 5 buses and a luxury RV, and finally 2 infantry assault vehicles and a military troop carrier, each with a large butterfly logo sprayed on its body. Seeing such a powerful lineup, Wang Hao and the others were immediately shocked. These equipments were enough to fight a large-scale battle. This is not a convoy. It's simply an ace army ready to go on a war. Lu Cheng turned to Wang Hao with a pale face. Captain Wang, if they attack our villa, they can raze us to the ground in minutes. No matter how powerful an army is, it has its weaknesses. There is no ace army that is invincible. Wang Hao looked at the convoy outside with cold eyes, and his tone was full of power to look down on everything. As if infected by Wang Hao, Lu Cheng's eyes suddenly became firm. Brother Wang, I listen to you, I will do whatever you say. Let's go follow and see first. I want to see how powerful this butterfly is. Wang Hao's face sank, and he turned around and walked back the way he came. Lu Cheng looked back at the convoy that was about to pass by and hurriedly followed. In order not to alert the enemy, Wang Hao and the others kept a distance of 100 meters from the convoy, and followed quietly like a ghost with the help of the buildings on the side of the road. After passing the second intersection, the convoy continued to walk northeast on a dirt road. At this time, it had left the county town of Yao County and entered the suburbs. There were fewer and fewer buildings to hide in. Wang Hao and the others had to open up a distance of 100 meters again and continue to follow from the ditches or fields on the side of the road. In this way, they walked forward along this dirt road for nearly an hour. The convoy and the zombie army split up. The zombie army was led to a gentle downward slope in the north, while the convoy continued to move forward. The entire Yao County is located in a mountainous area. This place is not far from the foot of Dongshan Mountain. Lu Cheng told Wang Hao that there used to be a large fruit processing factory at the foot of Dongshan Mountain. Later, the factory was closed because of a fire. He thought that it might be the nest of the butterfly convoy. Wang Hao also agreed with Lu Cheng's guess. Although this incident happened many years ago, the fire at that time shocked the whole country. Wang Hao was in elementary school at that time. The school organized all the teachers and students to donate money for this. Wang Hao still clearly remembered that he donated 2 yuan at that time. Thinking of this, Wang Hao became more and more certain of Lu Cheng's guess, because the more desolate and abandoned the place is in the end of the world, the safer it is. Moreover, this place is in the middle of nowhere, and is indeed suitable for building a base. However, at this moment, the convoy in front of it also increased its speed because there was no zombie army blocking the road. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the road ahead returned to its previous tranquility. Captain Wang, what should we do now? Do we need to continue to follow? Lu Cheng turned around and asked Wang Hao for his opinion. Follow, we must follow. Only by understanding their strengths and weaknesses can we come up with a way to defeat them. Wang Hao looked resolutely at the direction where the convoy disappeared. Chapter 255. At this time, Lu Cheng looked at the slope where the zombie army was rushing down. Captain Wang, do you think that after those 2 people leave, we will release the zombie army? Will it make them lose their composure? Wang Hao shook his head. Since they have a way to keep these thousands of zombies in captivity, they must have a way to prevent them from rioting. We don't have to do anything today, just find out their ways, and then go back and think of a way. The 2 of them continued to walk forward along the wheat field beside the road. The withered wheat had grown wheat whiskers that scratched people's bodies and were very uncomfortable, but they didn't dare to walk on the main road openly. At this time, the sky was still overcast, and the wheat field was muddy. Wearing wet clothes, they walked hard in the wheat field with deep and shallow feet. Neither of them spoke again, each alert to the situation around them. After walking for about 20 minutes in the uneven wheat fields, they gradually became desolate. After walking for more than 10 minutes, some abandoned houses gradually appeared on both sides of the dirt road, extending all the way to the factory gate with the architectural style of the last century 100 meters away. Wang Hao and the other 2 hurriedly hid behind an abandoned house to observe the situation in front of the gate. Judging from the various roadblocks and barbs set up in front of the gate, this should be the nest of the butterfly team. Due to the distance, the 2 could not see the guards around the gate for a while, and could only use the abandoned houses on the roadside to carefully approach the target. When they were still 30 meters away from the factory gate, the 2 quietly climbed onto the roof of a house on the roadside and hid behind a small water tower on it. Through observation, Wang Hao found that there was a watchtower on each side of the inner side of the gate, which was slightly higher than the gate by 1 or 2 meters. There were 2 guards with long guns and a searchlight on each tower. In addition, there were 2 assault vehicles and 8 guards outside the gate, and Wang Hao also found many people walking back and forth on the commanding heights in the factory area. My God, this is simply impregnable. Not to mention zombies, I'm afraid even a fly can't fly in, Lu Cheng said with shock. Wang Hao also frowned at this time, staring at the figures walking back and forth on the roof for a long time without speaking. What's behind the mountain? After a moment of silence, Wang Hao looked at the mountains behind the factory and asked. Lu Cheng shook his head. I haven't been there. It should still be a mountain. Maybe we can find a breakthrough from there. After Wang Hao said this, he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from not far away. "Brother Wang, a car is coming." Lu Cheng quickly pressed Wang Hao's shoulder. The two of them crouched behind the water tower again to see the road conditions. As the sound came closer, a convertible warrior car appeared in their sight. When they saw the person sitting in the back seat of the car, Wang Hao and the others were immediately surprised. It was none other than Xiao Mo, who left without saying goodbye. "Brother Xiao Mo?" Lu Cheng couldn't help but scream in surprise, and Wang Hao quickly covered his mouth. When he looked at the car again, he found that Xiao Mo in the back seat was also turning his head to look at them. When their eyes met, Wang Hao couldn't help but tremble all over. That face was definitely Xiao Mo. However, Xiao Mo's eyes seemed a little strange at this time, as if he had never known them at all. Just when Wang Hao was about to continue to communicate with his eyes, the other party turned his head away. The vehicle stopped at the gate for a while. The driver and one of the guards exchanged a few words briefly. The guard looked at Xiao Mo in the back seat and waved to open the gate. The vehicle then disappeared into the factory area. "Brother Wang, why is Brother Xiao Mo with them?" As soon as Wang Hao let go of his hand, Lu Cheng couldn't wait to ask. Wang Hao shook his head, also full of confusion. Let's go to the back mountain first, and the rest will be discussed when we get back." The two then carefully got off the roof and walked along the factory wall towards the back mountain. The outside of the wall was almost surrounded by mountains and forests, but there was no green shade at this time. All that could be seen were bare tree branches and dead leaves on the ground. Stepping on them made a series of crisp sounds. Because they were worried about being discovered by the patrol personnel inside the wall, Wang Hao and the others were extremely careful every step they took. After half an hour, they finally walked out of the forest. The foot of the mountain covered with dead grass appeared in front of them. Wang Hao looked around and chose a place that was easy to climb and not easy to be discovered to start climbing. With the experience of previous climbs, Wang Hao and his companions climbed to the top of the mountain, which was nearly 100 meters high, in less than half an hour this time. They followed the direction of the back mountain of the factory area and continued to move forward. In the back mountain, there were huge rocks and scattered gravel. Countless dead grasses emerged from the cracks of the rocks but died. From a distance, the whole back mountain was desolate, as if it had entered the barren winter early. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao and the other men carefully poked their heads out from the hilltop above the factory area, and the situation in the factory area at the foot of the hill appeared in front of them. The entire factory area was an irregular rectangular terrain, with dozens of large and small factory buildings. The 10 Type 99 tanks were parked quietly in the open space on one side of the factory area in 2 rows, and the assault vehicles and buses were parked neatly on the other side. The entire factory area was full of people. "Brother Wang, look." Lu Cheng suddenly pointed to the side, where the bus was parked. Wang Hao's eyes were on the Type 99 tanks at this time. Hearing this, he looked in the direction of his finger and saw more than 50 men and women chained in a row, and were being directed to board 2 buses. "Are they going to be sent to feed the zombie army?" Lu Cheng said in surprise. "It shouldn't be. I think they are being transferred to another place." Wang Hao frowned and shook his head. "Transfer to another place?" Lu Cheng asked in confusion. "What are they going to do?" "It's hard to say, but they are definitely going to do hard labor." Wang Hao shook his head. "Why?" Lu Cheng asked puzzledly. "Didn't you notice that all those who were transferred were young and strong?" Wang Hao said. "Then, was Xiao Mo also caught by them to do hard labor?" Lu Cheng said. "No, Xiao Mo will definitely not be caught by them so easily. He must have his purpose for doing this." Wang Hao shook his head. Until they saw the 2 minibuses and 2 assault vehicles driving out of the factory gate, Wang Hao and the others observed the situation in the factory for a while before turning around and leaving the top of the mountain and walking down the mountain along the way they came. At this time, raindrops began to fall from the overcast sky again. A mountain breeze blew, and a strong stench floated in the air. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed. Chapter 256. What's that smell? Why is it so bad? Lu Cheng frowned and quickly covered his mouth and nose. "This is the smell of a corpse." Wang Hao's face suddenly became serious. "The smell of a corpse?" Lu Cheng looked at Wang Hao in surprise. "How can there be a smell of a corpse in this place? There must be a corpse nearby, and there is more than one." Wang Hao frowned and looked around, then his eyes fixed on a low-lying area more than 10 meters away, and he hurried over. When they came to the front, Wang Hao and the others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What appeared in front of them was an irregular circular deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters and a depth of about 7 or 8 meters. The pit was filled with various corpses, including human, animal, and even zombies. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpses, some were just thrown in, and some were highly decayed. After the heavy rain before, the corpse water in the corpse pit mixed with the accumulated water, and after the corpses were soaked, a smell that smelled even more disgusting than the stench of corpses was formed. Above the corpse pit, a rusty mechanical arm stretched out from the opposite pit and stopped right above the corpse pit. At the end hung a huge mechanical claw with bloodstains on it. Brother Wang, do you think those people below threw the corpses into this pit? Lu Cheng pinched his nose and looked at Wang Hao. It should be, but why do they want to fish these corpses out again? Wang Hao frowned and stared at the mechanical arm across the corpse pit. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly walked around the pit to the direction where the mechanical arm stretched out. This corpse pit is indeed where they used to store food for the zombie army. Wang Hao found a steep slope of about 100 meters, and a slope of nearly 45 degrees not far from the mechanical arm. 4 black and shiny tracks extended from the pit mouth to the bottom of the slope. 2 coal trucks used in coal mines were quietly parked on the tracks. Lu Cheng frowned and looked back and forth at the pit and the tracks for transporting corpses. He said puzzledly, Brother Wang, do you think these people are bored? The zombie army is still several kilometers away from here. Why don't they dig a pit for storing corpses on the spot, and go to great lengths to transport the corpses here? They are not bored. There must be something we haven't discovered. Wang Hao shook his head with certainty. Huh? Brother Wang, what's that sound? Lu Cheng's face suddenly became startled. Wang Hao pricked up his ears and listened. His face changed greatly. This is the sound of the zombies. He looked up and found that the sound seemed to come from a cliff 100 meters away. The two looked at each other and ran over. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Cheng's eyes widened. Zombie army? There was a U-shaped mountain below the cliff. Taking advantage of this advantage, a brick wall about 1 meter thick was built at the U-shaped mouth, and the thousands of zombies were locked inside the wall. There was a simple small house outside the wall, and the 3-wheeled motorcycle they encountered earlier was parked there. So that's it. Wang Hao's face was also a little surprised, but then he nodded in relief. I didn't expect that this mountaintop could lead directly to the place where the zombie army was kept, Lu Cheng said in surprise. It seems that the butterfly team chose this place as their lair for this reason. Wang Hao murmured. Lu Cheng nodded and suddenly thought of something. Brother Wang, let's destroy the mechanical arm now. The zombies will definitely riot without food. Wouldn't this save a lot of trouble? No, this will only alert the enemy and attract their attention. Wang Hao shook his head and felt that the rain was getting heavier. He looked up at the sky and said, the heavy rain is coming again. We must get back to the base as soon as possible. How can we go back without a car for such a long distance? Lu Cheng looked up and said worriedly. Let's go down first. Wang Hao frowned, and the two of them climbed down the mountain carefully along the way they came. When the two walked out of the forest, the rain had begun to get heavier, and the yellow fog that had dissipated gradually spread again. Although the yellow fog rose again, for the sake of safety, the two still walked through the muddy wheat field. An hour and a half later, Wang Hao and his partner finally arrived at Yao County. After another half an hour of searching, they finally found a BMW that could barely drive back. At this time, the rain had already begun to rain heavily. But in order to save fuel, Wang Hao kept the speed at around 70 miles per hour. An hour later, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a large tree that fell on the road. As soon as Wang Hao and his partner got out of the car door, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared around them. Due to the heavy fog, the two sides could not see each other clearly for a while, and a shout of questioning suddenly came from the fog. It's Captain Wang. Dr. Yan's voice suddenly came from the fog, and then more than a dozen figures immediately ran out from the surroundings. Captain Wang, you are finally back, Dr. Yan said with a sense of relief. Ah, how? At this time, Xiong Yu also walked out of the crowd. Brother Yu, Dr. Yan, how are you? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. Xiong Yu nodded. After receiving the letter from Xiao Shanzi, we immediately set up the defense line. How is it? What have you found? Let's go back and talk in detail. Wang Hao looked at the big tree that fell across the middle of the road and said, Brother Yu, remove the roadblock, otherwise it will attract other people's attention. Xiong Yu nodded, and then asked everyone to move the big tree to the side of the road. The group then got on their respective vehicles and drove towards the base. When they returned to the base and saw Wang Hao and the other two returning safely, everyone's faces showed excitement. Without having time to change his wet clothes, Wang Hao immediately gathered everyone to the small square in the cave and announced to everyone what they might encounter. Listening to Wang Hao's voice, everyone's faces showed worry to varying degrees, and when they heard that Xiao Mo appeared in the opponent's off-road vehicle, everyone's faces showed shock. Ah Hao, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Not only Zhong Yu, Dr. Yin and others also found it incredible. I definitely didn't see it wrong. That person was Xiao Mo brother. Wang Hao said very confidently. If Captain Wang didn't see it wrong, then why was Xiao Mo brother with those people? Dr. Yin frowned. Do they know each other? Wu Xiaodong spoke while leaning on a crutch. From the way the guard looked at Xiao Mo, they probably didn't know him. Wang Hao then looked at Xishan, who had been silent, and asked, Master, have you seen the captain of the butterfly team? Xishan shook his head. I only heard them say that she seemed to be a foreign woman. Chapter 257. Foreign woman? Wang Hao was startled when he heard this, and the foreign woman in the black and white photo that Xiao Mo had shown him before suddenly appeared in his mind. Captain Wang, did you also think of the foreign woman in the photo? Seeing Wang Hao's reaction, Dr. Yin suddenly remembered the black and white photo of the foreign woman that the white-haired old man gave him, which was the same person as the one in Xiao Mo's photo. Wang Hao nodded, looked at Dr. Yin with some confusion and said, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? It's hard to say, otherwise how could brother Xiao Mo get together with them? Dr. Yin frowned and analyzed. Maybe it's because of other reasons? Zhong Yu said. Could it be that brother Xiao Mo and others were also captured by them to do hard labor? Wu Xiaodong said. Impossible, with brother Xiao Mo's skills, even if he was seriously injured, he would never be captured alive, unless he volunteered. Wang Hao said. I think it's useless for you to say all this now. If they want to attack us, we have no power to fight back. I think it's better to strike first than to be controlled by others. Shan Wan, who rarely speaks, suddenly said at this time. How can we deal with their armored tanks with just us? Wu Xiaodong retorted. What is the tank most afraid of? Shan Wan looked at him and asked back. Of course, it's afraid of not being able to move. Do you think I don't even know this? Wu Xiaodong said disdainfully. Yes, once the tank can't move, the people inside will be trapped. Shan Wan said. It's easy to say, will it stop moving if we don't let it move? What a joke. Wu Xiaodong rolled his eyes. Yes, tanks are known as the king of land warfare. We don't have armed helicopters and anti-tank missiles. How can we deal with these big guys? Dr. Yin also frowned and interrupted. We can't fight head-on, but what if we destroy these tanks in advance? Shan Wan said. That's even more impossible. Didn't you hear what Captain Wang said? It's hard for even a fly to fly into that place, let alone us going in and destroying their tanks openly. Wu Xiaodong pouted. Who asked you to go in? I'm talking about myself. Shan Wan glared at him unhappily. You want to sneak into their lair alone? Zhong Yu said nervously. I don't want to stay here and eat and wait for death. I want to prove my worth. Shan Wan nodded and said with a firm face. No, it's too dangerous. I can't let you go alone. Zhong Yu immediately spoke up to reject her. Who are you to me? Do you have any right to control me? Shan Wan looked at him coldly. Zhong Yu wanted to say something else, but Wang Hao stepped forward and interrupted him. He turned to Shan Wan and said, Tell me what you think. No matter how strong a city is, it is afraid of being broken from the inside, because the stronger the appearance, the weaker its interior. Shan Wan said. Wang Hao nodded and frowned and said, Neither you nor I know Xiao Mo's situation. Now there is no one from us except him. I mean I will go. Shan Wan said. Wang Hao was startled when he heard this. Do you know them? Shan Wan shook her head and said firmly, No, but I have a way to get in. Oh, what's the solution? Wang Hao was stunned again. Not only him, but almost everyone present was stunned. Anyway, I have a solution. You can discuss the plan and notify me in advance. I'm sleepy and want to go to bed now. Shan Wan seemed to be hiding something. She left the crowd after saying a word. Shan Wan. Zhong Yu chased after her for a few steps, but when he saw that Shan Wan didn't look back, he returned to the crowd. Don't worry, brother Yu, there are so many of us, how can we let Shan Wan take this risk? Wang Hao stepped forward and patted Zhong Yu on the shoulder. Zhong Yu didn't say anything, just nodded. Brother Hao, the meal is ready. At this time, Luo Yi's voice came from behind the crowd. Okay, let's go eat first. Everyone dispersed, and Wang Hao stopped Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu. Brother Yu, Dr. Yin, there are 2 things you must do overnight. It will be too late if you are late. What is it? Ah Hao, tell me. Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin's faces suddenly became solemn after hearing this. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, and said, "We have weapons now, but we still need helpers. I want Brother Yu to go back to the Yushur base to ask Feng Hetian and others for help, and Dr. Yin to ask Brother Xiao and others. We must explain the pros and cons. If this butterfly team is not eliminated, it will sooner or later endanger them, and no one can escape." Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin nodded, and Dr. Yin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain Wang, Brother Yu and I will definitely complete this task. Ah Hao, after I leave, you must keep an eye on Shan Wan. I'm worried that she will do something irrational," Zhong Yu said with a worried look on his face. "I will." Wang Hao nodded, and then Luoyi's voice came again, calling them to eat, and the three of them walked over immediately. After dinner, the rain outside had begun to subside. Wang Hao had already selected an off-road vehicle for Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin, and prepared enough fuel and spare tires. Each of them had a 95 fully automatic rifle, 20 magazines, 2 64 pistols, also 20 magazines, 2 sabers, 5 melon grenades, a set of bulletproof vests and helmets, and enough food and water to fight back and forth. Everything was ready, and the two off-road vehicles slowly drove out of the gate of the villa under the vast night. Looking at the gradually disappearing taillights, Wang Hao couldn't help but worry about them in his heart. Wang Hao returned to his room and couldn't fall asleep. He got up and walked out of the room. The rain outside had stopped. Wang Hao lit a cigarette and walked to the parking lot unconsciously. He ran into Dongzi and Huzi, who had just finished their shift. "Haozi, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Dongzi walked up to him with concern. "I can't sleep." Wang Hao handed him a cigarette. "Brother Wang, you guys chat, I'm so sleepy." Huzi yawned. Wang Hao nodded. After Huzi left, Dongzi took a puff of cigarette and looked at Wang Hao and said, "Haozi, are you worried about something?" Wang Hao sighed, looked up at the gloomy night sky and said, "Dongzi, when do you think the world will return to normal? I am really tired." Dongzi exhaled a puff of cigarette and looked up at the night sky. "If you ask me, just leave it like this. Anyway, it's all for survival. It's just a different way of living." After that, Dongzi looked at Wang Hao again. "Haozi, are you thinking about Xiao Wan again?" Wang Hao sighed with worry on his face. "It's been 5 years. How can I forget it just by saying so? Besides, in this world, Xiao Wan's life and death are unknown. Do you think I can't worry about her?" Chapter 258. Dongzi seemed to remember something and looked at Wang Hao and said, "Haozi, do you think Brother Yu and Dr. Yin can ask for help?" Wang Hao frowned and said, "As long as nothing unexpected happens, I think there should be no problem." Dongzi nodded, and the two chatted until the sky was white before going back to rest. After a day of heavy rain, the sun came out early the next morning. Wang Hao slept until more than 9 o'clock in the morning due to the busy days. After walking out of his room, Wang Hao saw everyone busy and felt relieved. He thought if it could always be like this, how good it would be. At this time, he suddenly thought of Shan Wan. He looked around but couldn't find her. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and hurried to her room. When Wang Hao saw a note left on the table, he became nervous. The note was left by Shan Wan. There were only a few simple words written on it. "May 22nd, 4 a.m., launch the attack on time, and I will meet you inside." From the dryness of the handwriting, Shan Wan left for at least 3 hours, which means that she should have entered the nest of the butterfly team at this time. What should I do? Wang Hao was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. As soon as he turned around and walked out of Shan Wan's room, he saw Yang Shuryan running towards him with a nervous look on his face. "Brother Wang, the battle map you asked me to draw yesterday is gone." "No need to look for it. Shan Wan must have taken it away." Wang Hao handed her the note in his hand. Yang Shuryan couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Shan Wan's note. "Let's go after them now. It's too late. She might have been discovered by them by now." Wang Hao shook his head and frowned. "What should we do? We can't just watch Shan Wan die," Yang Shuryan said anxiously. "From her attitude yesterday, she must have a way to protect herself. Now I just hope that Brother Yu and Dr. Yin can ask for help within 3 days, otherwise it will be a big trouble," Wang Hao said worriedly. The two of them walked out of the cave immediately. At this time, Lu Cheng also ran over with a sweat on his head. "Brother Wang, the BMW you parked outside yesterday is gone." "Don't worry," Shan Wan drove away. After Wang Hao said that, he asked Lu Cheng to gather everyone in the parking lot, briefly explain to everyone how to use various guns and grenades correctly, and then asked Qishan to teach everyone some basic self-defense moves. At this time, men, women, old and young put down their own things and devoted themselves to the intense training. Wang Haoze and Lu Jiaming began to count the weapons and ammunition, while Hui Xiaodong, leaning on a cane, checked the condition of all the cars with Xia Shanzi and Lu Cheng to see if there were any places that needed to be reinforced. The whole day passed quickly, and after nightfall, everyone conducted 2 hours of night combat training. There was no conversation overnight, and everyone had a quick breakfast the next morning, and they all consciously devoted themselves to the training again. During the period, in addition to instructing everyone on some incorrect shooting postures, Wang Hao's eyes kept looking at the gate from time to time, his eyes full of anxiety and worry. Under Xishan's guidance, everyone quickly learned a set of simple and effective self-defense skills, practicing shooting in the morning and self-defense in the afternoon. 2 days passed quickly in a tense atmosphere. At noon on the third day, after lunch, everyone went to find shade to take a nap, but Wang Hao was getting more and more anxious. Since the morning, he had been going back and forth between the watchtower and the parking lot, looking in the direction where Zhongyu and the others had left 3 days ago. Today is the 21st, and there is less than a day left with Shanwan. If they can't get back in the early morning of tonight, Wang Hao plans to rescue Shanwan alone. After the lunch break, everyone started practicing self-defense again, and Wang Hao replaced a common face on duty, who was anxiously waiting for the return of Zhongyu and Dr. Yin on the watchtower. Time passed by hour, but there was no sign of a convoy on the road. It got dark again soon. After dinner, everyone was in no mood to train, because it was less than 8 hours before the time agreed with Shanwan. If Zhongyu and Dr. Yin didn't get back before 12 o'clock in the morning, they would have to start going to the wolf den to fight the wolves. Everyone knew the dangers. Captain Wang, it's almost 9 o'clock. What if Brother Yu and Dr. Yin can't make it back? Hui Xiaodong looked anxious at the gate from time to time. If they can't make it back, I try to rescue Shanwan first. Once they arrive, you and Brother Lu and Xiao Shanzi will lead everyone to the U City base. I will bring Shanwan back to find you. Wang Hao retracted his gaze from the gate, and looked at Hui Xiaodong, Lu Jiaming and others who were sitting together. You alone? How can this work? We should go together. One more person means one more bullet. I don't believe how awesome that butterfly team is. Hui Xiaodong said unconvinced. Alas, Shanwan is too opinionated. She makes decisions without consulting us. Lu Jiaming sighed. If they can't come back, I go with you. Xishan, who rarely volunteered, suddenly spoke up. Wang Hao was about to speak when Lu Cheng, who was on duty on the watchtower, put down his night vision binoculars and shouted excitedly, Brother Wang, I see a long line of lights coming towards us in the distance. Wang Hao stood up and was about to run, but his face suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked at the excited people and said, Don't be too happy too soon. Everyone, take your guns and go to the battle position and be ready to fight at any time. Everyone's face changed when they heard the words. They bent down and picked up their weapons and ran to the commanding heights of the villa that had been temporarily rebuilt before. Wang Hao took Xia Shanzi, Lu Cheng, Huzi, and the other 3 ordinary faces left by Chen Bing to the gate. At this time, Lu Jiaming and Dongzi had already put the mortars and heavy machine guns in place. If it was not Zhongyu and Dr. Yin, they would first bombard the opponent with mortars to deter them, and then suppress them with crooked-handed machine guns if they attacked, and finally face-to-face gunfights and hand-to-hand combat. Heifeng and Wulong were also sent to the battle position at this time. They followed closely behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao's main purpose was to use them to deal with the zombie army. Zombies have no consciousness, and will chase after food as long as they see it. Heifeng and Wulong are good at running. As long as they can attract the attention of the leading zombies, even if the zombies behind them are divided, it will reduce a large part of the threat to Wang Hao and his team. The defense line was set up in less than 10 minutes, and the lights of the row of cars were getting closer and closer. Wang Hao picked up the night vision telescope and looked at it. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The leading one was a troop carrier that they saw on the streets of Yao County a few days ago. Chapter 259. Seeing Wang Hao's face change drastically, everyone under the watchtower suddenly became nervous. Everyone returned to the battle position immediately. Wang Hao put down the telescope and shouted loudly. Xiao Shanzi and others immediately climbed up the temporary battle platform next to the watchtower, and Wang Hao also quickly went down to the watchtower, walked out of the gate, and came to the mortar outside the gate. After checking the fortifications and visually estimating the mortar's drop point, he nodded and picked up a crooked-handled machine gun and squatted with Dongzi behind the 1-meter-high fortifications, while Lu Jiaming behind him also held the shells in his hand and was ready to load at any time. About 3 minutes later, several lights shot over from the corner in front of the fortifications. That was the mortar drop point that Wang Hao had calculated before. Wang Hao immediately raised his right arm. Lu Jiaming behind him received the order, and grabbed the shells with both hands, and pointed them at the muzzle. As long as Wang Hao swung his arm, the shells in his hand would fall into the barrel. Seeing the third car also turning around, Wang Hao was about to lower his arm, when Xiao Shanzi on the watchtower suddenly put down the night vision telescope and shouted excitedly, "Captain Wang, it's Brother Yu and Dr. Yin." Hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed and immediately stood up from behind the fortifications, followed by Lu Jiaming and Dongzi, who also stood up from their respective positions. As the lights came closer and closer, the rusty troop carrier at the head gradually appeared in Wang Hao's sight, and the reinforcement vehicles turned on the double flash after seeing Wang Hao and others, and changed to low lights. Wang Hao immediately called on others to come out and remove the fortifications. When the vehicles approached, Dr. Yin jumped down from the co-pilot seat of the leading vehicle. Wang Hao also hurried over. After seeing Dr. Yin, Wang Hao hugged him tightly. "Brother, you are back. Captain Wang, this trip is worthwhile. Brother Yu and I have completed the task you assigned us, and we have recruited a team of more than 10 people to escape from the middle of the journey. We can now be said to be strong and powerful," Dr. Yin said excitedly. "Great." Wang Hao let go of Dr. Yin and looked at the convoy behind. At this time, Zhong Yuhe also ran over. "Hao, you must be anxious waiting. I think Dr. Yin has told you the good news," Zhong Yu also said excitedly. Wang Hao nodded and looked at the vehicles that were driving into the gate, where are Captain Feng and Brother Xiao. "They are in the last car." Dr. Yin turned and pointed to the warrior car at the end. "Okay, you go in first, invite everyone to eat, we will leave later." Wang Hao patted his shoulder and hurried to the last warrior car. Seeing Wang Hao running towards them from a distance, Feng Hetian and Xiao Gu couldn't wait to get out of the car and greet him. "Ah Hao!" Feng Hetian and Xiao Gu shouted almost in unison. "Captain Feng, Xiao Gu, it's great to see you again." Wang Hao couldn't help himself, looking back and forth at the two of them with excitement. The two of them didn't change much from before. Perhaps it was because of the long journey. Feng Hetian looked a little tired at this time, but Xiao Gu was still full of energy. "Ah Hao, we planned to leave these days to join you, but we didn't expect Dr. Yin to show up." Brother Xiao was also very excited. He looked Wang Hao up and down and said, "Ah Hao, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you look haggard? Living in this troubled time, it's hard not to look haggard." Wang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. As he spoke, the three of them followed the convoy into the gate of the base. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, everyone in the base was extremely excited. Louis and others were busy making fire and cooking for everyone, while Dr. Yin and Lu Jiaming and Dongzi were busy counting weapons, ammunition and vehicles. Zhong Yu searched for Shan Wan in the crowd for a long time, but didn't find her. He immediately ran to Shan Wan's room and didn't find her either. Then he asked Wang Hao about Shan Wan's whereabouts. When he heard that Shan Wan went to the wolf's den alone, his face changed drastically. He was about to drive there, but was pulled down by Wang Hao and Dr. Yin. "Brother Yu, calm down. It's all my fault for not taking good care of Shan Wan for you. But if you go now, won't you expose Shan Wan's identity? In a few hours, we will launch a general attack. Won't you be able to see her then?" Wang Hao said with a red face and heavy breathing. "Brother Yu, you have to put the overall situation first. Why are we working so hard? Isn't it just to eliminate hidden dangers and provide everyone with a safe living environment?" Dr. Yin also interrupted at this time. Alas. Zhong Yu sighed heavily and closed the car door tightly. "Brother Zhang?" Zhong Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw Zhang Jianjun walking towards them with his woman Xiao Yutong. Zhang Jianjun nodded at Wang Hao, then looked at Zhong Yu and said, "Xiao Zhong, I heard your conversation just now. I know your feelings for Shan Wan, but you also need to understand why she did this. Just like what this colleague said just now, she considers herself as one of us, and she wants to do something for this group. Although we haven't talked much, I think Shan Wan is definitely not as weak as we think. Since she dared to go, she must have her own countermeasures. So Xiao Zhong, what we have to do now is to keep a cool head and strive to wipe out these doomsday pests in one fell swoop." "I understand, Brother Zhang, thank you for your reminder." Zhong Yu nodded, with a resolute look in his eyes. "Brother Zhang, why didn't I see you just now?" Wang Hao looked at Zhang Jianjun with a happy face. "I was sleeping with Yutong in the first car. How are you doing recently?" Zhang Jianjun glanced at Xiao Yutong, and smiled at Wang Hao with a tired look. Wang Hao nodded, and he found that both Feng Hetian and Zhang Jianjun looked a little bad at this time, and they were much thinner than when they left. After seeing Xiao Yutong in his hand, Wang Hao squatted down and gently touched her head, smiling and said, "Yutong, do you miss your uncle?" "Yes." Xiao Yutong blinked innocently, but her eyes kept looking at Louis who was cooking. Xiao Yutong looked pale, and her chubby face was thin. "Yutong, go play with your auntie. Your father and I have work to discuss." After Wang Hao said that, he shouted to Louis who was busy. Louis turned around and saw Wang Hao's gesture and immediately understood what he meant, and hurriedly called Xiao Yutong over. After Xiao Yutong left, Zhang Jianjun looked at his back and sighed. "How, to be honest, we haven't eaten for almost 3 days. Captain Feng has been leading everyone to search for food outside, but as the disaster lasts longer, the food we can find is getting less and less. Alas, it's all my fault for being too self-righteous. I always believed that someone would come to save us, but who knew? Alas." Feng Hetian lowered his head in shame. "Captain Feng, all this is in the past. Our top priority now is how to launch a general attack on them. This is your expertise, and I want to hear your advice." Wang Hao looked at Feng Hetian with sincerity. "Ah, how?" Dong Xiao also came over and held Wang Hao's hand tightly. "I have good news for you. Just before Dr. Yan came, we found a large number of weapons, ammunition, food and vehicles from a paramilitary squadron. I brought them all." "Great, we just found a batch of weapons and ammunition left by the Riyadh people a few days ago. Together with the equipment you brought, it seems that we have more than enough," Wang Hao said excitedly. Time was tight, and Wang Hao and his friends could not continue to reminisce. After a quick dinner, everyone started to prepare for the war. At this time, there were less than 6 hours left before the time agreed with Shanwan. Everyone brainstormed and finally finalized the battle plan proposed by Feng Hetian after some discussion. After finalizing the battle plan, Wang Hao immediately began to count the number of combatants and their names. Feng Hetian and Dong Xiao brought a total of 215 people, of which 98 could participate in the battle. Including Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, and Zhong Yu, there were a total of 101 people. The remaining Lu Jiaming, Dongzi, Hui Xiaodong and others were responsible for staying behind to protect the safety of the base. Each participant had a fully automatic rifle, and under Feng Hetian's suggestion, a charge group, a machine gun group, a mortar group and a medical group were set up. The battle plan was to wait for the charge group and the machine gun group to quietly approach the nest of the butterfly team, and then the mortar group in the rear would carry out a feint attack. 3 minutes later, the separated charge group and machine gun group would attack from the main gate and the back mountain at the same time. Regardless of the charge group or the machine gun group and the medical group, each person had a fully automatic rifle with a bayonet, 6 spare magazines, 3 melon grenades, a pistol, and 2 spare magazines. Everything was ready, and all the participants began to board the vehicles, including 4 troop carriers, 2 military armored vehicles, 2 assault vehicles, and 1 police armored vehicle. Before the convoy set off, Wang Hao repeatedly told Lu Jiaming, Dongzi and others about the precautions. At 11:30, the convoy, led by the police armored vehicle driven by Wang Hao, slowly drove out of the gate of the villa. After driving onto the highway, the convoy immediately accelerated, and the combat convoy consisting of 9 vehicles disappeared in the thick night. There was no conversation along the way. The moon tonight was particularly bright, and the stars dotted the night sky. The convoy consisting of 9 heavy vehicles was passed on the national highway covered with dead leaves. 2 hours later, the convoy drove out of Yao County and slowly stopped at a hidden place on the side of the road. It was less than half an hour away from the butterfly convoy's nest, and it was just past 1:30 in the morning. There were still 2.5 hours before the time agreed with Shanwan. Because they were worried that the butterfly convoy would send out night patrol vehicles, they had to wait until 3:30 before setting off. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere in all vehicles was always tense, and everyone's face was as if facing a great enemy. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the night sky. What sound? Dr. Yan's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Wang Hao in surprise. It seems to be a whistle. Wang Hao suddenly had an ominous feeling in his mind. Is it our people? Feng Hetian said nervously. I don't know. Wang Hao frowned, and before the voice fell, another voice came, this time much clearer than before. Not my people. Zhong Yu's face froze. I go down and take a look. Dr. Yan was about to open the door and get out of the car, but Wang Hao pulled him back. Don't worry, listen again. Soon another whistle came over, and the whistle with a change of tone made everyone in the car shudder. This time, everyone was startled. It turned out that the intercom placed on the front windshield rang. Wang Hao quickly picked it up and turned the volume down to the minimum. The car was quiet, and everyone's face was very nervous. Everyone was waiting for the whistle to come again. 5 minutes passed, and the whistle seemed to have disappeared, and there was no movement. Why is it gone? Feng Etienne looked out the window in confusion. There is no reason to hear it wrong. Dr. Yin also looked confused. This time, the intercom rang again, and then Zhang Jianjun's voice came over. Ahau, ahau, did you hear the whistle just now? Zhang Jianjun was in the fourth car. Because there were only 3 intercoms, Wang Hao divided them equally among the front, middle, and back 3 cars. Before Wang Hao could answer him, Dong Zhao's voice came from the last car. Ahau, brother Zhang, what happened just now? Who was whistling? It's not our people. Tell everyone to stay alert, and no one should get off the car. Wang Hao pressed the talk button to suppress the sound and repeated it twice in a row. Received. Received. What should we do now? Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao nervously. Don't panic, wait a little longer, and if there is no movement after 10 minutes, we will get off the car. Wang Hao said with a serious face. Could we be discovered? Feng Etienne said nervously. I don't know, it will be troublesome if we are discovered. Wang Hao frowned and kept looking out the window. At this time, the bright moonlight illuminated the environment on 3 sides. They were parked between a row of 2-story shops on the street and the holly trees on the roadside. The 2-story houses blocked the moonlight, and darkness enveloped Wang Hao and his team. In such an environment, even if there were vehicles passing by, it would be almost difficult to find Wang Hao and his team if they didn't look carefully. Time passed by minute, and the people in the car held their breath, with their hands tightly clenched on their weapons. Just after 5 minutes, the sharp whistle with a turn came again. The people in the car couldn't help but tremble, and at this time Wang Hao finally found the direction from which the whistle came. Opposite the 2-story building where they parked, there was a small alley that could not be illuminated by the moonlight, and the breathtaking whistle came from the dark alley opposite the 2-story building. Chapter 260. This is the sound of summoning zombies. Xishan suddenly frowned and said, Have you heard such a whistle before? Wang Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Xishan nodded and said, You don't have to panic, this is just a means for them to attract zombies. Attract zombies? Are they recruiting soldiers for their zombie army? Dr. Yin said puzzledly. Xishan didn't say anything, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his seat to rest. Their strength is already strong enough, why do they still take risks? Zhongyu was also puzzled. Unless there is a stronger existence than them, Wang Hao said with a serious face. After saying this, the other people were shocked. Dr. Yin said with a shocked face, Is there a stronger existence than them? We haven't even left the province yet, and we have encountered so many troubles. The world is so big, who can guarantee that there will be no more powerful forces in other places? Wang Hao frowned and said. Dr. Yin and his companions nodded when they heard this. At this moment, a thin figure rode a bicycle out of the dark alley that Wang Hao had seen before, whistling as he walked. After driving out of the alley, the thin figure adjusted the front of the bicycle, then put down one leg to support the body of the bicycle, held the handlebars with both hands, and whistled several times into the dark alley. Roar! A chaotic roar suddenly came from the dark alley. After receiving the response, the thin figure rode forward for more than 10 meters, and then turned back to whistle at the entrance of the alley. At this time, several zombies rushed out of the dark alley. They chased the thin figure with their fangs and claws, and the thin figure saw the zombies rushing out and stepped on the bicycle and rode forward slowly. Damn, this guy is really brave. He rides a broken bicycle to attract zombies. Dr. Yen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is their usual trick. In fact, the real scary thing is not these zombies, but the people who control them behind the scenes. Looking at the scene outside the car window, Wang Hao said solemnly. At this time, after the leading zombies came out, there were more than 100 zombies coming out in an endless stream. The whistle had faded away, and the zombies at the end of the team walked towards Wang Hao and his team slowly. No! We've been discovered. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and his hand was already on the hilt of the knife. Don't worry, wait until they come in before you do it. Feng Hetian quickly pressed Wang Hao's shoulder. At the same time, Dr. Yin and Zhongyu also drew their daggers. Watching the zombies approaching them step by step, Dr. Yin's fingers were tightly gripped on the door handle. The car door had been opened in advance, and he was just waiting for Wang Hao's order to rush out of the car to kill the zombies. Zhongyu and Feng Hetian's faces were also extremely nervous, each holding the dagger in his hand tightly. Wang Hao had already drawn the wudao, staring at the zombies that were slowly approaching, waiting for them to get closer before getting out of the car and attacking, while Zishan still looked like he had nothing to do with it, with his eyes slightly closed and leaning back in his seat to rest. At this time, the leading zombie was less than 5 meters away from Wang Hao's vehicle. Fortunately, it was blocked by the holly bushes more than 1 meter high on the roadside, otherwise Wang Hao in the driver's seat could have seen the other party's teeth. "Captain Wang, it will be too late if we don't do it now." Dr. Yen leaned forward with a nervous look on his face. "It seems that their target is not us." Wang Hao quickly raised his hand to stop him. Before he finished speaking, the leading zombie squatted in front of the holly bush, and the 7 or 8 zombies that followed closely behind also pounced on it. After a terrifying sound of flesh tearing and chewing, the first zombie that squatted stood up with a mouth full of dirty blood. It looked around and slowly walked towards the group of zombies that were already 200 meters away from them. Wang Hao in the car held his breath and waited for the end of the zombie feast. After more than 10 minutes, the last zombie also stood up and left. After it walked a long distance, Wang Hao and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wang Hao turned on the intercom to ask about the situation of the car behind. After confirming that no one got off the car, Wang Hao finally let go of the heart that had been lifted. Putting down the intercom and looking at the corpses that were gradually going away, Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked at Feng Hetian and said, "Captain Feng, I have an idea. Do you think it will work?" "Oh, tell me." Feng Hetian was stunned, and immediately retracted his gaze, and looked at Wang Hao. "If the cyclist was replaced by our people, and then led directly to their lair, let them mess up first, and then we take advantage of the opportunity to attack them by surprise," Wang Hao said. Feng Hetian nodded and frowned. "The method is feasible, but the question is who will complete this task?" "I will go." Zishan suddenly opened his eyes, and said, "No, I go. After all, I've been there once before, and I know more about the situation than you." Wang Hao said, "I have acquaintances there. Don't think that you are invincible with the yin-yang handprint. Don't forget that there are mountains outside mountains and people outside people." Zishan replied coldly to Wang Hao, and opened the car door, and walked down without caring whether he agreed or not. "Master." Wang Hao wanted to get out of the car to stop him, but Zhong Yu behind him held his shoulder, and said, "Let him go. Didn't you hear him say that he has acquaintances there? What else do you have to worry about?" But Wang Hao was full of worry, and hesitated to speak. "Captain Wang, I think Brother Yu is right. Zishan is good at fighting, and can definitely protect himself. Let's think about what to do next." Dr. Yen stepped forward and echoed. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, nodded, looked at Feng Hetian and said, "Captain Feng, do you have any suggestions?" "The original plan remains unchanged. We will act after the zombies rush into the gate, and withdraw the mortar group and merge it into the assault group," Feng Hetian said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhong Yu and Dr. Yen got out of the car, and told the cars behind them about the changed battle plan. At this time, only Feng Hetian and Wang Hao were left in the car. "Xiao Wang, I heard from Xiao Zhong that Xiao Mo left without saying goodbye. Is there any misunderstanding between you?" Feng Hetian said with concern. Wang Hao then told him the cause and effect of Xiao Mo's departure. Feng Hetian nodded after listening. "So that's what happened. According to your analysis, Xiao Mo must have had a reason that he couldn't say." "Xiao Wang, speaking of this, I suddenly remembered something." Seeing Feng Hetian frowned, Wang Hao was startled and asked what was going on. Feng Hetian paused and said, "When I went to Beijing for a meeting, an old leader once told me something. He said that in the early 1960s, an international scientific expedition team entered Yao County. It was said that it was to uncover a supernatural case." Feng Hetian frowned as he said this, as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. "Supernatural case?" Wang Hao was stunned, looked at him with a puzzled look and said, "What supernatural case?" Feng Hetian paused and said, "It is said that there are 2 ancient tombs in Yao County, where the Rya people and the Melian were stationed, but later for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared overnight and became a historical mystery. After the Tokyo trial, someone raised this matter, but later for some unknown reason, it was forgotten." Feng Hetian paused and then said, "Who would have thought that more than 10 years later, the Lifelong people launched this revelation operation again? At that time, our country also sent 5 accompanying personnel. As a result, this temporary scientific expedition team of 16 people suddenly disappeared overnight like the Rya people and the Melian before, leaving behind the half-excavated ancient tombs. From then on, no one mentioned this matter again." Feng Hetian talked about this book with a puzzled expression on his face. However, last winter, A young man who claimed to be a member of the scientific expedition team suddenly found the old leader who sent him out that year, saying that he had lost his memory and only remembered this old leader, hoping that he could help him find his lost memory. The old leader was already on his deathbed at the time. When he saw the young man, he first opened his eyes wide, and then died in one breath. Later, the young man was detained by the local police on suspicion of intentional homicide. After finding out the facts, the young man was confirmed to be innocent, but he was not released. Instead, he was transferred directly from the detention center to a secret military hospital. Until this disaster, no news of him was heard again. Captain Feng, what do you want to say after saying so much? Wang Hao was a little confused. Do you know what this young man's name is? Feng Hetian lowered his voice. Wang Hao looked at him and shook his head in confusion. Zhuang Mo, Feng Hetian said, and the old leader showed me his photo. I only remembered this after you left. Wang Hao was stunned when he heard this. The young man you are talking about is brother Xiao Mo? Feng Hetian shook his head and said, I can't be sure if it's him now, but when I saw him for the first time, I felt that he looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen him. Because the old leader suffered from severe Alzheimer's disease at the time, I didn't take it seriously when he told me about it. It wasn't until you said it this time that I remembered it again. If it's really brother Xiao Mo then he should be at least over 70 years old this year. Wang Hao looked at Feng Hetian with surprise. Feng Hetian nodded. This is exactly what I am wondering about. Even if a person looks young, he should not look more than 50 years younger. Feng Hetian frowned and said, maybe this is just a coincidence. At this time, Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu got on the car one after another. Captain Wang, we have already made arrangements. There is still an hour and a half left. Can we leave? With the help of the moonlight outside the window, Wang Hao raised his hand to check his watch. It has been nearly half an hour since Xishan left. With Xishan's speed, he should have replaced the thin figure riding a bicycle by now. Wang Hao roughly estimated the time. Xishan led the zombies to arrive at about the same time as Shan Wan left them. Considering this, Wang Hao immediately used the intercom to notify the following car to prepare to set off. Under the bright moonlight, the police armored car driven by Wang Hao slowly drove out of the dark side and exposed to the moonlight. It gradually accelerated in the direction where the zombies disappeared, and soon the last car disappeared at the intersection of the street corner. In order to reduce night attention, Wang Hao distributed a pair of night vision glasses to the drivers of each car before setting off. After entering the dirt road, all vehicles turned off the lights, and the drivers put on night vision glasses. After bumping on the dirt road for 30 minutes, the last 3 cars turned into the fork leading to the zombie army, first subdued the guards, and then climbed to the top of the mountain from the corpse transport track to support the frontal assault from the rear of the butterfly team. Wang Hao and his team stopped the vehicle again and waited for Dong Xiao and others who were responsible for the rear-end attack to arrive before setting off. Time passed quickly, and Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on his watch. It was already 3:20, and it had been almost half an hour since he separated from Dong Xiao and his team, but there was still no sound on the walkie-talkie. Is the distance too long? There is no signal on the walkie-talkie? Zhong Yu was very anxious at this time, and kept asking Wang Hao for the time. Feng Hetian immediately shook his head and said, no, these walkie-talkies are regular military products, and the communication distance is at least more than 50 kilometers. There will be no signal at such a short distance. Ah Hao, what time is it now? Zhong Yu hurriedly asked Wang Hao the time again. 3:30, Wang Hao glanced at his watch and said, Brother Xiao, and the others should be in place. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. If there is no response, we will set off immediately. Will we be able to make it in half an hour? Zhong Yu still said worriedly. We are very close. It will take only 15 minutes at most. Wang Hao's face also showed anxiety. He kept holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, and kept looking at it. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly flashed green, and a CI law sound came out. Wang Hao's nerves were immediately tense, but after waiting for 2 minutes, no sound came from the walkie-talkie. Seeing that the time was about to be 5 minutes, Zhong Yu had already anxiously crossed from the back seat to the co-pilot's seat, holding the rifle tightly in his hand. The moonlight shone on the bayonet in front of the barrel, and the cold light reflected on Zhong Yu's forehead. It can be seen that a thin layer of sweat had already appeared. With less than a minute left, Dong Xiao's intermittent voice came again from the intercom. We are at the top of the mountain, please. Got it. You wait for an opportunity to act. Wait for an opportunity to act. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he put down the intercom, quickly put on his night vision glasses, turned the steering wheel, and the vehicle roared out, and the 5 vehicles behind immediately followed. Under the bright moonlight, the wheels on the bumpy dirt road raised a cloud of dust, and 6 vehicles carrying more than 60 combatants gradually disappeared under the dusty moonlight, and drove quickly towards the butterfly team's nest 5 kilometers away. Chapter 261. Under the bright moonlight, Wang Hao saw that there seemed to be people gathering at the big turn 500 meters ahead. From their walking posture, Wang Hao concluded that it was the 100 zombies led by Xishan. At this time, most of the zombies had turned the big turn, leaving only a dozen at the back of the zombie group, but as the team moved forward, they gradually disappeared behind the mountain at the turn. It seems that Master Xishan has succeeded. After passing the big turn in front, we can see their nest. Notify the vehicles behind to prepare for battle, Wang Hao said at this time. Hearing this, Dr. Yin immediately turned on the flashlight, leaned out, and said 2 long and 1 short combat signals to the vehicles behind. After receiving the signal, the vehicles behind responded in turn. 2 minutes later, 6 vehicles slowly turned the big turn in turn. A few hundred meters away, the 2 searchlights on both sides of the gate of the butterfly team were scanning the road below back and forth. Just as Wang Hao and his team had parked their vehicles in front of the row of abandoned houses on the roadside according to the battle plan, the 2 searchlights suddenly stopped, followed by a burst of gunfire and a chaotic shouting. Wang Hao then picked up the night vision telescope and looked towards the gate. Hundreds of figures were rushing towards the gate one after another, and the gunfire from the watchtower became more intense at this time, with dozens of flames constantly changing directions and shooting at the corpses below. At the same time, dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the houses on both sides of the gate. Their targets were all the corpses below. Wang Hao looked for a long time, but did not find Xishan's figure, but the situation was urgent at the moment. Wang Hao did not have time to think about it. He put down the telescope and asked everyone to get off the car. 65 combatants quickly formed a battle formation, divided into 2 groups on the left and right, and began to move quickly towards the gate from the abandoned houses on both sides of the road. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao and his group arrived at the designated location first. This place was only a dozen meters away from the gate, and the rooftop where a dozen figures stood and shot down was only about 10 meters away from them. Wang Hao turned around and took a look. All the team members were in place. Wang Hao confirmed through the intercom that another group of combatants were also in place. At this time, Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, and Zhong Yu took out their own melon grenades, looked at each other, then pulled out the pull ring, knocked it hard against the wall, paused for a second or two, and then 3 grenades were thrown directly from 3 different directions to the rooftop 10 meters away. Boom! A red light flashed, and the gunfire on the roof stopped abruptly. Countless broken bricks and tiles fell from the air. In the dust, another roar came, and the gunfire on the other side stopped immediately. Wang Hao raised the signal gun that he had already held in his hand. After a bang, a red light suddenly rose. At the same time, 60 melon grenades flew like raindrops towards the guards at the gate, who had not yet recovered. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, Wang Hao gave an order, and gunfire suddenly broke out. More than 60 team members holding fully automatic weapons rushed out from the smoke and dust on both sides of the gate. At this time, the gate had already collapsed, and the watchtowers on both sides had become a pile of waste wood with black smoke. At this time, most of the hundreds of zombies had been killed by the other side, and the remaining zombies were still rushing forward one after another. With the cover of the zombies, Wang Hao and his team quickly rushed into the gate, but were soon suppressed by the heavy weapons in the 2-story office building opposite. They had to use the cars parked on both sides of the gate as cover to confront the office building. 222. 10 thick flames shot at Wang Hao and his team from the 10 windows on the 2nd floor of the office building. The remaining dozens of zombies fell down in less than 2 minutes, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The opponent's firepower is too strong. We are suppressed. What should we do now? Dr. Yin ran over from behind a blown-up car. Leave some people to continue to fight them, and the rest of you follow me and outflanking from both sides. Wang Hao just raised his head, and a bullet rubbed his left arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Captain Wang, how are you? Dr. Yin stood up and quickly pressed Wang Hao's head. I'm fine. Wang Hao didn't even look at him, and shouted to Zhang Jianjun, who was also suppressed and couldn't raise his head, on the other side of the gate. Brother Zhang, I will cover you. You hurry to the tank to support Shan Wan. Got it. Got it. Zhang Jianjun's response came immediately from the intercom. Wang Hao turned and looked at Feng Hetian, who was crawling behind the collapsed watchtower and shooting at the 2nd floor from time to time. Captain Feng, this is up to you. We will flank from the side. Understood. Feng Hetian replied after firing a shot. Wang Hao took out the last grenade, pulled the ring, knocked it on the ground and threw it out. Boom! A red light flashed, and with this fleeting opportunity, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin quickly ran to the back of another military truck, and several zombies that were not yet dead crawled towards them. Dr. Yin was about to raise his gun to shoot, but was stopped by Wang Hao. Don't waste bullets, let me do it. He casually drew out his black knife and slashed the zombies' heads, which rolled to the side one after another. One of the heads was hit by a stray bullet and turned into a pile of rotten meat. At that moment, except for Dr. Yin and 5 or 6 team members who followed them to prepare for the encirclement, the rest of Wang Hao's team hid behind the bunker and were suppressed by the heavy weapons on the second floor and could not raise their heads. Why can't I see Brother Yu? Wang Hao looked around for a long time, but did not find Zhong Yu's shadow. When I rushed in just now, I saw him running to the other side. A team member in military uniform behind Dr. Yin said, Brother, you must have gone to find Shan Wan. Wang Hao frowned. Sure. 2 bullets were shot on the ground next to him. Wang Hao leaned against the tire of the military truck and quickly observed the direction of the bullets. He found that there was a fully automatic weapon aiming at them from the window on the first floor of the office building. Although the truck where they were hiding was only a dozen meters away from the window, Wang Hao did not dare to act rashly because there was no shelter in the middle. At this time, the heavy weapons on the second floor were still aimed at Feng Hetian and his men who were confronting them at the gate, but the firepower was much weaker than a few minutes ago. Why are there so few people? Wang Hao suddenly realized an important problem. From the time the attack was launched to now, in addition to the more than 20 figures on both sides of the gate, there were also the launchers of 10 heavy weapons on the office building. There were only more than 50 people, which was 4 or 5 times less than the number he observed a few days ago. That's not right, Captain Wang. Why haven't Xiao and the others made any move yet? Dr. Yin said in shock. I just called him on the intercom, but he didn't respond. Wang Hao's face condensed, and a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. Is this a trap? Dr. Yin said nervously. I don't care about that. Let's take control first. Wang Hao made up his mind and replaced the magazine with a click. If we want to outflank from the back, the gunman in the first floor window must be killed. Dr. Yin, how sure are you? The window is too big, I can't determine the gunman's position. Dr. Yin looked outside and turned around and said, Is 2 seconds enough for you? Wang Hao looked at him. As long as I can see where the bullet was fired, I can shoot him dead with 1 shot. Dr. Yin said, Find a good angle, leave this to me. Wang Hao pulled the bolt open. Dr. Yin nodded and looked at the front of the car. Although it was completely exposed to the heavy weapons on the second floor, there were no bullets shooting at this time. He only needed 3 seconds to complete the process from aiming to shooting. If I shoot from there, I can ensure a 1-shot kill. Dr. Yin turned around and said. Wang Hao glanced at the front of the car. Be careful, if it doesn't work, give up. Understood. Dr. Yin nodded, checked the magazine, and walked over with the gun. After seeing Dr. Yin in place, Wang Hao put the rifle behind his back and squatted down. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and jumped out. After landing, Wang Hao rolled forward quickly and chi. Suddenly, a string of bullets shot over. Bang! Seeing Wang Hao rushing out, Dr. Yin did not hesitate at all, and quickly stood up and pointed his gun at the dark window. But when he saw a flash of fire in the window, he quickly adjusted the angle and pulled the trigger. The shell had not yet fallen to the ground, and the gunshots from the window had stopped. Just as Dr. Yin had just withdrawn his body, a string of bullets shot over from behind, smashing the front of the truck into pieces. At this time, Wang Hao had stood up and leaned against the side of the office building, facing Dr. Yin and his team. After discovering Dr. Yin and his team's vehicle, the 2 heavy weapons in the second floor window immediately turned their targets and began to sweep at the target vehicle. The power of heavy weapons should not be underestimated. In less than half a minute, the military truck where Dr. Yin and his team were hiding had been beaten into a hornet's nest. The front of the car and the cab were completely unrecognizable, and the engine began to emit black smoke. Wang Hao could see the most clearly from the opposite side, and he couldn't help but worry about Dr. Yin and others. However, he had not left the side of the building at all, because at the moment when Dr. Yin shot the gunman at the window, a string of bullets suddenly shot at him from behind the bunker surrounded by sandbags at the entrance of the office building. Fortunately, he found it early, otherwise he would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. While Wang Hao was thinking about countermeasures quickly, the 2 heavy weapons that shot at Dr. Yin and others from the second-floor windows suddenly stopped moving. Wang Hao quickly leaned over to take a look at the entrance of the office building. At this time, the fully automatic guns behind the sandbags were firing at the place where Feng Hetian and others were hiding. Wang Hao immediately concluded that the shooters of the two heavy weapons on the second floor must have been shot dead by Feng Hetian and others, otherwise the fully automatic guns that had been suppressing him would not have concentrated their firepower to hit the same place. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately seized this fleeting opportunity and quickly flashed out from the side of the office building, pointing his gun at the heads that stuck out from behind the sandbags and shooting wildly. At the same time, Dr. Yin and his men also quickly flashed out from behind the beaten truck and started to move and shoot at the sandbags with Wang Hao. Under the shooting from both sides of 6 or 7 fully automatic rifles, there was no movement behind the sandbags, and at this time, Dr. Yin and his 6 men had already joined Wang Hao. The threat at the gate had been lifted, and Wang Hao and his men quickly crouched and approached the gate. When the two teams of Feng Hetian and Zhang Jianjun on the opposite side saw Wang Hao and his men appear at the gate of the office building, they immediately concentrated their firepower and started to shoot at the remaining 8 windows on the second floor with weakening firepower from different angles. Just when Wang Hao and his team moved to the sandbag bunker, they were surprised to find that the tank on the other side was gone. They were about to use the intercom to ask Zhang Jianjun about the situation. At the gate, boom! A red light flashed, and a big hole was blown out of the watchtower where Feng Hetian was hiding. The gunfire stopped abruptly. Wang Hao was shocked. Before he could come to his senses, another shell whizzed in. The red light reappeared in front of him. Wang Hao and his team hurriedly climbed down. Boom! After a loud bang, the corpses of the zombies mixed with mud splashed on Wang Hao and his team. When Wang Hao looked up at the gate, a swaying strong light suddenly shot out, and behind the strong light was the disappeared tank. Oh no! We've been tricked! Wang Hao shouted, and the people behind him were all shocked. What should Captain Wang do? Dr. Yin said in surprise. Go upstairs and get rid of those gunmen first. After Wang Hao said that, he hurriedly picked up the intercom and shouted to Zhang Jianjun, Brother Zhang, you guys quickly evacuate from the other side, evacuate from the other side. Before the shouting ended, boom! Another shell fell, and corpses and dirt were splattered. There was no response in the intercom, and at the same time, the gunshots from Zhang Jianjun's side suddenly disappeared. Go upstairs. Wang Hao immediately thought of the worst result, but there was no way to retreat now. Going upstairs was their only choice. After Wang Hao shouted, he quickly jumped into the sandbag and entered the office building. Dr. Yin and others followed closely behind. The office building was pitch black, in sharp contrast to the bright moonlight outside. Entering the gate, Wang Hao and others quickly turned on the strong light flashlights under their gun barrels. The light beams intersected in the dark hall, and in front was the staircase leading to the second floor. Forced by the situation, Wang Hao and his men could not care about anything else and quickly climbed the stairs. However, when they arrived at the staircase on the second floor, they found that the gunfire from heavy weapons had stopped at some point. The entire corridor was dark, and there was no movement. Wang Hao quickly opened the door closest to them. There was no one in the room, only a heavy machine gun on the window, and the ground was full of empty shells. How could this happen? Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao nervously. Everyone, look at other rooms separately. Wang Hao frowned, and the ominous feeling in his heart became heavier. Several people hurriedly retreated and ran to other rooms separately. Captain Wang, there is no one in this room either. Dr. Yin pushed open the door of the next room and found no one inside, only a heavy machine gun on the window and empty shells on the ground. Soon, responses came from other rooms. No one was found alive. Only 2 bodies with heads shot through were found in the 2 rooms on the east side. At this moment, a burst of music came in from outside the building through the window, and strong light shone on the walls in the corridor. Chapter 262. Captain Wang fought with him. Dr. Yin said with a frown. Wait, they are well prepared. We have no chance of winning if we fight hard. Wang Hao grabbed him. Ha ha ha. You are smart. A burst of laughter suddenly came from downstairs. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and several people quickly pointed their guns at the stairs. No matter how strong the fortress is, it will be broken from the inside. Wonderful, wonderful. A male voice clapping his hands gradually appeared in Wang Hao's sight from the corner of the stairs. A thin man wearing a black mask and dyed white hair followed by a dozen black-clothed men holding fully automatic rifles slowly walked up from the stairs. Why don't you shoot? Are you scared? The masked man stood in front of Wang Hao, his eyes full of disdain. Did you know we were coming? Wang Hao looked directly at the masked man and said, I know, of course I know, otherwise why would they hold such a big ceremony to welcome you? The masked man said with contempt. Who told you? The masked man's words further confirmed Wang Hao's guess that there was a spy among them. Don't you think it's redundant to ask this now? The masked man held a 56 type assault rifle with a bayonet in his hand, waved it in front of Wang Hao, and put it on his shoulder, saying with disdain, Not redundant, because you and him will definitely die. Wang Hao looked at the masked man with a cold look. The masked man's eyes were slightly startled, and then became extremely sinister, and took a step back and said, Tie them all up for me. As soon as the voice fell, the black-clad men behind him immediately stepped forward to seize the guns of Wang Hao and his men, and tied them up very skillfully. We talk about it if we can survive until dawn. The masked man stepped forward and said to Wang Hao's ear, and then waved his hand, Take them all down. Wang Hao and the other 7 were immediately taken downstairs. Except for Wang Hao and Dr. Yin, they all looked terrified because they didn't know what kind of massacre they were about to face. When they walked out of the office building lobby, a huge searchlight shot towards them, making Wang Hao and his men unable to open their eyes. Mother Han, they are all here, without firing a single shot. The masked man shouted behind the searchlight as if to take credit. Take them over here. A man with a long gun came out from behind the searchlight. Because he was facing away from the searchlight, I couldn't see his appearance for a while. Go! The masked man shouted, and the big men in black immediately pushed Wang Hao and his men down the steps at the gate and came to the searchlight. Kneel down! The man standing in front of the searchlight shouted suddenly. Wang Hao looked straight at him without any kneeling movements. Although Dr. Yin and his men showed fear, their legs did not bend. I told you to kneel down, did you hear me? The man stepped forward and swung the butt of his gun to hit Wang Hao's knees. At this time, a woman's voice came from behind the searchlight. If they don't want to kneel, let them stand. The voice was no longer young, but it didn't look old, and there was a faint foreign accent in the tone. I didn't provoke you. Why did you come to hit me? As they spoke, a young woman supported a staggering old man and walked out from behind the searchlight. Wang Hao couldn't see the other person's appearance at this time, and could only hear that the one who was supported was the old man who spoke. Even if we don't come now, you will come to us sooner or later, Wang Hao said coldly. Why do you say that? The old man stopped 5 steps away from Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao could see the other person clearly at this time. He was a foreign old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face. The old man looked at Wang Hao with a blameful look, but not cold. Instead, Wang Hao thought of his grandmother in an instant. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, but soon regained his composure. He looked at her coldly and said, The butterfly team is bloodthirsty. Wherever they go, there is blood and rain. This is a well-known fact. Do you still want to deny it? Who told you all this? The old man pondered for a moment, and frowned at Wang Hao. Wang Hao hesitated again after hearing this, and looked at the old man with a flickering look in his eyes. I heard it from others, isn't it? No. The old man immediately spoke, and then sighed with disappointment. You believe what you heard? It's really a waste of his painstaking efforts. Who is he? Wang Hao's heart trembled, and he looked at the old man with surprise. Alas! The old man shook his head with disappointment, sighed, turned around, and slowly walked back to the searchlight with the help of the young woman beside him. Captain Wang, is she talking about Brother Xiaomo? Dr. Yin said with his hands tied behind his back. I don't know. Wang Hao's eyes were full of confusion at this time. Stop talking nonsense, take them all to the car. The man standing next to Wang Hao shouted and took a step back. Wang Hao and the other 7 were then taken to a military liberation truck from the early 1990s, parked not far away, leaving 4 big men to escort them. Wang Hao noticed that the big searchlight was fixed on a convertible Hummer, and behind the Hummer was a white extended Cadillac. The foreign old man should have gotten on that car. Behind the Cadillac were the 10 tanks that he had seen before. The 10 tanks were lined up in a row from the gate to the cement road directly opposite the gate. In addition to the old military truck that Wang Hao and his team were escorted to, and the other 3 troop carriers parked outside the gate, the area around the office building was almost full of various off-road vehicles and military assault vehicles. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Seeing the battle in front of them, Wang Hao and his friends were secretly surprised in their hearts. The opponent's strength was many times stronger than theirs. At the same time, they began to guess the identity of the white-haired foreign old man. Especially Wang Hao. When Dr. Yin mentioned the 2 words Xiaomo, he vaguely saw that the old man's back paused, as if he was shocked by the two words Xiaomo. The tank roared and slowly backed out of the gate to make way for the Cadillac in front. The Cadillac's wide wheels crushed the blood and body parts on the ground and slowly turned around in the yard. After driving out of the gate, it gradually accelerated and disappeared under the white sky. After all the vehicles drove out of the gate, the old military truck escorting Wang Hao and his team roared and followed the last assault vehicle. At this time, Wang Hao looked back at the fruit factory behind him with smoke everywhere, with a trace of grief in his eyes. Feng Hitian's body was gone, and Zhong Yu, Dong Xiao and Zhang Jianjun were also missing. Shan Wan, Xiao Mo, and Xishan were even more uncertain about their lives. In this battle, they lost completely. Not only did they lose many soldiers and generals, but they also led to the discovery of a spy. Wang Hao's whole body trembled, and a greater sense of foreboding suddenly hit his brain. If the white-haired masked man had not lied to him, then those who stayed in the villa must have encountered an accident at this time. Thinking of this, an unprecedented sense of suffocation suddenly filled his chest. At this moment, he felt numbness in his hands and feet, and cold limbs. Scenes that he dared not imagine, but kept flashing appeared in his mind again and again. Everything came too suddenly, catching Wang Hao off guard. After a surge of blood in his chest, his brain gradually calmed down. He kept reminding himself in his heart that he must stay calm. The more at this time, the more he must not lose his composure. Unless he is at the end of his rope, all problems have solutions. Wang Hao was thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. At this time, the convoy had entered the suburbs of Yao County. The sky gradually turned white, and the darkness before dawn had passed. Looking at the county town in the early morning, what caught my eye were lifeless buildings and messy streets, with human remains and dusty abandoned vehicles everywhere. The faces of the people in the car were all blank, with despair and helplessness in their eyes. Captain Wang, when we passed that row of residential buildings just now, I seemed to see a face in one of the windows. Dr. Yin gently touched Wang Hao's arm and whispered. Hearing this, Wang Hao looked back and frowned and whispered, "It's been so long since the disaster, how could there be someone in the residential building? Did you see it wrong?" "No," that face was still looking for a while, as the convoy moved forward. Dr. Yin whispered, "Don't talk." At this time, one of the big men in black shouted at them. Wang Hao and his 7 companions were tied up and pushed to the horse trough near the driver's cab as soon as they got on the car. The 4 big men in black, who were responsible for escorting them, stood at the end of the horse trough with their weapons. The convoy was not moving fast. The black smoke from the 10 tanks floated over the convoy. The roar of the engine and the sound of the chain rubbing resounded throughout the streets in the early morning. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" After the convoy turned a street, Wang Hao whispered again. "Absolutely not." Dr. Yin immediately whispered back. Wang Hao frowned and nodded, stopped talking and looked forward thoughtfully. Dr. Yin looked back, leaned towards Wang Hao and whispered, "Captain Wang, what do you think of this group of people?" "I don't think they are soldiers. How can they have so many equipment from the army? They must have been robbed." A young man in military uniform behind Dr. Yin and Wang Hao interrupted. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin subconsciously turned their heads to look at him, and immediately heard the scolding of the big man in black again, and none of the 3 spoke again. The convoy slowly drove up a gentle slope with shops on both sides. Yao County is a typical hilly area, and the buildings of the entire county are distributed on the uneven terrain. After driving up this gentle slope, you will pass by the largest open-air market in Yao County. Every spring festival, Wang Hao and his mother will come here to buy New Year's goods. It can be said that the center of Yao County is within 1 kilometer around the open-air market, and public institutions such as the county government and the public security, procuratorate, courts are distributed around it. Going east along the road in front of the market gate for about 2 kilometers, you will gradually drive out of the county and enter the provincial road. There are several villages on both sides, and Yao County Prison is located outside one of the villages. When driving up the gentle slope and passing the market gate, Wang Hao found that the market gate and the iron fence were surrounded by 4 or 5 meters high barbed wire, and there were waves of stench in the air. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown and look inside, but his pupils suddenly contracted, and his stomach felt a surge. The huge open-air market was filled with piles of corpses, like small mountains. From a distance, there were thousands of them, and around the corpse mountain, there were flowing corpse water and dirty blood everywhere, and hundreds of zombies wandered in it. In front of the corpse mountain closest to the gate, there were more than a dozen zombies eating. After hearing the movement outside, they put down the broken limbs and rotten internal organs they were gnawing on and began to gather towards the gate. "Wow! I don't know who vomited behind me, and seeing someone vomiting, one of the big men in black sneered, "This is your fate." Wang Hao couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this, and the others were all shocked and shivered all over. "You went to so much trouble to capture us just to feed your zombie army?" Wang Hao turned around and took the opportunity to ask. "You are not enough to fill their teeth." Old 4. The big man in black who sneered before was stopped by a scarred face, who was slightly older than him, before he finished speaking. The black-clad man called Lao Si immediately stopped talking, and the black-clad man who stopped him stopped talking after yelling at Wang Hao and the others not to move. The convoy slowly drove away from the market gate and continued to move forward. Wang Hao was increasingly worried about his parents and Lu Yi who stayed in the villa. If they were caught by them, it would be fine, but if... Wang Hao didn't dare to think about it anymore. The life that had just settled down was disrupted in an instant, and it might also bring about a catastrophe. No one would be able to stay calm in this situation, but Wang Hao knew that the more he was at this time, the more he couldn't be impulsive. He suppressed his uneasiness in his heart, tried to dispel the fear in his mind, and began to calm down slowly. The convoy was still driving forward slowly. Smelling the diesel smoke coming from the front, Wang Hao closed his eyes and carefully sorted out every detail. If he wanted to break through the siege, he had to find out where the breakthrough was. Who is this white-haired foreign woman? Why do so many people listen to her? And why did he react when he heard Dr. Yin mention Xiao Mo's name? Does he know Xiao Mo? That should be the case, otherwise why would Xiao Mo leave without saying goodbye and appear in their nest? Foreign woman? Thinking of this, Wang Hao was suddenly startled and suddenly remembered the young and beautiful foreign girl in Xiao Mo's black and white photo. The date on it was the early 1960s. It seemed that the person in the photo was only in his 20s at the time. Now more than 50 years have passed, and the person in the photo should be in his 70s now. Could it be? Could it be that the foreign girl in the photo is the white-haired old man sitting in the Cadillac? Chapter 263. Thinking of this, Wang Hao was suddenly shocked. If they were really the same person, what kind of relationship did this mysterious foreign old man have with Xiao Mo? Could she solve the mystery of Xiao Mo's identity? This reason seemed logical, but it was very far-fetched. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. Xiao Mo looked only in his early 30s. How could he know a foreign woman who was more than 40 years older than him? Could it be that Xiao Mo was really a member of the Chinese scientific expedition team at that time, as Feng Hetian guessed? Then according to this calculation, wouldn't Xiao Mo be an old man in his 70s? How is this possible? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more incredible it felt. At this time, the convoy had already driven onto the provincial road. Looking around, abandoned vehicles could be seen everywhere. Some were deformed by collision, some were burned into empty shells, and some were overturned on the side of the road. The only difference from other places was that after walking for such a long time, there were almost no wandering zombies, and even corpses were rare. But Wang Hao thought about it again, and everything in front of him was not surprising. It seemed that these corpses or zombies were transported to the closed open-air market and used as food or kept in captivity. The convoy was still moving forward slowly. After more than 10 minutes, a large road sign appeared in front of it. It read Yao County Prison in 4 large characters. There was also a sign pointing to an intersection more than 30 meters ahead. When Wang Hao saw this road sign, the leading vehicle had already turned into the intersection. "Captain Wang, they are sending us to prison." Seeing the sign on the side of the road, Dr. Yin said with a little surprise. "That may be their second lair." Wang Hao frowned and said, "The second lair?" Dr. Yin looked puzzled. "The prison has all kinds of security measures ready, and they are stronger than other places. The previous Yusher base was built in the prison." When Wang Hao said this, he thought of Feng Hetian again, and his heart sank, and he didn't say anything more. Dr. Yin nodded, and seeing Wang Hao's face, he knew that he must have thought of Feng Hetian, so he didn't say anything more. The convoy quickly drove into the intersection, and drove about 2 or 3 kilometers along the two-way 4-lane asphalt road. The terrain suddenly became low, and a dark culvert appeared in front of it. There was neither a railway nor other buildings above the culvert, but it was pulled up by a 5 or 6 meter high iron net, extending to the left and right sides without seeing the end. The convoy slowed down and passed through the dark culvert, and began to drive upward. When it reached the top of the slope, the convoy turned left again. At this time, the front suddenly opened up, and an open area the size of a football field appeared in front of everyone. On the right side of the open area was an imposing building with tall walls, dense electric fences, and a closed black gate. The 4 gold-plated characters of Yao County Prison appeared prominently above the gate. Seeing the convoy coming, the closed gate slowly opened, and the convoy drove in one by one. Yao County Prison was expanded 2 years ago, and the area it covers is several times larger than the previous U City base, and all aspects of emergency measures and security measures are much more advanced than the U City base. After slowly passing through gates AB, the prison office area gradually appeared in front of Wang Hao and his companions. It was also an open area the size of a football field. Opposite the gate was a large Phoenix Nirvana statue. On the right was the prison's 4-story office building. Opposite the office building was a 4 or 5 meter high wall. In the middle of the wall was a small black iron door with 2 depressing black words "prison area" on the top of the door. On the surrounding walls stood guards with guns for more than 10 meters. The convoy stopped in front of the Phoenix Nirvana statue one by one. At this time, a young foreign girl ran quickly towards the Cadillac from the direction of the office building and replaced the girl, who was supporting the white-haired old woman. The old woman immediately showed a kind smile after seeing the young girl. "Get off! Get off!" The 4 black shadow men who had already got off the car began to loudly urge Wang Hao and his 7 companions to get off. Hearing the voice coming from this side, the young foreign girl, who was helping the old woman to leave, couldn't help but look back at them. When Wang Hao saw the young girl's face clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had only seen Xiaomo's black and white photo, he clearly remembered the appearance of the foreign girl on it. The young girl who was helping the old woman looked almost exactly like the girl in the photo, and she looked younger than the person in the photo. When their eyes met, the young girl just frowned and helped the old woman to continue walking forward. "What are you looking at? Get off the car!" A big man in black clothes urged impatiently. Wang Hao and his companions were then dragged down the manger, and the white-haired old woman slowly walked into the prison area with the help of the girl. Wang Hao and his companions were then escorted into the gate of the prison area amidst shouting. The entire prison area was similar to Yusha prison. The gate led to a straight passage leading directly to the entire prison area. On both sides of the passage were the various prison areas. Wang Hao took a quick look and saw that there were as many as 10 prison areas. Seeing someone coming in, people came to watch from behind the wire mesh of each prison area. Wang Hao found that most of these people were young and middle-aged, both men and women, and all of them had the same expression on their faces, tired and confused. Wang Hao's eyes were wandering around everyone at this time. He hoped and was afraid to see a familiar face. They walked all the way to the gate of the 5th prison area, and the black-clothed men stopped. Amidst the shouting, Wang Hao and his companions were pushed in one after another. After locking the door of the prison area, one of the black-clothed men asked Wang Hao and his companions to lean against the wire mesh, and then used a dagger to pick the ropes on their bodies one by one. No one spoke. After finishing all this skillfully, the men in black turned around and walked back the way they came. After watching their backs disappear from sight, Dr. Yin turned around, walked to Wang Hao, rubbed his wrist with red marks and said, "Captain Wang, what do they mean by this? Are they holding us like prisoners and waiting for execution in the autumn?" Wang Hao shook his head and said, "If they wanted to kill us, they would have killed us long ago, not until now. Then why did they capture us? Is it really like what the old monk Shishan said, they want to use us as their coolies?" Dr. Yin was puzzled. "It should be. What I am most worried about now is Yi and Xiaodong. If the masked man didn't lie to us, they must have met with an accident now, but I didn't find them among those people just now," Wang Hao said with a worried look on his face. "If I know who the traitor is, I will destroy him." Dr. Yan's face was stern, and he suddenly thought of something. "Captain Wang, don't you have the yin-yang hand? We can slap open the barbed wire with one palm. I have thought of this method a long time ago, but there has been no reaction since the last time." Wang Hao raised his hand helplessly and looked at it. At this time, there was no change in his palm. Even if the blood from the previous wound flowed on it, there was still no reaction. How could this happen? Dr. Yan's face was full of doubts, and the faces of others were also puzzled. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, and the girl who had supported the old woman before came to the outside of the barbed wire with 2 gunmen. "Who of you is Wang Hao?" The girl looked around at Wang Hao and the others expressionlessly and asked. "I am." Wang Hao immediately stepped forward. "Mother Han wants to see you." As he spoke, one of the big men unlocked the door, and the other big man pointed a gun at everyone. "Captain Wang." Dr. Yin was about to speak, but Wang Hao raised his hand to stop him and said, "I will be careful myself." After that, he patted his shoulder and walked out of the prison gate. "Mr. Wang, please." The girl made a gesture of invitation with a blank expression. Wang Hao looked back at Dr. Yin and the others inside the wire mesh, and then walked out first, followed by the young girl and 2 armed men. After walking out of the prison gate, the young girl led the way, and the four of them went straight to the office building opposite. After entering the lobby of the office building, they turned to the corridor on the left under the guidance of the young girl, and stopped in front of the third room. "Mother Han, Wang Hao is here," the girl said respectfully, knocking on the door very carefully. The door was opened, and the young foreign girl, who had supported Mother Han before, appeared at the door. She frowned and looked at Wang Hao and said, "Are you Wang Hao?" Wang Hao nodded. "You guys go and get busy." The foreign girl looked at the young girl and said. The three of them turned around and left. "Come in." Mother Han's voice came from the room. Wang Hao walked into the room under the girl's vigilant eyes. Mother Han was wearing a pair of reading glasses and sitting in a rocking chair reading a foreign language book. Seeing Wang Hao coming in, Han Ma put down the book in her hand, took off her glasses, pointed to the sofa next to Wang Hao and said, "Sit down." Turning to the girl behind Wang Hao, she said, "Lisa, go and make a cup of tea for Mr. Wang." The foreign girl named Lisa seemed to be worried about leaving Wang Hao and Han Ma in the house. She glanced at Wang Hao and said, "Grandma." "Grandma?" Wang Hao was stunned. No wonder they looked a bit alike. It turned out that they were grandparents. "Go, I have a few words to say to Mr. Wang." Han Ma interrupted her immediately. Lisa looked at Wang Hao again and said, "Wang Hao, I advise you to be honest, otherwise you will never leave this room alive." Lisa's Mandarin is very standard, with a slight Beijing accent. If you don't look at her face, you will definitely think that the person who speaks must be an authentic Beijing girl. Wang Hao didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly. The girl walked out of the door, with a worried look on her face. "I show you something." Mother Han waved at Wang Hao, then picked up an old diary next to her, opened it, took out a photo from it, and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao hesitated, but still stepped forward to take it. When he looked at it, he was stunned. It was also an old black and white photo, but the person in the photo was very familiar to him. It was Xiao Imo, who suddenly left without saying goodbye 2 days ago. In the photo, Xiao Imo was wearing a military uniform from the early 1960s, holding an old-fashioned rifle in both hands. His body was very straight, and he looked at the person taking the photo expressionlessly. Behind him was the Shang Dynasty ruins where Xiao Imo left the Yin Yang Han 2 days ago. "Do you know the person in the photo?" Mother Han's cloudy eyes stared at Wang Hao motionlessly. "Yes, he looks like a friend of mine, and my friend suddenly left without saying goodbye 2 days ago. When I saw him again, he was sitting in your car." Wang Hao put down the photo and looked directly at the other person's eyes. "They are not similar, they are the same person," Han Ma said. Wang Hao was shocked. Although he had made such a guess before, when someone told him the truth in person, he still found it difficult to accept. "If the person in the photo is my friend, he should be about the same age as you this year, but he is only in his early 30s this year," Wang Hao said. "You are right, but there are always accidents." Han Ma seemed to remember something, and her cloudy eyes were full of sighs. "It was my idea to attack you, and it has nothing to do with others. I hope you don't make things difficult for them. As for what you want to do to me, it's up to you." Wang Hao finally couldn't control his emotions and said, "They are all fine, you will be reunited soon," Han Ma said thoughtfully. "What about my friend? Is he with them?" Wang Hao asked. "No, he is in another place, he has things to do, and he won't see you for the time being." Han Ma seemed to have collected her thoughts. Her eyes suddenly fell on Wang Hao's left hand, and her eyes suddenly became bright. "Mr. Wang, can you let me see that thing? Are you talking about it?" Wang Hao raised his hand and said, "Yes, it's him." Han Ma's eyes suddenly became fiery, and she stood up tremblingly with both hands on the armrests of the rocking chair. Wang Hao then stretched out his left hand, and Han Ma's skinny palm trembled and gently stroked the almost transparent handprint in Wang Hao's palm. 50 years, finally let it see the light of day again." Han Ma's voice became a little trembling because of excessive excitement. "Have you also been looking for this pair of yin and yang hands?" Wang Hao asked doubtfully. "Since that incident, I returned to the fierce wind country, and have not set foot on this land for 50 years. Until 72 hours before the catastrophe, I suddenly received an international long-distance call from a friend, who I had not contacted for 50 years. It was this call that made me decide to return to this land, and continue to explore the unsolved mystery of the year." As she spoke, Han's mother slowly calmed down. She let go of Wang Hao's hand, staggered around, and took out a palm-sized, rusty green iron box from the wooden cabinet next to the rocking chair. "He left this thing for you, saying that you should not look for him again, and he will look for you after this matter is over." Chapter 264. Wang Hao took the small iron box, which was very heavy. What's inside? Wang Hao looked at Han Ma with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know. Han Ma shook her head and laid down on the rocking chair again. He just asked me to give it to you, and didn't say anything else. Wang Hao looked at the small iron box in his hand in confusion, and was about to open it. Han Ma suddenly changed her tone and said, Mr. Wang, you destroyed one of our bases. How do you want to settle this account? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped his hand and looked at Han Ma. How do you want to settle this account? You killed 23 of us, blew up 2 watchtowers and 5 cars, destroyed dozens of light weapons, and 2 heavy machine guns, and consumed tens of thousands of bullets. How do you want to settle this account? Han Ma spoke slowly, without a trace of ripples on her face, as if she was just talking about a string of data that had nothing to do with her. I just said that all this was my idea. They were just following my orders. I hope you can give them a chance to live. As for me, you can kill me or chop me up as you wish. Wang Hao said expressionlessly. You are so righteous, but what about those innocent souls who died under your guns? Some of them have elderly people and children who have escaped the virus, but not your bullets. You want to pay off this debt with just one word? Han's mother was a little excited at this time. What about the innocent souls who died under your butcher knife before? What did they do wrong? You just killed innocent people for your own selfish interests. Why didn't you think about their families? Their elderly and children? Wang Hao was also a little excited. Did you hear all this from others? Han's mother said with an ugly face. Yes, if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. If you dare to do it, you must dare to take responsibility. Wang Hao looked at the other party coldly. We have never killed any good people in vain. Why admit it? Just based on those bad words you heard from others? Han's mother stood up from the rocking chair with a trembling body. Isn't it? Wang Hao looked at the other party coldly and asked back. Of course not. Han's mother said angrily. How do you explain those people imprisoned in this cell? Wang Hao said with a cold look. If it weren't for me, they would have died long ago. Han's mother said. What's the difference between them and death now? Being imprisoned in a dark cell all day long. Such a life is better than death. Wang Hao extracted information from Han's mother. What he was most worried about now was the safety and hiding place of Luo Yi and others. They are just using their own hands to exchange for a safe place and a full meal. This is an equal exchange. Han Ma's emotions suddenly calmed down, and a faint light was revealed in her cloudy eyes, which was the excitement of seeing the sun just coming out before dawn. Equivalent exchange. I don't understand what you mean. Seeing that the other party's emotions had eased, Wang Hao's tone also changed. In addition to this prison and the fruit factory destroyed by you, we also have a base under construction. In the near future, it will be the largest safe place for survivors in this country. All survivors can live there, the elderly can live out their lives, children can receive education, everyone has their own job, and they will also receive the highest treatment. Han Ma said excitedly, with excitement in her eyes. Is this what you call an equal exchange? Wang Hao looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that this old man in his 70s had such a grand blueprint in his heart. While he was surprised, he was also more curious about the old man's origin and his relationship with Xiao Mo. Han Ma nodded, turned his eyes, and looked at Wang Hao and said, Mr. Wang, I can let you and your people go. In exchange, you must join us. After this base is built, if you want to stay, I can give you and your people the largest community. If you don't want to stay, I will never force you. On the basis of your original materials, I will add 3 times as a reward. After Han Ma said this, her cloudy eyes kept staring at Wang Hao waiting for his answer. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a long time after hearing this, then looked up at her and said, What do you want me to do? Go find daily necessities with our people, and when the flowers bloom next spring, we can plant the seeds of our latest research. Then, you won't have to go out and take risks. Han's mother said. If I agree to your conditions, will our people move into this prison and accept your control? Wang Hao asked. Of course you can if you want. If you don't want to move in, you can still stay in the original base, but you must accept our control. Han's mother said. Do you mean that if we don't move in, you will send someone to take over our base? Wang Hao looked directly into the other person's eyes and asked. Yes, because I'm not sure if you will keep your promise. Han's mother nodded. Anything else besides this? Wang Hao continued to ask. All your food and weapons will be confiscated and accepted for unified distribution. Han's mother said. Then how can we protect our own safety? Wang Hao asked. Our people will protect your safety. Han's mother said. If I don't accept your conditions, what will be the most serious consequence? Wang Hao looked at the other party and said. Han Ma was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then she said, "You will be detained in the cell until the new base is built or when he comes back." He? Do you mean Brother Xiaomo? Wang Hao said in surprise. Han Ma nodded. I promised him before that I would not hurt you and would wait until the day he comes back. Chapter 265. Wang Hao fell into silence after hearing this. After a moment, he looked up at Han Ma. Please give me a day to think about it. I will tell you the answer tomorrow at the latest. Han Ma pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I will give you a day. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer before dawn tomorrow. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and said, Before that, I want to meet our people first. Han Ma shook her head and said, Not for the time being. After you give me the answer, I will let you meet. Wang Hao frowned and said, At least I want to know if they are safe now. Han Ma smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you can rest assured about this. They are very safe now. At this time, the door opened and Lisa walked in with a teacup. Mr. Wang, please have tea. This is the new Qiming tea this year. It was given to me by my old friend. Han Ma smiled and said, Thank you. Wang Hao turned around and took the teacup and took a sip. Although I don't know much about tea, I can feel that this is really good tea. You're welcome. If Mr. Wang likes it, I have plenty here to give you. Han Ma said. Thank you for your kindness. I'm not interested in tea. I just hope you can keep your promise now. Wang Hao said lightly. Of course. Han Ma nodded. You can go now. My grandma needs to rest. Lisa stepped forward and looked at Wang Hao coldly. I'm about to leave. Goodbye. Wang Hao turned around and walked out. Lisa followed Wang Hao out of the room, watched Wang Hao walk a few steps, and then said, I hope you can take care of yourself. Wang Hao stopped and looked back at her and said, Thank you for reminding me. I will. After that, he turned around and strode away. He was escorted out of the office building by the two big men waiting at the end of the corridor. After watching Wang Hao's back disappear in the corridor, Lisa closed the door in a huff and walked to Han Ma's side. Grandma, I don't understand why you did this. He killed so many of us and destroyed our base. Why did you let him go? Don't ask if you don't understand. This is an agreement between him and me. Okay, Lisa, do what you should do. I'm tired. After Han Ma said that, she waved her hand, closed her eyes, and lay down on the recliner again. Lisa stomped her feet hard, turned around and walked out of the room. After returning to the prison area, Dr. Yin and others had been waiting anxiously. When they saw Wang Hao coming back, they surrounded him. Captain Wang, didn't that old woman do anything to you? Dr. Yin said anxiously. Wang Hao shook his head. She wants us to join their team. Dr. Yin and the others were stunned. She wants us to join? Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Wang Hao frowned and nodded, but did not speak. Did you agree to her? Dr. Yin asked nervously. I said give me a day to think about it. Wang Hao frowned. How are you going to answer her? Dr. Yin asked. I don't know either. Wang Hao frowned and shook his head. She told me that the others are safe for the time being. If we don't agree to her conditions, she will imprison us in the cell until their other base is built or until Xiaomo comes back. What if we agree to her? One of them asked at this time. After their new base is built, she will give us the largest community and let us run it independently, but the premise is that we must hand over all our materials, and then they will distribute them uniformly and accept their control, or we can leave, and she will give us a generous reward. Wang Hao said. What a bullshit condition. This is simply a forced sale. Dr. Yin was furious when he heard this, and he slapped the wall with his palm. The other people were also angry. Captain Wang, fight them. At worst, both sides will die. Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao angrily. Fight? What can we do with her now? Wang Hao's face suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 266. Then, what do you think we should do? Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao with anger. Just let others do whatever they want. Of course not. Wang Hao looked at the wire fence in front of him with a cold look. I have to make sure he and the others are safe first, and we can deal with the rest after we settle down. Do you want to agree to her conditions? Dr. Yin said. Wang Hao nodded and said thoughtfully, This is just a delaying tactic. Maybe things will turn around. Turning point? Dr. Yin frowned and looked at Wang Hao in confusion. What turning point? Although she didn't say it clearly, I can feel from her words that they seem to have encountered a more powerful opponent. The reason why they want to build a new base in a hurry is to prevent the attack of this opponent. Is there a more powerful existence than them? Dr. Yin was surprised when he heard it. Wang Hao nodded and said, It's just that we don't know yet. Time passed quickly, and a whole day had passed in the blink of an eye. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 minions on duty brought a bucket of rice porridge. Apart from that, no one passed through the wire mesh, and the entire prison area was quiet. It got dark quickly. At this time, a faint light came from the cell behind Wang Hao's wire mesh cage. The cell was connected to the wire mesh and separated by an iron door. Entering the half-closed iron door is the toilet of the cell. The toilet is the only way to the cell and the ventilation cage. It is also separated by a leather curtain in the middle. Entering the cell, a row of bunks occupy 2/3 of the cell. There are a few cups thrown randomly on the bunks. At the end of the bunks is an iron fence window without windows. Next to the window is an iron door leading to the corridor outside. The lights in the cell were dim, and the monitors in the 4 corners were flashing red lights, which meant that all 4 monitors were working. Fuck, this is exactly the same as the detention center I was in before. One of the tall, thin, pimpled young men looked around and said, "Have you worked in a detention center before?" Wang Hao looked at him and said, "I was a paramilitary police officer before, and I stood guard in the detention center. I only went into the prison area a few times." The young man said, "What's your name?" Wang Hao nodded. "Niu Chang." The young man said, "Where does the corridor outside lead to?" Wang Hao said, "The disciplinary duty area, because every half an hour the disciplinary officer on duty will patrol the corridor and check the situation in the cell." Niu Chang said. Hearing this, Wang Hao frowned and asked, "Can the disciplinary duty area lead to each cell?" "It can only lead to this prison area, and other prison areas cannot be reached." Niu Chang said. "Can it lead to the outside of the prison area?" Dr. Yin interrupted. "Yes, each prison area is guarded independently, so of course it can lead to the outside." Niu Chang said. "Is the wire cage with many people we saw before also in the same prison area as ours?" Wang Hao asked. "It should be." Niu Chang nodded. "I have an idea." Wang Hao saw the rusty faucet in the toilet that was dripping with water. "Captain Wang, what have you thought of?" Dr. Yin asked hurriedly. "Wait until it gets darker. I will go to other cells to ask about the situation," Wang Hao said. In the blink of an eye, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were less than 4 hours left before Han Ma gave Wang Hao the time. At this time, under the cover of 6 back figures on the bunk bed, Wang Hao was twisting a broken mop with both hands. The mop was inserted horizontally on a wet piece of clothing, and the wet clothing was firmly pulling the 2 iron bars on the iron window together. As Wang Hao turned the mop, the 2 iron bars were quickly pulled together. Then Wang Hao quickly took off the wet clothes and tied them to the other 2 iron bars. Using the same method, the 2 iron bars were pulled together again in less than 2 minutes. The reason why he chose such a cumbersome method instead of directly breaking them apart with his hands, as before, was because Wang Hao suddenly found that he not only did not have the strength to pull the 2 iron bars together, but also felt a faint pain in his limbs, just like the feeling of muscle soreness from overexertion. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, Wang Hao did not tell others about this situation at the moment. At this time, a round hole the size of a wash basin appeared in the iron window leading to the corridor. Wang Hao tried to squeeze out, and his whole body could just pass through. After telling Dr. Yin and the others a few words, he flexibly squeezed out and landed on the corridor. Walking quickly along the wall, Wang Hao stopped in front of the iron door closest to the disciplinary duty area after measuring the approximate distance. When he saw the monitor swaying around above the corridor, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the monitors did not stop on him. Wang Hao hurriedly avoided the monitors and stayed in the blind spot for a minute or two. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he came to the iron door that he had observed before at a very fast speed. The surveillance window on the door was open. Wang Hao stood up carefully and looked inside. He found that the entire cell was empty. There was no one in sight. "Isn't it this cell?" Wang Hao frowned. He saw from the corner of his eye that the camera was turning towards him again. He jumped away in a hurry. After the camera turned back, Wang Hao quickly walked to another iron door, but to his surprise, the cell inside the iron door was also empty. What's going on? Did Niu Chang remember it wrong, or were they taken out to work again? Wang Hao frowned and thought. At this time, the camera turned again. Wang Hao dodged in a hurry. He looked behind the correctional area. There seemed to be several rooms there. Wang Hao looked around and found that the correctional area was a space of more than 30 square meters. The light was dim. Various handcuffs and shackles were hung on the wall. It looked even more gloomy against the white floor and walls. Taking advantage of the moment when the camera above his head turned, Wang Hao ran over at a very fast speed. However, to his disappointment, the 3 rooms opposite were all the offices of the disciplinary officers. There was nothing valuable inside except various documents and garbage scattered on the floor. When Wang Hao was about to retreat, he suddenly heard the iron gate of the disciplinary area ring. Chapter 267. Wang Hao's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly stuck to the wall and looked out of the fence gate. He saw 2 or 3 flashlights just passing by, heading to the prison area where they were. Wang Hao rushed through the correctional area and didn't care about the surveillance above his head. He quickly ran to the window of his cell and went in without hesitation. Dr. Yin and others who were covering for him in the cell were startled by Wang Hao's figure. When they reacted, several flashlights shone in from the ventilation cage outside the cell. "Come out!" Then a voice sounded. "Captain Wang, what's going on? Have you been discovered?" Dr. Yin lowered his voice in surprise. "It shouldn't be, get out first." Wang Hao shook his head, made a silent gesture to several people, and got out of bed and walked out first. "What's wrong?" Walking out of the cell door, several flashlights immediately shone on Wang Hao's face. "Mother Han said you still have half an hour, so we came to remind you," one of them said. "I've made up my mind. Tell her that I agree to her terms now," Wang Hao said. "You don't want to think about it anymore?" the man said again. "I thought about it very clearly," Wang Hao said. "Well, you wait, I report to her now." After that, several flashlights moved away from Wang Hao's face, and several figures outside the wire fence quickly disappeared in the night before dawn. Looking at the disappearing backs of several people and the unfamiliar environment around him, everything in the early morning yesterday seemed like a dream to Wang Hao. Everything happened too quickly and ended too quickly. He didn't even understand what was going on before he fell into the hands of the other party. "Will they let us go?" Dr. Yin said at this time. "I don't know either," Wang Hao shook his head and said. "I just checked several cells and didn't find a single person." "You said the other cells are empty?" Dr. Yin asked. Wang Hao nodded, frowning. Dr. Yin turned his gaze to Niu Chong beside him. "Did you remember it wrong?" Niu Chong was also a little uncertain by his question. "Anyway, the detention center we were in before had such a structure. I think it should be the same." "What do you mean you think? This will directly affect Captain Wang's judgment." Dr. Yin glared at him angrily. "Then, what should we do now?" Niu Chong suddenly became anxious. "Don't rush to draw conclusions now. Maybe things are not as bad as we thought." Wang Hao interrupted the two. After a while, the previous minions came back again. "Follow me. Han Ma is waiting for you outside," the henchman who spoke earlier said, and another person bent down and opened the wire mesh door. Wang Hao and his companions came out one by one, and were escorted out of the prison area with guns, and came to the office area outside the high wall. At this time, there were only 2 large searchlights in the office area. Under the searchlights, there were 2 off-road vehicles, and a troop carrier that had already started. The white-haired Han Ma was supported by Lisa, and stood in front of more than 20 fully armed henchmen, looking at Wang Hao and his companions. "Mr. Wang, welcome to join our butterfly team." As soon as Wang Hao and his companions came close, Han Ma immediately stepped forward and shook his hand, smiling. "Thank you, Han Ma, for your help. I understand the principle of survival of the fittest." Wang Hao shook the other person's hand in a dignified manner. "You are very appreciative." Lisa next to him said unhappily. Wang Hao smiled but did not speak. "Mr. Wang, they are responsible for protecting your safety. This is Denzel, who was my security consultant when I was in Gale Country." As he spoke, he led a burly foreign man in a suit next to him forward. "Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Denzel." The man stepped forward and shook Wang Hao's hand. "Hello, my name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao nodded at the other person, and holding the other person's hand was like holding a piece of bread iron, hard and strong, and it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Mr. Denzel not only participated in the Iran-Iraq War, but was also the free-fighting champion of California for 3 consecutive years. I think it should be no problem to have him responsible for protecting your safety. Han Ma introduced. "Mr. Wang, I admire you very much. It's my honor to serve you." Denzel smiled very friendly. "Thank you. It should be said that it's my honor to have Mr. Denzel's protection," Wang Hao also said with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Wang, can we set off now?" Denzel smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Wang Hao nodded, and before getting on the car, he turned to Han Ma and said, "I hope you can keep your promise." "Of course." Han Ma nodded, and Wang Hao looked at Lisa beside her again, frowned, turned around and got on one of the off-road vehicles, while the others were taken to the last troop carrier. The convoy then slowly drove out of the prison gate facing the rising sun. Chapter 268. The convoy sped along the direction of the villa, and finally saw the gate of the villa after more than an hour. However, the barbed barricades had been set up outside the gate, and the guards had long been replaced by people from the butterfly convoy. The barbed barricades were quickly removed when the convoy carrying Wang Hao and his team drove in, and the people in the car greeted the people below while slowly driving into the gate of the villa. The villa was still the same as when Wang Hao and his team left, but there were no familiar faces among the people walking around. The convoy slowly stopped in the parking lot one by one, and several unfamiliar faces, who had been waiting there immediately came forward. Denzel got off the car and had a brief conversation with them. The leader waved and shouted around, and dozens of minions immediately rushed out from all corners. At the same time, 2 liberation trucks drove out from where Wang Hao and his team stored flour. When passing by Wang Hao and his team, Wang Hao saw a familiar face in one of the trucks. That familiar face was none other than the rescuer that Dr. Yin had gone through so much trouble to invite. Dong Xiao, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were stunned. Dong Xiao also consciously avoided their gazes, and took the opportunity to lower the brim of his hat. The vehicle quickly drove past Wang Hao and his team. How could he be the traitor? Dr. Yin could hardly believe his eyes. He stared blankly at the truck carrying Dong Xiao slowly disappearing outside the gate. Wang Hao couldn't tell whether he was angry or shocked at this time. He stood there without saying a word for a long time, and didn't recover. Until he heard Denzel's stiff Mandarin accent. "Mr. Wang, what are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing, I saw an acquaintance." Wang Hao calmed down and said, "Oh, are you talking about Mr. Dong Xiao?" Denzel said. "You know him too?" Wang Hao turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "Of course, he is Han Ma's godson. How could I not know him?" Denzel said. "Godson?" Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were stunned. "This is a long story, Mr. Wang. Let's arrange the handover procedures as soon as possible," Denzel said. "I have done what I promised you, but please keep your promise." "I want to see our people now," Wang Hao said. "Of course you can," Denzel said, turning to a young man with a flat head beside him and said, "Bring them all out." The young man nodded and left. Denzel then looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, we will work together in the future. I hope you and I can be honest with each other." Wang Hao nodded, and the eyes of several people were anxiously looking at the direction where the young man with a flat head disappeared. "Mr. Wang, please forgive me for being blunt. Although the environment of your base is good in all aspects, there is a fatal hidden danger. I wonder if you have discovered it." Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he frowned and looked at him and said, "What does Mr. Denzel mean by this?" Denzel smiled and said, "Although this villa is far away from the city, and there are no residents within a few kilometers, Mr. Wang has overlooked the most important point. Not to mention that this road connects the 3 counties around Yao County. It is difficult for you to build a defense line. The most taboo thing in war is to be attacked from behind. I would like to ask Mr. Wang, how do you build a safe defense line on a trunk road that can connect 3 counties? Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. Yang Shuryan had mentioned this suggestion to him before, but at that time he thought that as long as he blocked the retreat, he would not have to worry about it. Now it seems that his original idea was no different from trying to cover up the truth. How can we improve it according to Mr. Denzel's opinion? Wang Hao frowned and asked. There is no way, unless we move away from here. Denzel shook his head. Captain Wang, don't listen to him. He is trying to trick you into moving to their cell. Dr. Yin reminded in a low voice. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with others. It's up to you to listen or not. Denzel said. I will consider your opinion. Wang Hao said. At this moment, Wang Hao heard his mother's call from afar. Looking back, he saw that the people led by his parents and Louis were walking towards them under the escort of 4 or 5 gunmen. Seeing that everyone was safe, Wang Hao finally let go of his worries, and he and Dr. Yin hurried over to greet them. Mom and Dad, Shiyun, Brother Liu Xiaodong, are you all okay? Seeing the familiar faces, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin showed excitement on their faces, and Louis and others were even more excited. Everyone is fine, I'm just worried about you, Lu Jiaming said excitedly. When everyone's emotions eased, Wang Hao said solemnly, I think you should know everything that happened, right? Everyone nodded, and a layer of worry suddenly covered their faces. Brother Hao, what are we going to do in the future? Louis looked at Denzel, who was smiling and nodding at him with disgust. As long as everyone is okay, Mr. Denzel will make arrangements for the others, Wang Hao said, looking at Denzel beside him. Hello everyone, my name is Denzel, and I am sent by our boss to protect everyone's safety. Mr. Wang will still be in charge of all matters of the base in the future. We are only responsible for security and food distribution. If you have any needs, you can come to me. Denzel introduced himself to everyone very politely. Damn, what's the difference between us and being in prison? Hui Xiaodong interrupted with dissatisfaction. Denzel's face turned cold when he heard this, and he looked at Hui Xiaodong coldly and said, Sir, please pay attention to your words. I said I was just following our boss's orders, and the rest has nothing to do with me. When Denzel said this, several minions around him had already raised their guns and pointed them at Wang Hao and others. Chapter 269. What's the point of pointing a gun at unarmed people like us? If you have the guts, put down your gun and fight with your bare hands. Hui Xiaodong suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. He pushed away the crutches under his armpits and was about to fight with Denzel. Xiaodong. Wang Hao's face turned grim, and he immediately stepped forward to block him, looking at Denzel and said, Mr. Denzel, why haven't I seen the people who went with us until now? They are on the way, and should be here in an hour. Denzel looked at his watch and said. Wang Hao nodded, and Denzel continued, Mr. Wang, can we start the handover now? Okay, how do you say the handover should be done? Wang Hao looked at Denzel and said. Simple, your weapons and food have all been handed over to the warehouse now. I will give you a detailed list later. In addition, your residence will remain unchanged, and the original arrangement will be retained. However, your people need to help us build a simple house in this parking lot. The building materials will be delivered with a follow-up convoy later. Also, starting from tomorrow, you must follow my instructions to reinforce the walls and outer defenses to ensure that there is no room for error. Denzel said. What else do you want us to do besides this? Wang Hao nodded and frowned at Denzel. He felt that what Denzel said was not the point, and there might be more important conditions later. As expected by Wang Hao, as soon as he finished speaking, Denzel continued, 3 days later, I need you to cooperate with me in a search mission in exchange for your rations. Hearing this, there was an uproar in the crowd. You mean that our daily rations must be obtained by the tasks you give us? Wang Hao frowned. It's the same for everyone. The more capable, the more they get. But this is just a transitional period, and it will get better soon. Denzel said. Dr. Yen had not spoken from beginning to end. After hearing what Denzel said, he said first, according to you, only those who participate in the action will have rations. What about those who don't participate? What should they do? Are they going to starve to death? Dr. Yen's words not only expressed Wang Hao's worries, but also the most concerned issue in the hearts of everyone in the audience. Of course not, it's just that everyone has a fixed time and quantity for each meal. Denzel said. Then does it mean that the more you work, the more you get? Dongzi also asked. Of course, as long as you have the ability. Denzel narrowed his eyes and nodded. At this time, the intercom on Denzel's chest suddenly rang. The follow-up convoy has arrived. The follow-up convoy has arrived. Can we let them in now? Can we let them in? Yes, let them in. Denzel pressed the talk button and replied. Got it. The intercom was silent again. Mr. Wang, the building materials have arrived. You go and arrange the staff to complete the construction work as quickly as possible. Denzel looked at Wang Hao at this time. Are the people who went with us also in the car? Wang Hao asked. You will see them soon. Denzel nodded, then turned and walked towards the gate. Soon, 5 military trucks and a minibus slowly drove into the gate of the villa. As the vehicles stopped in the parking lot one by one, the huge parking lot was already full of vehicles, and the flow of people gradually increased with the sound of the doors closing. At this time, Wang Hao saw Zhang Jianjun, who was covered in dust, limping out of the minibus parked at the edge, followed by Zhong Yu supporting the injured Shan Wan, and the others also got off the minibus one after another with injuries. Wang Hao hurried over, and everyone was very excited to see each other. When they learned that 6 other team members had died in addition to Feng Hetian, the excitement on their faces suddenly turned heavy. After sending off the vehicle transporting building materials, Denzel handed a sketch to Wang Hao and asked him to build a simple house according to the style on the sketch. Denzel told Wang Hao that before the simple house was built, Wang Hao and his team had to vacate half of their room for their team members to rest. After explaining the relevant matters, Denzel left a few team members in charge of supervision and took the others to familiarize themselves with the environment in the villa. Wang Hao then comforted everyone by saying that they should not panic, should not conflict with the people of the butterfly team, and should be tolerant. Then he began to call on all the able-bodied people to work together to unload the building materials from the truck. When Yang Shuryun saw the sketch in Wang Hao's hand, she immediately recognized that this was still a typical prison-style building, except that the high walls were replaced by wire mesh walls, and the cave they lived in was tightly sealed by these wire meshes, leaving only a small door. Their simple house was two concave bottoms facing each other, one facing the cave, and the other facing the parking lot and the gate. After listening to Yang Shuryun's explanation of the sketch, Dr. Yin angrily interrupted. They still want to lock us up like prisoners, but just in a different place. Wang Hao nodded and said thoughtfully, It seems that she still doesn't believe us. We must first find a way to gain her trust, and then further understand their strengths and weaknesses. Only then will we have a chance to turn things around. The people around him nodded when they heard this. Everyone immediately devoted themselves to the intense construction work. The other party not only brought building materials, but also all kinds of equipment needed. Each piece of equipment was marked with the words of a certain armed police engineering unit. Seeing these regular military supplies, Wang Hao felt more and more mysterious and difficult to guess about Han Ma's origin. A day passed quickly. With the help of Yang Shuryun, a professional, the approximate scale of the simple house soon took shape. Denzel was very satisfied after the inspection. At dinner, he added a tea egg and half a ham sausage to a bowl of rice porridge for each person, and encouraged them that as long as everyone was willing to work hard, their living conditions would get better and better in the future. After dinner, Wang Hao and others rested for a while in the messy parking lot, and then Denzel invited them to rest in the cave. Except for some rooms they occupied, the remaining rooms were just right for Wang Hao and his friends to share, and it was not crowded. There was no conversation overnight. As soon as the next day dawned, the sound of a high-power loudspeaker outside was heard calling for work to start. Fortunately, everyone had adapted to the routine of getting up early and going to bed late in recent days. When they heard the call, they got up and devoted themselves to the new day's work. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 minions came to the construction site with 3 buckets of rice porridge, which was considered to be breakfast and lunch. Until the sun set, because of the help of the people sent by Denzel today, the entire simple house had been completed by 2/3. Although Denzel still showed a satisfied smile, the food was still the rice porridge at around 10 o'clock in the morning, and each person was served 2 bowls, while they ate steamed buns and stir-fried vegetables. Seeing such unfair treatment, Hu Xiaodong was about to explode, and Dr. Yin stopped him. We worked hard all day, and only had 3 bowls of watery soup without any rice in it, while they just walked around and had steamed buns and fried vegetables to eat. Don't you think they are bullying us? Hu Xiaodong drank the porridge in the bowl in one gulp, and looked at Denzel and others, who were eating and chatting not far away with dissatisfaction. Chapter 270. Do you think we are the only ones who are angry? Look at Captain Wang, will he feel comfortable? Dr. Yin sighed lightly, and said with a guilty look on his face, But the situation is different now. We took the initiative to attack, but still suffered a miserable defeat. I have an unshirkable responsibility for this. I have been with Brother Xiao for so long, and I have always regarded him as the person I respect the most. He may have unspeakable difficulties for what happened today, but the gap in strength is our weakness. Lu Jiaming also came over at this time. He patted the shoulders of the two and said, Be patient. With Ah Hao's character, I believe he will never be willing to be surrendered to the other party like this. Maybe things will turn around soon. Alas, I am just complaining. I don't blame you, Dr. Yin and Captain Wang. Hu Xiaodong sighed. I know. Dr. Yin smiled bitterly. After dinner, everyone went back to rest. Wang Hao was about to leave with everyone when Denzel's voice came from behind him. Mr. Wang, please stay. Wang Hao looked back and saw Denzel and a minion walking towards him. Mr. Denzel, do you have something to ask me? Wang Hao frowned and asked, and his eyes inadvertently saw that the minion behind him was holding a black knife. I just received an order from the boss. She asked me to return this knife to you and let you cooperate with us in tomorrow's operation. Denzel turned around with a smile and took the black knife with both hands and held it in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, reached out to take the black knife, looked at it, and asked Denzel, Are you going to carry out the search mission you mentioned before? No, there is another more important action than this. Han Ma has asked you to participate alone. Denzel shook his head. Oh! Wang Hao was stunned. What action? I will tell you when we get there. Okay, Mr. Wang, you should rest early. See you tomorrow morning? Denzel said, smiled, and walked away with the henchman behind him. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment with the black knife in his hand, and then walked towards his residence. After 2 days of rush work, The entrance of the cave has been firmly sealed by an iron net as thick as a little finger. Only an iron door for only one person to enter and exit is left at the side, and Denzel and his people have all moved out in the afternoon. This wire mesh wall was pulled up by Denzel and his people. Dozens of welded number 8 rebars were reinforced in the middle, and the surroundings were fixed tightly with thick rivets and expansion screws. The quality is very strong, and it seems that it can withstand the high-speed impact of a Jiefeng truck. A few meters away from the wire mesh, there were several small beds, with their people sitting or lying on them. For armed henchmen were guarding the small iron gate on both sides. When they saw Wang Hao coming back, one of them took the initiative to open the iron gate. As soon as Wang Hao entered, he locked it with a click. Wang Hao looked back at the densely packed wire mesh holes at the entrance of the cave, and suddenly felt depressed, which reminded him of the 4 words bird in a cage. "Brother Wang Hao, you are back, everyone is waiting for you behind." Hu Zi's voice immediately interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. Wang Hao responded and followed Hu Zi to the VIP area at the end of the villa area. At this time, Dr. Yin and others were anxiously waiting for Wang Hao's arrival in the small square of the VIP area. "Captain Wang, are you okay? What did that Denzel call you for?" Seeing Wang Hao and the others coming, Dr. Yin and others hurriedly greeted them. "I'm fine." Wang Hao shook his head. "Did he return the knife to you?" Seeing the black knife in Wang Hao's hand, Dr. Yin and others were all stunned. "He asked me to participate in an action tomorrow." Wang Hao nodded. "What action?" Dr. Yin asked hurriedly. "He didn't say." Wang Hao then looked at the injured Zhong Yu, Shan Wan and Zhang Jianjun, and asked about their injuries one by one. Except for Zhang Jianjun's left calf, which was seriously injured by a bullet through the calf, the others had some superficial injuries. When Wang Hao asked Shan Wan how she got into the other party's lair, Shan Wan said that she didn't want to take the risk alone, and that the note was indeed written by her, but after writing it, she thought about it for a long time and finally did not go and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself tied up in the other party's lair. Did Dong Xiao take the opportunity to kidnap Shan Wan? Was Xiaodong asked in confusion. Impossible, they hadn't come when Shan Wan left, how could it be him? Wang Hao immediately frowned and rejected it. Hearing this, everyone nodded. If it's not him, then who would it be? Dr. Yin was shocked. Could it be? Could there be another traitor among us? With Xiaodong suddenly became nervous and looked around in a hurry. Wang Hao shook his head. He was a little undecided at this time. All the people brought by Dong Xiao were gone. Now, except for the people brought by Feng Hetian, the rest, except Jing and the other 5 people, were either his relatives or neighbors. As for Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong, Luoyi, Yang Shiyun and others, Wang Hao didn't even think about it. If Dong Xiao was not the one who kidnapped Shan Wan, then he certainly wasn't one of Feng Hetian's people. Apart from that, the most suspicious people were Jing and the other 5. Thinking of this, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at the crowd. The other 5 people were there, but there was no trace of Jing. Where is Jing? Wang Hao walked up quickly and grabbed the popular face, who had been avoiding his gaze. I don't know. The popular face was immediately frightened and trembled like a sieve, covering his face with both hands. Don't know? Haven't you always been together? How could you not know? Wang Hao grabbed the collar of the popular face and asked sternly. I really don't know, no. I don't believe you. Go ask them. The common face pointed at the other 4 people around him. Seeing Wang Hao turn his eyes, the other 4 waved their hands hurriedly. No. No. We don't know. Really don't know. Old Xiaoyu. You can't hurt us. Captain Wang, let go and let me do it. Hui Xiaodong limped and picked up a stone from the ground and walked over with a murderous look on his face. You? What do you want to do? The man who was grabbed by the collar by Wang Hao looked at Hui Xiaodong, who was walking towards him quickly with a face full of horror. Seeing this, Wang Hao let go of his hand casually. At the same time, the other 4 people were also controlled by Dr. Yin and others at the first time. Seeing Hui Xiaodong approaching and swinging a stone to hit him, old Xia's legs went limp, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, crying and begging, "Don't kill me, I tell you, isn't it okay?" Wang Hao winked at Hui Xiaodong, and Hui Xiaodong retreated to the side with a snort of anger. "Okay, you tell me," Wang Hao said. Chapter 271. Old Xia nodded, his emotions gradually recovered, and he began to recall, when the disaster occurred, Deo and I and the other 4 were security guards, who came to work on the first day. Later, after the chaos, Officer Chen protected us and hid in the cave. Until the morning of a month later, A woman's voice suddenly came from outside the cave, shouting for help. When we rushed out, we found Jing being chased by 2 zombies, so we went forward and rescued her back to the cave. She told us that she was a massage trainer hired by the villa. When the disaster occurred, she hid in a warehouse and survived until now by relying on the bagged food and bottled mineral water in it, but all the food was exhausted 3 days ago. She was thirsty and hungry, so she ran out and met us. Old Sia paused here and said, later, we also went to the room where she hid before to confirm that there were indeed many empty plastic bags and empty mineral water bottles, so she stayed with us. Is it that simple? Wang Hao frowned and asked when he heard it. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Old Sia nodded and pointed at the other 4 people controlled by Dr. Yin and others. Is that the case? If anyone dares to say a word of nonsense, I will give him a stone. Hui Xiaodong looked at the 4 people with murderous intent again. The 4 people were scared and nodded repeatedly. According to this, the problem must be within Jing. Zhang Jianjun, who had been frowning and silent, stepped forward and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, and Jing may have concealed something from them. After that, he looked at Dr. Yin and said, let them go. If this Jing is also a traitor, then did he know Dong Xiao before? And then they met again at the villa by chance? Zhong Yu frowned and said, I don't think they know each other. I know Zhao's style of doing things. If they knew each other for a long time, Zhao's personality would definitely not be so natural on the spot. Dr. Yin said, Dr. Yin, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Since you know him so well, why can't you see that he is a traitor? Hui Xiaodong pouted and interrupted. Dr. Yin was speechless and didn't know how to respond to him. Okay, since we have a general idea of the matter, we will wait for the opportunity next, don't have any conflicts with them, and be obedient in everything until the time is right. Wang Hao said. Everyone nodded after hearing this. By the way, Hao, you didn't say that Denzel asked a few of us to participate in this operation tomorrow? Zhong Yu asked. It's just me. There should be someone else from their side. Wang Hao said uncertainly. Hearing this, Wang's mother said worriedly, Hao, you must be careful when you are alone, don't be stubborn. I will, Mom, Wang Hao smiled and said. I'm used to this journey, don't worry, go back with my dad to rest early, I will definitely come back safely. Wang's mother still looked worried and wanted to say something else. At this time Wang's father came up and hugged her shoulders and said, Hao is grown up now. As a man, he must take on some responsibilities. I won't let you down. Wang Hao nodded with some emotion. Father Wang continued, Hao, Dad is proud of you. Do what you should do boldly, we all believe in you. After that, he hugged Wang's mother, who was reluctant to leave, and walked out of the crowd. Brother Hao, I believe in you too, but you must protect yourself, and I will take care of your uncle and aunt. Luo Yi also came forward with red eyes. Thank you, Yi, I will protect myself. Wang Hao pursed his lips, and was moved. He didn't know why, but after seeing Luo Yi's eyes, he suddenly felt that she looked like his girlfriend. Yang Shiyun and Zhang Duo also cast affirmative eyes to Wang Hao at this time, and everyone dispersed, leaving Wang Hao and Zhang Jianjun, Zhong Yu, Lu Jiaming, Hui Xiaodong, Dongzi and others. Hao, although you said that, in my opinion, this trip is not that simple. Remember, no matter what happens, remember to withdraw in time and never put yourself in danger. Zhang Jianjun said with a worried look on his face. Wang Hao nodded, frowned and said, since they specifically asked me to participate alone, and they took the initiative to return the black knife to me, I think this operation is definitely not as simple as searching for food. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I will remember your words. By the way, Hao, hearing you say that, I suddenly remembered something. Zhong Yu suddenly frowned and said, Oh, what is it? Wang Hao frowned and looked at him. Zhong Yu looked at Zhang Jianjun and said, Brother Zhang, do you remember what they said in the car after we were caught this time? Zhang Jianjun frowned upon hearing this, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly asked in surprise, Jiuxin steel plant? Zhong Yu nodded, and then looked at Wang Hao and said, from what they said, there is a force in a factory called Jiuxin steel plant that is comparable to theirs. Jiuxin steel plant? Wang Hao frowned and thought for a long time, but he didn't expect that there was a place called Jiuxin steel plant in Yao County. Lu Jiaming suddenly said, I know this steel plant. I delivered iron powder there when I was transporting 10 years ago. It is a large state-owned plant. It covers an area larger than the 2 steel plants we encountered before. It is located in the suburbs of Leizhe City. Zhang Jianjun frowned and said, Leizhe City is at least 300 kilometers away from Yao County. It is a first-tier city with heavy industry at the border of the neighboring province and our province. The permanent population there is several times more than that of Long City. Damn, it seems that this foreign old lady is really ambitious, Hui Xiaodong said hatefully. Ahow, if your target of this operation is really there, it will be too dangerous, Zhou Mu said worriedly. Wang Hao frowned and didn't speak for a long time. After hearing what Zhang Jianjun and the others said, he pondered for a moment, looked up at the people in front of him and said, no matter how dangerous this operation is, I have no choice. I hope that after I leave, no one will mention this matter again, so as not to worry everyone. Zhang Jianjun and the others nodded, and their faces were full of worry. They chatted until the early morning before they dispersed. There was no conversation all night. Before dawn, Wang Hao was woken up and went to the parking lot. At this time, 2 off-road vehicles were parked there. 8 people wearing combat uniforms from the U.S. military during the war were standing under the car. Everyone was fully armed. Seeing Wang Hao coming, Denzel handed him a set of combat uniforms. Mr. Wang, this set of combat uniforms is specially left for you by our boss. Please put it on. Denzel, who was still dressed in a suit, said with a smile. Thank you. Wang Hao took it and put it on. The size fit him perfectly. Denzel handed him an M16 rifle and 2 magazines. Mr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is Mike, my partner. He is in charge of this operation. You can discuss anything with him at any time. Denzel called a fully armed escort man next to him to Wang Hao. Wang Hao had never seen this man before. It seemed that he had just arrived. After seeing Wang Hao, Mike did not shake hands with him as enthusiastically as Denzel did. He chewed gum and looked Wang Hao up and down. He looked at Denzel and said, Is it him? Chapter 272. Denzel nodded, looked at Wang Hao and introduced him. Mike, don't underestimate Mr. Wang. He is a very powerful character. He can knock you out with one punch. Moreover, Mr. Wang is both intelligent and brave. If there was no traitor in their group, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to catch him so easily. Denzel showed great respect for Wang Hao. After listening to his introduction, Mike frowned slightly, spit out the chewing gum he was chewing, and waved his hand and said, Everyone get in the car and get ready to go. Wang Hao was also ready to leave. Denzel smiled and said, Mr. Wang, don't be so formal. My colleague has such a temper. In fact, he is very easy to get along with. Wang Hao nodded, looked back at the worried faces crowded behind the barbed wire, smiled, and then boarded the second off-road vehicle without looking back. The convoy set off immediately, slowly drove out of the gate of the villa in the dim light before dawn, and quickly disappeared at the end of the road with fallen leaves on the ground. Wang Hao's off-road vehicle carried 5 team members, including Wang Hao. The driver was a foreign man with a full beard. The person sitting in the passenger seat was the young man, with a flat head, who had been following Denzel. Wang Hao was sandwiched between the other 2 team members in the back seat. After the convoy drove onto the provincial road, the speed gradually increased. At this time, the sky was bright and the sun had risen early. Although it was only a little after 6 o'clock, the car was obviously stuffy. Although there were abandoned vehicles blocking the road and wandering zombies along the way, as long as the convoy could barely pass, it would never stop and delay for a second. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 cars drove onto the interprovincial highway one after the other. The road conditions were much better than before on the provincial road, and the 2 cars kept driving at high speed. The wind was howling outside the car, and it was quiet inside. None of the 5 people spoke since they set out. They kept their eyes on the front, each holding the fully automatic weapon tightly in their hands, with a solemn expression. Just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mike's stiff Mandarin accent came from the intercom on the chest of the flat-headed young man sitting in the co-pilot. Attention, attention, prepare to get off the highway in 1 kilometer, always stay alert. Received, received. The flat-headed young man replied immediately. A few minutes later, the vehicle began to slow down, and the exit arrow of Lezay City appeared on the road sign in front. According to the arrow, the 2 cars slowly drove into the ramp, and soon the Lezay City toll station appeared in front of the vehicle. Then came the sight of all kinds of abandoned vehicles, some of which crashed into each other, some were overturned, and some were burned into empty shells, with broken limbs and bodies scattered all over them. More than a dozen scattered zombies gathered around the 2 off-road vehicles. Wang Hao thought they would take the initiative to bypass them, but he didn't expect that the car in front suddenly stopped at this moment. 2 people jumped out of the back door, casually drew the samurai swords behind them, and rushed towards the zombies that were slowly moving towards them. The 2 people's swordsmanship was very skillful. In less than 3 minutes, More than a dozen zombies fell down one after another, and the blood dyed half of the road red. After getting rid of the zombies blocking the road, the convoy set off again, rolling over the corpses and blood on the ground, leaving several bloody tracks. This scene was beyond Wang Hao's expectations. He originally thought that the butterfly convoy only relied on the powerful equipment, but he didn't expect that there was such an extraordinary existence, and the people in the car behaved very normally, as if they had already gotten used to it. After the convoy slowly passed the toll station, zombies appeared in 2s and 3s in front of them, but this time, they did not stop but accelerated to bypass them. Wang Hao then understood that the scene just now was just a show of strength for Wang Hao. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of Mike's contemptuous eyes, and then associated it with himself. He looked at the casing handprint on his left palm that was emitting light in the sun, frowned slightly, and his eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. After the vehicle drove out of the toll station, the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, it was less than 2 kilometers away from the city of Lezay. The environment began to become complicated, with intersections and various buildings becoming more and more dense. The further forward, the more difficult it was to go. There were abandoned vehicles, or collapsed buildings blocking the road everywhere. The former glory no longer existed. From a distance, although the high-rise buildings were still there, the whole city was devastated, like a ruined city. Jiuxin Steel Plant is located at the easternmost part of Lezay City, but they are at the westernmost part at this time. To reach their destination, they must pass through the entire city. The permanent population of Lezay City is at least 8 million. With such a dense population, the number of zombies after the disaster will definitely not be small, and as the disaster lasts longer, the number is still rising. After the 2 off-road vehicles moved forward for a few hundred meters with difficulty, they had to choose a relatively open place to stop, as if discussing the next route. A few minutes later, a team member who had previously killed zombies at the toll station got out of the front car, opened the door on Wang Hao's side, looked at him expressionlessly, and said, "Take your things, Mr. Mike will let you pass." Wang Hao frowned, picked up his equipment, and followed him to the front car. After Wang Hao got in the car, the team member returned to the back car. Mike turned around from the co-pilot and looked at Wang Hao behind him and said, "Mr. Wang Hao, Denzel said you are both wise and brave. I want to hear your opinion now. How should we get through this city next?" Wang Hao frowned and said, "The population density of Lezay City is very high, and the number of zombies after the disaster will definitely not be small. I suggest taking the ring road." Mike shook his head and said, "We have thought about this method. All the entrances to the ring road in the city have been blown up by them. This method will not work." Wang Hao was slightly surprised when he heard this. It seems that the other party has been on guard for a long time. The purpose of blowing up all the ring roads is to prevent invasion. In other words, the other party must be on high alert 24 hours a day, which shows the difficulty of this operation. "Do you have a map of the city?" Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, and said again. Mike then turned around and handed over a crumpled map covered with various symbols. Wang Hao first found their current location on it, and then used it as a starting point to find the location of Jiuxin Steel Plant. He discovered that although the 2 were located in the east and the west respectively, there were many detours in between. Except for the ring road, they had to pass through the urban area, and those were all small streets in the downtown area. Chapter 273. Why is there only this one road? Wang Hao was puzzled. It is said that a large state-owned enterprise, like Jiuxin Steel Plant, must have heavy transport vehicles coming and going. Is it possible that on weekdays, in addition to the Ring Expressway, there is only one way to pass through the city? Wang Hao immediately denied his guess. He remembered that Lu Jiaming said that he had delivered goods to Jiuxin Steel Plant 10 years ago. At that time, he did not take the Ring Expressway. It seemed to be a national highway or a provincial highway. "Mr. Wang Hao, what did you see?" Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Mike frowned and asked. "This is a new map. There is only the Ring Expressway on it. A friend of mine once delivered goods there from another road 10 years ago. If that road is still there, we can take a detour from there," Wang Hao said. Mike was immediately interested and asked, "Do you know where this road is?" Wang Hao shook his head. "I just heard him say it. I don't know the location of this road." Mike frowned and took the map from Wang Hao, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully for a long time, then turned around and asked, "Are you sure there is another road? Jiuxin Steel Plant is an old plant. There must not be only this one road, and heavy vehicles transporting materials will definitely not pass through the downtown area," Wang Hao said. "Then according to Mr. Wang, what should we do now?" Mike frowned and asked. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and looked at him and said, Do you remember that we passed a crossroads after leaving the toll station? Mike frowned and thought for a while, nodded. I remember. It seems that both sides are repairing the road. Wang Hao continued. According to my observation, most highways are not far from the original national highway. I think there should be a road there, which is the one my friend walked on before. Mike frowned, looked at the other person next to Wang Hao and asked, Ben, what do you think? The man Mike called Ben had his right half of his face covered by a bumpy iron mask. Judging from his profile, he should be Asian. After hearing this, Ben did not speak but nodded slowly. He did not turn his head to look at Wang Hao from beginning to end. After nodding, he turned his eyes to the window. Mike then ordered the driver to turn the car around and drive back the way he came. More than 20 minutes later, the previous intersection appeared in front of the vehicle. Mike turned to Wang Hao behind him and asked, which way should I go? Give me the map. Wang Hao looked around and was a little undecided. He took the map handed by Mike and unfolded it. He was immediately puzzled. Why is there no such intersection? Mike was a little unconvinced. He stretched out his hand and took it directly from Wang Hao's hand. He looked at it in front of his eyes and showed a puzzled look. I think it should be the left one. Ben suddenly spoke at this time. His voice was very light, and he spoke standard Mandarin without a trace of noise. Hearing this, the three people in the car immediately cast their eyes on him. Are you sure? Ben. Mike asked impatiently. This is just my feeling. Ben shook his head lightly and fell silent again. It was the first time Wang Hao heard this person speak, and he was suddenly stunned. He felt that this feeling was very familiar. Ben's tone and attitude reminded him of Xiao Mo. He couldn't help but look at him twice more. Ben's words and actions were almost exactly the same as Xiao Mo's. What also surprised Wang Hao was that Mike, who was always unruly, did not get angry. He just frowned slightly and asked the driver to drive along the route Ben pointed out. As if he felt someone was looking at him, Ben looked away from the car window and glanced at Wang Hao. When their eyes met, Wang Hao's whole body trembled. Ben's eyes were very cold, without any emotion, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him, but he just glanced at him lightly and turned his head away without any change in his eyes. After seeing the other person's eyes, Wang Hao's heart became more and more confused. The man next to him was almost a replica of Xiao Mo except for his figure and appearance. Wang Hao was also surprised to find that Ben's left ring finger was also very long. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as Xiao Mo's. Wang Hao was shocked at the moment. How could there be two people in the world who were so imaginative? And even their fingers were the same? Could it be that Ben's ring finger was also hiding some mystery? Just when Wang Hao was full of doubts, the car suddenly braked and stopped. Wang Hao leaned forward suddenly. When he saw the reason for the stop, he couldn't help but be shocked. He saw a large group of dark zombies wandering 200 or 300 meters away, blocking the road ahead tightly. Wang Hao had been observing Ben, but it was only then that he realized that the road they were walking on was a road that had just been dug up and was waiting to be repaired. There were hills of asphalt blocks on both sides, which looked like a canal from a distance, and hundreds of zombies were wandering on the road ahead of them. Mike, what should we do now? The driver turned to look at Mike in horror. Ben, it's up to you. Mike didn't take it seriously. He turned to look at Ben behind him. Ben nodded, opened the car door and walked down, heading straight for the zombies. Can he kill so many zombies by himself? Wang Hao was a little surprised, but more worried. He didn't know why he was worried about this person, who just looked like Xiao Mo. Today I open your eyes. Mike sneered and seemed very unimpressed. In Wang Hao's surprised eyes, Ben still kept a calm pace and approached the zombies. At this time, the zombies had already discovered him and began to surround him. When the two were less than 10 meters apart, Ben slowly drew out the samurai sword behind him. With a flash of cold light, the heads of the leading zombies were cut off by Ben, like cutting melons and vegetables. Just when more zombies were about to pounce on him, Ben quickly bypassed them and killed a few more. Then he turned around and ran quickly to the pile of asphalt blocks on the side. Standing on a high place, Ben held the knife in one hand and coldly watched the group of zombies climbing up, with a calm face. When a zombie was about to hook his feet, Ben continued to retreat, and those zombies would chase after him once they found live food. The zombies behind him didn't know why and just followed suit. In less than 20 minutes, more than half of the zombies were led by Ben to the asphalt pile, and the subsequent zombies continued. Did you see that? Mr. Wang, did you really open your eyes today? Ha ha ha. Mike laughed wantonly, but just before he finished laughing, there was a sudden bang from the roof of the car, as if something heavy had fallen on it. Chapter 274. Mike's laughter stopped abruptly. Before he could raise his gun, a black shadow quickly fell from the roof of the car, penetrated the windshield with incredible speed, and directly pierced the chest of the driver in the driver's seat. Bang, bang, bang. Mike pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Before the gunshots fell, the driver's chest suddenly thrust forward, and was dragged out of the car window by the black shadow and thrown a few meters away. Liquor. When Wang Hao saw the black shadow clearly, he was shocked. He opened the car door without thinking and jumped down. He rolled on the ground and retreated 5 steps away. When he stood up, he had already pulled the bolt of the M16 rifle in his hand. Mike also jumped out at the same time. Wang Hao jumped out of the car door, twisted his body in midair, turned the muzzle of the gun, and fired half a clip of bullets at the roof of the car. After being shot continuously, the liquor on the roof lost his balance and fell directly to Wang Hao. Without waiting for the other party to get up, Wang Hao fired more than a dozen bullets. After the gunshot, the liquor suddenly turned into a pile of steaming meat paste. The long tongue that had not been retracted jumped on the ground for a few times, and then there was no movement. The rear car was only 10 meters away from the front car. This scene was clearly seen by the people in the car. Mike stood up and walked over. He glanced at the liquor on the ground and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Without saying anything, he asked everyone to get in the car. The zombies in front that were originally following the team turned around and began to rush towards them after hearing the gunshots here. Fortunately, most of them had been attracted by Ben, and only the current dozen were left. After everyone got in the car, Mike suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the huge off-road vehicle rushed directly towards the dozen sparse zombies coming from the front. After a chaotic collision, the 2 cars finally rushed out. Because the windshield had been destroyed before, Mike's face and body were splattered with zombies' dirty blood, and the front hood was even more bloody, and body parts were hanging everywhere. It's so exciting. Mike slapped the steering wheel with both hands, and a crazy smile appeared on his bloody face, which looked very hideous under the afternoon sun. Wang Hao looked back from time to time in the back seat. Seeing that the zombies were getting farther and farther away, but Mike still didn't seem to slow down, he hurriedly reminded him, "Ben hasn't arrived yet. He will catch up with us." Mike looked at the rearview mirror splattered with dirty blood and said indifferently. The oncoming wind blew Mike's hair. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. The speed of the car was getting faster and faster, and the expression on his face became more and more crazy. After running forward for half an hour, the speed of the car finally slowed down. Mike stopped the car slowly on the side of the road. "How was it, Mr. Wang? Was it fun?" Mike excitedly patted the steering wheel and turned to look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was very worried about Ben's safety at this time. He kept looking back, but he couldn't see Ben's shadow. The car behind them also stopped slowly 10 meters away from them. "Mr. Mike, is Ben in danger?" Perhaps even Wang Hao himself didn't know why he was so concerned about the person who didn't even say a word. "Mr. Wang, it seems that you are very interested in Ben. If you are worried, you can go back to find him now, but I tell you, Ben will not appreciate your kindness," Mike said disapprovingly. "He is your man. Don't you care about his safety at all?" Wang Hao said puzzledly. "I said he would catch up with us. Do I need to repeat it again?" Mike seemed a little impatient at this time. "You just said I can go back to save him, right?" Wang Hao frowned and asked. "Of course, this car can also be lent to you." Mike's attitude changed again. "Okay, you wait here. I will go back to save him now," Wang Hao said. "I will give you 10 minutes. If you still can't come back after 10 minutes, I will tell the boss that you have all been eaten by zombies." Mike immediately got up and jumped out of the driver's seat, giving the steering wheel to Wang Hao. "Just 10 minutes, we will definitely be back." Wang Hao nodded, stepped directly from the back seat to the driver's seat, and without saying another word, he started the car, turned the car around quickly and drove towards the highway. In the dust raised by the car, the man who had previously killed zombies with Ben at the toll station looked at the off-road vehicle going away, and then looked at Mike with a smug look on his face, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Just when he was less than 100 meters away from where Ben attracted the zombies, Wang Hao suddenly heard a dull roar from behind the hill-like pile of asphalt blocks. Wang Hao was immediately shocked. That roar was definitely not something that ordinary zombies or lickers could make. He braked and stopped the high-speed vehicle suddenly, quickly replaced the spare magazine, opened the car door, and rushed onto the asphalt pile. 100 meters away, a brick-structured water tower more than 10 meters high was surrounded by a mass of zombies. Ben was on the water tower at this time, firing at the zombies below from time to time with a pistol, as if looking for an opportunity to escape. In a poplar forest not far from the water tower, A tall figure was slowly approaching the water tower. The afternoon sun shone through the bare branches and reflected a dim light on his body. Tracker. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, and the nearly 3-meter-tall tracker he had encountered in Jinshi before suddenly appeared in his mind. The one in front of him was even taller than that one, and looked like a moving hill from a distance. Roar. The tracker let out a series of roars as it walked out, and Wang Hao's heart couldn't help but tighten again. He knew that the tracker was summoning nearby zombies, and as it summoned, more and more zombies began to converge in front of the water tower from all directions. Ben turned his head to look at the pursuer who was walking out of the woods. The moment he turned his head, he seemed to find Wang Hao standing on the high ground. His face was slightly startled for a moment, and then he returned to his indifference. He continued to shoot at the group of corpses under the water tower with his pistol. After Wang Hao quickly saw the situation, he took decisive action. He quickly ran down the asphalt pile and rushed towards the pursuer 100 meters away. If he wanted to save Ben, he had to lead the pursuer away first. Wang Hao observed that there was a simple housing area on a vacant land 200 meters away from the water tower. There were several large engineering vehicles such as excavators and loaders parked inside. I think it should be the command center for building this road. Chapter 275. The terrain of the simple house area is relatively complex. If the pursuer can be lured there, Ben can get away, and he can also take advantage of the terrain to get away. As long as they get back to the car, they can leave here safely. Wang Hao ran and fired at the pursuer, and occasionally cleared a few zombies for Ben on the water tower. After the pursuer found that someone was shooting at him, he roared and turned his target, and started to walk towards Wang Hao. When Wang Hao saw that the effect was achieved, he immediately stopped moving forward and shouted at Ben on the water tower, "Don't shoot, give it to me, you will find a chance to get away later." Ben did not look back or speak, and continued to fire at the group of zombies below. Not long after Wang Hao finished speaking, Ben's gunfire suddenly stopped. Wang Hao saw Ben pull the trigger and threw away the pistol. It seems that he had run out of bullets. Wang Hao couldn't bother to call him at this time, because the pursuer was less than 50 meters away from him. Its huge body pressed down like a hill. Its dry head, like a peach pig, grew between its broad shoulders. One eye on its ferocious face had degenerated, and the other was embedded in the eye socket like a cocoon. There were no lips on its chin, and its sharp teeth were exposed to the sun, emitting a creepy light. Its whole body was covered with shiny black scales. At the end of its arms, as thick as beams, were a pair of palm leaf fan-sized palms. Its incomplete fingers had long, black nails that made people shudder, like eagle claws magnified several times. Although Wang Hao had encountered a pursuer before, it was several times weaker than this one in terms of size and evolution. Seeing the other party's appearance, Wang Hao's heart was shocked, but he did not dare to hesitate at this moment. He glanced at the book on the water tower, and quickly ran towards the simple housing area. The angry roar of the pursuer came from behind. Fortunately, the pursuer's running speed was naturally slowed down because of his huge body, but each step was 3 steps of Wang Hao. In this way, the speed of the two was not much different. At the beginning, Wang Hao could turn back and shoot while running, but as the distance between the two sides gradually closed, Wang Hao just ran forward without even a chance to turn his head to look. Even so, he soon felt that the pursuer was slowly closing the distance with him. Fortunately, the target was not far away. Just when Wang Hao was about to sprint, he suddenly found that the sunlight above his head was blocked by a shadow, and the shadow was waving his arms at the back of his head. Wang Hao was startled and quickly realized that the danger had come. He immediately bent down and stopped at the same time. The figure flew past his back and fell in front of him with a bang. Wang Hao quickly stood up and grabbed the M16 rifle and fired all the bullets at the tall black shadow in the dust. Roar! The sound of the gun firing was just heard, and the pursuer flew out of the dust with a roar. Wang Hao quickly threw away the rifle and rolled twice on the ground, but he barely avoided the attack that was like a mountain pressing down on his head. After getting up, Wang Hao quickly drew out the black knife, and the pursuer also stopped 10 meters away from Wang Hao. It looked at Wang Hao angrily, and its mountain-like body almost blocked the sunlight in front of Wang Hao. Taking advantage of this moment of confrontation, Wang Hao looked back in the direction of the water tower and found that most of the zombies began to rush towards them, and Ben on the water tower had long disappeared at this time. Although saving people was his original intention, Wang Hao still felt a little disappointed when he thought of Mike's words, but he couldn't think too much when facing a strong enemy. The tracker was not in a hurry to launch an attack at this time, but just stood there and looked at Wang Hao, as if waiting for something. Wang Hao frowned at this time, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, and saw that zombies in the simple house area began to gather around them in groups of 3 or 2. Except for the location of the tracker, Wang Hao is now surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, and the only breakthrough is the simple house area, because in terms of the current situation, only the zombies there have not yet formed a scale. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately began to consciously move slowly towards the simple housing area, and the pursuer seemed to have seen through Wang Hao's trick at a glance. As soon as Wang Hao moved, it quickly blocked his way, but it still did not launch an attack. It was unknown whether it had lost confidence because of 2 consecutive failed attacks, or was playing with Wang Hao like a cat and mouse. Seeing the encirclement shrinking, Wang Hao suddenly made up his mind, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Anyway, I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well fight to my heart's content. It's you? Wang Hao directly selected the pursuer as his target, roared, and rushed towards it with his black knife. The pursuer did not seem to expect Wang Hao to dare to take the initiative to die. After a slight hesitation, he swung his strong arm and swept towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao had a ruthless mind and had already put life and death aside. Facing the claw that swept over, he actually swung his knife directly to meet it. Roar! The pursuer let out a shrill scream. Wang Hao himself did not expect that his knife would directly cut off 3 fingers of the opponent. The pursuer looked at his bare palm and was immediately furious. He raised another giant palm and slapped Wang Hao again. This palm was fierce. Wang Hao knew that if he took it hard, he would definitely be slapped away. He was about to withdraw and dodge, but he did not expect that the fierce palm actually hit the ground directly. The injured palm was actually a real move, and it directly knocked Wang Hao to the ground from behind. Wang Hao immediately felt the blood in his chest surging, and a smell of rust surged in his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Smelling the smell of fresh blood, the zombies that were slowly approaching suddenly became excited and began to speed up to surround Wang Hao. Wang! After being knocked over, Hao quickly woke up, but before he could get up, the tracker's other claw slashed down from midair, directly towards Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao ignored the severe pain in his chest and quickly rolled away. Bang! The claw rubbed Wang Hao's left arm and embedded directly into the ground. Wang Hao immediately felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Taking advantage of the moment, when the opponent retracted the claw from the ground, Wang Hao quickly stood up. At this time, the zombies around him were only 10 meters away from him. If he hesitated for a moment, he would be torn to pieces by the tracker, even if he was not torn to pieces. Roar! After the tracker retracted his claws on the ground, he rushed towards Wang Hao again, and Wang Hao had no way to retreat at this time. At this critical moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a burning sensation in his left palm. Chapter 276. Wang Hao's heart moved, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He shouted angrily, exerted force on his legs, and jumped towards the pursuer. When the pursuer saw Wang Hao's red palm, his cocoon-like eyes suddenly showed fear, and he turned around to escape, but it was too late. Bang! A sharp palm accurately hit its walnut-like dry head, and suddenly there was a bang sound, and flames flew everywhere, but Wang Hao did not let go of its head, and the black knife in his right hand was already there. Swish! The black knife slashed across the pursuer's neck with flames, and with a thump, the huge body fell down, and turned into bursts of black smoke in the dust. At this time, the encirclement has shrunk to the point where it is within reach. Amid the roars, hands grabbed from all directions. Looking at the hideous faces around, Wang Hao suddenly felt a bad breath in his chest. His eyes were wide open, and he held the handle of the knife with both hands. With a roar, he was full of murderous intent. The 3-foot-long black blade rushed into the zombies like a meat grinder. For a moment, blood mist filled the sky, limbs and heads flew everywhere, and more than a dozen corpses fell down in an instant. But the zombies had already lost consciousness, and were not afraid of life and death. Seeing their companions fall one by one, they became more excited and rushed to Wang Hao on their companions' corpses. At this time, the number of zombies outside the encirclement was still increasing. Wang Hao was already blood-stained by the blood of the zombies from head to toe. From a distance, he looked like a bloody man fighting in the zombie tide. Facing a tide of hundreds of zombies, individual strength is always limited. After only 10 minutes, Wang Hao was already overwhelmed. His chopping speed gradually became slower than before. The dirty blood flowing like a river under his feet almost made Wang Hao slip several times. Seeing the encirclement getting smaller and smaller, Wang Hao began to feel a little overwhelmed. At this time, the number of zombies was still increasing. Wang Hao's shadow became smaller and smaller in the dark tide of zombies, as if he would be submerged by the tide of zombies in the next second. At this moment, a powerful machine roar came, and a huge 70 loader spewed black smoke and rushed towards the zombies from the makeshift house area at high speed. When Wang Hao heard the sound and looked back, he clearly saw that the person driving the loader at this moment was none other than Ben. He did not abandon himself. Wang Hao was moved, and suddenly felt full of strength, and his slashing speed increased instantly. The huge 70 loader, with its bucket hanging down, looked like a mad beast. It roared and rushed into the dark tide of corpses, clearing a bloody path. When it passed by Wang Hao, the door of the cockpit was suddenly opened, and Ben's voice came from inside. Go! Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately climbed the handrail of the loader. The loader suddenly roared and rushed out with a roar. After breaking out of the encirclement, the loader drove directly onto the pile of asphalt blocks. After turning over, the off-road vehicle was still parked not far away. Ben drove the loader directly to the off-road vehicle and stopped. The two quickly boarded the off-road vehicle and drove away from the scene in an instant. How are you? After the off-road vehicle drove a distance, Ben turned around and glanced at Wang Hao lightly. Although he was still expressionless, he could see some emotion in his eyes. I'm fine. Wang Hao shook his head and looked at Ben with emotion. Thank you for saving me just now. I didn't want to save you. I just don't want to owe anyone anything. Ben looked at him coldly. Ben's answer was within Wang Hao's expectations, so he didn't take it to heart. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hao frowned and looked at him again and said, You look a lot like a friend of mine. She said that to me too. Ben frowned slightly. Oh! Who is she? Wang Hao was startled and asked hurriedly. Mother Han. Ben said lightly. Did she say that you look like one of her friends? Is it Brother Xiaomo? Wang Hao asked again hurriedly. I don't know. Ben shook his head. Wang Hao looked disappointed, then looked at Ben's finger that couldn't bend on the steering wheel, and asked tentatively, Can you break that finger of yours? Hearing this, Ben looked at him with a strange expression, didn't speak, but consciously hid the finger inside the steering wheel. Little Mo also has a finger like yours. Wang Hao said again without giving up. Ben's face changed slightly, but then returned to normal, leaving only a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wang Hao did not notice this cautious change. At this time, the 10 minutes given by Mike had already passed. When Wang Hao and the others arrived at the place where they had parked before, a full 40 minutes had passed. Mike's off-road vehicle had long disappeared, leaving only a few clear tracks on the ground. He is really punctual. Looking at the tracks on the ground, Wang Hao sneered faintly. Ben also frowned at this time, but still did not speak. He looked in the direction of the tracks, was silent for a moment, and turned back to the car. Hearing the engine sound, Wang Hao hurried back to the car, but when he saw Ben start to turn around, he immediately looked puzzled. Where are we going? Take a shortcut. Ben replied lightly, then changed gears and accelerated away from the scene. Wang Hao wanted to ask again, but seeing Ben's expression, he knew that he would not tell him, so he had to suppress his curiosity and follow him. The vehicle quickly drove out of the renovated road and returned to the intersection. Ben just stepped on the brake slightly when turning, and the speed instantly increased when the front of the car was straightened. When Wang Hao saw the direction of travel clearly, he was stunned. They were now driving at high speed in the direction of the city. It turned out that the shortcut Ben mentioned was to cross the city of Lei Zhe. Wang Hao's forehead was sweating immediately, and he looked at Ben in surprise and said, You want to cross the city? If you are afraid, you can get off now. Ben said coldly, looking straight ahead. Without the windshield, the wind inside the car was so strong that Wang Hao could hardly open his eyes, but it did not affect Ben's vision at all. He squinted his eyes, and let the strong wind blow on his face. The American equipment on his body had been taken off when he was on the water tower. At this time, he was only wearing a tight black short-sleeved shirt, revealing the strong muscles on his arms. Just as Ben turned the steering wheel to bypass a vehicle blocking the road in front, Wang Hao inadvertently saw a small barcode under his left arm, and he couldn't help frowning. He vaguely remembered that he had seen such a barcode somewhere. Chapter 277. Where have you seen it before? Wang Hao frowned and thought for a long time, and suddenly he was startled. He remembered that when Xiaomo was carried by Jishan after he fell into a coma, he accidentally saw a barcode like this under Xiaomo's left arm. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that it would appear on another person today, and this person was very similar to Xiaomo in both personality and skills. What is going on? Wang Hao was more and more surprised. Could it be that they are from the same place? Have you thought it through? Go forward and you will enter the city. Ben's voice suddenly came to his ears. Wang Hao noticed that the speed of the car had slowed down. In front of them was the intersection where they had stopped before, and going forward was the main street of Lazy City. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and nodded, "Drive." Ben glanced at him lightly, without saying anything, and then changed gears to accelerate. The wheels rubbed against the ground at high speed, making a harsh sound, and then rolled up a burst of debris and disappeared at the intersection in an instant. The road we are on now is the main road that runs through the east and west of Lazy City. Turn right at the 13th intersection, pass through a residential area and 2 streets, and we will be not far from our goal, Wang Hao said with a map in his hand. Ben did not speak, but looked straight ahead. Lazy City is a first-tier metropolis with a permanent population of about 8 million. On weekdays, the streets are crowded with cars, and during peak travel time, they are even more crowded and traffic jams are serious. This was the case before the disaster, and it was even worse after the disaster, except that there were no more horns and people trying to squeeze in. The shops on both sides of the street were no longer as prosperous as they used to be. Some of the doors had fallen off, or the ground was in a mess. Without the power supply, it was pitch black inside, and people dared not approach as if there would be unknown dangers at any time. Fortunately, they did not encounter a large group of zombies. Occasionally, they encountered a few wandering zombies, but they ignored them as long as they did not take the initiative to come forward to cause trouble. After going forward for 5 intersections, they gradually entered the downtown area. There were dozens of high-rise buildings on both sides, and countless small streets and lanes in between. When the vehicles drove here, the road ahead was already impassable, and was filled with various abandoned vehicles. In desperation, the two had to abandon the car and walk. After Wang Hao saw that Ben did not have any self-defense weapons in his hands at this time, he handed him his M16 rifle and the last spare magazine. Ben looked at it and did not take it, but walked forward directly. Wang Hao had no choice but to follow. The number of zombies here was obviously more than before, but fortunately, there was no large-scale zombie group. Ben walked in front, and Wang Hao followed behind him. The two of them had been trying to avoid the harassment of zombies. When they encountered zombies that could not be avoided, Ben twisted their necks before Wang Hao could do anything. It was almost afternoon at this time, and the sun began to set in the west, but the heat in the air was still unabated. The two of them were sweating profusely just after walking out of 2 streets. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his face, while being alert to the situation around him. The zombie blood on his body mixed with a strong stench under the evaporation of sweat. Perhaps it was under the cover of this smell that several zombies ignored Wang Hao and chased Ben instead. Just when the two of them walked to the 10th Street corner, Ben in front suddenly stopped, as if he heard something. "What's wrong?" Wang Hao hurried forward to ask. Ben raised his hand to signal him not to make a sound, and then looked solemnly at the tall buildings around him, as if he had discovered something unusual. Ben's action also startled Wang Hao, and he immediately followed his gaze. They were now at a large crossroads, surrounded by tall buildings. On the left opposite was a large hotel, on the right was a shopping mall, and on the left where they were standing was a bank, and on the right was a mobile phone store. Wang Hao looked around for a long time, but did not find anything unusual except for a dozen scattered corpses. Ben's face became more and more solemn at this time. After looking around for a while, he finally locked his eyes on the billboard on the roof of the shopping mall. Following his gaze, Wang Hao did not see anything unusual except for the various colorful billboards. "Did you find something?" Wang Hao looked back puzzledly. "I can't be sure, but that place is definitely not normal," Ben said with a serious face, and then asked Wang Hao, "Did you bring the map?" "I brought it." Wang Hao nodded and handed him the map. "Where are we now?" At this time, the two were hiding behind a van, and Ben casually unfolded the map and asked, "Here, cross this intersection, and then go 3 blocks forward and turn left." Wang Hao pointed. Ben frowned and stared at the route on the map for a long time, and finally shook his head, as if muttering to himself or talking to Wang Hao, "This road is too far. You want to go around here?" Wang Hao followed his gaze, and saw that at the 9th intersection they had passed before, there was a winding path that could just bypass the large intersection they were at. Ben nodded, frowned and said nothing, and began to turn his gaze to other places on the map. Wang Hao looked at the billboards carefully for a while, but still did not see anything unusual. He frowned and looked at Ben and said, "Why do you conclude that place is abnormal?" "Feeling," Ben replied lightly, his eyes still wandering on the map. Wang Hao was immediately confused. "No wonder I can't see anything. You can only go from there." Ben suddenly put away the map at this time. "From the road you just saw?" Wang Hao took the map handed over by Ben and said. Ben nodded, then turned around and walked back the way he came. Wang Hao hurriedly put the map in his pocket and followed. The two soon returned to the 9th intersection. This intersection was a typical T-junction. The street inside was not very wide. It was a two-way lane with sidewalks on both sides. The entire road was separated by a row of crooked guardrails. The street was gently sloping downwards, about 1 kilometer long, and one could see the end at a glance. At the end was a wholesale market for agricultural and sideline products. According to the route on the map, Wang Hao and his buddy needed to turn left on the side of the number 22 middle school in Lazy City in the middle of the slope, and cross a short alley to reach an old city area. The small road that could be bypassed was behind the old city area. According to the established route, the two tried to bypass the wandering zombies all the way. 10 minutes later, they saw the number 22 middle school in Lazy City in the middle of the slope. There was a small alley more than 30 meters away from the school gate. The entrance of the alley was filled with various snack stalls, but at this time, they were already crooked, and various bottles, jars, frying pans, and gas stoves were scattered all over the ground. Just as the two were getting closer and closer to the entrance of the alley, a low roar came faintly from the alley. Chapter 278. Ben paused and grabbed Wang Hao. "Wait here, I go take a look," Ben said calmly and walked straight over. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and when he was about to take a step, Ben looked back and looked at him coldly. Ben turned around and continued to walk towards the entrance of the alley. When he reached the entrance of the alley, Ben picked up a kitchen knife from the ground and turned directly into the alley. Suddenly, a sound of broken bones came. In less than 3 minutes, Ben's voice came from the alley, "Come in." Wang Hao ran over immediately. As soon as he entered the alley, there were 7 or 8 corpses in school uniforms lying on the ground. However, their heads rolled down the slope in the alley at this time. A breeze blew over, bringing a strong fishy wind. While Wang Hao hesitated, Ben had already thrown down the kitchen knife and walked away. Hearing the sound of the kitchen knife falling to the ground, Wang Hao trembled all over and hurriedly chased after the corpses and dirty blood on the ground. After catching up with Ben, Wang Hao looked back at the corpses in the alley with a look of shock on his face. He killed more than a dozen zombies, like chopping melons and vegetables without any expression on his face. He couldn't help but become more interested in this man. After walking out of the alley, a slope to the right appeared in front of him. At the end of the slope was the extension of the farmer's market. Behind a low wall, there were all kinds of rotten vegetable leaves and rotten meat, and countless zombies were circling in it. Next to them, there were more than a dozen corpses with their internal organs emptied lying in a mess. From a distance, countless white maggots were wriggling on the corpses, and after a day of high-temperature exposure, they emitted a strong stench. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown and cover his mouth and nose. After passing these corpses, the two walked down the slope. There was a dilapidated old city. Most of the buildings were tube buildings in the early 1990s. Under the breeze, the plastic sheets on the doors and windows made a series of panicking noises. Fortunately, there was no danger. 10 minutes later, the two finally passed through this old city and stepped onto the asphalt road of the new century again. Wang Hao unfolded the map and looked at a dry river pointing forward. After crossing this dry river, there is that path. Ben looked at the dry river and nodded. The two then walked forward along the path on the edge of the river. The river was full of various types of domestic garbage. Because there were no human residents, the sewage in the river was much less at this time, leaving only a thin trickle between the various types of garbage, with rust-colored floating objects floating on it. After walking along the river for more than 10 minutes, the path on the map finally appeared in front of the two. It was a small alley less than 3 meters wide, with garbage all over the ground. The two stepped on the garbage and carefully walked through the alley for more than 10 minutes and finally walked out. Standing at the exit, they each breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were replacing the turbid air in their lungs. There was also an alley diagonally opposite the alley, but it was much wider than this alley. Before entering the alley, Wang Hao found a relatively intact off-road racing car not far away, with a key thrown in the keyhole. Wang Hao stepped forward to turn the key and press the ignition button. Unexpectedly, the motorcycle actually started whooshing. The two of them then rode on their motorcycles into the alley opposite. This alley seemed very long. Wang Hao rode with Ben for almost half an hour before they finally drove out. Ben asked Wang Hao to stop the motorcycle at this time, turn around and climb to a high place to observe the direction of the road for a while. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he got on the motorcycle again. According to the instructions on the map, Wang Hao turned left and right all the way. If he encountered a zombie, he would go around it. If he couldn't get around it, Ben would get off the car and break the opponent's neck. After driving through the city for about half an hour, the motorcycle gradually drove out of the city and onto an old road. At this time, the sun had set and the surrounding environment gradually disappeared into darkness. After driving eastward for more than 20 minutes on the old road, an overpass appeared in front of him. Below was the extension of the road, and above was a north-south railway. After crossing the overpass and going uphill, Wang Hao saw residential areas on both sides. He became nervous when he saw the residential areas. Fortunately, the scene he imagined did not appear. Wang Hao easily avoided the zombies wandering on the road. After walking through the residential area, a gate facing north appeared 300 meters away from Wang Hao and his partner. A 7 or 8 meter high watchtower stood outside the gate, and there were 2 or 3 swaying figures inside. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly turned off the motorcycle, and Ben jumped off at the first time. The two quickly hid behind an abandoned vehicle on the side. That should be the Jiaoxin steel plant. After the two crouched behind an abandoned commercial vehicle, Wang Hao said to Ben beside him. Ben was a little confused at this time. He secretly observed and lowered his head and frowned and said, "Why are there only so few guards? Maybe they think no one will find this place." Wang Hao also frowned and said in confusion, "Impossible, this is definitely not their main entrance." Ben shook his head and took the map from Wang Hao, but after looking at it for a long time, there was only the geographical location of Jiaoxin steel plant and no factory map. He returned the map to Wang Hao, who took it and looked at it for a long time but found nothing. "Is this just the back door?" Wang Hao put away the map. Ben did not speak, but turned on the walkie-talkie on his waist and tentatively called Mike's name a few times, but after a few minutes, there was still no response from the other end of the walkie-talkie, so he had to put it away again. He frowned and pondered for a while, then stood up and looked in the direction of the gate for a while, then leaned down and said, "The residential area behind you is next to the factory area, maybe we can enter from there." Wang Hao heard this and turned around to take a look. Behind him was a low-rise residential area full of big trees, and things in the distance could not be seen. He turned around and looked at Ben in confusion. "Aren't we waiting for Mike and the others?" "No, Han Ma just wants us to capture him alive, and the rest has nothing to do with us," Ben said expressionlessly. "Capture who?" Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what the mission of this operation was, and was a little stunned for a while. Ben frowned and looked at him. "Didn't they tell you the mission target this time?" Wang Hao shook his head. "Denzel said that Mike would tell me when we get there." Ben frowned and pondered for a while, and only said 5 words. "It's okay if you don't know." Chapter 279. Wang Hao wanted to ask more, but found that Ben had already run behind him, so he had to chase him. After entering the residential area, Ben did not hesitate to deal with several zombies that rushed towards him, and then quickly sneaked along the buildings in the direction he had set, and Wang Hao followed him all the way. As expected by Ben, after the two of them passed through 5 residential buildings in a row, a 5-meter-high wall appeared in front of them, and along the direction of the wall, it extended all the way to the end of the residential area. The factory area should be inside the wall. Ben leaned against the side of the last staircase and looked at the wall more than 10 meters away. "You haven't told me what the goal of this mission is." Seeing that Ben was about to rush forward, Wang Hao grabbed him and said. Ben frowned at this time and looked at him and said, "Do you know the Queen Bee?" "Queen Bee?" Wang Hao was stunned, and the little girl in red in the biochemical crisis suddenly appeared in his mind. Ben seemed to see Wang Hao's doubts, and immediately shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. This Queen Bee is actually a man, nearly 80 years old." Wang Hao was immediately stunned. 80-year-old man. He really couldn't connect such a person with the word Queen Bee. Ben said coldly, "The mutant zombies we encountered before were caused by him." "Ah!" Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately. He almost thought he had heard it wrong. "These are what Han Ma said. I haven't seen him in person." Ben frowned and continued to speak, but he directly expressed Wang Hao's doubts. "You mean he is the target of our mission?" Wang Hao said. Ben nodded and frowned, saying, "It's not difficult to kill him. Han Ma wants a living person." "Catch him alive?" Wang Hao was shocked again. Such a person should be killed by everyone. Why did Han Ma want to catch him alive? "What are you thinking about?" Ben suddenly looked at Wang Hao and said, "I was thinking that since he is so dangerous, why didn't Han Ma want us to kill him directly but catch him alive?" Wang Hao did not hide his inner thoughts, because he also saw a trace of confusion on Ben's face. "This is not something we should know. All we have to do is to follow orders." Ben's face changed, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Wang Hao knew that asking again would be fruitless, so he stopped talking. Ben looked at the high wall and turned around and asked, "Can you climb up?" Although Wang Hao had easily climbed the wall of a household before, the highest point was only more than 2 meters, and the lowest point of the high wall at present was probably about 5 meters. Wang Hao had no confidence at all at such a height, and shook his head. Ben frowned and said, "Follow me, I pick you up after I climb up." After that, Ben looked around vigilantly and rushed towards the wall. Wang Hao followed closely. When he was less than 1 meter away from the wall, Ben suddenly bent his legs, gathered his strength and jumped up to a height of 3 meters. He stepped on the wall twice, stretched his hands upwards, and just grabbed the top of the wall. With his arms, he easily jumped up to the top of the 5-meter high wall. Wang Hao was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect Ben to climb up the wall in such an easy way. After Ben stabilized his body on the wall, he looked inside first, then bent down and stretched out his right arm. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't move for a long time, he whispered, "What are you looking at? Come on!" Wang Hao came to his senses, stepped back 10 steps, and exerted force on his legs. When he was about to reach the wall, he jumped up, and his right hand just reached Ben's palm. Just when he was about to slip, Ben suddenly grabbed Wang Hao's right wrist with his palm, and pulled Wang Hao to the top of the wall like a chicken, and then turned his body like a fallen leaf and fell into the wall. After Wang Hao was lifted to the top of the wall by Ben, his body was unstable and fell directly from the top of the wall. Fortunately, he was caught by Ben. After putting Wang Hao down, Ben frowned and looked at him with a surprised look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he walked out along the side of a house next to him. Wang Hao's face was a little embarrassed at this time, but he didn't dare to be careless in the wolf's den, so he hurriedly followed. At this time, the sky had begun to darken, and the vision in front of him became blurred. There was a patch of weeds as tall as a person under the wall. The two of them walked out of the weeds carefully. Just when they saw the light outside, a strong light suddenly came with the sound of the engine, and they squatted down quickly. Soon, a pickup truck carrying 3 or 4 people slowly passed by them. It was just getting dark at this time. When Wang Hao saw the machine gun barrel as thick as a baby's arm behind the pickup truck's cockpit, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had seen a lot of military equipment since the disaster, he was still shocked when these vehicles that he could only see in the news or film and television works in the past actually appeared in front of him. After the pickup truck went away, Ben looked back at Wang Hao. Wang Hao had already gathered his mind at this time. He quickly crouched and rushed to the abandoned large equipment opposite. He leaned against the equipment and quickly observed the surrounding situation. Wang Hao found that they were in a wasteland, with several abandoned large equipment piled up around them. The steel plant was 500 meters away from them. The continuous steel plant equipment was like a ghost under the night. Looking around, there was no light in the whole factory area, as if there were unknown dangers hidden everywhere. Why doesn't it look like there are people? Wang Hao looked around in confusion. We only see the factory area. They should be in the office area, Ben said at this time. Wang Hao nodded, looking at the taillight of the pickup truck that had gone far away. Let's follow that car. We should be able to find it. The two were about to take a shortcut and follow it, when a CI-law sound suddenly came from the walkie-talkie on Ben's waist, and a voice came over. Group 1 has arrived at the designated location. Group 1 has arrived at the designated location. Soon another voice came. Group 2 has arrived at the designated location. Group 2 has arrived at the designated location. The walkie-talkie was silent for a few seconds, and then Mike's voice came. Wait for my order. The two voices answered one after another. Received. Then there was no movement in the walkie-talkie. Ben frowned and pondered for a moment, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and he said in surprise, "Not good." Wang Hao was also shocked when he heard this. "What's wrong?" "They are going to act in advance," Ben said in surprise. "What do you mean?" Although Wang Hao didn't understand what Ben meant, from Ben's nervous expression, it seemed that something big was going to happen to Mike. Chapter 280. After walking along the street for more than 10 minutes, Wang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at the entrance of the underground parking lot of a commercial building not far away. "Let's go down and take a look," Wang Hao said, and handed his pistol to Sunbo. "It's inconvenient for you to use the rifle while carrying him on your back. The pistol is more convenient to use." "Then I give you my rifle," Sunbo said, as he was about to put down Dr. Zhang and untie the rifle hanging around his neck. "No, I have it." Wang Hao drew out the black knife, and the dark blade emitted a chilling light under the moonlight. Sunbo felt chilled at just one glance. The two then walked towards the entrance of the underground parking lot. After going down to the parking lot, Wang Hao turned on the flashlight again. As expected, the underground parking lot was empty, and there was almost no car in sight. After wandering around for a long time, the two were about to leave in despair when Sun Bo suddenly pointed to a corner full of empty cartons and said, "Brother Wang, look there. Is there a car?" Following his finger, Wang Hao moved the flashlight to see a red corner under the pile of cartons. He immediately ran over to take the top cartons, and was overjoyed to see that it was a brand new red Ferrari. These empty boxes should be put there by the owner on purpose. Maybe he wants to come back and drive after the disaster. Looking at the dazzling light, Wang Hao's face was a little emotional. But after the emotion, Wang Hao did not hesitate to smash the car window with the handle of the knife. After opening the car door, he quickly disarmed the vehicle alarm according to the method he learned from Wei Xiaodong, and started the car smoothly. Buzz! Tap the accelerator lightly, and the engine suddenly emits a strong roar. Wang Hao immediately shifts gears and starts the car. The car slowly drives out of the parking lot. After driving onto the street, Wang Hao does not hesitate at all and drives directly in the direction where Ben disappears at high speed. Sun Bo seems to see Wang Hao's intention and does not speak immediately but gets up and climbs into the back seat. 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Hao just turned the intersection and saw the Great Wall off-road vehicle abandoned in the middle of the road 100 meters away. He accelerated to the front and found that Ben in the car had disappeared. He hurriedly chased forward and saw Ben, who was walking alone 2 minutes later. Hearing the engine sound behind him, Ben stopped immediately, as if he guessed that the person coming was Wang Hao, and turned around and waited for the car to drive closer. The car just stopped, and before Wang Hao could speak, Ben opened the door and got in, saying 2 words lightly, "Drive." Wang Hao nodded, and the car drove forward at high speed. Although he still spoke in the same tone as before, Ben's eyes were a little moved at this time, and he didn't even notice it. According to the approximate direction, Wang Hao quickly found the street on the right side, where they had parked before. At this time, the 2 pursuers were gone, but for safety reasons, Wang Hao slowed down and drove slowly towards the T-junction. After reaching the T-junction, the Hummer was still parked in the previous position, and the zombies were still gathered around the football field, but there were more zombies than before. After searching for a long time, the 2 pursuers were not found. How come they disappeared in just a short while? Did we just have hallucinations? Sun Bo looked around in confusion. It's definitely not an illusion. The 2 pursuers are either chasing us or entering the football field. Wang Hao frowned, then looked at Ben and said, "Is the intercom working now?" Ben shook his head. "I'm going to drive the Hummer to lure the zombies. You guys go back now. Remember what I told you just now." After that, he opened the door and walked down without waiting for Wang Hao's answer, and ran quickly to the Hummer not far away. Wang Hao hesitated in place for a while, and saw the Hummer started, then slowly turned the car around. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Hao saw the Hummer roaring towards the zombies. Should we wait for him? Sun Bo turned around from the rear window at this time. Wang Hao stepped on the brake, quickly took out the map, turned on the flashlight, looked at it for a while, put away the map and said, "We will help him from the other side." Then he released the brake and stepped on the accelerator. The low roar suddenly tore through the silent night sky. The powerful Ferrari was like a red meteor passing through the ground, and quickly disappeared at the intersection in front. According to the location on the map, Wang Hao saw the entrance on the map after passing through 3 blocks in a row. Then the car turned in and began to detour. Although there were vehicles blocking the road everywhere on the street, fortunately it did not affect the traffic. It took less than 10 minutes to rush all the way. Wang Hao saw those swaying figures from a distance, and behind those figures, there were vaguely visible lights of vehicles, which must be emitted by the Hummer driven by Ben. At that moment, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared towards the swaying figures. When there was only 50 meters away from the figures, Wang Hao gradually slowed down the vehicle, and turned around to stop the vehicle. "How many bullets do you have in your rifle?" Wang Hao turned around, and asked Sun Bo. "In addition to the magazine on the gun, there is a spare one." Sun Bo unhesitatingly removed the rifle, and handed it to Wang Hao along with the spare magazine. "Can you drive?" After Wang Hao took the rifle, he checked the condition of the gun, pulled the bolt, and asked Sun Bo. "Yes." Sun Bo nodded, and suddenly remembered something. "I have a signal gun here." He then took out a signal flag gun from his waist, and handed it to Wang Hao. "You don't need this, leave it in the car, and you can drive it later." Wang Hao had already opened the car door, and walked down. Seeing this, Sun Bo hurriedly chased him down. "Brother Wang, I go with you." "No, what if he wakes up?" "Wait for me." After Wang Hao said that, he turned around and ran towards the group of corpses not far away. 10 meters away from the zombies, Wang Hao chose a high point hoping to observe the situation on his side. But when he saw the vehicles on the other side, he was shocked. There were several armored vehicles and off-road vehicles parked in a row on the opposite side, and on both sides of these vehicles stood 4 tall figures, motionless, standing there like a hill. What? What's going on? Wang Hao looked at the 4 still figures, like hills, with astonishment on his face, and a strong sense of foreboding spread from his heart. Chapter 281. Seeing the scene in front of them, Wang Hao and the other man showed incredible expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that there would be such a peaceful place in this zombie-ridden metropolis. I'm afraid no one would associate such a scene with the 4 words end of the world. The two continued to move forward with the cover of the low wall. As they got farther and farther away from the simple housing area, the sounds became more and more blurred, and the originally weak light gradually disappeared. Everything in front of them reappeared under the moonlight, and the large equipment around them became ghostly again. At this time, the low wall of more than 1 kilometer had come to an end, and the road ahead was blocked by the tall factory wall. Just as Wang Hao was about to move forward, Ben hurried forward and pulled him behind a power distribution room on the side of the road. What's wrong? Wang Hao looked at him in surprise. I saw the pickup truck. Ben leaned over to look at the wall and whispered. Wang Hao was startled and leaned forward to look. He saw that in the shadow below the wall, the rear of the pickup truck was facing them. A man was sitting on the abandoned equipment next to him, smoking. Apart from this smoker, no other figures were found. That was a close call. After turning around, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel scared. The man was leaning on the equipment, with his side facing them. Most of his body was blocked by the parts on the equipment. At the moment, only his feet could be seen. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it at all. Wang Hao didn't find him, so he naturally didn't find Wang Hao. Ben didn't find it at first, until he saw the pickup truck and found the smoker. Why are they parking here? Wang Hao was puzzled. Is this the end of their patrol? Ben also frowned in confusion. If this is the end, why didn't we find Mike and the others? Wang Hao frowned and looked at him. That's exactly what I'm wondering. Ben frowned and wondered. At this moment, the intercom on Ben's waist suddenly made its Selah sound, and the two of them were startled. Ben quickly turned off the intercom, but it was too late. The smoker immediately became alert. Bang jumped off the equipment and shouted, Who? Wang Hao and the other held their breath and prepared to kill. Speak. If you don't speak, I shoot. The man seemed to be walking slowly towards the power distribution room, and then there was a sound of pulling the bolts. Come out. I see you. The man's voice was getting closer and closer. Ben patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and signaled him to go around from the other side and block the other party's retreat. Wang Hao nodded, then turned around and disappeared silently to the side of the power distribution room. Did I hear it wrong? The man was a little uncertain, as if he was checking his intercom. Times. Suddenly, there was an electromagnetic wave sound outside, followed by a curse. Fuck, what the hell, it's out of power again. I was scared. The other party seemed to think that the sound came from his intercom. Just as the man turned around and cursed, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards him. Before he could scream, a hand covered his mouth tightly, and then he was forcibly dragged to the back of the power distribution room. After seeing Wang Hao dragging him over, Ben frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If you yell again, I break your neck now. Wang Hao covered his mouth with one hand, pressed his head firmly with the other hand, and said coldly, Nod if you understand. The man nodded repeatedly with fear in his eyes. Where are the others? Wang Hao moved his hand to his Adam's apple and asked coldly, Ahem. The man coughed a few times and answered tremblingly, Eat, eat. Why don't you go? Ben frowned and asked. I'm new here, they asked me to stay and watch the car, and they will take over after they finish eating. The man began to stutter because of excessive nervousness. New here? Ben looked him up and down, and then asked, Where is the queen bee hiding? I don't know, I really just came yesterday. The man looked back and forth at Wang Hao, and the others with horror on his face. You don't want to tell the truth, I kill you now. Wang Hao's face turned cold, and the 3 fingers pinching his Adam's apple slowly exerted force, and the man's face suddenly turned red. Ben didn't speak to stop him, but just looked at the man coldly. Don't kill me. I said. The deformed voice came out of the man's throat with difficulty. Okay, I give you one last chance. If you dare to tell a lie, I break it immediately. Wang Hao said coldly, loosened a little, and let the man take a few deep breaths. The queen bee is in the underground workshop in District 2. Who are you, and why are you looking for him? After his Adam's apple was released, The man gasped and said, "Where is the second area?" Ben asked. "It's next door." The man looked at the wall. "How to get there?" Ben asked again. "There is a small door next to it. You can't open it without a key," the man said. "Take us there," Ben said. "I don't have the key, only Aaron has it," the man said. "You want your companions to save you," Wang Hao said coldly, and his fingers increased their strength again. No, Aaron is our leader, and he is the only one who has all the keys. Really, I didn't lie to you. Cough cough. The man explained hurriedly with a horrified face. Wang Hao glanced at Ben, and Ben frowned and said, "When will Aaron come? He usually doesn't come. We are the ones patrolling. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you to find him," the man said. "Where is he?" Ben asked. Ahem. "What time is it now?" Wang Hao relaxed a little, and the man coughed a few times and asked. 8:15. With the help of the brightness of the moonlight, Wang Hao glanced at his watch. Aaron should be with his lover now. The man thought for a moment. "Where is he?" Wang Hao asked. "Living area." The man pointed to the simple housing area that Wang Hao and his friends had passed by before. "How do we get there?" Wang Hao retracted his gaze. "I can take you there," the man hurriedly said. "There are all your people there. Do you think I will believe you?" Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and his fingers exerted force again. "No. Don't kill me," the man said hurriedly with a face full of fear. I have a way to take you in." Wang Hao frowned, looked at Ben, and asked coldly, "What way?" Chapter 282. Survivors come to the base every once in a while, especially recently. Captain Yao brings new people back from outside almost every day. I don't know where so many survivors come from. When the man said the last sentence, he seemed puzzled. "You mean we should pretend to be new members?" Ben frowned and looked at him. The man nodded. "In this way, I can take you to knock on Aaron's door openly, and no one will suspect it." "Aren't you afraid that Aaron will settle accounts with you later?" Wang Hao said coldly, seemingly not believing his words. The man smiled bitterly. "How can I choose? I don't say you want to kill me, and I say they want to kill me. Anyway, I will die sooner or later. I am a lonely man who can live to this day, which is enough." "Weren't you afraid of death just now? Why do you suddenly think it through now?" Ben looked into his eyes curiously. "Just now, it was just an instinctive reaction. Now it is my true thought." When the man said this, his eyes showed a resolute look, but also a hint of sadness. "I will believe you for now. As long as you cooperate with us, you will not die." Wang Hao put down his arm at this time, but put his hand on the handle of the knife. A person who knows that he will die, although he is determined in his heart, as long as he is given a chance to survive, he will fight for it at all costs. After hearing Wang Hao's words, this person seemed to be a person who was about to be drowned in the river, and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, and the desire to survive immediately replaced the determination in his eyes. "Are you saying that you will take me away from here?" The man's eyes showed a strong desire to survive. "But you must cooperate with us to complete this mission, otherwise we won't wait for them to take action," Wang Hao said coldly. The man's eyes immediately showed excitement, and he patted his chest and said, "I will definitely cooperate. I have had enough of Aaron's cowardice. If I have the chance, I will kill this beast with my own hands." The man said this and spit on the ground with hatred. It seems that he has an irreconcilable hatred with Aaron, and he has been suppressing it in his heart because of the other party's power. After a brief discussion, the three of them initially determined the first step of the plan. They followed the man's method to trick Aaron into opening the door, and then get the key, implement the second step of the plan, enter the second area to find Mike and others first, and then carry out the final mission. After introducing himself, the man's name is Sunbo, 24 years old this year, a local from Lei. He and his wife were rescued by Aaron and others a month ago, and brought back to the steel plant base. When Ben mentioned his wife, Sunbo's face was full of anger, but he said nothing. Since this involved the other party's privacy, Wang Hao and the others did not continue to investigate. When Ben asked if there were other entrances to Area 2, Sunbo shook his head and said that he had not been to that small door and did not know the situation inside. Sunbo's expression did not seem to be lying. At that moment, the two of them became more and more worried about Mike's situation. Judging from Ben's expression, he was not worried about the life and death of Mike, the rat shit, at the moment. He was worried about the overall variables. As for the safety of his companion, he only frowned slightly when Wang Hao mentioned it, and did not show too much worry. When the three set out, Sunbo asked Wang Hao about the time again and reminded them that they only had half an hour. because the patrolmen on the pickup trucks would come back after half an hour. Hearing Sun Bo's reminder, Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while. From the perspective of time, as long as there were no accidents, half an hour was enough. Ben also nodded in agreement, and the three set out immediately. Under the leadership of Sun Bo, the three quickly entered the living area along a shortcut under the wall. The two guards on duty at the door saw Sun Bo and Wang Hao coming, and just asked a simple question before letting them go. Entering the living area, Wang Hao felt like entering a community before the end of the world. Men sat together in groups of 3 or 5, chatting or playing cards and chess. Some women were cooking outside the simple house, while others were washing clothes and taking care of children. There was a breath of life everywhere. As for Wang Hao and the others did not show too much curiosity. They just looked at them and turned back. Occasionally, they would say hello to Sun Bo when they met acquaintances. After the three of them shuttled through various makeshift rooms for a while, they stopped in front of a makeshift house surrounded by wooden stakes. Looking at the window with the curtains drawn, Sun Bo's face became ugly, his eyes were filled with hatred, and his fists were clenched. "What's wrong with you?" Wang Hao noticed his abnormality, and asked with a frown. "You have to promise me something," Sun Bo said with a cold look. "What is it?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. "After you get the key, hand over this couple to me. I want to kill them myself." Looking straight at the window, Sun Bo gritted his teeth and said, "That's your business. You have the final say on what you want to do." Wang Hao said, "Okay, you lie in ambush on both sides of the door. I go knock on the door." Sun Bo nodded, quickly recovered his mood, walked towards the door, and Wang Hao and the other two quickly sneaked in on both sides of the door before him. As soon as the three of them arrived in front of the door, a burst of joyful sounds of men and women came from inside. Sun Bo's face suddenly changed, and he raised his fist to hit the door. Fortunately, he was caught by Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao's eyes, Sun Bo calmed down again, nodded, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door gently. "Who is it?" An impatient voice suddenly came from inside. "Brother Round, it's me, Sun Bo." Sun Bo suppressed his anger, and tried to slow down his tone. "Sun Bo? What are you doing here?" The voice inside was a little confused, and then there was a sound of footsteps. "Captain Miao brought back 2 members today. I asked me to bring them to you. If possible, they will be temporarily assigned to our patrol team." Sun Bo tried to control his emotions. "Oh, that's it." Ren's voice relaxed. "Let them stay. I have something to do here. You can go first." Ren never meant to open the door. A woman's vague voice came out while he was talking, but was interrupted by Ren impatiently. After hearing the woman's voice, Sun Bo's face flushed red, and his eyes almost burst into fire. "That Brother Ren?" Sun Bo suppressed his anger and continued, but he was interrupted by Ren inside impatiently again as soon as he opened his mouth. "What else?" "Captain Miao has something here that you need to verify. It is said to be urgently needed." Sun Bo said. "Fuck, this old Miao is really troublesome." Ren's cursing voice, and his footsteps came from inside the door. Chapter 283. With a click, the door was impatiently opened, and a short and thin man in a nightgown appeared at the door. "What is that?" the nightgown man asked impatiently. "Have you seen this thing?" Wang Hao, who was hiding at the side of the door, suddenly dodged and put the muzzle of the gun in his hand against the forehead of the nightgown man. "You? Who are you?" The nightgown man was stunned, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes looked at Sun Bo beside him, and said, "Sun Bo, who is he? Asshole. I'm going to kill you today." Sun Bo finally couldn't control his emotions, and suddenly punched Ren in the face. Ren screamed and fell directly into the door. Wang Hao and the other two quickly dodged into the makeshift house, and closed the door. Seeing Sun Bo raising the butt of the gun, and about to hit Ren's forehead, Wang Hao quickly pulled him back. At this time, he found a shivering young woman with messy hair curled up in the quilt on the bed. The young woman did not scream from beginning to end. She just trembled and curled up at the foot of the bed with her body wrapped in a quilt, looking at the scene in front of her in horror. After being pulled, Sun Bo immediately looked at the woman on the bed with anger. "I've been so good to you, but you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms for a piece of bread. I'm going to kill you 2 dogs today," Sun Bo said angrily, pulling out a dagger and walking towards the bed. "Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I was really blind to follow a poor guy like you. I haven't even bought a decent piece of clothing in 3 years of marriage. You can't support me. So what's wrong with me using my own body to exchange for a piece of bread?" The woman on the bed suddenly straightened her naked body and roared at Sun Bo. "Shut up. If you yell again, I kill you now. Wang Hao shouted in a deep voice, and casually pulled a piece of clothing from the wall and threw it to her. After Wang Hao's shout, Sun Bo and the woman on the bed suddenly stopped moving, and our room was controlled by Ben at this time. Sun Bo, I don't care about what's going on between you. Don't forget what our purpose is. Wang Hao looked at Sun Bo coldly. I've already taken the key. Ben replied indifferently. Wang Hao looked at his watch and said to Sun Bo, there are still 15 minutes left. Will you come with us? Sun Bo's face was still full of anger, but when he looked at the woman on the bed again, he hesitated. Wang Hao saw his look and said, you can choose to stay or take her with you. Sun Bo's originally hesitant look suddenly became crazy. He stared at the wet toilet paper under the bed. His chest was heaving violently. He roared and turned around and stabbed Aren in the chest more than 10 times. Aren didn't even scream. His chest was stabbed into a bloody mess. His head drooped to one side, and there was no movement. Then he turned to the woman on the bed with red eyes. When the woman on the bed saw Sun Bo's appearance, she ran down from the bed with a scream. Sun Bo stopped her and stabbed her more than 10 times like crazy. Blood immediately splashed all over the woman and Sun Bo's body. The strong smell of blood immediately filled the hut. The scene changed so quickly that Wang Hao couldn't react for a moment. He frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word. Ben also frowned, and there was no expression on his face. The strong bloody stimulation calmed Sun Bo down immediately. He threw away the dagger in his hand and sat down in the pool of blood with empty eyes. Are you going or not? Time is running out. Wang Hao looked at his watch and reminded him. Ben nodded in a trance, and was pulled up from the ground by Wang Hao. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back at the naked woman in the pool of blood. Suddenly, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes, and then he quickly followed Wang Hao and the others out. In order not to attract other people's attention, when passing by a remote corner, Wang Hao asked Sun Bo to take off his blood-spattered shirt and wipe the blood off his face. When people rushed back to the pickup truck, 25 minutes had passed, and Sun Bo's emotions had completely calmed down. Ben took out the walkie-talkie and shouted a few words, but still didn't get any response. Instead, Sun Bo's walkie-talkie Sila sounded. Old man, hurry up and gather at the square, hurry up and gather at the square. Wang Hao and the other two were stunned and looked at Sun Bo in confusion. This is the nickname they gave me, all because of this couple. Sun Bo's face was angry again. Why don't you ask them what happened? Ben didn't think so. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart at this moment. This notice was very likely related to Mike and the others. Wang Hao's heart also snapped. Sun Bo nodded, pressed the talk button and said, seventh brother, what happened? What happened? Someone sneaked in, drive over here immediately, drive over here immediately. The voice on the other end of the intercom was very chaotic, and it could be heard that they were gathering the team. Received. Sun Bo put down the intercom and looked at Wang Hao and the others. What should we do? Your people must have been discovered. Wang Hao also looked at Ben, who hesitated for a moment and said, forget about them, we will still act according to the plan just now. Wang Hao nodded, and then ran to the small door on the side of the wall under the leadership of Sun Bo. The small door was on the other side of the pickup truck. When he came to the small door, Ben quickly took out the key and opened the small door quickly. The three of them entered one after another, but the scene in front of them made Wang Hao and the others feel confused. Looking around, under the bright moonlight, it turned out to be a large wasteland, without light, without buildings, as if suddenly crossing to a deserted grassland. What's going on? Wang Hao looked around in surprise, and there was a slight night breeze blowing, bringing waves of the smell of dry grass. Are you sure this is Area 2? Ben also showed a puzzled look at this time. He frowned and looked at Sun Bo, who also had his eyes wide open, and asked. That's right. I saw Ren open the small door and come in before. How could there be nothing? Looking at the surrounding environment, Sun Bo was also confused. What should we do now? Should we return to the original path or continue forward? Wang Hao looked at Ben at this time. Ben frowned and looked into the distance under the moonlight. Suddenly, his eyes condensed and said, we almost got fooled. This is a trick. Trick? Wang Hao and Sun Bo were stunned. Look around. The switch should be nearby. Ben said very confidently and turned around to look around. Switch. Wang Hao and Sun Bo looked at each other and then hurriedly looked around. After a few minutes, Sun Bo suddenly asked in surprise, what is this? Chapter 284. Wang Hao and the other man quickly rushed to Sun Bo's side and followed his gaze to the grass under his feet. A round steel column about half a meter high and as thick as a bowl appeared in the weeds. Under the moonlight, the column emitted a dim light. That's it. Ben's eyes fixed, and he stepped forward to take a look. Seeing Wang Hao took out the flashlight, Ben quickly stopped him. Don't turn it on. We can't see them, but they can find us from the flashlight. Wang Hao was stunned and looked around in confusion. Could they be invisible? Of course they can't be invisible. This is a high-tech camouflage technique. We can find their traces as long as we turn on this switch. Ben squatted down in front of the steel column while speaking, stretched out his hands, and fumbled for something on the column. Suddenly, his face changed. Got it. Then he looked at Sun Bo and said, "Bring the key." Sun Bo hurriedly handed the key over. Ben took the key and looked at it carefully, and then casually inserted it into the middle of the cylinder. Click. The sound of the lock spring popping open sounded, and the three of them immediately looked forward. The moonlight was bright, the night wind was blowing the weeds, and the surroundings were as quiet as before. Ben couldn't help but frown, and then tried to turn the key. After half a circle, there was a muffled boom around. A heat wave hit his face, and the scene in front of him suddenly became another scene. A wire mesh wall almost as high as the fence appeared horizontally in front of the three people, extending to the left and right to the end. 10 meters away from it, there was another wire mesh of the same height. Inside this wire mesh, a large black building shaped like a pot lid was imposingly attached to the ground of the huge factory area. From a distance, it looked as big as 2 football fields. The surface of the pot cover was covered with a layer of black things like scales, which emitted a faint light under the moonlight. 4 high-power searchlights were like 4 giant eyes scanning everything inside the wire like lightning. The pot cover building was surrounded by people walking with guns, and there were some vehicles parked against the 4 walls, including off-road vehicles, armed pickup trucks, and buses. Several tanks were parked neatly under the east wall. What surprised Wang Hao, and the other 2, was that they actually found 2 armed helicopters on the top of the pot cover. They actually have armed helicopters? Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately, his face full of disbelief. Sun Bo's face was full of shock. He stared at everything in the wire mesh in a daze, and his eyes revealed a hint of uneasiness. Ben was also full of surprise. He frowned and looked at the pot cover building, as if thinking about something, and didn't speak for a long time. "It's over. I'm afraid we can't escape from here today." Sun Bo's face was full of despair. "I didn't expect them to be so strong." Wang Hao frowned and murmured, "The Queen Bee is the key. As long as we can capture her alive, we have hope of escaping." Ben gathered his mind and frowned as he looked at the pot lid building. "The problem is that we can't even get in now. How can we capture the Queen Bee alive?" Sun Bo said desperately. "There should be an entrance, otherwise what's the point of leaving this door?" Wang Hao frowned. Ben nodded, his brows suddenly opened, looking at the steel column and said, "How could I ignore it?" He squatted down in front of the steel column again, reached out and touched the key, turned it back and forth a few times, and there was no response around, so he couldn't help but frown again. Seeing this, Wang Hao squatted down in front of the steel column, carefully examined it for a while, and said, "Why does this thing look more and more like a hydraulic pump?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand and subconsciously pressed down on the top of the steel column. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that the steel column was actually pressed down by him. With a slight rumble, an iron door slowly opened on the open space next to it. The iron door was 3 meters square. As the sound disappeared, a downward staircase appeared inside the opened iron door, and there was a faint light coming out from inside. Ben Deng jumped down first, followed by Wang Hao, and Sun Bo followed at the end. The steps were not very long and extended into the tunnel at a 45-degree angle. The width and height of the tunnel were the same as the area of the iron door. After entering the tunnel, Wang Hao found a button on his left-hand side. After pressing it, the stone door closed again. The tunnel led straight forward, and the light in the tunnel came from the walls on both sides and a ground lamp that appeared at intervals. The length of the tunnel is about 10 meters. According to the distance measured on the ground before, this length is enough to reach the second wire mesh. When you come to the exit, you walk up a step. There is also a 3-meter square iron door on the top. The button is in the same position as the entrance. Seeing Sun Bo reaching out to press the button, Wang Hao quickly grabbed him. "What do you want to do?" Sun Bo was stunned and said puzzledly, "Open the door." "Do you know if there is anyone up there now?" Wang Hao looked at him in a deep voice. Sun Bo was startled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "How could I forget this?" Wang Hao quickly made a gesture to Sun Bo to keep quiet, because at this time Ben was leaning against the iron door, as if listening to the movement above, Sun Bo immediately held his breath, and the tunnel suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. A few minutes later, Bin said to Wang Hao and the others, "Open the door." Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly pressed the switch. A rumbling sound was heard, and the iron gate was half opened before Bin rushed out without hesitation. Wang Hao hurriedly followed him. The moment he rushed out of the iron gate, Wang Hao's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. The location of the iron gate was just behind the bus they had seen before. The bus was huge and could be used as a shelter. Wang Hao quickly found the steel column that was exactly the same as the one outside the barbed wire nearby. The key had been pulled out before entering the tunnel. After all three of them went to the ground, Wang Hao immediately took out the key and closed the iron gate. Bin leaned on the bus and looked out for a while, then turned around and said, "There are 3 off-road vehicles parked at 2 o'clock, about 20 meters away from us. No one else has been found yet, but I'm not sure if there are people on the bus. I need one of you to go with me. Once someone is found, kill him directly." As he spoke, he held a dagger with a cold light in his hand. The crowbar that Wang Hao had given him before was too heavy, so he left it behind the power distribution room. "I go with you." Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he also drew out his black knife. Looking back at Sun Bo, who looked nervous, the two of them bent down and took advantage of the moment when the searchlight swept over them to quietly and quickly moved towards the 3 off-road vehicles 20 meters away. Chapter 285. Wang Hao came to the SUV and quickly leaned down to look out from the bottom of the SUV. He found no danger. At the same time, he had already checked the interior of the 3 vehicles and found no danger. After confirming that it was safe, Wang Hao quickly gestured to Sun Bo. Sun Bo's attention had been on them. After seeing Wang Hao's gesture, he immediately bent over and ran over. The 3 SUVs were parked nearly 60 to 70 meters away from the pot-covered building. There was no cover in the middle of this distance, and the field of vision was wide. People with guns could be seen walking back and forth everywhere within 100 meters around. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao and the other 2 couldn't help but frown. It was impossible to get close to the pot-covered building in such an environment. What made the 3 people most nervous was that there were 3 figures walking slowly towards them 100 meters away. Even if they wanted to return to the bus now, it was impossible, because the 3 people were facing the middle distance at the moment. Once they walked out from the SUV, they would be discovered by the other party in an instant, and if they moved to the other side, there was no shelter within 100 meters. The most troublesome thing was that there were faintly visible figures of people moving around. What should we do now? Sun Bo suddenly became nervous. It was not right to advance or retreat. When they were in a dilemma, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly fell on one of the SUVs with its rear door half closed. "Get in the car," Wang Hao hurriedly reminded them in a low voice. Seeing Wang Hao's eyes, the 2 looked over. Ben, who was closest, opened the door and got in first. Sun Bo hurriedly followed, and Wang Hao was the last one. As soon as Wang Hao closed the car door, the searchlight swept over. With the help of the searchlight, Wang Hao saw that the 3 people were less than 20 meters away from them. The 3 people were 2 tall and 1 short, each holding a long gun in his hand, walking and talking slowly. "Brother Wu, what do you think are the origins of these foreigners?" The words of one of them were immediately transmitted into the car along with the night wind. Hearing this person's words, Wang Hao and the other 2 in the car were immediately shocked. It seemed that Mike and the others were in danger at this moment. No matter what his origin is, if he falls into the hands of that bastard surnamed Miao, he will confess. Another person's voice came. "I don't think it's that simple. Something big might happen tonight. Tell the brothers to be careful and don't rush forward." When the voice came, 3 figures had already appeared in front of the off-road vehicle. The one who spoke was the short man. He was not tall, but his face was gloomy. There was an obvious scar on his left face. As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in his triangular eyes. The 2 people around him nodded after hearing the words. One of them immediately took off the walkie-talkie on his waist and shouted, "Ariang, tell the brothers to be smart." The boss said, "Don't rush forward." The other end of the walkie-talkie immediately responded, I understand, Brother Gang, I have good news for you. The Miao guy is in big trouble now. Ren was killed by his people. The old man was furious and sent the fan guys here." The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie seemed to be gloating. "When did it happen?" The scarred man's face changed, and he hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked. "The man was killed half an hour ago. I just found him." The other end responded. "Who killed him?" Scarface asked. "It seems to be a guy named Bo. It is said that Ren slept with his wife. Oh, by the way, Brother Gang, I remember you also want to sleep with that little bitch. Do you want me to bring the body back to you? A teasing voice came from the other end of the intercom. Your ears are blocked by donkey hair. Can't you hear who I am? Scarface cursed, and handed the intercom to the big man named Brother Gang. The other end of the intercom panicked. Brother Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you, I'm sorry. The other party apologized repeatedly, but Brother Wu didn't even look at him. He looked at the off-road vehicle where Wang Hao and others were hiding with a gloomy look. Meow, you have come to this day. Brother Wu's ferocious face gradually showed a sneer. Brother Wu, the Meow guy has already caught the person, so are we still going? Said another big man beside him. Of course we have to go. I want to see how Meow guy will explain to the old man today. Brother Wu sneered. Hearing his words, the big man named Brother Gang immediately walked towards the off-road vehicle where Wang Hao and the other two were hiding. Just as his fingers just pressed the door of the cab, Brother Wu's scolding came over. Your brain has been kicked by a donkey. We are going to receive prisoners. What's the point of driving this car? Go drive the riot car. The big man named Brother Gang responded, closed the door again, and ran away in a hurry. After Brother Gang's footsteps faded away, Wang Hao and the other two who were leaning over the back seat of the car finally breathed a sigh of relief. And then the voice of the other big man came. Brother Wu, do you think these foreigners have anything to do with our two missing trackers? It's hard to say. Apart from the butterfly team, who else would have the guts to mess with us? Brother Wu said in a gloomy voice. By the way, Brother Wu, I heard that the leader of the butterfly team seems to be a foreign old lady. The man suddenly said in surprise. Humph, I knew it a long time ago, so I said that today's matter is definitely not simple. No matter what happens later, as long as it doesn't affect our plan, just pretend and don't just rush forward. Brother Wu snorted coldly and emphasized what he said before. The brothers know this, but Brother Wu, what should we say if Boss Chow investigates it later? The man clicked his tongue and seemed a little worried. Afterwards? Brother Wu snorted coldly. Let him live until tomorrow morning. You want? The man said halfway, as if he got Brother Wu's approval, and then changed his tone and said, Hi, really hi, Brother Wu, your move can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Humph, fight with me. When I formed the Cleaver team, the guy surnamed Chiao was probably still eating shit in his mother's stomach. Brother Wu snorted again, his tone full of disdain. At this time, a sound of footsteps came mixed with Brother Gang's panicked voice. Wu. Brother Wu, no. It's not good, there's a problem. There's a problem in the laboratory. Brother Gang said breathlessly. What's going on? Speak slowly. Brother Wu's tone suddenly changed. Brother Gang swallowed hard, still speaking in a panic. I just started the engine when Xiao Pu's voice came over the intercom. He said that the three pursuers in the lab suddenly went crazy and broke through the glass, and ran out. Chapter 286. What? Brother Wu's voice changed because he was too surprised. Wang Hao and the other two in the car were also shocked. Trackers, what a powerful existence they are. Regardless of how they were imprisoned by Brother Wu and his friends, the second half of Brother Gang's words alone was enough to shock the three of them. Brother Gang thought that Brother Wu didn't understand, so he hurriedly repeated it. Brother Wu frowned, pondered for a moment, looked up at Brother Gang and said, Notify all the brothers to withdraw quickly. He then looked at the big man next to him and said, Xiao Su, go and prepare, take our treasure, and once the brothers gather together, we will leave here immediately. Brother Gang and Xiao Su nodded immediately, and the two of them immediately began to execute the orders given by Brother Wu. After the two of them left, Brother Wu frowned and pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and opened the door of Wang Hao's SUV. However, he hesitated as soon as he opened the door, as if he had thought of something, and then turned around and opened another door. Soon, the sound of the engine came from outside the car, and the sound gradually faded away. Wang Hao then stuck his head out and looked outside. He found that except for the missing SUV, the surrounding situation was normal. The three of them sat up. They are really making trackers. Wang Hao looked away from the window and said with concern, If you do too much evil, you will perish. Ben said with cold eyes. Then, what should we do now? Sun Bo looked at the two of them in a panic. Wang Hao frowned and said, The most dangerous place is actually the safest. We can drive over and say that we are Captain Miao's men. Ben nodded, looked at Wang Hao and said, I drive. Sun Bo was frightened when he heard this. Isn't this method too risky? What if they find out? If you don't dare to go, you can get off now. Ben turned his head and looked at him coldly, then stood up and stepped from the back seat to the driver's seat. The car key was hanging quietly under the steering wheel. Ben touched it and started the car without any consideration. Sun Bo hesitated for a moment, but did not get off the car. Ben immediately turned on the lights, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle slowly drove forward. As the vehicle started, Wang Hao put his hand on the knife handle, and Sun Bo was nervous, holding the rifle tightly with both hands. Ben had a calm expression and turned the steering wheel slowly, and the vehicle always kept a constant speed. Someone is coming! Wang Hao's face tightened at this time. A big man with a gun in front of the vehicle was walking towards the slowly moving off-road vehicle. Ben did not show any panic at this time, and slowly released the accelerator. Who are you? The man stopped the car and walked to the driver's window to look inside the car and asked. We are Captain Miao's men. We are here to report the situation to Boss Chiao. There was a problem with the passage after we came out. Brother Wu lent us this car for the return trip. Ben said calmly. Why didn't he come himself? The man frowned and continued to interrogate. Brother Wu said that something happened in the laboratory, and he asked us to report directly to Boss Chiao. Ben responded calmly. The man nodded, as if he had also received the relevant information, but judging from his appearance, he should not know what happened. Otherwise, he would never be as calm as he is now. Just as Ben was about to leave quickly, the man asked again, have those intruders been caught? Ben nodded, yes, Mr. Fan and our company commander are interrogating them, and said they will be sent here immediately. Was Arun really killed by your people? The man asked curiously. I don't know either. They all said so. Our company commander was scolded by Mr. Fan for this matter. Ben shook his head with an expression that was difficult to understand. Captain Miao is a good man. I hope the old man won't vent his anger on him. The man also showed a look of pity on his face, and then waved to let him go. By the way, brother, this is my first time coming in. I don't know where the gate is. Can you point it out to me? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Ben hurriedly called him, and picked up the half-pack of Hongtishan cigarettes on the dashboard and took out a cigarette and handed it out. Oh, the gate you are talking about? The man took the cigarette, took out his lighter, lit it, and squinted at Ben. That one. Ben stuffed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to the man, and pointed to the potlit building. Hey, thanks, brother. You said the beehive, right there. After taking the cigarette, the other party smiled and pointed to a lighted place not far away, and said to the several armed guards standing at the door, they are Captain Miao's men, they are here to find Boss Chiao, just let them in. Thank you, brother. Ben smiled at the other party with a rare smile. No thanks, we are all brothers. The man smiled and stepped back, and waved his hand. Ben then stepped on the accelerator, and drove slowly towards the entrance. Since they had greeted each other before, as soon as Wang Hao and his two friends got off the car, one of the guards on the other side swiped his card to open the glass door. Inside the glass door was a straight passage, about 10 meters away. There was a surveillance camera above the opposite gate. After entering the passage, the three people walked directly to the gate at the end of the passage without any hesitation. As soon as Wang Hao and his two friends stood in front of the gate, a questioning voice came from the loudspeaker above their heads. How did you get in? We are Captain Miao's men, and we are here to report the battle situation to Boss Chiao. Ben said calmly. After a few seconds of silence, the heavy iron door slowly slid open, and two big men in training uniforms, and holding fully automatic rifles gradually appeared in front of the three people as the iron door opened. One person is enough to report the battle situation. Why are there so many people? One of the big men looked at Wang Hao and his two friends and said. As the iron gate was opening, Wang Hao quickly looked around the environment inside. The iron gate was facing a corridor running left and right, and there was a small room similar to a duty room on one side of the two big men. Wang Hao did not find other people in the small room through the window. Facing the question from the other big man, Wang Hao immediately said, I am here to report the battle situation, and the two of them came with me to get medicine. Get medicine? The big man looked puzzled. What medicine? We were ambushed, more than a dozen people were injured, and there was not enough medicine. Captain Miao asked them to come to Boss Chiao to get medicine. Wang Hao said anxiously. Okay, let them all go in. At this time, the other big man said impatiently. He looked into the small room from time to time. There seemed to be some wine and food on the small table inside. Chapter 287. The inquiring man then stepped aside to make way for the passage, pointed to the left side of the passage and said, Boss Chiao is now with Dr. Zhang. Turn left and go straight ahead. You will see an elevator entrance. Go directly to the third floor below ground. The guard there will tell you his location. Thank you very much. Wang Hao nodded at the other party. At that moment, the three of them showed an anxious expression and hurried to the passage on the left, following the other party's direction. After the iron door slowly closed, the big man frowned and looked at the direction where Wang Hao and the other two disappeared, muttering, "Why do I always feel that the man in the short sleeves looks familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere? Okay, don't be suspicious. I exchanged this bottle of ergwodu for 3 kilograms of rice. Don't forget to return me 1.5 kilograms at the end of the month." The other man patted his shoulder and reminded him. Okay, got it." The big man responded impatiently, frowned and looked at the direction where Wang Hao and the other two disappeared, then muttered and followed into the small room. After turning into the passage, Wang Hao and the other two began to speed up their pace. The passage in front of them was a gentle curve that basically matched the shape of a beehive. The ground and walls were made of special materials. The lights above were very dazzling. The passage was more than 4 meters wide and more than 3 meters high, and there was nothing on both sides. After walking along the curve for 5 or 6 minutes, an elevator door finally appeared in front of the three people. They didn't meet anyone along the way, and one side of the elevator was still an extension of the curve, but the light began to dim. But now time is urgent. If Mike and the others are escorted by Captain Miao, Wang Hao and the other two will immediately reveal their identities. At that time, let alone capturing the Queen Bee alive, I'm afraid they won't even be able to save their lives. Thinking of this, Wang Hao became more and more anxious, but the most anxious person at this moment was Sun Bo. Between enemies and traitors, people often hate the latter the most, and they didn't know at this moment that Ren was the nephew of the Queen Bee. After getting on the elevator, Wang Hao found that the buttons on the elevator only went up 1 or 2 floors, but down to the -8 floors. Seeing the buttons on the elevator, Wang Hao and the other two showed varying degrees of confusion on their faces. The disaster had only been a few months, and it was impossible to complete such a huge project in less than half a year. There was only one explanation, that is, this beehive they mentioned had existed before the disaster. The elevator stopped quickly, and the indicator light above showed that it had reached the -3rd floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and 2 gun-wielding men in camouflage uniforms appeared at the elevator entrance. Behind the two was a small enclosed space, and opposite them was a complex circular iron door. "Are you here to report the battle situation to Boss Chiao and get medicine?" one of the big men asked, looking at Wang Hao and the other two with caution, while the other one raised the muzzle of his gun intentionally or unintentionally, and the muzzle was pointed at Wang Hao and the other two. "Yes, it's us." Wang Hao nodded quickly, looking at the other party with an anxious expression. The other party nodded, made way for Wang Hao and the other two to walk out of the elevator, and the elevator door closed immediately, and a slight roar was heard, which was not sure whether it was going up or down. Then the big man who spoke earlier walked towards the round door, while the other big man was still holding a gun and keeping a vigilant eye on the actions of Wang Hao and the other three. The big man in front of the round door turned his back to Wang Hao and pressed a few times on an electronic display screen next to him. There was a beep sound, and the round door immediately opened a thin crack. Wang Hao and Ben looked at each other at this time, and Ben immediately understood. At the moment when the big man turned around, Wang Hao suddenly punched the other man's throat. At the same time, Ben turned around and crossed his hands to hug the other big man's head. Without frowning, he twisted the other man's face behind him with a click sound. The big man's body of more than 1.8 meters fell into Ben's arms, and after Wang Hao hit the other man's throat, he rushed up and broke the other man's neck in the same way as Ben. All this happened in just a few seconds. Before Sun Bo, who was standing between the two, could react, the 2 burly men stopped moving. Sun Bo stared at the 2 corpses on the ground with a shocked face. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was secretly glad that he didn't resist when he met Wang Hao and the others before, otherwise the 2 corpses on the ground would be his role models. Watching Wang Hao and the other man drag the 2 bodies to the side, Sun Bo finally came to his senses, and said with a look of fear or trepidation, What are you going to do? What? If we don't get rid of them first, we will be trapped." Wang Hao squatted in front of the 2 bodies, and took out the pistols from the bodies, and threw one to Ben, and put the other behind his waist, and took off the magazine from the rifle, and threw it to Sun Bo. After dealing with the bodies, Wang Hao stood up and observed from the crack of the door for a while. Inside the circular door was a large bowl-shaped space. The top circle was an aisle, and under a few steps was an area full of various experimental supplies. More than a dozen white coats shuttled in and out of it. 5 or 6 gun-carrying men in camouflage uniforms walked back and forth on the circular national highway. Wang Hao turned to Sun Bo and whispered, Have you seen Boss Chow? Sun Bo nodded, then stepped forward and looked inside the crack for a long time. After retracting his gaze, he asked in confusion, "Why can't I see Boss Chow?" Wang Hao and the others were stunned. Ben frowned and looked at him and said, "Are you sure you didn't miss anyone?" "Probably not." Sun Bo frowned and shook his head, saying, "Unless there is another space inside." Wang Hao also frowned when he heard this, and put his eyes to the crack of the door again to look for a while. The confusion on his face became more and more serious, and he murmured, "How could he not be in it? Did the guard deceive us?" Ben. He shook his head and frowned, saying, "It shouldn't be. He has no need to lie to us, unless he discovered our identities, but that's impossible. If that's the case, I'm afraid we will be pointed at by more than a dozen guns as soon as the elevator door opens." Wang Hao frowned again. "If he didn't lie to me, they went somewhere else during the time we got the news. It should be like this." Ben nodded, frowned and looked at the two bodies on the ground and said, "If I had known this, I would have left one alive." Before Ben finished speaking, a slight roar suddenly came from the elevator behind him. The three of them were startled and looked at each other. Wang Hao quickly drew out his black knife, and Ben also turned the dagger in his hand. Wang Hao turned back and said to Sun Bo, "You go and guard the round door. If the elevator stops at our floor, you close the door immediately. If not, don't do anything." Sun Bo nodded, held a rifle in his hand, stood sideways next to the round door, and Wang Hao and the other two quickly leaned against the sides of the elevator. The roar gradually became clearer, and Wang Hao judged that the elevator should be going up. Just when he thought of this, the roar suddenly stopped, and the sound of two people talking faintly came out of the elevator. Chapter 288. Seeing the elevator stop, Sun Bo immediately closed the round door, and then quickly moved to Wang Hao's side. At this time, the elevator door opened slowly with a bang. Two people who were talking came out. In a flash, just as one of the two people stepped out of the elevator, two cold lights, one black and one white, flashed in front of them. They felt a chill in their necks, and the muzzle of another black hole was facing them. The two were startled, but then they returned to normal. The two were two men, one old and one middle-aged. The old man was about 70 years old, with white hair and a pair of glasses on his nose. They were held hostage by Wang Hao. The middle-aged man next to him should be around 40 years old, with a thin face and big ears and a calm look. Now Ben's dagger was pressed against his carotid artery. Both of them were wearing white coats and disposable medical gloves on their hands. The middle-aged man had a blue folder under his left armpit. The middle-aged man looked at the two corpses on the ground and said calmly, "Who are you?" The old man also looked calm and unperturbed. At this moment, he actually closed his eyes and folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen. "Are you Boss Chiao?" Ben did not answer him, but asked coldly. "Are you here to see me?" The middle-aged man said with a little surprise. "Then you must be the Queen Bee?" Ben heard this and turned his gaze to the old man beside him. The old man smiled indifferently and slowly opened his eyes. "My last name is Zhang. You can call me Dr. Zhang. The Queen Bee is just a system I invented." "It's you?" Ben's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. Swish! The cold light of the dagger immediately sank into Boss Chiao's neck, and with a twist, a stream of blood splattered on the elevator door along with the pulled-out dagger. Boss Chiao's eyes were wide open, and his left hand tightly covered the wound on his neck. Fresh red blood suddenly gushed out from his fingers and mouth. His eyeballs gradually turned red. He wanted to turn his head to look at the person who took his life in despair, but before he could turn his head, his body softened and fell in his own pool of blood. He twitched a few times, tilted his head, and let the blood flow without any movement. The closed space was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. Looking at Boss Chiao lying in a pool of blood, everyone present was shocked, including Dr. Zhang, who was calm and composed. "You? Who are you?" Dr. Zhang looked at Wang Hao and the other two in front of him in shock, and his skinny body leaned against the wall behind him. "You know when we get there." Ben put away his dagger, took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, and handcuffed Dr. Zhang's arms behind his back. "Are we just taking him out like this?" Wang Hao was puzzled. The guards outside the hive were tight. If they took their big boss out so blatantly, they might not even be able to get out of the hive gate because they would be surrounded by people. "What time is it now?" Ben frowned and asked. 11:15. Wang Hao glanced at his watch. "The time is just right." Ben nodded, holding Dr. Zhang in one hand and pressing the elevator up button with the other. "You can't escape. As soon as I leave the hive, the alarm system will automatically start." As the elevator door opened, Dr. Zhang was carried into the elevator by Ben while he was talking, and Wang Hao and the others followed him in. "If you keep talking nonsense, I cut off your tongue," Ben said in a deep voice with murderous eyes. "It's useless for you to catch me. Now this base has been taken over by the Queen Bee. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape her pursuit," Dr. Zhang said proudly. Ben frowned after hearing this, and stuffed a piece of clothing from his body directly into Dr. Zhang's mouth. Although Wang Hao was curious, he didn't say anything when he saw this, because the elevator had slowly stopped at the first floor. The most important thing now was how to take Dr. Zhang away from here. After leaving the elevator, the three began to return along the same route. Wang Hao walked in front, Sun Bo followed closely behind, and Ben walked at the end holding Dr. Zhang's collar. Just as they were about to reach the turning point inside the gate, Ben suddenly called Wang Hao and the other two to stop, and asked Wang Hao the time again. Wang Hao looked at his watch and said, 11:20. Ben hesitated for a moment, and looked at Dr. Zhang, whose face was flushed red. Although the old man was gagged, he was still yelling. Ben frowned, raised his hand, and slapped him, and Dr. Zhang stopped moving. Then he looked at Sun Bo. "You carry him." After seeing Ben's methods, Sun Bo had already been scared by him. He nodded immediately, and carried Dr. Zhang on his back. "Let's solve the problem at the door first. In 5 minutes, our backup will arrive, and we will escape in the chaos," Ben said. "We still have backup?" Wang Hao was immediately surprised. Ben nodded and walked forward directly. Wang Hao hesitated and hurried to catch up. Sun Bo stopped at the turning point with Dr. Zhang on his back. When Wang Hao and Ben appeared at the corner of the corridor, the big man who had been questioning them just happened to walk towards them. Both sides were stunned when they met. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Ben stabbed him with a knife. At the same time, Wang Hao quickly ran to the small room. The other big man in the room had just put down the wine glass in his hand when he saw a black shadow slashing towards him. Before he could react, his head rolled off his shoulders, and blood spurted out from his headless shoulders. The smell of blood immediately spread. Wang Hao looked at the headless corpse lying on the table expressionlessly, turned around and pressed the button on the wall, and the iron door slowly opened. Walking out of the small room, Ben had already walked over with Sun Bo, who was carrying Dr. Zhang on his back. Sun Bo bent over and looked at the scene in the small room. He felt a churning in his stomach. Although both of them were killed with one knife, Ben's knife stabbed directly into the heart. Although blood was pouring out, it was not as visually stimulating as Wang Hao's direct head cutting. The three of them just walked out of the iron gate, and suddenly a red light flashed outside the glass door at the end. Boom! There was a loud noise. Before they could figure out what was going on, a second red light fell. Wang Hao felt the ground shaking with the loud noise. Then the third red light exploded, followed by the fourth red light, and the fifth red light. Red light fell everywhere outside the glass door, explosions came one after another, and the ground shook more and more. Wang Hao looked at his watch at this time, and it was exactly 11:25. "Is this the backup you mentioned?" Wang Hao said with a surprised face. With such an explosion, let alone those people outside, even they would be blown to pieces if they were not careful. Ben nodded expressionlessly. "It will stop in 2 minutes, and we will rush out in the chaos." Before Ben finished speaking, the glass door at the end of the passage was suddenly pushed open, and more than a dozen minions who were walking outside before rushed in like a tide. After seeing Wang Hao and the other two, they were stunned at first, and then raised their guns. "Who are you?" one of them shouted loudly. They had scars of varying degrees on their faces or bodies. At this moment, they looked like a defeated army that was fleeing in a panic after a defeat. On the way to escape, they met people who did not distinguish between enemies and friends. The current tension was reflected on their faces. Chapter 289. Zombies appeared on the negative third floor, and we just rescued Professor Zhang, Wang Hao said quickly. When everyone heard this, they immediately showed fear on their faces. At this time, someone in the crowd recognized Ben. "They are Captain Miao's men." Wang Hao looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the man who showed them the way before. At this moment, his face was covered with blood, and one hand was still covering his head. When they heard the man's voice, the other party immediately relaxed their vigilance and put down their guns. At this time, the man covered his bleeding head and ran out of the crowd, where our boss Xiao and the others. They were all bitten by zombies. Before they died, they called Dr. Zhang to us and asked us to protect him and leave here safely no matter what. While Wang Hao was speaking, the explosions outside were still ringing one after another. Suddenly, there was a loud noise above his head, and with a puff, all the lights in the corridor went out. Everyone panicked immediately. No one questioned their identities at this time. They rushed out of the glass door one after another, and more than a dozen figures quickly disappeared. Wang Hao also walked towards the door. Shortly after the dozen people left, the explosions outside gradually disappeared. At this time, exactly 2 minutes had passed since the first explosion. The three of them walked out of the glass door. A thick smell of gunpowder and blood suddenly came, filling the entire night sky. The round moon the size of a plate was still hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight silently poured on the ground full of potholes, and countless broken limbs and bodies were scattered among them. The off-road vehicle they drove earlier had already been blown into a pile of scrap metal with white smoke. Looking around, there were panicked figures everywhere. Wang Hao found a Hummer in a half-collapsed color steel house not far away. He ran over and opened the door. The keys were all there, and the vehicle was intact. After Wang Hao started it, he stepped on the accelerator and fell out of the color steel house. After helping Sun Bo stuff Professor Zhang into the door, Bin sat in the co-pilot seat, while Sun Bo and the unconscious Professor Zhang sat in the back seat. Following the direction that Wu Gu had left before, the yellow Hummer bumped and drove away. Just when Wang Hao and his friends saw the gate of District 2, a roar that shook the night sky suddenly came from the beehive behind them. Wang Hao and his three friends were startled and looked back. Wang Hao saw from the rearview mirror outside the car door that under the bright moonlight, more than a dozen figures, as big as hills, broke through the dome of the beehive and jumped everywhere. Trackers. Bin was shocked. Why? Why are there so many? Sun Bo's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Hao's heart also skipped a beat, but escaping from this place was the only way out. He looked straight ahead. The gate had been blown into a pile of ruins at this time. Fortunately, the Hummer had excellent off-road performance. Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the ruins with a roar. After a bump, he quickly drove away from the gate. Outside the gate was a continuous asphalt road, and the Hummer sped away in the direction of the bomb. Soon, the Jiuxin steel plant under the moonlight was left behind, and the roar gradually disappeared from the ears of the three people. After driving along the asphalt road for more than 40 minutes, they gradually entered the urban area. The streets in front of them became more and more complicated, and Wang Hao had to slow down the car. When passing a mobile tower, Bin's walkie-talkie suddenly heard a CI law sound. The three people were startled at the moment. Bin quickly took out the walkie-talkie, but after a few minutes, there was no movement in the walkie-talkie. At this time, Wang Hao chose a relatively open area and slowly stopped the car. Bin shouted for several minutes with the walkie-talkie, but did not get any response. They must be nearby. Bin frowned and put down the intercom. Are you talking about our backup? Wang Hao turned around and asked. Bin nodded, looked back at Professor Zhang, who was still unconscious in the back seat, frowned, reached out to test his breath, and his expression eased. Then he turned around and looked around. Wang Hao suddenly seemed to think of something, and hurriedly took out a map from his arms, and unfolded it on the steering wheel. Under the illumination of the car lights, Wang Hao quickly found the location of the Nanzhao district government of Leizhe City along the location of Jiuxin steel plant. They were parked in the middle of an open space in front of the gate of the district government. We are here now. There is an open-air football field not far from the district government. The area there is larger than the surrounding area, and it is very close to us. I think it is the most suitable place to launch artillery shells. Wang Hao pointed to the route on the map and analyzed. Looking at Wang Hao's analysis, Bin frowned and pondered for a while, and finally nodded. It's not a good idea for us to wait here all the time. Since there is a possibility, we should not let it go. Wang Hao immediately started the car and drove towards the open-air football field. The open-air football field was only 2 streets away from the district government. However, when Wang Hao and his team drove into the last street, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Under the moonlight, the whole street was densely packed with people, and bursts of roars suddenly reached their ears. Why are there so many zombies gathered here? Sun Bo said with a surprised look on his face. It seems that we found the right place. It must be the sound of the artillery just now that attracted them. Wang Hao said. If that's the case, they'd be in big trouble. Bin's face suddenly turned ugly. At this moment, the intercom he placed on the windshield rang with a tick sound, and suddenly a voice came out. Delin, how is the situation over there? How is the situation over there? Soon another voice came. Fuck, the zombies are gathering more and more. I can't stand it anymore. The previous voice said again, if it doesn't work, we abandon the cannon and go out the back door. At this time, a third voice came. No, the back door is also surrounded. Hearing this third voice, Bin's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly pressed the talk button. Xiao Hao, I'm Ben, I got a reply. An excited voice soon came from the intercom. Brother Ben, I'm Xiao Hao, is it really you? It's me. What's the situation now? Ben asked hurriedly. The person on the other end of the intercom immediately responded. All exits are blocked by zombies. We are trapped inside now. Where are you now? Just outside the football field. Don't worry. I find a way, Ben said. The voice on the intercom just said one word, and then suddenly Law. There was no response. Ben shouted several times, but no sound came from the intercom. Ah! Look! Just then, Sun Bo in the back seat suddenly screamed. Wang Hao and the others turned around and found that Sun Bo was staring at the street corner they had just turned in. Looking in the direction of his gaze, the two of them couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They saw a figure like a hill walking towards them slowly. Chapter 290. The Hummer was located at the intersection of a T-shaped road, and the football field was located on the street opposite the front of the car, which was occupied by zombies from all over. The street where the tracker appeared was on the left side of the Hummer, which was the street where Wang Hao and his team had just turned. At present, both roads were blocked, so Wang Hao was about to turn the car around and drive to the street on the right. However, just as the car turned around, a tracker appeared on the street on the right. We are also surrounded. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he quickly stepped on the brakes. Ben frowned and said, Get out of the car first. Staying in the car will only lead to a dead end. Wang Hao nodded, and quickly got out of the car to help Sun Bo carry Dr. Zhang. Ben then set his sights on a small alley not far away, which seemed to lead to another street. The three of them quickly ran to the alley. The alley was pitch black, and the bright moonlight was blocked by the tall buildings on both sides. Entering the alley, Wang Hao and Ben each turned on a strong flashlight to clear the way, and Sun Bo followed closely behind them with Dr. Zhang on his back. It is called an alley, but in fact it is the gap between buildings. Due to the geographical location of the buildings, the environment in the alley is very complicated, and you can't see the end at a glance. Entering the alley, you can see a mess. You can see overturned garbage cans, and various garbage everywhere. As you go deeper, you will see a simple parking shed in front of you. Hundreds of bicycles of various types are overturned. There is a corpse with its head down sitting on the chair in front of the carport. After hearing the movements of Wang Hao and the other two, the corpse slowly raised its head, stood up suddenly under the illumination of the flashlight, and revealed a hideous face. Before he could get close, Wang Hao chopped off his head with a knife. Just when Wang Hao thought that there was an exit ahead, he found that it was actually a dead end, and the end was blocked by a high-rise building of more than 10 floors. The three of them froze in their place, staring at the high-rise building in front of them. This time it's really over. Sun Bo's face was full of despair. Ben's face was also a little ugly, frowning and staring at the high-rise building in front of him for a long time without saying anything. Wang Hao looked back at the road behind him. They had already gone deep into the end of the alley. If they returned along the original route, they would probably run into the pursuer as soon as they left the alley. There were high-rise buildings of more than 10 floors on 3 sides in front of them. It was impossible to climb such a height with bare hands, and there was nothing to climb. What to do? Should I just sit there and wait for death? This was not Wang Hao's character. He walked forward immediately. At this moment, a pile of empty bottles next to him caught his attention. He walked forward immediately, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There was a small iron door next to this pile of empty bottles that was as high as a person. It was not noticed before because it was blocked by an abandoned light box. Then he called the two of them over. Seeing the iron door in front of them, they were immediately alert. Wang Hao casually took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at the door lock. He kicked the iron door open. With a bang, the iron door fell heavily on the wall inside, swayed back and forth for a few times and stopped. A dark door appeared in front of the 3 people. Under the flashlight, the iron door was facing a wall. From the direction of the opening and closing of the iron door, it seemed to be a very narrow horizontal corridor. After standing still for more than 10 seconds, seeing that there was no movement in the corridor, Wang Hao immediately took the flashlight in his left hand and the gun in his right hand, carefully leaning against the iron door and moving sideways. What appeared in front of him was a corridor less than 2 meters wide and more than 10 meters long. At the end was a half-open wooden door. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Wang Hao walked forward cautiously. Ben, who had never seen him fire a gun along the way, also took out his pistol and followed closely behind Wang Hao with a flashlight. When he reached the wooden door, Wang Hao looked inside through the half-open door. It seemed to be an entertainment venue like a slow rock bar. At the moment, there was no danger except for the mess on the ground. After carefully pushing open the wooden door, the three of them filed in, and quickly found the main door of the slow rock bar along the wall on one side. The revolving glass door was covered with black bloody handprints. A female zombie in a school uniform was trapped in the revolving door. When she saw Wang Hao and the other two coming, she became excited, opened her black mouth, roared with a hideous face, and slapped the glass door with both hands. The revolving door is movable. How could she be trapped? Sun Bo said with a puzzled look on his face. The door was locked. Wang Hao pushed forward, and the revolving door did not move at all. Let me do it. Ben stepped forward, took out his dagger, squatted in front of the keyhole, and fiddled with it for a few times. The revolving door was pushed open by the female zombie. Before Wang Hao could make a move, the female zombie was stabbed in the middle of her forehead by Ben's dagger, and immediately stopped moving. The three of them walked out of the revolving door one by one. Outside the slow rock bar was another street. Wang Hao looked around. Except for the various abandoned vehicles that could be seen everywhere, he did not find any zombies. It seemed that the zombies nearby should have been attracted to the football field by the previous artillery fire. Where are we going now? Sun Bo asked. Go back to save people. Ben frowned and said. Go back? Sun Bo was immediately horrified. We finally escaped, and now we have to go back? Ben looked at him coldly without saying anything, and turned to look at the abandoned vehicles around. How do you want to save them? Wang Hao frowned and asked. I find a way to lead them away. Ben said, as he looked at a Great Wall off-road vehicle across the street that was in good condition. He then stepped forward and opened the door. A zombie immediately jumped out from the driver's seat, and was grabbed by the head, and his neck was broken. The car keys were all there, so Ben tried to start it. The vehicle immediately made a slight roar, but the fuel gauge on the dashboard had already lit up red. Are you going to drive this car to lead the zombies away? Wang Hao followed closely behind him, and when he saw Ben was about to close the door and leave, he hurriedly stopped him. Ben nodded, looked at Wang Hao and said, Your current mission is to bring the hostages back to the base safely, and hand them over to Denzo. You don't have to worry about other things, and Han Ma won't make things difficult for you. After that, without waiting for Wang Hao to speak, he pushed him away and closed the car door. The car then drove away, and soon disappeared at the intersection ahead. What did he do? Sun Bo also came over carrying the unconscious Dr. Zhang on his back, looking at the direction Ben disappeared in confusion. He asked us to go back first, and he went to rescue those people. Wang Hao also frowned and looked at the direction where the car disappeared. Then, what should we do? Go back or not? Sun Bo retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Hao. Find a car first. It's not a good idea for you to carry him all the time. Wang Hao did not answer him directly, and the two walked in opposite directions. Chapter 291. After walking along the street for more than 10 minutes, Wang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at the entrance of the underground parking lot of a commercial building not far away. Let's go down and take a look, Wang Hao said, and handed his pistol to Sun Bo. It's inconvenient for you to use the rifle while carrying him on your back. The pistol is more convenient to use. Then I give you my rifle, Sun Bo said, as he was about to put down Dr. Zhang and untie the rifle hanging around his neck. No, I have it. Wang Hao drew out the black knife, and the dark blade emitted a chilling light under the moonlight. Sun Bo felt chilled at just one glance. The two then walked towards the entrance of the underground parking lot. After going down to the parking lot, Wang Hao turned on the flashlight again. As expected, the underground parking lot was empty, and there was almost no car in sight. After wandering around for a long time, the two were about to leave in despair when Sun Bo suddenly pointed to a corner full of empty cartons and said, Brother Wang, look there. Is there a car? Following his finger, Wang Hao moved the flashlight to see a red corner under the pile of cartons. He immediately ran over to take the top cartons, and was overjoyed to see that it was a brand new red Ferrari. These empty boxes should be put there by the owner on purpose. Maybe he wants to come back and drive after the disaster. Looking at the dazzling light, Wang Hao's face was a little emotional. But after the emotion, Wang Hao did not hesitate to smash the car window with the handle of the knife. After opening the car door, he quickly disarmed the vehicle alarm according to the method he learned from Wu Xiaodong, and started the car smoothly. Buzz! Tap the accelerator lightly, and the engine suddenly emits a strong roar. Wang Hao immediately shifts gears and starts the car. The car slowly drives out of the parking lot. After driving onto the street, Wang Hao does not hesitate at all and drives directly in the direction where Ben disappears at high speed. Sun Bo seems to see Wang Hao's intention, and does not speak immediately but gets up and climbs into the back seat. 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Hao just turned the intersection, and saw the Great Wall off-road vehicle abandoned in the middle of the road 100 meters away. He accelerated to the front, and found that Ben in the car had disappeared. He hurriedly chased forward, and saw Ben, who was walking alone 2 minutes later. Hearing the engine sound behind him, Ben stopped immediately, as if he guessed that the person coming was Wang Hao, and turned around and waited for the car to drive closer. The car just stopped, and before Wang Hao could speak, Ben opened the door and got in, saying 2 words lightly, "Drive." Wang Hao nodded, and the car drove forward at high speed. Although he still spoke in the same tone as before, Ben's eyes were a little moved at this time, and he didn't even notice it. According to the approximate direction, Wang Hao quickly found the street on the right side, where they had parked before. At this time, the 2 pursuers were gone, but for safety reasons, Wang Hao slowed down and drove slowly towards the T-junction. After reaching the T-junction, the Hummer was still parked in the previous position, and the zombies were still gathered around the football field, but there were more zombies than before. After searching for a long time, the 2 pursuers were not found. How come they disappeared in just a short while? Did we just have hallucinations? Sun Bo looked around in confusion. It's definitely not an illusion. The 2 pursuers are either chasing us or entering the football field. Wang Hao frowned, then looked at Ben and said, "Is the intercom working now?" Ben shook his head. "I'm going to drive the Hummer to lure the zombies. You guys go back now. Remember what I told you just now." After that, he opened the door and walked down without waiting for Wang Hao's answer, and ran quickly to the Hummer not far away. Wang Hao hesitated in place for a while, and saw the Hummer started, then slowly turned the car around. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Hao saw the Hummer roaring towards the zombies. Should we wait for him? Sun Bo turned around from the rear window at this time. Wang Hao stepped on the brake, quickly took out the map, turned on the flashlight, looked at it for a while, put away the map and said, "We will help him from the other side." Then he released the brake and stepped on the accelerator. The low roar suddenly tore through the silent night sky. The powerful Ferrari was like a red meteor passing through the ground, and quickly disappeared at the intersection in front. According to the location on the map, Wang Hao saw the entrance on the map after passing through 3 blocks in a row. Then the car turned in and began to detour. Although there were vehicles blocking the road everywhere on the street, fortunately it did not affect the traffic. It took less than 10 minutes to rush all the way. Wang Hao saw those swaying figures from a distance, and behind those figures, there were vaguely visible lights of vehicles, which must be emitted by the Hummer driven by Ben. At that moment, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared towards the swaying figures. When there was only 50 meters away from the figures, Wang Hao gradually slowed down the vehicle, and turned around to stop the vehicle. "How many bullets do you have in your rifle?" Wang Hao turned around, and asked Sun Bo. "In addition to the magazine on the gun, there is a spare one." Sun Bo unhesitatingly removed the rifle, and handed it to Wang Hao along with the spare magazine. "Can you drive?" After Wang Hao took the rifle, he checked the condition of the gun, pulled the bolt, and asked Sun Bo. "Yes." Sun Bo nodded, and suddenly remembered something. "I have a signal gun here." He then took out a signal flag gun from his waist, and handed it to Wang Hao. "You don't need this, leave it in the car, and you can drive it later." Wang Hao had already opened the car door, and walked down. Seeing this, Sun Bo hurriedly chased him down. "Brother Wang, I go with you." "No, what if he wakes up?" "Wait for me." After Wang Hao said that, he turned around and ran towards the group of corpses not far away. 10 meters away from the zombies, Wang Hao chose a high point hoping to observe the situation on his side. But when he saw the vehicles on the other side, he was shocked. There were several armored vehicles and off-road vehicles parked in a row on the opposite side, and on both sides of these vehicles stood 4 tall figures, motionless, standing there like a hill. What's going on? Wang Hao looked at the 4 still figures, like hills, with astonishment on his face, and a strong sense of foreboding spread from his heart. Chapter 292. Wang Hao did not find the yellow Hummer that Ben was driving between the zombies and the vehicles, and from their performance, the yellow Hummer seemed to have never appeared. What is going on? Wang Hao frowned immediately, and when he looked at the zombies again, he was shocked. Zombies that were originally noisy were quiet at this moment, with their heads down, standing there motionless like clay sculptures in the terracotta warriors. Not only the zombies, but also the trackers and armored vehicles that appeared inexplicably were also stationary. Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately. He could hardly believe what he saw. Time was passing quickly, and the zombies and vehicles that seemed to be frozen still had no reaction. And when Wang Hao looked at the vehicles behind the strong light, a terrifying thought suddenly came to his mind. Why didn't anyone get off the car? Could it be that they were also frozen like these zombies? The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and Wang Hao felt his scalp tingling and his back cold. The air around him was gradually condensing, and a strong sense of oppression came from all directions, making Wang Hao almost breathless. It is not advisable to stay here for long. We must leave immediately. Wang Hao was terrified and was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Wang Hao was startled and turned around quickly. His pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a huge figure about 7 or 8 meters tall suddenly appeared at the corner of the T-junction behind the group of corpses. Under the bright moonlight, Wang Hao could only see the general outline of the other party, as if it was a moving mountain, and at this time, this mountain was slowly pressing towards him. Almost at the same time when the mountain appeared, the motionless zombies actually raised their heads and turned to face the mountain, while the 4 trackers slowly knelt down. As if they were worshipping each other, Wang Hao looked at the scene in front of him in shock. At this moment, his mind was blank. He stood there in a daze, watching the mountain slowly walk towards him from the group of zombies that had given way. Just then, a low roar came, and a sharp brake sound sounded. "Brother Wang, get in the car!" An urgent shout came, and Wang Hao's mind buzzed, and he came back to his senses immediately, seeing the red Ferrari parked a few steps away. He hesitated for a moment, and then ran over and opened the car door. As soon as Wang Hao got in the car, the Ferrari fell backwards at high speed, and then suddenly shook its head. The taillights of the Ferrari quickly disappeared at the corner of the street amid the roar that resounded through the night sky. "Brother Wang, what happened to you just now?" Sun Bo held the reverse disc tightly with both hands, and looked at him nervously. "I don't know either." Thinking of the previous scene, Wang Hao realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, 3 words suddenly popped up in his mind: conductor. Conductor? Hearing Wang Hao's voice, Sun Bo was suddenly stunned. "Are you talking about the giant?" Wang Hao nodded solemnly. His eyes kept looking at the rearview mirror. "Which direction are we going?" Sun Bo looked at the intersection ahead. "Go straight, don't slow down. The farther away from here, the better." Wang Hao frowned. Ferrari then roared again, and suddenly accelerated and rushed through the intersection. After driving out of the city, Wang Hao asked Sun Bo to slow down the car. The darkness before dawn had passed, and the sky began to turn white. Wang Hao asked Sun Bo to slowly stop the car in front of an open space on the side of the road. He looked back at Dr. Zhang, who was still in a coma. Wang Hao and the others opened the car door and got out. "Brother Wang, have a cigarette to wake up your brain." Sun Bo took out a pack of wrinkled Red River cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Wang Hao. After lighting the cigarette and taking a deep puff, Wang Hao gradually calmed down under the stimulation of nicotine. Looking at the road they had escaped from, his eyes were full of worry. "Brother Wang, what about the commander you just mentioned?" Sun Bo asked again, with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Hao then told Sun Bo about the zombie levels Feng Hetian mentioned. Sun Bo was shocked. He had only encountered ordinary zombies before. He had only seen trackers from a distance, when they escaped from Area 2. As for lickers, crawlers, and commanders, he had never seen them or even heard of them. "Alas, I wish I had died a few years earlier, so I wouldn't have to worry all day like now." Sun Bo sighed with despair. "Since the RS virus can't infect us, why should we be afraid of a few mutant zombies? This is originally a world where the strong prey on the weak, but we have changed our way of living now. You can survive as long as you want." Wang Hao patted his shoulder and turned to walk towards the car. "I drive. Go back to the base first, at least it's safe there for now." Sun Bo nodded and followed Wang Hao back to the car with a heavy heart. Wang Hao then unfolded the map and studied it for a while, and quickly determined the return route. Before driving, he looked back at the tall buildings of Lei City behind him, and then stepped on the accelerator and sped away towards the rising sun. After driving on the provincial road for nearly 4 hours, the fuel in the tank was running low, and Wang Hao had to choose an open area to stop the vehicle. This place is located in the suburbs of Shicheng County, more than 100 kilometers away from Yao County. The highway entrance has not been found before, but from the road sign just past, the highway entrance of Shicheng County is just 10 kilometers ahead. This distance is either just out of the county or in the county, because this place is very close to the county, and the vehicle's fuel is not enough to pass through the county. If they encounter danger on the way, they don't even have the tools to escape. It was because of this consideration that Wang Hao had to stop the vehicle. "Wait here, I go see if I can find a gas station or something. Wang Hao unbuckled his seatbelt, picked up his black knife, and got out of the car. Sun Bo followed him, took off the Type 81 rifle from his shoulder, and handed it to him, saying, "Brother Wang, you carry this gun, it's better than a knife anyway." "Thank you. Keep the gun for self-defense. You forgot I still have a Type 54 rifle here." Wang Hao smiled and patted his waist. "Why don't we switch? After all, if you want to go deep into dangerous places, fully automatic weapons are always more practical than pistols." Sun Bo said again. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Wang Hao was a little touched. He smiled and patted Sun Bo's shoulder, then turned and walked forward along the road. Sun Bo hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Wang Hao had walked away, his Adam's apple moved, and the words that were about to come to his mouth were swallowed back again. Chapter 293. Wang Hao walked forward, and what surprised him was that he didn't encounter a single zombie along the way, and the closer he got to the county town, the quieter it became. Why is it so quiet? The further he walked, the more strange it felt to Wang Hao. Although there were abandoned vehicles and human remains everywhere, he couldn't see a single zombie. At this time, Wang Hao had already entered the county town, and the buildings on both sides of the road gradually increased. Everything around him was no different from other cities, all of which were desolate and decadent. The only difference was that there were no unique products in this environment. Zombies. Although he felt strange in his heart, Wang Hao didn't dare to delay at all. When passing a large roundabout, Wang Hao finally found a medium-sized gas station, which was full of various vehicles waiting to refuel, but at this time, each car was covered with dust, and the car was empty. But the habit he developed along the way still made Wang Hao alert instantly, and he drew out his black knife and walked into the gas station carefully. The oil guns on the 6 gas pumps in front and behind all fell to the ground, and the gas card of the gas station attendant was still inserted in the gas pump. Wang Hao found an empty oil can in the business hall and tried all 6 oil guns one by one, but no oil came out. This was expected by Wang Hao. He checked all the gasoline vehicles in the gas station one by one, regardless of the type of gasoline, and finally managed to extract a bottom of the can. Looking at the bottom of gasoline in the transparent plastic can, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. This amount might not be enough for a Ferrari to run 1 kilometer. It has been so long since the disaster, and under the influence of the high temperature for several days, the oil in other abandoned vehicles has probably evaporated. What should I do? Carrying an empty oil bottle, Wang Hao frowned and stood outside the gas station, looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he found a car parts store not far away. He walked over quickly with a glimmer of hope. But the result disappointed Wang Hao. Apart from various auto parts scattered on the ground, he did not find a drop of oil, not even lubricating oil and engine oil. In desperation, he had to retreat and then look forward. He walked to an overpass, but Wang Hao did not find anything useful, nor did he see any zombies. Raising his hand and looking at the yellowish oil, Wang Hao suddenly felt desperate, but he had come here, and he couldn't bear to give up. But he did not continue to move forward, but walked along the approach bridge next to him to the overpass. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that this 2-way 4-lane small overpass was filled with all kinds of abandoned vehicles. The overpass was already under the heavy pressure, and several places had cracks as thick as thumbs. Wang Hao was frightened and immediately accelerated to leave the overpass. Not far from the overpass was the only commercial plaza in Shicheng County, which was located in the center of the city. Wang Hao walked carefully along the way, always keeping vigilant in the middle of the road. There were shops on both sides of the street, one next to the other, but now they had lost their former prosperity and bustle, and were replaced by dilapidated and desolate. Looking at those dark stores, Wang Hao actually hoped that a few zombies would come out of them, even if there was only one, but along the way, the whole world was quiet. Except for the scorching sun above his head, and the slight gust of wind, he didn't see anything related to life. Human beings are social animals. If one day you suddenly put them in an environment without people, no matter how strong their psychological quality is, they will gradually collapse. Wang Hao is in such a state now. Standing in the messy commercial square, looking at the familiar high-rise buildings and various urban facilities around him, Wang Hao was a little lost for a while. He didn't know where to go. At this time, a breeze blew, and a brand new 100 yuan bill came from somewhere and fell in front of Wang Hao's feet. Looking at the tempting color, Wang Hao's heart moved. He bent down to pick it up, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it for a long time, and then held it up in the sun and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he smiled bitterly and threw it away. I once fought for it, and was laughed at by others. Although I still feel moved now, It has become worthless, and can't even buy a grain of rice. Oh, what a great irony. Wang Hao couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. When I needed you, you were in someone else's pocket. Now that I don't need you anymore, you throw yourself into my arms again and again. Haha, it's really ridiculous. Huh? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly tightened. In a trance, he seemed to see a figure flashing in the shop opposite. He ran over immediately. The place where the figure appeared was a gold shop. The two glass doors of the gold shop were broken to the ground, and the gold jewelry on the counter was scattered all over the floor. The door behind the counter was shaking slightly at this moment. Is there someone inside? Wang Hao suppressed his excitement and asked. Come out, I won't hurt you. After a long time without response, Wang Hao continued. Still no response for a long time. Wang Hao frowned, gently put down the oil bottle, drew out the black knife, just about to go forward but suddenly thought of something. So he stopped again. We are just passing by. Now the vehicle is out of gas. Can you tell me where to find gasoline? After waiting for a while, there was still no response from inside the door. Wang Hao then continued. I don't care who you are. I am not interested in you. What I need is gasoline. You don't have to come out. Just tell me where to find gasoline and I will leave. In exchange, I still have a few sausages here. As long as you tell me, I will leave them for you. Wang Hao took out 5 King of Kings sausages from his arms, which were secretly stuffed to him by Louis before leaving, and he had never been willing to eat them, but he didn't expect them to come in handy now. I put them on the counter for you now. As long as you tell me where to find gasoline, I will leave immediately. Wang Hao put the 5 sausages in his hand on the counter as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao was about to speak when he saw that the other party still did not respond. Suddenly, a female voice came from the door. If you throw the sausage in, I will believe you. Wang Hao was stunned. He did not expect that there was a woman in the door, and from her voice, she should not be very old. It was no wonder that she refused to show up for a long time. Okay, I will throw it to you now. Wang Hao responded casually, picked up the sausage on the counter, and threw it directly into the dark door. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps, but then, there was no movement. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Wang Hao could not help but frown. Can you tell me now? As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, there was a bang sound from inside the door, as if someone jumped down from a high place. Wang Hao immediately realized that the other party was running away, and immediately rushed in. A small window with light appeared in front of Wang Hao above the dark room. Wang Hao cursed in his heart and quickly chased after him. The window was just big enough for Wang Hao to barely pass through. After climbing out of the window, Wang Hao saw the thin back of the person who was running desperately. Chapter 294. Stop! Wang Hao roared and chased after her. The figure looked back after hearing the shout and sped up again. But Wang Hao soon grabbed her by the collar. Why are you running? Wang Hao let go of the woman's collar with a sullen look on his face. The woman was disheveled and her age was unclear. She was wearing a loose sweater, jeans and sneakers. There was no clean spot on her body. When Wang Hao caught her, her face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. One hand tightly grasped the 5 sausages that Wang Hao had thrown to her. As soon as Wang Hao let go, the woman sat down on the ground. Faced with Wang Hao's questioning, the woman just stared at him, her chest heaving violently, and she never spoke. Forget it, I give you the sausage. Wang Hao looked at her for a long time, but in the end, he had no choice but to turn around and walk back. At this moment, the woman suddenly called him. I know a place that sells contraband oil, but I can't guarantee that it will be there. Oh! Where is it? Wang Hao frowned and turned around. Just in front. The woman pointed to a bungalow area not far away. Wang Hao looked in the direction she pointed. It seemed to be an old city. As we all know, the terrain of old city areas is generally relatively complex. This is the result of continuous reconstruction by generations over the years. If such an area were in other cities, Wang Hao might think twice, but facing this empty city, he had no scruples. Get up, take me there now. Wang Hao stretched out his hand to the woman, wanting to pull her, but the woman became alert in an instant, and immediately got up from the ground and took several steps back. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to find gasoline as soon as possible and leave here. Wang Hao seemed to remember something when he said this, and then frowned and looked at the woman and said, Why can't you see even one zombie here? There were some, but they have been slowly decreasing since a week ago. The woman said. Oh! Wang Hao was surprised when he heard this. Is someone hunting them? The woman shook her head, also full of doubts. I don't know. I just found that they all gathered in one direction, and I didn't dare to follow them to see. In which direction? Wang Hao frowned and asked. The woman pointed in the direction of Lei City, and Wang Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Sure enough, I guessed it right. What? The woman looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled look. Oh, nothing. How far is it? Wang Hao hurriedly changed the subject. He didn't want to bring despair to everyone. While talking, the two had already walked into a wide alley in the old city, just in front. The woman pointed forward. Wang Hao looked in the direction of her finger, then quickened his pace and walked forward. Where are you from? After a brief conversation, the woman had relaxed her vigilance against Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao quicken his pace, she ran a few steps to catch up. Luai City, Wang Hao said. The woman was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then hurriedly asked, Then did you see the group of corpses going out from our direction? No. At this moment, Wang Hao only wanted to find gasoline as soon as possible, and then rush back to the villa as quickly as possible, and did not pay any attention to the woman's lost look. The two soon arrived at the courtyard where the woman said that the oil was sold illegally. The gate was locked several times with a large iron chain, and two dusty generals were hung on it. Isn't it raining here? Wang Hao asked puzzledly when he saw the dust above. Oh! What did you say? The woman seemed absent-minded at this time, and she came back to her senses after hearing Wang Hao's voice. Isn't it raining here recently? Wang Hao frowned and repeated it again. No, there hasn't been a drop of rain since the disaster, the woman said. Wang Hao nodded, then took out his pistol and fired 2 shots at the 2 generals on the iron chain, and the big lock fell off. Have you killed zombies? The woman asked at this time. Yes, what's wrong? Wang Hao turned his head and glanced at her, and casually pulled out the iron chain tied to the door knocker with a clatter. I haven't killed anyone. The woman's expression suddenly became heavy. Wang Hao only noticed the woman's expression at this time, and couldn't help but feel curious. Then how did you survive until now? My family runs a supermarket, and there is a warehouse in the backyard. I have been hiding there since the disaster. The woman's voice choked a little. Wang Hao immediately guessed the woman's experience, and didn't continue to ask questions. He pulled out the iron chain and pushed the door open. A refueling truck modified from a photon double-row small truck suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao was overjoyed and immediately checked the refueling truck. There was still 1/3 of fuel left in the tank. Wang Hao smelled it, and it was gasoline. This 1/3 of fuel was enough for them to return to the villa. Wang Hao immediately decided to give up the Ferrari. Although it was fast and powerful, it was a sports car after all. It was not as good as the Photon Double Row in terms of off-road performance and interior space. The most important thing was that Wang Hao was attracted by the oil tank behind it. Now that the disaster has passed for several months, most of the gas stations have been looted by other survivors. Even if they are lucky enough to avoid it, the gas pumps cannot work without electricity. If you want to refuel, you have to break open the oil tanks buried deep underground. It is time-consuming and laborious. What if the oil has already evaporated after breaking it? Isn't it a waste of time? Combining all the factors considered, this 70% to 80% new Photon double-row gas truck is the best choice. After making up his mind, Wang Hao immediately searched all the large and small oil barrels in the yard. After successfully finding the key to the vehicle in the house, Wang Hao started the vehicle. Seeing the woman still standing under the car, he called her to get in. The woman hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the door and got in. Wang Hao then drove the vehicle out of the courtyard gate. When he learned where they parked, the woman pointed out a shortcut. Following the woman's route, Wang Hao saw the Ferrari parked on the roadside in less than 10 minutes. Sun Bo was waiting there anxiously. Seeing a strange vehicle approaching, Sun Bo immediately turned around and squatted on the other side of the Ferrari, and pulled the bolt to aim at Wang Hao's car with the vehicle as a cover. When the vehicle approached, Sun Bo ran over immediately when he saw that it was the vehicle driven by Wang Hao. Brother Wang, you are back. I was so anxious that I thought. As soon as Wang Hao stopped the car, Sun Bo ran to the door. When he saw another person sitting in the passenger seat, he immediately looked puzzled. Who is this? Chapter 295. Wang Hao did not ask the woman's name along the way, and the woman did not introduce herself. Now that Sun Bo asked, Wang Hao had to look at the woman. Oh, my name is Yinan, the woman said absent-mindedly. Hello, my name is Sun Bo, Sun Bo said hurriedly. Oh. From the time she got on the car until now, Yinan seemed to be worried, and she always held the 5 sausages that Wang Hao had given her in her hand. My name is Wang Hao, and there is another person in the car. After introducing himself, Wang Hao then introduced the current situation to Yinan. Yinan nodded after listening. Her eyes were always erratic, as if something was holding her back in her heart. Sun Bo then carried Dr. Zhang, who was still unconscious, to the back seat of the refueling truck. After he got on the car, the vehicle started and drove towards the county town. With Yi Nan, a local guide, Wang Hao quickly found the entrance to the highway. After all, it was a county town, and the environment of the toll station was naturally not as complicated as that of Lezay City. He passed the toll station smoothly and drove over the ramp. The vehicle then accelerated and drove towards Yao County. No one spoke along the way. Yi Nan kept turning his head to look out the window, and Sun Bo fell asleep against the window of one side not long after driving on the highway. Dr. Zhang still had no intention of waking up. He was still the same as when Sun Bo carried him to the seat. The vehicle was moving at high speed, and the scenery on both sides was fleeting. Wang Hao, who had not closed his eyes for a day and a night, gradually felt sleepy under the urging of the sun. He was about to wake up Sun Bo and let him drive. Just as Wang Hao was about to pull the vehicle over, a military truck suddenly appeared behind a big bin 500 meters ahead, with a blue flag embroidered with a butterfly pattern fluttering on the roof. Butterfly convoy? Wang Hao was startled, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. Yi Nan also frowned and looked over, with a surprised expression on his face. Wang Hao frowned and slowly accelerated the vehicle. At this time, 5 or 6 troop carriers and assault vehicles appeared one after another following the lead vehicle, and following these vehicles were 3 flatbed semi-trailers carrying Type 99 tanks. When Wang Hao and Yi Nan saw the 3 majestic Type 99 tanks on the semi-trailers, their faces showed different degrees of shock. The refueling truck quickly drove to the front, and at the same time the convoy slowly stopped. They did not show too much panic, and it seemed that they had already observed the refueling truck inside and out. At this time, a black Wrangler passed the lead vehicle and inserted diagonally between the 2 vehicles. After the door opened, Lisa, who was wearing a black combat uniform, walked down. Wang Hao also opened the door and jumped down. "Mr. Wang, who is she?" Lisa glanced at Yi Nan in the car, took off her sunglasses, and asked Wang Hao. "Her name is Yi Nan, a survivor I met in Shicheng." Wang Hao looked back at Yi Nan and said, "Where are Mike and the others?" Lisa seemed to ask casually, not caring who Yi Nan was. Wang Hao then told the story. "You said the Queen Bee is in your car?" Lisa's eyes lit up when she heard it. Wang Hao nodded, and Lisa quickly stepped forward and opened the car door. Ignoring Sun Bo seeing Dr. Zhang in a coma, she first raised his head to look at him, and after confirming his identity, she reached out to test his breath and carotid artery, and her face became excited. "Come here, take him back to the base right away." Lisa turned around and called the big men behind her. The big men then carried Dr. Zhang out and walked towards an assault vehicle in the middle. "Mr. Wang, you've worked hard." Lisa walked up to Wang Hao and said, looking at the figures of the people leaving. "It's not hard work. Have I completed my mission?" Wang Hao said. He just wanted to rush back to the villa immediately. "Of course, and it's excellent." Lisa nodded. "Then can we go back now?" Wang Hao asked again. "There's one more thing I need to trouble Mr. Wang." Lisa frowned. "You want me to go with you to save Mike and the others?" Wang Hao immediately guessed the other party's hidden meaning. "You are really smart, that's what I mean." Lisa nodded. "How do you want to save them?" Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and looked at her. "I will tell you when the time comes, now you just need to follow us." Lisa said. "I need 3 fully automatic rifles and enough bullets." Wang Hao made the conditions. "This is easy." Lisa turned around and shouted to a bearded foreign man wearing sunglasses behind her without hesitation. "John, go get 3 M16s and 6 spare magazines, and also some food and drinking water." The bearded man nodded and left. Lisa looked at Wang Hao and said, "Mr. Wang, there is something I have always wanted to ask you, and I hope you can tell me the truth." "Oh, what is it?" Wang Hao frowned and looked at her. "Have you seen photos of my grandmother when she was young?" Lisa asked after a pause. Wang Hao looked at her with some surprise and said, "Are you talking about the black and white photo that Xiaomo asked me to see?" Lisa nodded, her eyes full of hope. "Is the foreign woman in the photo really your grandmother?" Wang Hao was shocked. Although he had made such a guess before, he was still shocked when the fact was confirmed. "Yes, the foreign girl in the photo is my grandmother back then," Lisa said. "That photo is of Xiaomo. He just let me take a look. I don't know what happened." Wang Hao shook his head. "That's not what I want to ask. I want to know who Xiaomo is," Lisa said. "We only met after the disaster. I don't know about Xiaomo's past, and he has lost his memory. You can ask your grandmother. She will definitely know," Wang Hao said. "My grandma." Lisa stopped talking here, as if she had something to hide. Forget it, I knew it was useless to ask you. Miss, I've got all the things. At this time, the bearded man came over with 3 M16 rifles and a big black plastic bag. Give it to him. Lisa glared at Wang Hao unhappily and turned back to her car. After taking the things, Wang Hao was puzzled and stood there for a while. When he saw the Wrangler speeding away, he came back to his senses. The bearded man did not leave. After Lisa's Wrangler left, he looked at Wang Hao and said in Mandarin, Mr. Wang, please follow my car and don't play tricks, otherwise I will immediately use this thing to notify Denzel to do what he should do. The bearded man raised the satellite phone in his hand. Chapter 296. The bearded man's behavior immediately reminded Wang Hao of Yuan Bingqi before. He could not help but get angry. He looked at him coldly and turned back to the car. After getting in the car, Wang Hao gradually calmed down as he looked at the bearded man's back. After distributing weapons and food to the two, the convoy had already started. The bearded man was driving a troop carrier, and Wang Hao immediately inserted behind him. After driving a distance, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something, turned his head and looked at Yi Nan in the co-pilot, and asked, Can you shoot? Yi Nan was chewing the bread in his hand at this time. After hearing this, he shook his head, and continued to chew with his cheeks puffed up. Sun Bo, you teach her. Wang Hao glanced at Sun Bo in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Sun Bo's cheeks were also puffed up. After hearing Wang Hao's words, he immediately responded, wrapped the bread in his hand and put it in his arms, drank a sip of water, and leaned over to explain to Yi Nan. Because there were many vehicles in the convoy and 3 heavy semi-trailers were trailing, the speed was naturally much slower. Wang Hao and his team were in the 3rd car. In front of them was the troop carrier driven by the bearded man, and the military truck was still in the lead. The convoy was moving slowly forward. Half an hour later, Wang Hao saw Lisa's black Wrangler on the side of the road. She was leaning on the front of the car and smoking. Until the whole convoy passed, Wang Hao did not see her catch up. The convoy was still driving slowly. Wang Hao's mind kept flashing with Lisa's last expression of wanting to say something, but not being able to. He made all kinds of guesses in his mind. He thought of Xiao Mo's life experience, then thought of Han Ma, who had a kind face, but was full of ambition, and then thought of Dr. Zhang, whom they called the Queen Bee. All of these seemed to have nothing to do with each other, but they could always be connected. With both hands on the steering wheel, Wang Hao's mind was getting more and more confused. Suddenly, Sun Bo's scream immediately brought Wang Hao back to his senses. He immediately stepped on the brake, and the coldness on his palms immediately emerged. At this time, the tanker truck was only a fist away from the car in front. If it reacted a little slower, it would have caught up with the car in front on the spot. Fortunately, the speed was not fast. After hearing Sun Bo shout, Wang Hao stepped on the brakes immediately, thus avoiding a disaster. Why did it stop? Wang Hao quickly gathered his thoughts and looked outside. He saw the bearded man walking towards him. When he saw the distance between the 2 cars, the bearded man frowned, walked to the car window and said, Mr. Wang, Miss Lisa asked you to come over. What's the matter? Wang Hao hesitated. Miss Lisa asked you to get in her car and lead the way, the bearded man said. Wang Hao heard this, and then noticed that they had already arrived at the highway toll gate of Lei City. The bodies of the dozen zombies not far away were still lying there quietly, but the blood on the ground had dried up and turned into purple-black pieces. Sun Bo, you drive, you must follow closely. Wang Hao turned around and told Sun Bo, then opened the car door and jumped out. After passing the 2 cars blocking the front, Wang Hao saw the black Wrangler parked in front. He had been distracted before, and didn't notice when Lisa overtook them. Seeing Wang Hao coming from the rearview mirror, Lisa also opened the car door and got out, looking at Wang Hao. You drive. She walked directly to the co-pilot's seat. Miss Lisa. Wang Hao hurriedly called her. What's wrong? Lisa, who had already walked to the front of the car, frowned and stopped, turned around and looked at Wang Hao. You want to cross the city? Wang Hao frowned and asked. Lisa nodded, frowned and asked back, What's the problem? I suddenly remembered what Ben said. Wang Hao said. Oh. What? Lisa seemed a little surprised. He said there was something wrong. Wang Hao frowned. What place? Lisa looked at him puzzled. A shopping mall in the city. That's why we chose to take a long detour, Wang Hao said. Lisa frowned and pondered for a moment, then asked again, Did he say what was wrong? No, Wang Hao shook his head, he just said that this was his feeling. Feeling? Lisa frowned and pondered again. At this time, the bearded man suddenly ran over with a satellite phone. Miss Lisa, the boss's call. Lisa glanced at him, took the phone and turned to walk away. Mr. Wang, my boss asked me to tell you that if you can help Miss Lisa get the experimental data this time, she will give you the base that you destroyed before, including the zombie army and enough supplies to sustain you for 3 years. In the future, we will be an alliance and help each other. The bearded man said to Wang Hao in stiff Mandarin. Wang Hao frowned when he heard it, and thought to himself, experimental data. What kind of data is this? What is it about? Tracker? Or something else? When Wang Hao was frowning and thinking, Lisa came over after answering the phone. After returning the satellite phone to the bearded man, she looked at Wang Hao and said, I think John has told you what my grandmother meant. Mr. Wang, what is your answer? Wang Hao pondered for a moment, looked up at Lisa and said, I want to know what the data is about. Lisa glanced at Wang Hao coldly and said, I don't understand why Grandma would cooperate with you, a person who is afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. It's a waste of time. Wang Hao said lightly, Miss Lisa, aren't you wasting time now? You? Lisa's face suddenly changed, and she glared at Wang Hao fiercely. She turned around and went around to the passenger side. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't move for a long time, she controlled her emotions and said, Are you getting in the car? Wang Hao didn't say anything, but still went forward and opened the door of the driver's cab. How'd it go? After Lisa angrily slapped the door, Wang Hao turned around and asked with both hands holding the steering wheel. Follow your previous route. Lisa glanced at Wang Hao unhappily, and turned her eyes to the window. Wang Hao stopped talking, and then started the car and drove forward, and the convoy behind him also slowly set off. After passing the toll station, Wang Hao followed the route he and Ben had taken and quickly entered the urban area of Lei City. Everything was the same as before, except that they had passed through several streets in a row without encountering a single zombie. At this time, not only Wang Hao, but Lisa was also full of doubts. After walking for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, Why aren't there any zombies on the street? Was it the same when you came here yesterday? Chapter 297. Wang Hao shook his head. Although we didn't encounter a large group of zombies when we came here yesterday, we still encountered a lot of wandering zombies, unlike today, when we walked for so long and didn't encounter any. Is this the same as what you saw in Shicheng County before? Lisa asked again. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and frowned and said, I think the disappearance of these zombies is likely related to the commander. Lisa heard this and stopped talking. Her face was solemn. Miss Lisa, the intersection ahead is the place I told you about. Do you think we should go straight or take a detour? Wang Hao slowly slowed down the vehicle and stopped, turning to ask Lisa for her opinion. Lisa frowned and looked at the strange big crossroads ahead. After a while, she picked up the walkie-talkie hanging in front of the workbench and shouted, All team members immediately enter combat status, tanks lead the way, and other vehicles follow behind me. A response came from the walkie-talkie immediately. I want to see what's wrong with that place. Lisa pulled out a silver M36 revolver from her waist. Wang Hao looked at his M16 rifle again, and was immediately puzzled. Lisa and Han Ma said that they came before the disaster, but at that time, the gun control in our country was very strict. It was difficult for private individuals to bring guns into the country, not to mention that these were the equipment of foreign regular armies. Wang Hao thought of this and asked, Ms. Lisa, these guns are not made in China. How did you get them in? Lisa was alert when she heard this. Why are you asking these questions? Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious, Wang Hao said calmly. Our country has strict control over guns, and you are foreigners, so it is even more impossible for you to bring these equipment into the country. We have our own ways, and these are not your problems to worry about. Lisa's face relaxed a little, and she replied to Wang Hao unhappily, then pushed open the car door and walked down. At this time, the tank behind had already driven down from the semi-trailer, and was slowly moving forward. After Lisa got off the car, Wang Hao saw through the rearview mirror that several people led by a bearded man quickly surrounded them. There were foreigners and locals among them. Lisa seemed to be telling them something, and they all nodded repeatedly with serious faces. Although the road ahead was full of abandoned vehicles, it did not affect the traffic. After Lisa had given instructions to the bearded men, she returned to the car. After the 3 tanks passed them by a distance, Wang Hao slowly started the car and followed them. At this time, Lisa was holding a walkie-talkie and issuing instructions to the leading tank in English. Wang Hao's English level was average, and he could only hear the general meaning, which was nothing more than asking the front car to carefully observe the surrounding situation. After more than 10 minutes, the convoy gradually drove into the intersection. At this time, Wang Hao found that the 3 tanks in front of him had turned their gun barrels to different directions. At the same time, Wang Hao found through the rearview mirror that the bearded men's military trucks following them had also set up heavy machine guns. At this time, every car and every person were ready for the war. The leading tank slowly passed the intersection and entered the opposite street. It was very close to the mall that Ben felt was abnormal. Wang Hao's palms were full of sweat, and Lisa's face was also full of tension. However, after all three tanks passed the mall, nothing around them changed, and the information from the front also proved this point. Wang Hao couldn't help but doubt Ben's feeling, and Lisa's expression gradually relaxed at this time. When passing the mall, Wang Hao and Lisa looked over at the same time. Until they passed it completely, Wang Hao didn't see any abnormality, and Lisa was even more so. She simply stopped looking, retracted her gaze, leaned her head on the seat, and thought of other things. After passing the mall, the convoy was still moving forward slowly. The street after the intersection seemed to be a main street. The convoy had been moving forward for 5 or 6 kilometers, and still couldn't see the end. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown at this time. He vaguely remembered that after passing this intersection, there would be a right turn road 3 intersections ahead. After entering there, he would pass through a residential area and walk 2 streets to reach Jiuxin steel plant. But now, he has walked nearly 5 or 6 kilometers without passing even one intersection. What's going on? After discovering something was wrong, Wang Hao took out the map and unfolded it on the steering wheel while driving the car. What are you looking at? Hearing the sound of Wang Hao unfolding the map, Lisa turned her head and looked at him curiously. I remember that the map said that after passing the intersection just now, you can turn right after walking 3 intersections forward, but... When Wang Hao said this, he was surprised when he looked at the map. He looked around and stepped on the brake. Lisa leaned forward and leaned heavily on the seat. What are you doing? Lisa said with a look of anger. We didn't take the wrong road. Why can't we see the intersection? Wang Hao said with a look of surprise. Lisa frowned and took the intercom to inform everyone not to panic and asked the convoy to stop. After seeing the Wrangler stop, before Lisa could speak, the convoy behind had stopped one after another, but the 3 tanks in front were still moving slowly in a straight line. Lisa pressed the talk button again to call the tank driver, but she called several times in a row, and the 3 tanks had no intention of stopping and were still moving slowly forward. Lisa cursed in English, and then picked up the intercom and gave an order to one of the vehicles in Mandarin, asking him to catch up with the tank. After hanging up the intercom, an assault vehicle soon passed Wang Hao and drove quickly towards the 3 tanks. Lisa took Wang Hao's map and asked, Where are we now? Here. Wang Hao pointed to the middle. After seeing the location he pointed to, Lisa looked at the buildings on both sides of the street and immediately showed confusion in her eyes. How could this be? Isn't the opposite of Zealand Hospital the location of the 3rd intersection? Why is it not there? This is exactly why I am confused. The map must be correct. Wang Hao looked at the building on the left side of the street with a serious face, Zealand Hospital. 4 large red characters appeared prominently on the building, and at this time, they emitted a strange light in the sun. Chapter 298. Just when Wang Hao and the other 2 were puzzled, a gust of wind suddenly swept past, rolling a white plastic bag into the air, and it floated away with the wind. What's that smell? Why is it so smelly? Lisa frowned immediately, covered her nose with one hand, and quickly raised the car window with the other hand. Wang Hao also smelled the stench at this time, and his face suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, This is the stench of a corpse. The stench of a corpse? Lisa looked at him in surprise. Why is there a stench of a corpse in this place? It was brought here by this gust of wind, and the corpse should be nearby. Wang Hao's face suddenly became solemn. At this moment, Lisa's walkie-talkie suddenly rang, but then, there was no sound. At this time, the assault vehicle had long disappeared, and the 3 tanks were still moving slowly, with no intention of stopping at all. Seeing this, Lisa quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, but there was no response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What's going on? Lisa looked at Wang Hao in panic. Something must have gone wrong. Hurry up and notify the car behind. Looking at the 3 tanks that were getting farther and farther away from them, a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly enveloped Wang Hao's heart. Lisa heard this and hurriedly shouted to the car behind, but 2 minutes passed, and there was no response from the car behind. Lisa's face suddenly became tense. She looked at the rearview mirror, took out her pistol, and was about to push the door to get out of the car. Wang Hao saw this and hurriedly pulled her back. Don't get off. Lisa was stunned and looked back at him and said, Why? Ben is right. This place is not normal. Let's leave quickly. Wang Hao looked back and quickly turned the steering wheel to turn the car around. When they saw the driver of the car behind them, their faces turned pale. The driver of the military truck following behind them was standing straight and looking forward, and the bearded man beside him seemed to be frozen, with his mouth facing the walkie-talkie and his whole body motionless. The scene in front of him immediately reminded Wang Hao of the appearance of the zombies when the commander appeared before. Not good. Wang Hao quickly accelerated to drive towards their refueling truck, but when he drove closer, he was surprised to find that the cab was empty, and there was no shadow of Sun Bo and Yinan. Where are they? Lisa was also surprised. Wang Hao then drove to the car behind him, and there was no one in the cab either. The fifth, sixth, until the last car, no one was seen in the cab. What is going on? Lisa's emotions collapsed in an instant. Don't worry about what's going on, just leave here first. Wang Hao was about to drive, when Lisa suddenly pointed to the front and said in surprise, they are there. Looking in the direction of Lisa's finger, Wang Hao's face suddenly changed. He saw dozens of figures mechanically walking in one direction in the parking lot of the shopping mall on one side of the intersection. Without time to think, Wang Hao immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. As the distance increased, Wang Hao found the figures of Sun Bo and Yinan in the crowd, but at this time, the two had no expression on their faces, their eyes were empty, and their legs were mechanically moving forward, and the people around them were the same. How could this happen? Lisa was terrified. Wang Hao quickly drove the car closer to the crowd, but at this moment, he saw a tall figure slowly walking out from one side of the mall. It's it! Wang Hao's face tightened. It was impossible to save Sun Bo and Yinan at this time. If he wanted to survive, he had to leave immediately. He looked around, turned the steering wheel quickly, stepped on the accelerator, and drove quickly to the other side of the intersection. Is that the commander you mentioned? Lisa turned her head and looked at the rear window in horror. Yes, it's it. The vehicle had already left the mall. Wang Hao looked at the rearview mirror and found that the commander ignored the butterfly team members rushing towards it after walking out of the mall, and walked directly towards Wang Hao and his team from the crowd that gradually gave way. Its target is us. Lisa turned around nervously. Wang Hao frowned, said nothing, and kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 loud noises came from the direction of the previous street. Before Wang Hao could react, a red light suddenly flashed 10 meters behind their vehicle, and there was another loud noise. Affected by the shock wave, the rear of the vehicle left the ground immediately. Wang Hao quickly turned the steering wheel left and right to stabilize the vehicle. After the tires and the ground made a harsh friction sound, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator again. However, at this moment, another bomb whistled. Wang Hao turned his head and saw a black shadow flying towards them from midair. In a flash, Wang Hao suddenly stepped on the brakes, squeak. The 4 tires of the Wrangler stopped turning immediately, and the body of the car slid diagonally for several meters before gradually stopping. Just as the vehicle stopped, a whistling sound came, and a black shadow quickly hit the place 5 meters away from the front of the car. At the same time as the red light flashed, a loud noise came, and a heat wave directly lifted the vehicle to a height of 2 or 3 meters. After turning 2 circles in the air, it fell several meters away with 4 wheels facing up. Ahem. Wang Hao immediately felt the blood surging in his chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up from his throat with his cough. Lisa, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was covered in blood at this time, and her clothes were cut into several large holes, revealing her snow-white skin. Miss Lisa. Wang Hao called her name several times in a row, and Lisa's slightly closed eyes finally opened. Miss Lisa, how are you? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. I'm fine, Lisa said weakly. Wang Hao saw a big wound on her forehead, which was constantly bleeding. Wait, I save you. Wang Hao turned around, kicked the car door open, climbed out, and quickly turned to the passenger side. He pulled open the deformed car door and carefully dragged Lisa out. Just as he dragged Lisa out of the car, there was another whistle. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it. He quickly picked up Lisa and ran. Boom! A ball of red light flashed, and Wang Hao only felt a heat wave behind him. His body flew out involuntarily. He quickly hugged Lisa's body and protected her head with his arms. At the moment of landing, Wang Hao suddenly felt severe pain in his back and shoulders. The parts fell on Wang Hao and around him. Chapter 299. After the explosion, Wang Hao ignored the pain in his body and quickly stood up, picked up Lisa, and rushed into an alley not far away. Just as they rushed into the alley, there was another loud noise behind them. After entering the alley, Wang Hao ran to the end without hesitation. Just after running a distance, Wang Hao felt numbness in his limbs. His legs softened, and he threw Lisa away, and he fell to the ground. After being thrown, Lisa's consciousness suddenly became clear. She turned around, and saw Wang Hao falling to the ground. She quickly got up and ran over. "Are you okay?" Lisa didn't care about the wound on her head, and quickly helped Wang Hao up from the ground. "You can still hold on, hurry up." Wang Hao endured the severe pain, and finally stood up in front of Lisa with her help. Lisa nodded, supported Wang Hao, and the two quickly walked to the end of the alley. At the same time, the commander paused slightly after seeing the vehicle that was heading to Wang Hao and his team being blown up. His brown eyeballs suddenly shrank, and he saw a tiny figure holding another figure and quickly running into the alley. He immediately let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, and quickened his pace to walk towards the alley. As the roar sounded, countless zombies slowly poured out of a very secret large factory in Lazy City like a tide, spreading around the mall. With Lisa's support, the two finally walked out of the alley, and a horizontal street appeared in front of them, surrounded by high-rise buildings one after another. Which direction to go? Looking at the streets on both sides, Lisa was a little undecided. "The left is the direction we came from, go left," Wang Hao said with a pale face. At this time, blood had soaked his back, and there were bleeding spots on his limbs. Lisa was about to help Wang Hao walk, but suddenly she felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Wang Hao saw this, and quickly supported her with his backhand. "Let's find a place to stop the bleeding first. If we keep going like this, it won't be long before both of us will lose blood and go into shock." "I'm fine." Lisa struggled to break free from Wang Hao's hand, and stretched out her hand to hold the lamppost next to her to barely stand. "There's a tricycle over there, wait for me to ride it." Wang Hao found a human-powered tricycle that had overturned on the ground not far away, and immediately walked over despite the severe pain. Lisa hurriedly followed him, but she just took a few steps and her body went limp. "Lie down and don't move." Wang Hao looked back at her, quickened his pace, and walked to the front of the tricycle. It took a lot of effort to turn it over. He immediately supported the tricycle, and walked to Lisa's side. He first tore off a piece of clothing to cover her wound, and then supported Lisa's arm with great effort. Fortunately, Lisa was still conscious at this time, and finally insisted on sitting on the tricycle with the help of Wang Hao. After trying several times, Wang Hao finally got on the tricycle, but when he wanted to lift his legs again and put his feet on the pedals, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his legs even a little bit. After trying several times without success, Wang Hao tried to lift with both hands. Fortunately, after a few tries, he finally put his feet on the pedals. In such a short time, Wang Hao's feet had left a large pool of blood. Looking back at Lisa, whose consciousness was already blurry, Wang Hao turned the front of the car with great effort. He pressed his left leg down with both hands and felt a sharp pain. Sweat beads the size of soybeans immediately rolled down his face. Fortunately, the terrain was high on the right and low on the left. After turning left, the tricycle slid down by inertia. Wang Hao held the handlebars tightly with both hands and looked around, hoping to find a pharmacy or clinic. If he continued like this, he and Lisa would faint from excessive blood loss in less than an hour. Wang Hao tried his best to control the sliding speed of the tricycle, turning his head and looking back from time to time, fearing that the commander would catch up. But Wang Hao didn't know at this time that the commander was squatting on the roof of a 7- or 8-story building next to the street, secretly observing their every move. The tricycle was sliding down quickly. A few hundred meters away was the end of the gentle slope, where there was a large residential area. After seeing the residential area, Wang Hao's heart suddenly ignited hope. According to common sense, there would be some pharmacies or clinics around the residential area. Even if there were no such places, he could find a place to hide temporarily, and then think of a way. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. The sun in the sky was scorching the earth like a fireball, and gusts of hot wind blew in his face. Wang Hao on the tricycle gradually felt his eyelids become heavier as if filled with lead under the gusts of hot wind, but the remaining consciousness in his brain told him that he must not fall asleep at this time, otherwise he would die. Under this seemingly conscious insistence, the tricycle gradually slowed down after a bump, and Wang Hao's consciousness became briefly awake under this bump. He found that he had already driven down a gentle slope, and the inertia of the tricycle was gradually dissipating, and it began to slow down, and finally stopped slowly after more than 10 meters. After looking around for a long time, he did not find a pharmacy or clinic, so he had to try to pedal again, and the leg that exerted force suddenly felt a sharp pain. After the pain eased a little, Wang Hao tried to get off the seat again, but his legs still couldn't move. After trying several times without success, Wang Hao simply hugged his head with both hands, and his body tilted and fell directly off the tricycle. The pain in his body stimulated Wang Hao's consciousness, but when he wanted to get up from the ground, he found that it was futile. In desperation, he had to call Lisa. Lisa was in a semi-comatose state at this time. After Wang Hao shouted for a while, she finally opened her eyes. After seeing Wang Hao lying on the ground, she reluctantly walked down with the help of the seat. After all, her legs were not injured. Lisa held the seat with one hand and supported Wang Hao's armpit with the other. Wang Hao also used up his last bit of strength and finally stood up in front of him. He immediately supported the handlebars. However, at this moment, a chaotic roar came faintly from behind. Wang Hao's heart suddenly tightened, and he looked back quickly. He saw that in the middle of the gentle slope, they had just slid down. A large group of dark figures were constantly pouring out from an alley. No, they are chasing us. Wang Hao's face changed drastically, and Lisa's weak face behind him suddenly became nervous. At this moment, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the tricycle. Chapter 300. Wang Hao was startled and turned around hurriedly. He saw two figures, one big and one small, running towards them quickly, each holding a baseball bat. Wang Hao quickly put his hand on the hilt of the knife, and Lisa also pulled out a dagger from her waist. Stop! Who are you? Wang Hao shouted in a deep voice. The two figures stopped immediately after hearing Wang Hao shout. The small figure looked about 15 or 16 years old, and looked very similar to the middle-aged man next to him. They should be father and son. After hearing Wang Hao shout, he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. Dad, they can talk. The middle-aged man nodded, and then looked at Wang Hao and the others vigilantly. Are you injured? It's not what you think. We just had a car accident. Although the father and son in front of him were very vigilant, Wang Hao could see that they had no ill will towards him, but were just acting out of instinct. What's going on with those zombies? The middle-aged man casually pointed at the zombies on the gentle slope with a baseball bat. Instead of showing too much panic, he seemed very calm, including the boy. It's a long story. Do you have anything to stop the bleeding? My friend is seriously injured. Wang Hao looked back at the zombies and turned to the middle-aged man. Seeing that the middle-aged man was a little hesitant, the boy said, Dad, I don't think they are bad guys. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Okay, follow me. Wang Hao was delighted, and as soon as he left the handlebars, his legs softened and he fell down. Lisa bent down to help him, but her eyes went black and she lost consciousness in an instant. The father and son hurried forward. The middle-aged man first carried Lisa onto the tricycle and handed it to the boy to push. Then he carried Wang Hao on his back. The four figures quickly disappeared at the gate of a residential community not far away. After being carried by the middle-aged man, Wang Hao finally relaxed after holding his breath for a long time, and soon fainted on the middle-aged man's back. At the same time, the leading group of corpses had walked down the gentle slope, including the members of the butterfly team, and Sun Bo, and Yinan. On the roof of one side of the group of corpses, the commander's huge body was squatting behind a huge billboard and secretly observing Wang Hao and others. After seeing Wang Hao and Lisa being rescued by the father and son, a trace of doubt appeared in its eyes, as if it had something to worry about. After pondering for a moment, it turned around and left the roof, leaving only the thousands of zombies on the street below slowly surging towards the community. Dad, one of them woke up. I don't know how long he was unconscious. Wang Hao vaguely felt a figure flashing in front of him, and then there was a mess of footsteps, and then several faces appeared in front of him. Hurry up and bring the medicine towel. A voice sounded, and soon Wang Hao felt something warm covering his face, and suddenly a faint smell of medicine permeated his facial features, giving people a very comfortable feeling, and at the same time, it also made Wang Hao's brain gradually become clear. As the medicine towel was taken off, faces appeared clearly in front of Wang Hao. In addition to the father and son, there were several unfamiliar faces, including men and women old and young. You finally woke up. The father looked at Wang Hao with relief, his eyes showing relief. The young man beside him was even more excited. Who are you? Where are you from? At this time, a man in his 30s wearing glasses frowned and looked at Wang Hao and asked, Where is my companion? Wang Hao did not answer him, and suddenly remembered Lisa, who had fainted before him. Don't worry, she is fine, she just hasn't woken up yet. The middle-aged man said. Seeing Wang Hao want to sit up from the bed, he hurriedly held him down. Your injuries are very serious, you can't move now. Thank you, thank you. Wang Hao lay down again, looking at the faces around him with gratitude. You haven't answered my question yet. The man with glasses then spoke again. Xiao Huang, he just woke up, ask if you have anything to say later. The middle-aged man interrupted the man with glasses. It's okay, let him ask, Wang Hao said immediately. Are you really okay? The middle-aged man seemed to be curious about Wang Hao's origins. In fact, not only him, but also the people around him were curious. Wang Hao nodded, looked at the man with glasses and said, We are from H province, and our target is Jiuxin steel plant in your Lezay city. As soon as he said this, the people around him suddenly made a sound of surprise. What is your relationship with Jiuxin? The man with glasses immediately became alert. It doesn't matter. We are here to secretly capture the Queen Bee, Wang Hao said truthfully. Secretly capture the Queen Bee? Not only the man with glasses, but also the faces of the people around him changed, and they all showed horror. Did you guys fire the cannons last night? The middle-aged man interrupted. Wang Hao nodded. This place was not far from the football field, so it was not surprising that they could hear the cannons. Did you catch him? The man with glasses asked again. He has been sent back to our base. Wang Hao judged from the other party's expression and tone that they would definitely not be in the same group as Jiuxin steel plant, so he did not hide it at the moment. Great. If team leader Long heard this news, he would be very happy. A short-haired woman in her 20s next to him immediately became excited after hearing what Wang Hao said. The man with glasses frowned and stopped talking. The middle-aged man asked curiously, Why are there only 2 of you? No, the others are now missing. Wang Hao frowned and looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Do you know the commander? The middle-aged man nodded. His face suddenly became solemn. In the whole Lezay city, only our place is safe. They dare not break in. If it were somewhere else, we would not have time to escape. How could we dare to go out to save you? Oh! Wang Hao was stunned, looked at him puzzled and asked, What do you mean? Is this the commander's forbidden area? You can say that. The middle-aged man nodded, his face also showed a puzzled look, and slowly said, All this is thanks to team leader Long. I don't know what method he used to make those evolved zombies dare not approach our community. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this, and his heart was full of strong curiosity about team leader Long, whom he had never met. The middle-aged man paused, sighed and continued, But this method only works on those evolved zombies, and has no effect on ordinary zombies. The more Wang Hao listened, the more incredible he felt, and his desire to meet team leader Long became stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but ask, Can I meet team leader Long? Chapter 301. He left after treating your injuries 3 days ago, and it will take another 3 days for him to come back, the middle-aged man said. 3 days ago? Wang Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be in a coma for 3 days. Well, it's been 3 days since we rescued you. The middle-aged man said this, with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't expect that in just 3 days, the wounds on both of you have almost healed. I don't know what medicine team leader Long used for you. Wang Hao was shocked again, but he was not surprised by what medicine team leader Long used. Since Xiao Imo injected himself with those unknown liquids, every time he was injured, his wounds healed faster than others. He was now surprised by the middle-aged man's view. Are you saying that my companion is the same as me, and her wounds have healed now? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man nodded, and the healing speed is faster than yours, but he hasn't woken up yet. When the middle-aged man said this, he showed curiosity again and murmured, What medicine did team leader Long use? Why haven't I seen him use it on us before? Wang Hao didn't want to listen to the second half of his words at all. He frowned, and made all kinds of guesses in his heart. What's wrong with you? The middle-aged man came back to his senses, and saw that Wang Hao's face showed abnormality. Oh, nothing, just feel tired. Wang Hao was interrupted, and made a random excuse. Oh well, you sleep a little longer. The middle-aged man immediately opened his mouth to disperse the people around the bed, and he walked away. It was not until everyone dispersed that Wang Hao could see the surrounding environment clearly. It seemed to be a basement or something like that. The space he was lying in was a 4-meter square with a height of less than 3 meters. Behind an arched hole seemed to be a short passage. It was unknown where it led to, but he could faintly hear voices, so he thought it should not be too far away. In this space where Wang Hao was, in addition to Wang Hao's small bed built with wooden boards, there was also a medical trolley parked next to it, which was filled with various medical equipment. This scene reminded him of the environment when he first met Xiao Imo. Then he looked around again. Except for the bare walls, Wang Hao did not see Lisa, and he could not help but get a little anxious. At this moment, the young man and the father and son carefully walked out of the arched hole with a steaming enamel teacup in his hands. My dad asked me to bring this cup of milk to you. The young man carefully placed the scarred enamel cup on a bedside table next to Wang Hao's pillow. Thank you. Where is my companion? Wang Hao asked immediately after thanking him. She is in another basement. Don't worry. My mother and sister are taking care of her, the boy said with a smile. Wang Hao nodded. The boy looked very honest, and didn't seem to be lying. He gradually put his mind at ease, and looked at the boy and asked, What's your name? My name is Luo Feng. I'm 16 years old, the boy said honestly. My name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao then introduced himself. Yes, Brother Wang. The young man smiled naively, and then he remembered something. Brother Wang, let me help you sit up. My dad said that milk is best drunk while it's hot. Wang Hao nodded, and sat up against the wall with the help of Luo Feng, who then handed him the enamel pot. Thank you. Wang Hao immediately developed a liking for the naive young man in front of him. Brother Wang, your black knife is so cool. Luo Feng then looked under the bedside table. Reminded by Luo Feng, Wang Hao remembered that it was no wonder that he always felt that something was missing before, and then he looked under the bedside table. The black knife was now quietly leaning against the cabinet without a door. Take it out, and have a look if you like it. Wang Hao smiled. No, team leader Long told me before he left that no one except you can touch this knife. Luo Feng said. Oh! Wang Hao was stunned, and then he became more and more curious about team leader Long. He couldn't help asking, Is your team leader Long very powerful? Of course, and he's very cool. When Luo Feng mentioned team leader Long, his eyes suddenly showed extreme admiration. Then tell me, how is he powerful? Wang Hao immediately became interested. When we were trapped on the roof of Grandma's house, team leader Long only brought 3 people to eliminate all the dozens of zombies. When Luo Feng said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, team leader Long also uses a knife like you, but his knife is silver white and longer than yours. Wang Hao nodded, and wanted to see team leader Long even more in his heart, and asked casually, Did the 2 people with him go out with him this time? Luo Feng frowned upon hearing this, shook his head with a puzzled look on his face, and said, Since they rescued us that time, the 2 people suddenly disappeared and have never been seen again. Oh! A thought suddenly popped up in Wang Hao's mind, and he immediately asked, Do you remember what the 2 people's names and looks like? I don't know what they are called, but one of them was wearing half a mask. Luo Feng frowned. When Wang Hao heard this, his face suddenly changed, and Ben's shadow quickly emerged in his mind. He immediately asked, Is that person not talkative? He also used a knife? Luo Feng nodded, looked at Wang Hao curiously and asked, Brother Wang, do you know them too? If I'm right, we should be talking about the same person. Wang Hao's face suddenly became solemn. When Luo Feng heard this, he immediately became excited. Then where are they now? The masked man is called Ben, and his life and death are uncertain now. Wang Hao couldn't help but worry about Ben again. What happened? Luo Feng asked hurriedly. It's a long story, I tell you slowly later. Wang Hao frowned, then looked at Luo Feng and asked, Luo Feng, do you know where team leader Long went? Maybe only he can save Ben now. Hearing this, Luo Feng frowned and shook his head, and suddenly said, My dad and the others must know, I go ask now. Then he turned around and ran out. Putting down the enamel pot in his hand, Wang Hao pondered for a moment and prepared to get out of bed. However, at this moment, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit his mind, and his eyes suddenly turned black. The whole person fell directly from the bed with a thump. Under the dim light, Wang Hao's left arm gradually became red, like a steel column just taken out of the fire, and earthworm-like black lines were slowly protruding from his steel-like left arm, looking extremely hideous. Chapter 302. When Luo Feng led his father and his group back to Wang Hao's room, the redness on Wang Hao's left arm had faded. Seeing Wang Hao fainted on the ground, the group hurriedly carried him back to the bed. At this time, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Luo Feng hurriedly came forward. I'm fine. I accidentally fell down when I wanted to get out of bed just now. Wang Hao smiled faintly. How do you feel now? Father Luo also came forward with a concerned look and asked. Much better than before. Wang Hao did not lie to him. At this time, he really felt much more comfortable than before. I'm glad you're fine. Father Luo nodded and introduced himself. My name is Luo Jianxi, and this is my son Luo Feng. Then he introduced the people who came with him one by one. The man with glasses who asked Wang Hao questions when he just woke up was called Bai Fei, and the short-haired girl in her 20s was called Su Xiao. In addition to these 2 people, there were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s. The slightly fat one was called Luo Jiangwo, Luo Feng's uncle, and the other tall and thin man with a bald head was called Hu Deong, a neighbor of Luo Feng's grandmother. In addition to these people, there were 7 people who did not come in, including Luo Feng's mother Ho Xiaoyi and his sister Luo Jing, in addition to Hu Dayong's wife and son, and 3 other survivors, 2 men and 1 woman, who were met on the way to escape. When the disaster occurred, the Luo brothers were celebrating their mother's birthday. Suddenly, Luo Jiangluo's wife went crazy and bit her son to death first, and then bit her mother-in-law to death. In the end, Ho Xiaoyi, who worked in the hospital, realized that something was wrong and immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and killed her sister-in-law. Not long after, Luo Jiangluo's son and Luo's mother also turned into corpses, but Luo Jianxi, who had already reacted, took his wife's kitchen knife and killed his nephew and mother himself, until he met team leader Long and his 3 men who passed by. After Luo Jianxi finished his introduction, he asked Wang Hao about Bin's affairs. Wang Hao briefly told everyone what happened. After listening to Wang Hao's story, everyone's faces showed shock. When Wang Hao asked about team leader Long's whereabouts, everyone shook their heads and said they didn't know. They only knew that team leader Long told them before leaving that he would be back in 6 days at the latest, and they must not go out during these 6 days. From the day Wang Hao and his friends were rescued, it has been exactly 3 days including today, which means that team leader Long has 3 days to come back at the latest, but no one knows the fastest time. After a moment of silence, a girl with shoulder-length hair suddenly ran in from outside. "Dad, Uncle, she's awake." The girl looked at Wang Hao on the bed, and said to Luo Jianxi and his brothers. The girl looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, with a slim figure, wearing a blue sportswear, and a pair of beautiful big eyes. Judging from the name she called out, it should be Luo Feng's sister Luo Jing. "Oh, how is it now?" Luo Jianxi turned around and asked. "My mother just took her temperature. Everything is normal, and she is changing clothes now, saying that she wants to see him." Luo Jing glanced at Wang Hao on the bed again. "Then let her come over. Mr. Wang can't get out of bed yet." Luo Jianxi frowned. Luo Jing responded and turned away. "Okay, everyone go out. Mr. Wang and I still have a few words to say." Luo Jianxi said to Luo Jiangluo and Bai Fei at this time. They nodded and walked out. At this time, only Wang Hao, Luo Jianxi and his son were left in the room. "Uncle Luo, you are not much older than my father. Don't call me Mr. Wang anymore. It sounds weird. Just call me a Hao," Wang Hao said embarrassedly. "A Hao?" Luo Jianxi smiled and nodded, saying, "It's more convenient to call me this way." While the two were talking, Lisa came out of the arched door under the guidance of Luo Jing. Seeing Wang Hao was like seeing a relative. She ran over quickly and hugged Wang Hao, who was talking to Luo Jianxi on the bed, and said, "I thought I would never see you again." Lisa's voice was choked with sobs, and her arms tightly hugged half of Wang Hao's upper body. "Miss Lisa, this? Haven't we seen it?" Wang Hao's face turned red, and he didn't know whether to hug or not with his arms hanging in the air. "Ahem, Wang." "Oh no, Hao, you just said that Miss Lisa knew the origin of the masked man next to team leader Long." Luo Jianxi was closest to Wang Hao, so he could naturally see the embarrassment on Wang Hao's face, and immediately coughed and spoke. "What? Are you talking about Ben?" Lisa immediately let go of Wang Hao, and looked at Luo Jiangluo. "Yes, it's him." Luo Jianxi nodded. "Do you know him?" Lisa looked at Luo Jianxi with surprise. Luo Jianxi frowned and said, "It's not that I know him, but I met him once. It was him, and the other 2 who saved all of our lives at that time." "2 people?" Lisa's face was more and more surprised. "Yes, there are 2 other people besides him. One is our team leader Long, and the other is with him," Luo Jiangluo said. "Does that person have a not very obvious scar on his left face?" Lisa was surprised. "Yes, it's him." "Do you really know him?" Luo Jianxi was also shocked. Lisa nodded and said, "That person is called Jian, and he also uses a samurai's sword." Yes, our team leader Long also uses a samurai's sword." Luo Jianxi's eyes widened as he spoke. "How do you know each other?" Lisa frowned and asked, puzzled. Luo Jianxi then recounted the story, and Lisa nodded and frowned, saying, "The way we met was similar to yours. My grandmother and I were also trapped in the same place, and then they suddenly appeared and saved us. I always thought it was too coincidental." What did you say?" Luo Jianxi had been frowning and pondering Lisa's previous words, but he didn't listen to the second half of her words that seemed to be talking to herself. "Don't you think this is too coincidental? It's as if someone deliberately arranged it." Lisa frowned. "Now that you put it that way, it's a bit too coincidental, but we are just ordinary people, and there is no point in them doing this." Luo Jiangluo frowned and interrupted. Luo Jiangluo's words immediately made the atmosphere on the spot fall into silence. "It's useless to say all this now. The most urgent thing is to make sure whether they are safe, or have they been caught by the enemy or... Wang Hao interrupted the silence at this time, but he hesitated in the second half of the sentence. He naturally didn't want to end up with a result that he didn't finish, but everyone understood. Chapter 303. If you have anything to say, just say it, Lisa said, and Luo Jiangwo and others also looked at Wang Hao. 3 days is too long. Including the night of the accident, today is already the 4th day. I think we can't wait any longer. Wang Hao frowned. What do you think? Everyone nodded, and Luo Jianxi asked immediately. Of course, we don't have to be afraid of ordinary zombies. Trackers and commanders are the big trouble. Now that there is a place they are afraid of, I want to wait until dark to go to Jiaoxin Steel Plant to find out the situation. After all, that is their base camp. Before, we only hurt their fur, not their vitality. It is not easy to build a base in this doomsday. I believe they will not give up that base easily. Wang Hao frowned and said. We can think of what you said, but the key is who will go? Luo Jiangwo frowned. I will go, Wang Hao said directly. You go? Everyone was stunned when they heard it. You die if you go now? No, Lisa said decisively. Yes, if you go now you die in vain? Luo Jianxi frowned. I can't hide here forever without worrying about the safety of my family and friends, Wang Hao said with a serious face. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. When I go back this time, I will definitely ask my grandmother to withdraw Denzel and the others, and the previous accounts will be written off. Lisa was interrupted by Wang Hao before she finished speaking. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lisa. Now it's not as simple as a matter between you and me. If this cancer is not eradicated, it will sooner or later harm us. For both public and private reasons, I will definitely go to Jiaoxin Steel Plant. You don't have to persuade me anymore, Wang Hao said, his eyes showed determination. But, Lisa looked anxious, but hesitated to speak, as if she had something to hide. Ah Hao, since you are determined to leave, what else do you need me to do? Luo Jianxi frowned and pondered for a while. Please take good care of Miss Lisa for me. If I don't come back before dawn tomorrow, please send her back. Wang Hao looked at Luo Jianxi and said, I also hope that Miss Lisa will not embarrass my family and friends after she goes back. If possible, after your base is built, I hope you can accept them unconditionally. I promise you. Lisa nodded, her eyes were a little wet, and she hesitated to speak several times. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. While the few people were talking, Ho Xiaoli had already prepared dinner. During the meal, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Wang Hao realized at this time that the place where he was staying was actually the basement between the buildings in the community. After the disaster, team leader Long brought them here. Since the disaster in Leizhe City happened at around 10 o'clock in the morning, most of the residents in the community were not at home. This was an old closed community with only 5 buildings, and the floors were low-rise buildings, so the number of zombies after the disaster was naturally not large. Under the leadership of team leader Long, the group quickly cleared the zombies in the community. Then they used the existing tools and spent nearly a week to open up the basement between the 2 adjacent buildings, which became their shelter. Later, no one knew what method team leader Long used to make those evolved zombies dare not approach this community. The food and water they were eating were all transported from other places by team leader Long. Wang Hao noticed that the rice and flour piled up on the side were printed with the words exclusively for the army, but he just glanced at them and didn't take them seriously. After dinner, Wang Hao felt much better. While chatting with Luo Jianxi and others, the faces of his parents and Luo Yi kept appearing in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but think of his girlfriend. In the end, he actually fell asleep on a broken sofa until a nightmare suddenly woke him up. After waking up, he found that he was covered with a somewhat worn but clean blanket, which still exuded a faint fragrance. At this time, only Luo Feng was left around, sitting on a small stool next to him reading a book. Seeing Wang Hao wake up, Luo Feng quickly put down his book and came up to him, with a curious look on his face. Brother Wang, what dream did you have? Why did you keep calling a name called Xiao Wan? Is he a boy or a girl? Xiao Feng, why did you wake up Brother Wang? At this time, Luo Jing suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and saw Luo Feng talking to Wang Hao, and said with a blaming look on his face. I didn't, Brother Wang woke up by himself, right Brother Wang? Luo Feng said, and looked at Wang Hao again. Oh yes, I woke up by myself, Wang Hao said quickly. Luo Jing came directly over at this time, folded the blanket that Wang Hao had put aside, and was about to leave with him. Luo Feng smiled awkwardly and put his mouth close to Wang Hao's ear and said, Brother Wang, it seems that my sister is interested in you. This blanket has always been used by her, and I can't even touch it normally. Xiao Feng, if you keep talking nonsense, I hit you. Luo Jing blushed, glared at Luo Feng and walked away quickly. Luo Feng's words also made Wang Hao blush. It's already 6 o'clock, I should go. Wang Hao looked at his watch and his face suddenly became serious. After hearing the voices here, Lisa, Luo Jianxi and others also came out. You're awake. Lisa stepped forward and said. Wang Hao nodded, stood up and looked at Luo Jianxi and said, Uncle Luo, do you have a car? There is an Audi in the carport. It is usually driven by team leader Long. The key should be in the car. When Luo Jianxi said this, he looked up and said, although most of the zombies have retreated, I just saw that there are still many wandering around, and I don't know if the big guy has left. It's not a good idea for you to go out like this. I don't think it matters for 1 or 2 days. Let's wait for team leader Long to come back. Wang Hao shook his head firmly. We can't wait any longer. New variables may appear at any time. Let alone waiting for 1 or 2 days. Where is the exit? I think you should think about it again. Luo Jiangwo also stepped forward to persuade. I have decided. Wang Hao shook his head again, looked at Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, go and get the knife for me. Luo Feng showed surprise on his face, nodded and ran quickly into the passage. Mr. Wang, I know you won't listen to anything I say now. I just hope you can come back safely. I have already discussed with Uncle Luo and the others. When you come back, we will leave here together and return to your base. Lisa stepped forward and looked at Wang Hao and said. Although her eyes were full of worry, she still had a smile on her face. After hearing this, Wang Hao felt warm in his heart, nodded, looked at her and said, I will come back as soon as possible. At this time, Luo Feng also came over with a black knife, turned around and took the black knife, and then followed Luo Jianxi in the eyes of everyone and walked towards a passage with dim lights not far away. Chapter 304. The exit is at the end of the passage, about 2 meters above the ground, with an iron ladder in the middle. Luo Jianxi climbed up first, opened the 2 big locks, carefully lifted the heavy iron door with his hands to make a small gap, then pointed the flashlight up, observed around for a while, and slowly lifted the iron door. Go quickly, before they find you. Luo Jianxi looked back at Wang Hao, and quickly climbed up to the ground to guard him. There was no moon tonight, and the weather was unusually hot and humid. Wang Hao felt a heat wave the moment Luo Jianxi opened the iron door. After climbing out of the ground, the sultry air made Wang Hao feel suffocated. Come with me, the parking shed is over there. Luo Jianxi turned around and put down the iron door, and quickly took Wang Hao to the row of dark parking sheds not far away. When they arrived in front of the parking shed, a dusty black Audi Q7 was parked quietly there. Going out from here is the back door of the community. The retractable door is broken, so you can just push it open. Luo Jianxi handed over a flashlight. This is for you. It's fully charged and can last for 6 hours. Wang Hao took the flashlight and nodded. Uncle Luo, you go back. If I can't come back after dawn, Lisa will be in your care. Hao, don't say such discouraging words. I believe you can come back safely. Luo Jianxi patted Wang Hao's shoulder with a serious face. Wang Hao nodded and opened the car door. Uncle Luo, you go back. I have to go. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Luo Jianxi said again, with a worried look on his face. I will. After Wang Hao said that, he closed the car door, inserted the car key into the keyhole, started the car, and slowly disappeared into the night in the direction indicated by Luo Jianxi. Looking at the direction where the vehicle disappeared, Luo Jianxi frowned, sighed, and walked quickly towards the entrance of the basement. After driving out of the community, Wang Hao turned on the lights. The car was in good condition in all aspects, and there was enough fuel. The urban map of Leizhe City had been memorized by Wang Hao at this time. After entering the main street, the speed of the car increased. At this time, the zombies had been disbanded, and the streets and alleys reappeared those slow-moving and stiff-limbed figures. Seeing those figures under the lights, Wang Hao finally put down the stone in his heart. Since the zombies had been disbanded, it meant that the commander, who had been controlling them behind the scenes, must have returned to his nest at this time. Then he thought of Sun Bo and Yi Nan. If they had not met him, they might still be alive now. Ants can still survive, let alone these 2 living people, even like Sun Bo, although he lives in the shadow of the hatred of his wife being taken away every day and is constantly ridiculed. He still fights hard when he suddenly knows that he still has a glimmer of hope to survive when facing death. Yi Nan is even more so. Isn't it the belief in life that a girl can survive in the zombie-ridden apocalypse? Watching her loved ones turn into zombies, who don't recognize their relatives, How much faith does it take for a girl in her 20s to withstand such a huge blow? These two may be just a microcosm of all the survivors, but the same thing is that they still couldn't escape the clutches of death after experiencing all kinds of heart-wrenching separations. This world is no different before and after the disaster. It is unreasonable and unfair, but it exists. Existence is the truth. There is no rationality in this world, and naturally there will be no real fairness. Only the 4 words survival of the fittest are the eternal truth. After entering the city, Wang Hao had to slow down and drive through the streets and alleys because of the large number of vehicles blocking the road. From time to time, he would encounter zombies looking for trouble in front of him. Wang Hao has been trying to avoid them. If he really can't avoid them, as long as the conditions permit, Wang Hao will usually stop and kill them. He walked and stopped all the way, almost crossing more than half of the Lei city. Starting at 6:40 in the evening, more than 2 hours have passed. Wang Hao finally saw a large vertical plaque named Lin Wangxian at the entrance of the T-shaped road. The reason why Wang Hao remembered this plaque so clearly was not because it was so conspicuous, but because there was a corpse with only the upper half of the body hanging under the plaque. But when Wang Hao drove the car closer, he found that the half of the corpse had disappeared, leaving only an empty rope. Although the corpse was gone, they had finally found the right place. After turning into the T-junction, Wang Hao suddenly became nervous. He kept observing the surrounding environment with his eyes alertly. He walked to the place where they had parked before. Except for a few zombies wandering on the street, he did not find any other dangers. At this time, the street in front of the football field gate was also empty. The previous group of corpses and vehicles had long disappeared, leaving only the mess on the ground and a few zombies wandering around. All this was expected by Wang Hao. He then turned the steering wheel and drove carefully towards the football field gate. His eyes kept searching for the figure of the yellow Hummer. But he didn't find anything until he reached the gate. There was nothing between the 2 gate posts at the gate, and the gate had disappeared. The football field was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Wang Hao frowned, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car slowly in. Under the illumination of the car lights, 7 or 8 wheeled cannons were destroyed, and the barrels, wheels, and empty shells were all over the ground. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't expect the commander's destructive power to be so great. The cannon, as a strategic heavy weapon, was dismantled by it like a toy. Shocked, Wang Hao did not stop the car, but slowly circled the football field. However, to his surprise, he didn't find a body, but Wang Hao immediately understood that the 3rd reinforcement of the butterfly team that came later was a living example. I don't know what method the commander used to turn normal humans into zombies in an instant. It is said that the RS virus has already completed airborne transmission at this time. People who can survive have antibodies in their bodies. How can they be infected instantly? Wang Hao frowned immediately, glanced around, and then accelerated out of the football field. It seems that only by going to their nest can we find the answer. After driving out of the football field gate, Wang Hao accelerated towards the route they had escaped from the 2nd area of Jiuxin steel plant. All the way, lone zombies can be seen everywhere along the way. Judging from the direction they are moving, it should also be Jiuxin steel plant, but Wang Hao did not find the figures of the butterfly team members among them. Chapter 305. Because each member of the butterfly team has a butterfly logo similar to a red armband on his left arm, and Wang Hao has not found any of the zombies he has encountered now, and judging from the degree of decay on their appearance, the shortest infection time should be more than half a month. But time is tight now, and Wang Hao does not have too much time to think about these problems. Along the way, he tried his best to dodge these lone zombies, and the speed of the car naturally slowed down. It took almost 2 hours to see the ghostly buildings of Jiuxin steel plant from a distance. As the distance moved forward, Wang Hao turned off the lights and stared at the road ahead with all his eyes. What Wang Hao did not expect was that, after he turned off the lights, he could still see the road within 10 meters ahead, and even the potholes the size of apples could be seen clearly. But despite his doubts, Wang Hao did not dare to relax his vigilance at the moment. When he was still 100 meters away from Jiuxin steel plant, Wang Hao chose a hidden place to stop the car. Then, under the cover of the night, he quickly sneaked towards the gate, but when he carefully approached, he found that the gate was pitch black, and the destroyed gate was still a pile of ruins. Did they give up here? Wang Hao frowned immediately, looked inside for a while, and then carefully sneaked in through a gap that was blown open. As soon as he stepped in, Wang Hao saw a swaying figure not far away, and heard a series of low roars. Zombie swarm? Wang Hao was startled suddenly, but he still sneaked in quickly, crouched and hid behind a destroyed off-road vehicle. Looking around, The zombie swarm was almost all over the second area, and the hive was surrounded by zombies in 3 layers inside and outside, and they just wandered in place. Wang Hao's original plan was to find out the internal situation of the hive first, and then the living area on the other side of the wall. But now the hive is surrounded by zombies, and cannot be approached at all. Frowning at the dark zombies, Wang Hao suddenly remembered a method they had used before, disguised as zombies, and then entered the hive. But on second thought, he immediately rejected this method. Since the zombies gathered around the hive, it means that the inside of the hive is most likely the commander's nest. Moreover, when escaping before, he saw so many pursuers breaking out of the top of the hive. From this, it can be imagined that the situation inside the hive must be very complicated. Even if he successfully mixed in, it is impossible to eliminate such a powerful opponent by himself. No! Wang Hao was shocked. Whether it was ordinary zombies or evolved ones, like the commander, they would never coexist peacefully with normal humans. If so, what about the armored vehicles and off-road vehicles that appeared behind the zombies? Zombies have long lost their human consciousness, and even their consciousness is not as good as that of cats and dogs. How can they distinguish between their own people and enemies? The only remaining consciousness they have is eating, and they can't control themselves when facing fresh flesh and blood. If so, how could they turn a blind eye to the drivers and passengers of those vehicles? Could it be that someone parked the vehicle there before the zombies, and then left the vehicle and hid somewhere else? Impossible. Wang Hao shook his head immediately. This didn't make sense at all. What was their purpose? If the vehicle was not driven by humans, could it be driven by zombies? This seems even more impossible. Wang Hao couldn't make sense of anything at this moment, and his thoughts were getting more and more confused. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Wang Hao forced himself to retract his thoughts. I go to the living area first. If I can find Ben and Mike, it won't be in vain. As for other things, I make plans after I go back. If it doesn't work, I give up the base and look for another place. Having made up his mind, Wang Hao was ready to get up and leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered 2 sentences that Professor Zhang said. The Queen Bee is just a system I invented. The base has now been taken over by the Queen Bee. System? Take over? Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. What exactly did he mean by these 2 sentences? Could it be that this system codenamed Queen Bee is just a security system for their base? Why would he use the word takeover for a security system? Is he just warning us that the system he invented is awesome? We can't escape the monitoring of this system even if we run to the ends of the earth? Wang Hao nodded, still looking a little puzzled. It should be like this, otherwise it will become a plot in a novel. No matter how powerful the system is, it was invented by someone. How can it control a base? Thinking of this, Wang Hao's doubts became even heavier. If that's the case, then how to explain those vehicles? If there is no driver in them, then they are also controlled by the commander. Wang Hao shook his head decisively. No, it's impossible. No matter how powerful the commander is, he can't control a machine without any consciousness. There is only one other explanation. The people in the car also used the same method as me before, disguising themselves with the flesh and blood of zombies to deceive their sense of smell. Yes, that should be the case. Although this reason is a bit far-fetched, it is still reasonable. Thinking of this, Wang Hao finally felt relieved, and then he turned around and exited the gap carefully. At this moment, the underground passage leading to the other side of the wall has been occupied by zombies, so he had to find a way from other places. After exiting the gap, Wang Hao returned to the car and started the car and drove out of the parking place, driving directly towards the city of Lei, looking for other entrances along the way. If not, he would follow the route he and Ben had taken before to enter the living area. Wang Hao drove forward along the road outside the wall. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the wall of the steel plant on the left continued to extend forward. Looking at the endless wall, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown again. He had been to the living area and the second area. He didn't dare to say that he had been to every corner, but he still remembered the general environment. In Wang Hao's impression, the area of Jiuxin steel plant should be a rectangular terrain, separated by a wall in the middle, divided into the current living area and the second area. It stands to reason that he has been driving along the short distances on both sides of the rectangle, and his speed is not slow. This 10-minute journey is at least 8 or 9 kilometers, but why can't he see the end yet? Did I remember it wrong? Or am I dazzled? Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but release the accelerator, and the speed of the car slowed down. Wang Hao withdrew his eyes from the left wall, and subconsciously looked to the other side. However, at this glance, Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly stepped on the brakes. Amid the harsh brake sound, Wang Hao's face turned pale in an instant. The SUV that had been burned into an empty shell on the roadside that he had seen just a few minutes ago appeared in front of him again. Chapter 306. Why did you come back again? Wang Hao's face suddenly became shocked, and he stared at the SUV parked on the side of the road for a long time without coming back to his senses. A ghost wall? After a long time, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind, which immediately reminded him of the incident he encountered in the ancient town before. Could it be that he encountered a thief again this time? Thinking of this, Wang Hao's face suddenly became gloomy. I haven't provoked you once, but you have been causing trouble for me one after another. If I run into you again this time, I will definitely peel off your skin with my own hands. The appearance is the heart, and the cruelty in Wang Hao's heart suddenly appeared on his face. He looked around with a cold look, and then started the car. The huge body of the Audi Q7 suddenly rushed forward like a beast roaring, and the red taillights gradually disappeared into the darkness under the thick night. Wang Hao's heart was full of evil at this time. His eyes unconsciously became red, and a series of crisscrossing blue veins appeared on his face. At this time, his left arm also changed slightly. There was a little red light flashing on the black sleeve, but it only lasted for a few seconds before suddenly disappearing. But these slight changes did not attract Wang Hao's attention. His eyes were red, his face was full of anger, his hands were tightly clenched on the steering wheel, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, inside the tall wall, a little girl in red stood in front of a monitor, staring at an off-road vehicle speeding past. The little girl in red looked like she was only in elementary school, with black hair and big eyes, but her eyes, which should have been clear, now revealed a cold light that was extremely inconsistent with her age. Behind the little girl in red stood 3 men and 1 woman. Their eyes were fixed on the monitor, and the expressions on each of their faces were very solemn. Behind these 3 men and 1 woman were 4 tall figures, with dry heads like walnuts, fierce faces, thick limbs, and thick black and sharp nails that emitted a chilling green light under the light. These 4 tall figures were the 4 pursuers that had appeared outside the football field before. The little girl in red retracted her gaze from the monitor and looked at the middle-aged man in a black suit behind her and said, "Is this the other person you mentioned?" The man in the suit nodded and looked at a soldier in his 30s beside him, saying unkindly, "In addition to the 2 of them, there is another person carrying the professor on his back. Some people say that the person carrying the professor is Captain Miao's subordinate." The soldier had dark skin and a square face. After hearing what the man in the suit said, his originally strong face suddenly became nervous, his eyebrows slightly raised, and beads of sweat slowly flowed down his tough cheeks. His Adam's apple rolled up and down for a long time without saying a word. He kept his eyes on the monitor, and didn't dare to look anywhere else. "Captain Miao, don't you have anything to say?" The man in the suit spoke again, and the little girl in red next to him just stared at Captain Miao motionlessly, without any change in her eyes. I will definitely rescue the professor. And then I will personally execute this traitor," Captain Miao said nervously. "You?" The man in the suit was about to speak, but the little girl in red suddenly stepped forward and interrupted him. "Mr. Chu, there is nothing for you to do here. Please go out first. I have something to say to Captain Miao." The man in the suit frowned, glanced at Captain Miao, turned around and walked out. Seeing that the other 2 were going to follow him, the little girl in red said again, "You 2 stay too." The man and woman hesitated for a moment and turned back. "Captain Miao, I'm giving you a chance to make amends now. I hope you can cherish it." The little girl in red looked at Captain Miao and said lightly, with a tone that was not negotiable. Captain Miao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw when he heard this, and immediately responded, "I will cherish it. Please give me your orders. I promise to complete the task." His voice was full of energy, but it was slightly trembling at this time. He seemed to be very afraid of the little girl in red in front of him, and he still didn't dare to look at her straight in the eye. Not only him, but the man and woman next to him were also full of awe, standing there humbly. The 4 pursuers seemed to be frozen at this time. Although their faces were full of fierceness, their bodies stood straight, their eyes were empty, like soldiers waiting to go to war at any time. At this time, Wang Hao seemed to have changed into a different person, with a fierce face and bloodshot eyes. The dark sheath of the black knife he put on the passenger seat had a faint blue light flashing. But Wang Hao's attention was always on the road ahead, and he did not notice the changes of the black knife at all, and naturally did not find his own abnormality. Under the strong light, the road ahead was gradually swallowed by the inexplicably thick fog. Although there was the assistance of the light, Wang Hao's vision was getting more and more blurred. He had to slow down and drove forward for a while. The fog became thicker and thicker, and he could only vaguely distinguish the road within 5 meters. Wang Hao slowed down the car again, and finally had to stop slowly. Wang Hao looked at the thick fog in front of the car without any expression for a while, then picked up the black knife on the co-pilot, opened the door, and walked down directly, and walked into the depths of the thick fog in front of him. I don't know how long I walked in the thick fog, but the sight in front of me suddenly became clear. Wang Hao immediately stopped and looked around. At this time, he was standing at a crossroads. The night still enveloped the earth, and everything around him was still weird and difficult to distinguish. Without the cover of the thick fog, Wang Hao could see everything around him in an instant. He stood at the crossroads and hesitated for a few seconds before walking towards one of the intersections with mechanical steps. I don't know how long I walked, and a few swaying black shadows appeared in front of me. After seeing Wang Hao, they roared and walked towards him with open arms. When Wang Hao saw the black shadows, he did not stop, but the blood color in his eyes became more intense. He slowly drew out his black knife while walking. The dim light of the blade had faded and merged into the darkness under the night. At the same time, more than a dozen black shadows appeared one after another around him. They walked slowly from different directions, with their arms open and low roars coming from their throats. Wang Hao's face did not change at all. Facing the black shadows that fell in front of him, he swung his knife without hesitation. As his hand rose and the knife fell, several headless corpses fell one after another, and the sultry air was immediately filled with the smell of blood. Chapter 307. Stepping on the blood on the ground, Wang Hao mechanically walked forward with the black knife dripping with blood, leaving a string of bloody footprints. The black shadows that were surrounding him suddenly became excited after smelling the blood in the air, and they all quickened their pace to pounce on the 7 or 8 headless corpses. There was a sound of flesh tearing behind him, mixed with a low roar and a chewing sound, echoing in the empty street shrouded in darkness, giving people a creepy feeling. And Wang Hao was still walking forward slowly, and the black shadows, who were a step late now, turned their targets to Wang Hao and rushed towards him again. For the danger behind him, Wang Hao not only did not speed up to leave, but stopped, turned around and looked at the black shadows that were still 10 meters away from him, slowly raised the black knife, neither moving forward nor retreating, but maintaining the current posture and quietly waiting for them to approach. 10 seconds later, the shadows were already 2 meters away from Wang Hao. Just when their fingers were about to reach Wang Hao suddenly flashed, and the black knife in his hand suddenly turned into a harvester. A dozen headless corpses fell down among the flying heads. Without even looking back, Wang Hao walked out from the corpses lying in all directions. I don't know how many streets he walked through in the dark, how many heads he cut off, and Wang Hao, covered in blood, finally stood in front of the gate of the Jiuxian steel plant that he and Ben had observed before. At this time, the 7 or 8 meter high observation tower standing outside the gate was pitch black, and no moving shadows could be seen. The deliberately raised roller iron door below was tightly buckled in the walls on both sides. Wang Hao looked around and saw a car that had crashed into a tree not far away. He put away his black knife and walked over. He took off the front and rear doors on the driver's side, like taking apart a toy. Then he held the steering wheel with one hand and pulled the frame between the front and rear doors with the other hand, and slowly pulled the car to the front of the gate. Then he stepped back a few steps and rushed towards the car with his legs. When there was only one step left, he jumped up and grabbed the top of the gate with both hands using the height of the roof. With a force from his arms, he easily jumped into the gate. After landing, he rolled to relieve the gravity. When he stood up, the black knife was already in his hand. The whole factory area was dark. He looked around for a while, and then walked towards the wide road directly opposite the gate. The surrounding environment remained the same, and the large equipment that could be seen everywhere looked extremely strange under the night. You know, this road is not the one they came from before, but Wang Hao didn't know where his memory came from. After walking through the complex factory environment for more than 20 minutes, he actually came to the 4-story building they saw first. But at this time, the bright lights of last night were gone, replaced by death-like silence and darkness. Wang Hao immediately walked towards the building. The square in front of the building was a mess. The vehicles parked here last night had long disappeared. There was no sign of any activity except the mess on the ground. Wang Hao's face did not change. His eyes were still bloodshot, and his eyes were still empty. He looked up and walked in directly. After entering the building, Wang Hao spent nearly half an hour looking at all the rooms in the building. Except for the mess on the ground, Wang Hao did not find anything. After leaving the building, Wang Hao looked around and walked towards the factory not far away. When he got closer, the door of the factory was open, and some small and medium-sized machines and equipment could be seen faintly inside. Then he walked in and found nothing inside. After leaving the factory, Wang Hao stood there for a long time without moving, because he felt faintly that something seemed to be moving towards him not far away. At this time, he also felt that the black knife in his hand was trembling slightly, and some strange runes would appear on the blade from time to time. Wang Hao also felt a faint burning sensation slowly spreading upward from his left palm. Just a few seconds later, Wang Hao's left arm was covered with earthworm-like fire lines, which slowly merged into a thicker fire line at the shoulder and then rushed towards the heart. Ah! Wang Hao suddenly groaned, and a painful expression suddenly appeared on his face. Almost at this moment, his beating heart was suddenly wrapped by the spreading fire line until it was completely covered, and his heart suddenly stopped beating. But only 2 seconds later, the heart that had turned into a ball of fire suddenly accelerated, and the orange-red light suddenly emanated from the heart, instantly reflecting his internal organs clearly. The clothes on his upper body suddenly turned into ashes, and fell down one after another. At this time, Wang Hao was like a human lantern, instantly illuminating the originally dark surroundings. The black knife in his right hand also made a series of buzzing sounds at this time, and the trembling became more intense, causing Wang Hao's whole body to tremble with it. The feeling of burning the heart by the raging fire is not something that ordinary people can bear, and Wang Hao is naturally no exception. At the moment, his face became distorted, and his blood-red eyeballs seemed to be ignited by the flames. From his eyes, a trace of light red smoke actually floated out. However, at the moment of extreme pain, Wang Hao's mind suddenly emerged with a series of messy memories. In that moment, Wang Hao felt that he had turned into an ancient man in a gray robe, holding a burning fireball in his hand. There were some strange-looking humans around him, looking at him with horror. Suddenly, as if controlled by some kind of power, he swallowed the fireball in his hand. The intense burning pain began to spread from his mouth. First the eyes turned orange, then the whole head, and then quickly spread to the whole body. At this time, he had lost consciousness, and just watched the gray robe on his body turn into ashes, until it spread to the last toe. At this moment, Wang Hao felt. He felt his body expand rapidly, and he could even feel a strong gas filling his body. This gas was the smoke from the burning of his internal organs. As his body continued to expand, Wang Hao felt that he had reached his limit. Just as his thoughts came to mind, there was a sudden bang, and the world in front of him turned into ashes. As the ashes fell, a transparent handprint appeared in front of him. Yin Yang hand. Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, and the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. What's going on? At the same time, the blood in Wang Hao's eyes quickly faded, but before he could react, a huge black shadow rushed towards him. Chapter 308. It took Wang Hao almost a second to react. He flashed and moved 5 meters away. Roar! I saw the shadow in front of me clearly. It was a huge tracker. The tracker was nearly 4 meters tall, and its wingspan was 5 meters long. Wang Hao looked at the tracker in front of him in surprise. He quickly looked around with his peripheral vision. His face was more and more shocked. Why am I here? But the situation was critical. The doubts in his mind only flashed by. He focused all his attention on the tracker 5 meters away. After the tracker missed the attack, it quickly counterattacked and waved its arms to sweep towards Wang Hao. Facing an opponent stronger than himself, Wang Hao never chose to force himself. He turned around and ran to the factory not far away. The pursuer was huge, and the space and height in the factory were limited. Wang Hao wanted to use this ready-made condition to restrict the pursuer's actions. Once the pursuer's actions were restricted, Wang Hao could seize the opportunity to use his own advantages to fight and kill it. Wang Hao quickly ran into the factory, and the pursuer followed closely behind him. As soon as he entered the factory, Wang Hao found that his eyes could see everything around him in such a dark environment. With danger following behind him, Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate at all. He quickly looked around and found that there was a long assembly line in the factory that divided the factory into two, with various machines and equipment scattered throughout. Wang Hao did not have time to take a closer look, and quickly jumped over the assembly line and ran into the machine array. The pursuer also stepped over the assembly line at this time, and chased Wang Hao closely. Wang Hao kept circling between various devices, looking for a place to trap the tracker or restrict his movements, but he did not find any favorable terrain after circling for a long time. Just as he passed through a square device, his left hand accidentally pressed a button on it, and the square device suddenly roared. Wang Hao and the tracker were stunned, but at the moment they were stunned, the sky above their heads suddenly lit up, and soon the whole factory was bright, and the surrounding environment suddenly appeared clearly in front of Wang Hao. It turned out to be a generator. Wang Hao glanced at the machine, and at the same time the tracker also reacted. It immediately chased Wang Hao again, and its huge body collided with the machines around it from time to time, making a harsh sound. Although Wang Hao could see the things around him clearly before, he could not see the appearance of each machine and some hidden corners like now. At the moment, Wang Hao adopted the tactic of going right when the pursuer went left, and going left again when the pursuer went right. Time passed by, and Wang Hao was already sweating profusely, while the speed of the pursuer behind him was still not affected at all, and the distance was gradually shortened. What should I do? While Wang Hao was still circling around, he quickly thought about the next countermeasure in his mind. When passing by a machine, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. This was a large 4-column hydraulic press. Wang Hao saw that the power indicator light on it was on, which meant that it could work as long as the switch was pressed. Wang Hao put away his black knife while running and quickly took a quick look at the current environment. The tracker was about 15 or 16 meters away from him. Wang Hao's idea now was to find a strong rope as soon as possible, then climb up a 5 or 6 meter high platform over there, put the rope around the tracker's neck, and then jump down from the opposite direction, using the gravity of the fall to pull the tracker down, and then pull the rope directly through the hydraulic press, and use the hydraulic hammer to crush the tracker's head. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly thought of a method when he saw the hydraulic press. Although this method was too risky, it was very likely that the pursuer would grab it with his back arm, or could not put it around its neck at all. It was also possible that even if he put it around its neck, Wang Hao could not pull it down at all due to the disparity in weight between the two sides. But at the moment, Wang Hao did not have extra time to come up with other better and safer methods except this method. At the moment, finding a rope became the top priority. At this time, the pursuer was getting closer and closer to Wang Hao, and Wang Hao's attention was always on the surrounding environment, so his speed was naturally much slower. It seemed that the pursuer would be able to grab Wang Hao's neck in a few seconds. At this critical moment, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a steel wire rope as thick as a thumb under a machine tool in front of him. Although it was only 5 or 6 meters long, Wang Hao did not have extra time to find other ropes. At that moment, his legs suddenly accelerated. After all, he had the advantage of his body shape. Wang Hao quickly distanced himself from the pursuer. He ran to the machine tool and quickly bent down to pick up the wire rope. Without any pause, he continued to run forward, but his legs consciously slowed down at this time. The pursuer quickly caught up with him. When the two were still 7 or 8 meters away, Wang Hao suddenly accelerated and dragged the wire rope around a large equipment and ran towards the high platform. The pursuer followed him without hesitation. A few seconds later, Wang Hao quickly climbed onto the high platform with the wire rope, and at this time, he had left the pursuer 10 meters away. With the speed of the pursuer, the 10-meter distance could be reached in 5 seconds. Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate at the moment. As the name suggests, the steel wire rope is made of thin steel wires. It is not difficult to imagine how stiff it is. When Wang Hao finally unfolded the steel wire rope, the pursuer was less than 5 meters away from him. It seemed that he would reach him in the next second. Wang Hao's head was sweating coldly at this moment. At this time, he suddenly noticed a barb hanging in the air 2 meters away from the high platform stairs. Wang Hao frowned and thought of a more adventurous idea again. He did not dare to hesitate for a second. He quickly held the 2 ends of the steel wire rope into a circle the size of a face plate with both hands, and then held it in his right hand. He stepped back a few steps, and quickly ran towards the barb hanging in the air. Just when his feet were about to step on the air, his legs suddenly exerted force, jumped up, and with a crash, his left hand firmly grasped the barb. At the same time, the pursuer had already rushed to the stairs. Seeing Wang Hao's actions, he hesitated. Wang Hao seized this fleeting opportunity, and put the circle on the pursuer's neck without hesitation. Then he released the hook with his left hand, and held it with his right hand, and fell down quickly. Because the pursuer's neck was caught from behind, the pursuer was hesitant at the time. So before he could react, Wang Hao used the gravity of his own fall to directly pull the huge body of nearly 5 meters tall and weighing more than 1,000 pounds to the ground. Wang Hao did not hesitate at all. After landing, he dragged the body weighing more than 1,000 pounds with both hands, and walked backwards towards the hydraulic press. Chapter 309. The tracker's arms, as thick as beams, hooked Wang Hao backwards in turn, and passed by Wang Hao's face several times. After failing to hook him several times, he tried to grab the wire rope on his neck. But at this time, Wang Hao's body had passed through the impact surface between the hydraulic hammers. With a deep sound, the tracker's upper body was dragged up. Seeing that the tracker's head just entered under the hydraulic hammer, he immediately released his hands and quickly pressed the switch. Dang! After a muffled sound, the brain mixed with dirty blood and bone residue was squeezed out, and the tracker's huge body stopped struggling immediately. Amid the roar, the hydraulic hammer slowly rose up. Seeing the pool of brain, dirty blood and bone residue on the working surface, Wang Hao suddenly felt his stomach churning. At this time, there was another ding sound, and the hydraulic hammer smashed down again. Wang Hao turned off the switch casually, glanced at the tracker's body, and slowly walked out of the factory door. At this time, the sky outside was already white. Wang Hao didn't know what had happened to him before. He wanted to raise his wrist to check the time, but found that the watch was gone. With a thought in his mind, he hurried to the place where he woke up before, squatted down and looked around carefully. He found the watch frame that had been burned into a round frame, and there was only ashes on the ground. The watch was a gift from his girlfriend on Wang Hao's birthday. Although it was not a famous brand, and the price was very cheap, Wang Hao always regarded it as a treasure. Except for taking a bath and sleeping, Wang Hao never took it off. After going through so much, Wang Hao had always protected the watch very well. Unexpectedly, it was burned into a round frame now. He suddenly felt distressed and lost in his heart. Then he carefully put the round frame into his trouser pocket, and then stared at the ashes on the ground for a long time, still unable to figure out what happened to him and how he came to this place. The sky was gradually getting brighter, and the surrounding environment was more clearly displayed in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao tried to think for a long time, and finally figured out the purpose of his visit this time. Then he searched the place he searched last night again without any results. Looking at the 4-story building in front of him, Wang Hao always felt that something was wrong, as if there were some secrets hidden in this building. No matter how I got here, the man named Wu Gu said that Mike and his team had been captured alive, and then not long after, District 2 was attacked. According to this time period, Mike and his team should not have been transferred to District 2. If they are not in District 2, they should still be here. Where would they be? Wang Hao retracted his gaze from the building, frowned and looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered the other way he and Ben came in. At that time, it was a T-junction. They followed the armed pickup truck and turned into the left side of the road. Wang Hao vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a few not-so-obvious wheel marks at the right turn, which meant that there must be something else on the right road. As one of them, Sun Bo should know this, but he ignored it when he was with him before. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the T-junction. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao, covered in morning dew, appeared at the T-junction. He looked around the surrounding environment. Everything was as decadent and desolate as when they came before. A gust of morning breeze blew by, and Wang Hao suddenly felt refreshed, and his mind became clear in an instant. Looking up at the road on the right side of the T-junction, it was much longer than the left side, but only half the width. It turned left at the end, and was blocked by the large equipment of the steel plant. He could not see the environment there clearly. Wang Hao sorted out his thoughts, and then continued to walk to the end. Along the way, Wang Hao carefully observed the surrounding environment, fearing that he would miss any clues. After 7 or 8 minutes, he finally arrived at the intersection. On Wang Hao's right-hand side was still the wall extending from the entrance. Inside the wall were some steel plant equipment, while on the left was a gentle slope extending underground, and the end was blocked by a dark green iron door. In the middle of the gentle slope, 2 vans with 4 wheels removed were parked against the walls on both sides. In order to keep the vans parallel, the other side was padded with dry bricks. Both vans had no front and rear doors, and some sleeping supplies such as bedding were placed inside. In addition, Wang Hao also found a 54 type pistol full of bullets, 2 boxes of unopened luncheon meat, and a bottle of Waha mineral water in one of the vans. Seeing the food, Wang Hao immediately felt his stomach growling, and he immediately put away the pistol and opened the can and started eating. When he was halfway through the second box, the originally quiet iron gate suddenly made a sound. Wang Hao was stunned, put down the luncheon meat in his hand, and quickly took out the 54 type pistol and opened the chamber. After a few seconds of silence, the iron gate banged. There was another burst, as if someone was slapping the iron gate hard inside. After the sound, a low roar was faintly heard. Zombies! Hearing the roar, Wang Hao immediately became alert and approached the iron gate cautiously. As soon as he got close, the iron gate was slammed again, but the sound was much more mixed. It seems there is more than one. Wang Hao frowned. At this moment, the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground suddenly came from the chaotic roar. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and at the same time, he was excited. The sound of iron chains meant that the people they captured were imprisoned inside. At the same time as he was excited, he couldn't help but feel worried. The sounds inside were all made by zombies. If Mike and Ben were really imprisoned here then, Wang Hao didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was not worried about the safety of Mike and others, but was afraid that Ben's face would be found among the zombies. But he also knew that worrying was useless. Some things must be seen with one's own eyes. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao immediately began to look for the switch. He soon found a PVC pipe buried underground at the base of the wall on one side of the gate. Following the direction of the pipe, Wang Hao soon found a rotary switch at the keyhole of the van on the right. After gently turning it, a slight roar suddenly came from above the iron gate, and then the heavy iron gate slowly rose. However, what Wang Hao did not expect was that there was a fence door welded with steel bars as thick as a thumb inside the iron gate. More than a dozen pairs of rotten arms were trying to stretch out from the gaps in the fence door, and the sound of locks and shackles was mixed in the chaotic roars. Chapter 310. Looking at the hideous faces in the fence gate for a long time, Wang Hao gradually relaxed his nervous mood. He did not see the faces of Ben and Mike. Although Wang Hao did not take the dozen zombies seriously, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He was ready to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, he heard a faint cry for help from the chaotic roar. He was stunned and turned around quickly. Of course, there would be no humans among the zombies, but the huge dark space behind the zombies immediately attracted Wang Hao's attention. Wang Hao immediately used his eyesight to look inside. It seemed that there was a long passage directly opposite the gate. There was an iron door every few meters on both sides. Going deeper, there was only darkness. The zombies in the gate were excited when they saw Wang Hao's fresh flesh and blood. Before, they were attracted by the smell of luncheon meat that Wang Hao had eaten. They didn't expect that there was even fresher food. They rushed out of the gate and bared their teeth and claws at Wang Hao. But Wang Hao's attention was on the long passage behind them at this time. He didn't take the zombies only 2 meters away from him into consideration. After staring at the darkness for a while, Wang Hao gradually felt a little sore in his eyes, and then he retracted his gaze. During this period, the weak cry for help never came again. Wang Hao couldn't help but wonder if he had heard it wrong, but those closed iron doors made him curious. If the zombies came out from those iron doors, then those iron doors should not be closed, unless these zombies would close the door by themselves, which was absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated and shouted loudly into the darkness. "Is there anyone?" Wang Hao's voice immediately echoed in the darkness. Hearing his shout, the zombies became more excited, and the roars and shackles sounded one after another. When Wang Hao shouted again, his voice was suppressed by the zombies. Seeing this, Wang Hao's heart was suddenly filled with anger, and he slowly drew out his black knife with murderous eyes. "You asked for this." Before the voice fell, Wang Hao's knife stabbed out. After stabbing more than 10 times in a row, the zombies in the fence gate had fallen into a pile. Wang Hao's nature is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. The same is true when facing zombies. Although he doesn't have any saintly feelings, as long as it doesn't threaten the safety of himself and his family and friends, Wang Hao will never take action. If he hadn't heard the previous weak cry for help, Wang Hao would have left here long ago. Although he can't determine whether he heard it wrong now, as long as there is a chance, Wang Hao will never let it go. Of course, if there was no Ben, even if Mike and the others were really inside, Wang Hao would not have taken action decisively. He would have weighed the pros and cons again. If it was beneficial to him, he might have helped them. If the benefits outweighed the disadvantages, Wang Hao might have turned around and walked away without even looking at them. Along the way, Wang Hao's mentality was changing little by little, but he did not notice his changes at this time. In fact, in many cases, the first person to discover a person's changes is often not himself. The fence gate suddenly became quiet, and a strong smell of blood gradually drifted out. At this time, Wang Hao opened his mouth again and shouted at the fence gate, but after a few minutes, he still did not hear a word of response. At this time, the darkness was dead silent. "It seems that I really heard it wrong." Wang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, slowly sheathing the black knife. Before the blade was sheathed, there was a sudden ping-pong sound in the darkness, as if a ping-pong ball fell from a height. Wang Hao was startled and held the knife in his hand again. "Who? Is there anyone inside?" As the ping-pong sound gradually disappeared, the darkness fell silent again, and only Wang Hao's voice echoed in the emptiness. "Ben! Mike! Is it you?" Wang Hao immediately felt a chill, but he continued to shout with some reluctance. The only answer he got was the deathly silence in the darkness. Although he felt a gust of cold wind blowing, People are often like this. The more unknown things are, the more curious they are, and the more they can't stop. Wang Hao was in this state of mind at the moment. He frowned and hesitated for a while, and finally decided to pry the door open to enter. Because now he felt that there was only darkness inside. Some people are born with an inexplicable fear of darkness, and Wang Hao felt that he was one of them. Besides, he felt that he had made such a big noise. If there were zombies, they should have come out long ago. With this thought, Wang Hao felt that he was the kind of person who was born to be afraid of the darkness in a confined space. Of course, this was just one of the additional reasons for self-consolation. The main reason was that Wang Hao was attracted by the faint cry for help, which aroused his curiosity. Since there was no danger, why not go in and take a look? What if he found something? Thinking of this, Wang Hao did not hesitate. He took out the Type 54 he had just picked up with his left hand and pointed it at the door lock. Bang! There was a shot, sparks flashed, and the door lock fell off. With a creak, Wang Hao slowly pushed the fence door open. Stepping on the dirty blood flowing from the zombies on the ground, Wang Hao walked into the darkness carefully with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. After Wang Hao's eyes adjusted a little, he could see the surrounding environment clearly. It was a corridor of nearly 50 meters long. There was an iron door facing each other every few meters on both sides of the corridor. There was no hole on the iron door that could be seen through. It was rusty, and looked like it had not been opened for a long time. Wang Hao tried to push one of the iron doors, but the iron door did not move at all. He knocked hard and shouted for a while, but he could not hear any movement inside when he put his ear to the iron door. And what surprised Wang Hao the most was that he walked through several iron doors in a row and did not find any door handles or keyholes on them. What's going on? Are these iron doors also electric switches? Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He had already gone about 10 meters deep. Looking at the end of the corridor, which was a little blurry in the dark, Wang Hao immediately gave up the idea of going deeper. Just as he was about to turn around and walk out, he suddenly remembered the inexplicable sound of the ping-pong ball falling to the ground. Thinking of this, Wang Hao's first reaction was to look for the ping-pong ball, because Wang Hao had walked the 10-meter distance before and didn't find anything. He subconsciously turned around and looked deep into the corridor. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A small white ball appeared 10 meters away from him. It was quietly falling there, as if it was waiting for Wang Hao to pick it up. After seeing the ping-pong ball, Wang Hao immediately thought of where it fell from. His first reaction was naturally a high place. However, the moment he raised his head, he suddenly saw a black shadow crawling on all fours, quickly crawling towards him from the ceiling.